Parallel world, City A autumn. The sun shone brightly, and the air was refreshingly crisp. In the picturesque Chungfeng Park stood a robust yellow fruit tree. Towering at 19 meters, perched upon one of its thick branches was a youth, no more than 17 or 18 years of age. The boy possessed an alluring countenance, his features harmoniously captivating, exuding an air of intellect and sensibility. So, did I die while relieving myself? He mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Below him, a dozen zombies were aimlessly groaning and stumbling, which prompted him to reflect deeply. The youth was named Bai Yin, a 17-year-old who, on the surface, was merely a high school student. Indeed, he was an orphan. Bai Yin had a younger sister, Hei Yu, and the two had grown up together in the same orphanage. When Bai Yin was 10, he was adopted by a benefactor, and they lost contact thereafter. Recently, he returned to the orphanage, only to discover that his sister had been adopted shortly after his departure by a wealthy family. The kind-hearted director provided him with the family's address, located in the neighboring county. Overjoyed, Bai Yin planned to visit them the following day. That night, in celebration, he bought a considerable amount of frozen beef balls for hot pot from the market. Alone in his modest apartment, he indulged in a feast. However, in the dead of night, he was suddenly seized by an overwhelming urge, rushing to the bathroom. After relieving himself, he was wiping up when a wave of dizziness struck him, and in the next moment, he collapsed to the floor, losing consciousness. When he regained his senses, he found himself sprawled beneath the yellow fruit tree, his clothing stained with blood, clutching a bloody dagger in his hand. Before him, a horde of zombies was advancing, shrieking in a dissonant chorus. Terrified, Bai Yin scrambled up the tree, leading to the scene of him now sitting on a branch, lost in thought. A foreign memory invaded his mind, a realization that he had traversed into another realm, assuming the identity of a version of himself from this new world. This world was ostensibly similar to his own, with all alterations occurring 6 months prior. Half a year ago, a zombie outbreak had erupted, leading to the mass extinction of humanity. Bai Yin considered himself one of the fortunate survivors. He had managed to procure a stockpile of supplies early on and had since secluded himself in his rental apartment, living a solitary existence. His venture outside now was prompted by the dwindling food supply, which could not last more than a week. He had hoped to find some resources, but unexpectedly attracted the attention of a horde of zombies, and in the ensuing chaos his arm was clawed. Desiring to avoid becoming one of the undead, he chose to end his life, the solitude of 6 months having driven him to madness. In what felt like a release, he slit his own throat and collapsed to the ground, succumbing to death. At that moment, the parallel worlds Bai Yin had crossed over, effectively replacing the self that perished in the zombie-infested world. Sitting in the tree, Bai Yin touched his neck, only to find a pool of blood. Fortunately, the wound had vanished. He glanced at his arm, which had also returned to normal, the damage inflicted by the zombies healed. Ding! Welcome to the parallel world. Ding! The zombie walker system has been successfully bound. Task issued. Eliminate 10 zombies to gain the Zombie Ally ability. Zombie Ally. Recognized as kin by zombies. A cold, mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Yet, for Bai Yin, who had already accepted his transference, the emergence of the system was hardly surprising. A classic narrative trope of traversing worlds accompanied by a system. However, more than these thoughts, he pondered whether this version of himself could find his sister. The self that had chosen to end his life had refrained from searching for her due to the lack of her adoptive family's address. But Bai Yin was different. He had the address in hand. Surveying the surroundings, Bai Yin noticed not only the zombies below, but also several lurking in the distance. He unsheathed the axe hanging from his waist. Smash! Without hesitation, Bai Yin leaped from the tree, turning his back to the chaos as he sprinted toward another nearby tree. After nearly half a minute of frantic running, he dared to look back, discovering he had gained significant distance from the pursuing zombies. Luck was on his side, for among the horde, there were no particularly swift specimens. Relieved, he charged towards a solitary elderly zombie. Thud! With a decisive blow, he obliterated its head, gore splattering in a gruesome display. The old zombie collapsed, twitching briefly before falling still. The first zombie had been dispatched with ease. With growing proficiency, he continued his grim task, weaving through the chaos until he had successfully eliminated 10 isolated targets. As the last female zombie fell lifelessly to the ground, the system's voice resonated once more in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have earned the title of Zombie Ally. From now on, zombies will regard you as one of their own. The title of Zombie Ally has little relevance to slaying zombies. Bai Yin expressed his bewilderment at the logic of the task. The system fell silent after its congratulatory announcement. Bai Yin attempted to engage it in conversation, but offered no response. Meanwhile, the previously sluggish zombies that had been pursuing him abruptly halted. Moments later, they began to wander aimlessly, as if the delectable Bai Yin who had once captivated their interest had vanished into thin air. A parallel world, indeed. Surveying his surroundings, Bai Yin resolved to return home. With the Zombie Ally ability, he no longer needed to live in constant fear. It was half an hour later when he returned to his rental apartment. The hallway was littered with long-decayed corpses, remnants of those who had perished in a stampede, indicating a prior outbreak of chaos. Bai Yin's room was on the third floor, and he unlocked the door with his key. Inside, the room was tidy yet dimly lit. After bathing and changing into fresh clothes, he noted that the power had been out for quite some time. But fortunately, the gas and water still functioned normally, though he surmised that such luck would not last long. After his shower, Bai Yin retrieved a cardboard box from under the table. Upon opening it, he discovered several loaves of bread, a few packs of instant noodles, and a dozen bottles of mineral water. This meager supply would barely last a week. After preparing 2 packs of noodles, he found a large hiking backpack and stuffed all the food and water inside. In the next moment, he pulled out a secret black box from beneath his bed, placing his weapons and tools into the hidden compartment at the bottom of the backpack. After gathering a few more essentials, he lay down early on his bed, planning to depart the next day in search of his sister in her county. After all, in his world, that sister, though not by blood, was the only person he truly cared for. Yet, it had been 7 years since they last met. Would she even recognize him? But what did it matter? Where there's a will, there's a way. Having a goal to pursue was far better than languishing in a state of aimless existence. With these thoughts, Bai Yin gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he saw his sister, her features obscured, smiling and waving at him. Chapter 2. Predicament City. When will this incessant rain cease? In the dimly lit room, a few candles flicker. Beneath their feeble glow, 3 burly men are engaged in a tedious game of poker. The eldest among them, a middle-aged man, has just laid down a pair of aces. Meanwhile, he gazes out at the dreary weather, evidently displeased. This man, known as Big Brother Lee, is rather portly. Beside him sit his 2 younger brothers, Second Brother Lee and Third Brother Lee. The second brother, in his early 30s, works as a security guard. He is tall and lean, with a rather fierce countenance. Third Brother Lee is nearly identical to his twin, yet their personalities diverge significantly. Third Brother Lee is merely a petty hoodlum. At the onset of the zombie outbreak, he fled to join his brothers and has remained with them ever since, subsisting in a small convenience store. Not a chance, Second Brother Lee declares, folding his cards. He then glances at the dwindling supplies in the room before turning to his elder brother. Brother, if we keep dragging this out, we'll truly starve to death. We need to think of something. Think of something? Huh? Big Brother Lee shoots Second Brother a disdainful look and tosses down a straight. He then casts his gaze towards the 4 women huddled in the corner of the room. If it comes to it, we could always eat them. What do you say? Second Brother Lee, taken aback, replies, you're joking. He then plays a straight of his own. The 3 brothers continue their card game, lamenting the dire straits they find themselves in. Meanwhile, the 4 women in the corner crouch, trembling with cold. The temperature continues to drop, yet they possess not a single appropriate garment to keep warm. Among them, 2 women in their 30s are strikingly beautiful. One is named Hei Li, and the other Zhang Yu. The third, Hei Hua, is Hei Li's younger sister. The last, Zhang Xiaoshui, is Zhang Yu's daughter. They are all survivors trapped since the outbreak of the zombies. Initially believing they had evaded the undead, they never anticipated that they would ultimately fall victim to human hands. Indeed, these 4 women were captured by the 3 brothers. Although the 2 women were once colleagues of Big Brother Lee and Second Brother Lee, such considerations are now entirely irrelevant. In truth, the 2 women have already suffered at the hands of the brothers. Had they not fiercely protected the 2 girls, they too would have been harmed. The brothers' reluctance to harm the girls is not out of any moral awakening. but rather a calculated move to utilize them as leverage to control the women completely. In this era of dwindling resources, idly waiting for fate to deliver sustenance is tantamount to awaiting death. Venturing outside in search of food is fraught with peril, given the hordes of zombies lurking beyond. Thus, the three brothers compel the two women to scavenge for food while they reap the benefits. Should the women dare to flee, the memories awaiting their sister and daughter would be eternally haunting. Damn it, this is pointless. I'm done. Li Lauda won yet another round, throwing his cards onto the ground in triumph. He then entered a room filled with supplies and retrieved 3 loaves of bread from one of the boxes. Tossing one to each of his 2 younger brothers, the trio settled down on one side, devouring the bread with hearty bites. Meanwhile, the 4 women in the corner could only watch in envy. Zhang Xiaoxue could not suppress a gulp. Observing their plight, Li Lauda relished his meal even more. After savoring the last bite, he sauntered over to the 4 women in the corner. Upon seeing He Li and Zhang Yu, both grimy and reeking of male odor from neglecting hygiene, Li Lauda found his lust diminished. Instead, his gaze fell upon He Li's sister, He Hua. Compared to her sister, who had suffered indignities, the untouched He Hua appeared remarkably clean. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Li Lauda strode over and seized He Hua by her long hair. Ah! The girl cried out in pain as her scalp separated from her hair. Instinctively, she grasped Li Lauda's robust arm with both hands, attempting to alleviate her discomfort. Witnessing this, He Li, who usually submitted meekly, erupted in protest. What are you doing? You promised not to harm her. She clawed at Li Lauda like a frenzied cat, but her weakness from hunger rendered her efforts futile. With a swift kick, Li Lauda sent her sprawling 2 meters away, showing no mercy. Nearby, Zhang Yu dared not intervene, tightly clutching her daughter, Zhang Xiaoxue, fearing that Li Lauda might unleash his wrath upon them instead. He Li, who lay on the ground, glared at Li Lauda with gritted teeth, her voice hoarse and desperate. You said you wouldn't touch my sister. At this moment, Li Lauda released He Hua's hair, unceremoniously tossing her onto the ground. He then approached the prostrate He Li, wearing a smug expression, and remarked, "Did I? I don't recall." He Li remained silent. Her teeth clenched as she fixed her furious gaze upon him. If looks could kill, Li Lauda would have been slain 1,000 times over. Undeterred by her defiance, he slapped her across the face, the sound echoing sharply as her hair fell messily around her. You dare glare at me? You should remember who is providing for you. After venting his frustrations, he got straight to the point. We're running low on food, understand? If you want us to show you any kindness, go out and bring back something to eat. You have 2 days to return with supplies, or you know the consequences. He Li remained silent, biting down on her frustration and lowering her head. I'm asking you a question. Did you hear me? Li Lauda bellowed in anger. He Li's body trembled violently. Listen, I heard it. I will go right now. Ultimately, she struggled to rise from the ground. In the next moment, supporting her unsteady frame, she opened the makeshift fence outside the convenience store and stepped into the ring. After He Li left, Li Lao and Li Lao Sen made their way to the inner room. As they entered, Li Lao intentionally glanced at Zhang Yu, who happened to meet his gaze. What are you hesitating for? Come in. Li Lao shouted impatiently. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, despite her reluctance. She ultimately put down her daughter and followed them inside. Hey, you two, exercise some restraint and mind your hygiene, Li Lauda reminded them. Li Lao and Li Lao Sen merely chuckled, saying nothing further. Before long, sounds began to emanate from the inner room. Li Lauda sat on the sofa, perusing a restaurant menu, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, or perhaps he had grown accustomed to it. In the corner, He Hua could only hold the trembling Zhang Xiaoxue in her arms. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxue was crying profusely, yet she dared not make a sound. For each time she had cried out before, it had led to a brutal beating. How long would this life continue? He Hua had slowly descended into despair regarding their current situation. Yet, she felt powerless, merely a burden that her sister desperately sought to protect. If only someone could save us. How I wish for a hero from a fairy tale, the young girl could only pray, although she was acutely aware that such hopes were mere fantasies. Chapter 3. No one to redeem Bang. Bai Yin leaped onto the roof of a BMW, producing a resounding thud. The cacophony attracted nearby zombies, who promptly turned their attention to Bai Yin. With a confident smile, he struck a pose, flexing his muscles. With a thunderous boom from the sky, I make my grand entrance. Shirima, your emperor has returned. However, what awaited him was not applause from an audience. On the contrary, upon seeing Bai Yin, the zombies lost all interest and resumed their previous activities. It seemed that, in their eyes, Bai Yin's allure paled in comparison to the earlier noise. Being mistaken for one of their kind by the zombies was certainly a blessing. Yet, at the same time, this unacknowledged existence, devoid of conversation or companionship, rendered the journey rather tedious and isolating. Bai Yin sighed and, in the next moment, jumped down from the car roof, continuing to stroll toward his destination. Ahead, an elderly zombie was pursuing a plastic bag that had been blown away by the wind. Unbeknownst to him, he tripped over a stone and fell to the ground with a resounding thud, in a most undignified manner. TSK, TSK, TSK. Observing this scene, Bai Yin shook his head, wearing an expression of disdain, and remarked, "At your age, you ought to know when to yield, old man." How embarrassing. Lost in the spectacle before him, he failed to notice a puddle beneath his feet. Stepping into it, he slipped unexpectedly. Suddenly, he fell awkwardly, feeling as if his posterior had been split in two. The pain excruciating. A notification echoed in his mind. Task issued. Show respect for the elderly and assist the old man. Reward. Nearby food location. As he struggled to rise from the ground, he cast a glance at the elderly zombie sprawled before him, who was futilely attempting to get up. Why not simply provide me with food directly? He was rather inclined to acquire provisions from the system itself, not out of desperation for the meager sustenance, but rather out of sheer curiosity regarding the method by which the system would deliver it. Would it perhaps manifest a rift in time and space, extending a shadowy hand to present him with the goods? Or would there be an airdrop from the heavens, containing the rewards bestowed by the system? Ultimately, such musings were mere trifles of boredom. He searched for a lengthy stick nearby, and, using it, prodded the zombie's clothing. With great effort, he managed to hoist the creature upright. To assist it directly would risk an accidental scrape, leading to infection, thus he opted for this more cautious approach. The reanimated old man, now standing, wandered away aimlessly, offering no acknowledgement to him. However, he had long since grown accustomed to this. If zombies were truly as interactive as one might hope, he would not find himself so entertained. Task completed. Food location provided. A new notification chimed. To the left, Black 9 Supermarket, basement. Following the system's directions, he proceeded to the Black 9 Supermarket, a mere mile away. The entrance gaped wide, its glass doors shattered, with the remains of customers trampled to death littering the ground, now mere desiccated skeletons. A handful of zombies lingered outside, while inside, a makeshift barricade of benches and tables formed a high barrier. Was someone guarding the premises? He pondered as he approached, only to discover several sizable gaps in the barricade. The dust, dried blood, and rusted legs of the benches all indicated a lamentable truth. This barrier had not been maintained for quite some time. Most likely, it had been hastily constructed during the initial outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, and it had proven ineffective. Now, aside from a semblance of memorial significance, it held no practical value whatsoever. Curiously attempting to slip through one of the openings, he inadvertently discovered a fresh footprint in the dirt below, still marked by mud. It appeared to have been made not long ago and seemed to belong to a woman. He dismissed it initially, thinking it might merely be the mark of a female zombie. Yet, driven by curiosity, he followed the footprint into the interior of the supermarket. Upon entering, he found the shelves stripped bare of all food, with only scattered, inedible household items left behind, clearly untouched. It was evident that this place had been thoroughly looted. Silver chose to disregard the situation for the moment, merely following the trail of footprints. Eventually, he discovered that the prints led up the staircase to the second floor. Something felt amiss. Silver suddenly realized that if these footprints were indeed left by a zombie, their path would not appear so deliberate. Zombies are typically creatures that wander aimlessly, are they not? Moreover, how could one ascend the stairs so purposefully? It was unlikely that a zombie would exhibit such decisiveness. Silver began to suspect that the owner of the footprints might be a living woman. He ascended to the second floor, where the footprints gradually faded. After a while, they vanished completely. Fortunately, his objective came into view. The second floor was eerily quiet, devoid of any zombie presence. Ahead, on the floor, lay a disheveled woman with unkempt hair and tattered clothing. Silver hesitated before approaching her. He crouched down and gently brushed aside the hair obscuring her face, revealing that she was indeed a human female. She appeared to be in her early 30s, slender and quite beautiful, with long black hair. However, it was evident that she had suffered from long-term malnutrition, her complexion pale and her hair split at the ends. The woman was drenched. And despite the rain having washed her, her clothes still emanated a foul odor. As a man, Silver recognized the scent immediately. QJ? The thought flashed through his mind. It was clear that something terrible had happened to her. Otherwise, she would not be clad in such repugnant rags. This was a city, and one could easily find clean clothes if they ventured outside. Yet, the woman remained in her tattered, odorous attire. Silver speculated that perhaps she intentionally avoided looking too presentable to prevent attracting unwanted attention from men. Thus, she remained clad in her foul garments, perhaps to dissuade any ill intentions. Of course, this was merely conjecture, and the truth remained elusive. However, one thing was certain: the woman was alive. Silver was eager to perform a good deed and assist her, hoping to gain valuable information in return. At the very least, it would be nice to have a companion to converse with. Chapter 4. Theft. Rustling sounds stirred Hei Yu from her slumber, and she found herself nestled in a warm bed, covered by what seemed to be a freshly purchased, clean sheet. Glancing around, she realized she was in a small room, resembling a tidied storage area. A candle flickered on the counter beside her bed, and a wooden door stood nearby. Opposite the door, a large window gaped open, revealing the pitch blackness of the night. What time could it be? Hei Yu's heart raced as she quickly sat up, fear gripping her. She was terrified of having overslept. Bosley had given her only 2 days. If she failed to return within that time frame, her sister would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Driven by anxiety, Hei Yu immediately sought out a means to discern the time. Ultimately, on the desk opposite the bed, she discovered a dust-covered electronic clock displaying the date, March 26, 2021, at 21:22. Upon realizing it was the same day she had departed, a weight lifted from Hei Yu's heart. A quick glance revealed 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of mineral water beside the clock, seemingly left for her, which surprised her. Gurgle, her stomach began to protest upon recognizing the presence of food. Hei Yu licked her lips, hesitating momentarily. However, she ultimately tore open the packaging and began devouring the food voraciously. Outside, Bai Yin heard the commotion within the room, indicating that she had awakened. Yet, he refrained from greeting her immediately, understanding that few women would wish to be seen in such a disheveled state while consuming food. Bai Yin was situated in a vast warehouse, which contained a small room in the corner, where Hei Yu currently resided. The warehouse was filled with various cardboard boxes, housing household appliances such as electric fans. Leaning against a travel bag beside a box, Bai Yin lit a candle, placing it on the ground beside him. As he contemplated how to introduce himself, he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he had never had a normal interaction with a woman in any world. Indeed, Bai Yin harbored a slight fear of women. Cough, cough. Inside, Hei Yu suddenly erupted into a fit of intense coughing, likely having choked on her food in her eagerness. Naturally, the next step would be to open the bottle and drink some water. However, Bai Yin did not hear the sound of her drinking. Bang! Crash! Ouch! Instead, he heard something fall to the ground, followed by Hei Yu's startled exclamation as she seemingly stumbled. Are you all right? Bai Yin hurriedly pushed open the door, only to find Hei Yu sprawled awkwardly on the floor. The mineral water rolled at his feet, still unopened. It appeared that in her attempt to grab the water, she had accidentally knocked it over and subsequently tripped. With his left hand, he picked up the mineral water, while his right reached down to assist her. Bai Yin helped Hei Yu to her feet. Did you save me? She asked, her voice laced with gratitude. Thank you, she added. Bai Yin handed her the water with a gentle smile, replying, it was nothing. Hei Yu twisted off the cap and gulped down nearly half the bottle, revealing her thirst. I am Hei Yu, a teacher at a sand middle school. Is that so? How coincidental. I happen to be a student there, Bai Yin said, a hint of unease in his voice due to having taken frequent leaves for special reasons. A sand middle school encompassed both junior and senior high, and Bai Yin was currently a sophomore there. Oh, really? What is your name, classmate? Hei Yu's spirits lifted at the mention of a fellow student. I am Bai Yin. He cheerfully introduced himself, then inquired, Teacher, are you alone, or are there others? In a moment of hesitation, Hei Yu's expression flickered with evasion. Well, there are a few of them. They are waiting for me at home. It seemed as though Hei Yu was deliberately concealing something, her demeanor tinged with awkwardness. Bai Yin, attuned to her discomfort, chose not to press further and simply remarked, it is perilous to traverse the night. Let us stay here for the evening, if possible. Could you introduce me to the others tomorrow morning? All right, welcome. The two shared a night of silence. Hei Yu appeared to be intentionally avoiding something. retreating to the small room and collapsing into sleep. Bai Yin, on the other hand, made do by laying a makeshift bed on the ground outside, settling for a simple arrangement. Finding food at the supermarket had become increasingly challenging, yet other supplies were not in short supply. Bai Yin managed to procure 2 thick blankets, ensuring a comfortable night's rest. As dawn approached around 6 the next morning, Heizi stealthily rose from her bed. With the caution of a thief, she quietly opened the door to the room. Peering through the crack, she saw Bai Yin lying on the ground, covered by a blanket. His eyes closed and breathing softly and evenly. The door creaked as it opened, but Heizi was careful enough that the sound posed no significant issue. She cautiously approached Bai Yin's travel bag, lifted it slowly, and then stealthily exited. Only upon reaching the first floor from the second did she quicken her pace, urgently heading toward the school with the bag slung over her back. Her heart raced, a mix of relief at having succeeded and anxiety over her act of thievery. I'm sorry, she repeatedly apologized in her mind, simultaneously seeking justifications for her actions. But I had no choice. I'm truly sorry, Bai. In Heizi's perspective, covertly taking the items was the most viable solution. If she failed to return with food within the stipulated time, her sister would face dire consequences. Though Heizi had contemplated revealing her predicament to Bai Yin and seeking his assistance, she ultimately deemed him too young. To her, Bai Yin was merely a child yet to mature. Should he confront Li and his gang, it would be Bai Yin who would suffer the repercussions. Thus, enveloped in guilt and unease, Heizi opted to return to school. Meanwhile, Bai Yin, who had just awoken from a rare good sleep, was taken aback to find his bag had mysteriously vanished. Stretching his limbs, he was momentarily stunned. Teacher, he rose and opened the slightly ajar door, only to discover the small room utterly vacant. He stepped inside, feeling the mattress. It was cold, indicating that someone had departed long ago. Even Bai Yin, with his limited intelligence, grasped what had transpired. The complexities of human nature. He rubbed his eyes, feeling a sense of helplessness. It wasn't the food he mourned, but rather the tools and weapons hidden within the secret compartment at the bottom of his travel bag. Chapter 5. The villain at A3 Middle School. Heizi returned, carrying a large bag filled to the brim with food. Initially, the silver bag contained far fewer provisions. Just yesterday, before Heizi had awakened, Bai Yin had ventured into the basement as directed by the system. There, in an exceedingly concealed room, he discovered several boxes of bread. After taking a few to fill his own bag, he concealed the remainder. Little did he anticipate that the items he had hastily stowed away would soon fall into another's possession. Heizi's outing proved to be remarkably fruitful. As she and the other 3 women sat eagerly in the corner, Li Laoda and his group excitedly rummaged through the bag, laughter echoing around them. Ah, splendid. Truly splendid. No wonder I chose you. You are quite capable. Li Laoda, brimming with pride, emptied the contents of the bag entirely. Ultimately, he even poured out the clothes contained within, which belonged to Bai Yin. Upon discovering men's garments in the bag, Li Laoda furrowed his brow and inquired towards the corner where Heizi sat. By the way, where did you acquire these? Heizi answered candidly. I encountered a survivor and took them. A survivor? Just one? Male or female? A male, just him. Around 17 or 18 years old. Just a kid. Hearing this, Li Laoda relaxed somewhat. After extracting all the clothing and daily necessities from the bag, he glanced at the bread scattered on the ground, frowning in discontent. You went through all that trouble to go out. Yet why didn't you discard these useless items from the start? At least then, you could have made more room for food. Why you rewrite? I'm sorry. The situation was urgent, and I didn't think it through. I promise it won't happen again, she apologized humbly, fully aware that Li Laoda was not one to reason with. Li Laoda, displaying a facade of magnanimity, replied, Fine, I'll forgive you this time. However, you for one be having dinner today. You can eat tomorrow. After all, you just had a piece of bread this morning, didn't you? As the books say, a person can survive for 7 days without food. Wait. Heizi exclaimed, panic overtaking her. At least give the children something to eat. They are still growing. As she spoke, she drew closer, extending her hand in a gesture reminiscent of begging. Li Laoda shot her a disdainful glance, warning, Don't think I'm unaware. You surely snuck some food on your way back. I won't hold it against you, but do not take my leniency for granted. In truth, Heizi had been too focused on hastily returning with the goods to even consider eating. Yet Li Laoda did not believe her to be so honest. Nevertheless, she wished to avoid further discussion on the matter and pleaded, Please, just give the children something to eat. They truly cannot endure any more hunger. I beg you." Her voice trembled with desperation, and she leaned in, extending her hand. Li Laoda, catching the foul odor emanating from her clothes, displayed a hint of revulsion. Suddenly, he kicked Hei Li with force, sending her flying more than 2 meters away. Subsequently, he bellowed, "You ungrateful wretch, I've been more than courteous to you. Should you continue your incessant nonsense, beware that I shall allow you to go hungry for 3 days and nights. Damn it, insolent creature. You truly deserve a slap." Li Laoda was visibly enraged, his chest heaving dramatically. At this moment, Li Lao approached with a box to collect the food, attempting to mediate. "Oh brother, do not let anger consume you. What is there to gain from quarreling with her? It is simply not worth it." Li Laizhen chimed in, offering support from the side. "Indeed, brother, it is unnecessary. Harming your health over such trivial matters is hardly worth it." The 3 brothers swiftly and cheerfully packed away all the food into the inner room, completely ignoring Hei Li's aggrieved and furious gaze as she lay on the ground. "Hair ask you from being kicked over." At that moment, her sister Hei Hua approached, compassionately helping Hei Li to her feet. Hei Li instantly brightened, saying, "It's all right. Sister is here." She then lowered her voice. "Look, what is this?" Hei Li discreetly opened her clothing pocket. Hei Hua, curious, leaned in to see that her sister's pocket was filled with an abundance of jerky. She was taken aback, her expression reflecting disbelief. Hei Li then made a shushing gesture and led her sister back to the corner where Zhang Yu and her daughter were seated. Ultimately, during the afternoon nap of Li Laoda and his brothers, Hei Li stealthily distributed the jerky from her pocket to the other 3. The jerky, retrieved from Hei Li's clothing, bore an unpleasant odor. Yet, given the circumstances, no one seemed to mind. This small bounty was a delightful treasure, a reward for Hei Li's considerable efforts the previous day before encountering the silver. In the afternoon, Li Laizhen was roused from his slumber by an urgent need to relieve himself. Emerging from the inner room, he inadvertently spotted Zhang Xiaoxue, seemingly chewing on something. He hastily approached the 4 women, a look of alarm on his face. The 3 women instinctively shielded Zhang Xiaoxue, but Li Laizhen forcibly pushed them aside. He seized Zhang Xiaoxue and pulled her out, her right fist clenched tightly. However, her petite punch was no match for Li Laizhen's strength. He easily pried her hand open. In her grasp, he discovered a small piece of unfinished jerky. "Ah, so you dare to hoard and nibble." Slap. A resounding slap landed squarely on Zhang Xiaoxue's face, leaving a mark. She bit back tears, stifling her cries for fear of receiving further punishment, and silently buried herself in her mother Zhang Yu's embrace. Li Laizhen popped the small piece of jerky into his mouth, undeterred by its strange taste, chewing a few times before swallowing. He then turned to Hei Li, extending his hand. "What about the rest? You'd best hand it all over, or I shall have my elder brother deal with you." Li Laizhen was no fool. He understood that the jerky could only have been brought back by Hei Li, who had ventured outside. Yet, he was reluctant to share it with his 2 brothers. Thus, intent on obtaining all the jerky through intimidation, Hei Li felt a touch of embarrassment and murmured, "No, there's none left." "None left?" Li Laosan frowned. Nearby, his sister Hei Hua worried that Li Laosan might report to Li Laoda. Therefore, she hurriedly offered the remaining pieces of jerky she had yet to consume. There were only 2 pieces left. "Teach 3 brother, I still have a little here," Hei Hua stammered as she extended the jerky. Li Laosan took it. But as he did, he roughly grasped Hei Hua's hand, taking advantage of the moment to feel her up, which startled Hei Hua into retracting her hand in haste. Li Laosan simply chuckled at her reaction. At that moment, Zhang Yu also offered her last piece of jerky. I only have this little left." Li Laosan took it and promptly popped it into his mouth, saying, "This time, I'll let you off the hook. If you come across such delicacies again, do let me know. Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might even save some for you." Yes, thank you," Hei Li replied, forcing a smile. Li Laosan then turned to glance at Li Laoda, who was soundly asleep on the sofa at the convenience store's entrance, thinking to himself how his elder brother was indeed like a pig, not waking up even in such circumstances. However, Li Laosan relished this fact, for it meant no one would compete with him for the jerky. Though there were only a few pieces, they were still a rare treat. At that moment, Li Laosan remained oblivious to the pair of indifferent eyes quietly observing them from a short distance away. In the afternoon, upon awakening, Li Lao scratched his itchy back. After tending to his discomfort, he noticed his nails were caked with grease. Feeling sticky all over, he decided to head to the school bathhouse adjacent to the convenience store. He intended to take a cold shower, but upon turning on the faucet, he discovered there was no water. Damn! He tried repeatedly and even attempted other faucets, yet no water flowed. Gradually, Li Lao sensed something was amiss. Upon returning to the convenience store, he said to his two brothers, "Brothers, we're in trouble. The bathhouse has no water." Huh. Li Lao was taken aback and hurried to the bathroom in the back, turning on the faucet. Sure enough, even the convenience store had no water. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, a water shortage was a significant dilemma. The three brothers had grown accustomed to relying on the school's water supply, and now, with the sudden disruption, they became anxious. "Brother, what will we do from now on?" Li Lao asked. Li Lao furrowed his brow, feigning contemplation. The next moment, he fixed his gaze on He Li in the corner and commanded, "You, come here." Trembling, He Li approached, forcing a smile. "Is there something, Li Ge?" Li Lao got straight to the point. "The school has stopped the water supply. You need to hurry outside and find a safe place where water is available. We need to relocate. As per our usual arrangement, you have 2 days. If you don't return," he glanced at He Hua and Zhang Xiaoshui in the corner, his malevolent intent unmistakable. The two girls instinctively shrank back, hiding behind Zhang Yu. He Li felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. A part of her even contemplated ending it all, yet she found herself compelled to endure. The primary motivation for her existence lay in her sister, along with her longtime friend Zhang Yu and her daughter Zhang Xiaoxue. Dragging her already frail body, He Li stepped out once more. Sighing, she recalled how when she departed, the boss Li had tossed her travel bag back at her, remarking that she should bring back some food, not too much, just enough to fill half the bag. Half the bag? Was that not too much to ask? He Li inwardly cursed, yet felt powerless to resist. With resignation, she shouldered the bag and left. As she exited the school, she encountered a few scattered zombies along the way. However, He Li had grown accustomed to greeting these creatures. As long as she moved stealthily and avoided making noise, she believed she would be safe from their notice. After all, zombies were not known for their intelligence. Yet, while the imagination painted a vivid picture, reality proved to be harsh. He Li had somewhat overestimated her physical condition. In fact, just as she was about to step through the school gates, a wave of dizziness struck her, a consequence of her anemia and malnutrition. Suddenly, she collapsed, hitting the iron gate with a resounding thud. Bang! The gate echoed with a deafening noise, shattering the silence of the surroundings. In an instant, all nearby zombies diverted their attention toward her. The zombies that had spotted her rushed in her direction, some fast, others slow. The quicker ones moved with the speed of an ordinary human sprint. Seeing this, panic washed over He Li. By the time she regained her footing, one zombie had already lunged at her, mouth agape, ready to bite. Terrified, He Li fell back to the ground, instinctively raising her hands to shield herself, fully aware that it would be futile. Was this how her life was destined to end? A bitter ache filled her heart. Ironically, as a teacher, she found herself in a position where she had stolen from her students just before facing her demise. Surely, that child must harbor deep resentment toward her now. Yet, even in the face of such animosity, He Li felt she had no justification. After all, it was only natural. "Farewell, dear sister," she thought, mentally preparing herself to be overrun and devoured by the zombies. Just then, a shadow appeared before her, and with a swift kick, sent the zombie flying. In the next moment, she was lifted from the ground, hoisted over someone's shoulder as if she were a prize taken by a bandit. And they bolted away. He Li, astonished, glanced back as she was carried, catching only a glimpse of the figure. Yet she immediately recognized him. It was Bai Yin. Chapter 7. The plan gradually distancing themselves from the zombies, they hurriedly dashed into the milk tea shop with its doors wide open. In the next moment, with a forceful kick, the door slammed shut, plunging the room into darkness. Bai Yin then set He Li down and fell silent. He strode purposefully towards the illuminated staircase leading to the second floor and ascended. He Li hesitated for a moment, lingering in place, before ultimately deciding to follow him. Eventually, she discovered Bai Yin in a bedroom on the second floor, where he was leaning against the wide-open window, observing the situation below. Thank you, He Li approached. Appearing somewhat awkward, Bai Yin glanced back at her, his expression impassive as he studied her for a few moments. Overcome with guilt, He Li lowered her head, standing there like a remorseful schoolchild. "Didn't you have anything else to say before?" Bai Yin redirected his gaze to the window. He Li opened her mouth to speak. "Yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken your things." "Taken? Yes, I was wrong. That was indeed theft." Her voice grew softer. nearly wishing to find a place to hide. The shame of committing such an error in the capacity of a teacher was overwhelming. First, return my bag. Bai Yin turned around, extending his hand. Hei hurriedly took off the bag and handed it over with both hands. Bai Yin accepted it and, seated on the bed, unzipped the bag, probing the bottom. Fortunately, it remained firm. It seemed the group had overlooked a hidden compartment at the bottom of the bag, likely distracted by the euphoria of food. Bai Yin unzipped the concealed section and extracted a small black box. Hei, surprised to find such an item within the bag, watched as Bai Yin opened the box to reveal 2 sharp daggers, 2 bags of black powder, and 3 packets of white granular substance. Of course, these could not be drugs. Bai Yin would never engage with such harmful substances. It was precisely because of such reckless items that countless noble anti-drug officers had sacrificed their lives, often leaving no names behind. In contrast, some deranged individuals even attempted to rehabilitate drug-addicted celebrities, seeking to reinstate their careers. Can celebrities be revived, while fallen anti-drug officers remain forever lost? How grotesque this distorted circle is. The black and white powders in Bai Yin's possession were not narcotics. These items were merely things he occasionally required during missions. With the black box turned away from Hei, she remained unaware of its contents. As Bai Yin closed the box and placed it back into the hidden compartment of the travel bag, he remarked, "I do not intend to forgive you. After all, I have no obligation to do so." "Yes," Hei replied, her spirit dampened, feeling this was only appropriate. However, Bai Yin shifted the conversation. "I truly did not expect your daughter to be my classmate. Upon reflection, you two bear quite a resemblance." "My daughter?" Hei was momentarily taken aback. To which Bai Yin retorted, "Isn't Hei your daughter? She is not just anyone, she is my sister." The realization that she had inadvertently taken her sister's classmate's belongings filled Hei with a profound sense of embarrassment. Simultaneously, she pondered whether she truly appeared so aged, as if she were the mother of such a large child. The distance had prevented her from hearing your conversation clearly. "So, the 4 of you were indeed controlled by those 3 boys. Shouldn't you, as the rightful owner, make an effort to search for your lost items? Furthermore, you are a teacher at A3. Is it not reasonable for me to visit the school in hopes of finding something?" Hei grasped the implication. Bai Yin meant that he had visited the school after her departure and had coincidentally witnessed the situation at the convenience store. "I remember you now. You are Bai Yin. I often hear Hei speak of you." She attempted to bridge the gap, only to be met with Bai Yin's unyielding retort, "Nonsense." Hei was rendered speechless. While Bai Yin continued, "I frequently take extended leave, and in the 2 years I have attended A3. The cumulative days I actually spent in class barely amount to 2 months. Your sister, being the class flower, is surrounded by so many admirers. Would she have time to mention me in your presence?" Indeed, Bai Yin's high school experience had been one of invisibility. The underlying reason lay with the man who had taken him from the orphanage, the one who periodically assigned him tasks, most of which involved long trips away, with hardly any short-term assignments. As Hei felt the awkwardness of her lie being exposed, Bai Yin chose to address the matter at hand, stating, "I am going to the neighboring county. In light of your sister's connection, I might as well offer you some assistance before I depart. After all, the trouble you are in has nothing to do with your sister, right? In modern society, it seems the concept of collective punishment has been abolished. It all depends on whether you are willing to speak the truth to allow me entry." Regarding Hei, Bai Yin owed her a favor from the past. Naturally, that princess would likely not recall such a trivial incident. "Is this acceptable? I hope you won't regard me as a mere child this time." Indeed, Hei had initially perceived Bai Yin as a child. However, upon closer inspection, she realized he might genuinely be of assistance, particularly with the axe he bore, stained with dark blood, evidence of battles fought against zombies. This indicated that Bai Yin was a seasoned survivor, and she surmised he was unlikely to be weaker than herself. Ultimately, Hei recounted her experiences following the zombie outbreak to Bai Yin, occasionally dabbing at her tears during the more sorrowful moments, presenting an endearing image. Yet, Bai Yin showed no signs of sympathy. He simply remarked, "If you're going to cry, do so quietly, lest you attract the zombies. And mind your runny nose. It's quite unsightly." With that, Hei ceased her tears, for she, after all, was a person of dignity, especially in front of a student more than 10 years her junior. After listening to Hei's narration, Bai Yin simply remarked, in essence, "Those 3 scoundrels are urging you to find a place where water can flow, correct? Well, isn't that fortuitous? Water is right here. Here, Really? Healy replied, astonished and eager for confirmation. Indeed. But does it truly matter? They cannot discern the truth, so just inform them that water exists here. Do you have a plan? A glimmer of yearning appeared in Healy's eyes. Bai Yin rose from the bed, shouldered his bag, and exited the room, saying, wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. He left through the front door on the first floor, the creaking sound of the door unmistakably loud. Healy was deeply concerned that he might attract the attention of zombies. Bai Yin returned 2 hours later, bearing a new, bulging bag. His own bag remained on his back, flattened under the weight. Healy, puzzled, wondered what the new bag contained. Bai Yin tossed the bag onto the bed and approached to unzip it. With a rustle, a bounty of bread and bottles of mineral water spilled forth. Healy's eyes sparkled with disbelief. This is my last stock. If these bait do not yield fish, then it is purely a matter of bad luck on your part. Bai Yin declared. Chapter 8. Deceit. Healy, gazing at the food, felt her stomach growl involuntarily, her face flushing with embarrassment as she momentarily lost her words. Let us eat something and converse as we dine. Bai Yin initiated, grasping a loaf of bread, tearing open its packaging, and taking a bite. Healy nodded, following suit. Tearing the bag open to eat. With Bai Yin beside her, she refrained from devouring her food ravenously, opting instead for a more subdued manner of consumption. From the newly filled bag, Bai Yin retrieved a bottle of fine liquor, labeled Wu Dai Yi. He then revealed his plan. I have added a certain substance to this liquor. Take it back with you for them to drink. He then unzipped the outer compartment of the new bag, revealing a small metal tin filled with peppermint candies. The antidote is mixed in with these candies. Upon your return, consume them in advance. A single piece for each person will suffice to prevent those scoundrels from testing the poison or forcing you to drink. Understood. Healy nodded vigorously, taking the tin of peppermint candies. As she opened it, she noticed that the candies were coated with a peculiar black powder. Is this powder the antidote? She inquired. What else could it be? Bai Yin replied, inspecting the bottle of liquor in his hand, rotating it thoughtfully. Unless one were excessively meticulous, it would be nearly impossible to detect the small puncture made in the cap when he administered the drug. He had later sealed the tiny hole with red paint, blending seamlessly with the red cap. What kind of drug is it? Healy felt a flicker of anxiety within her. Bai Yin cast a glance at her and placed the liquor back in the bag. A soporific that can induce unconsciousness, or a poison that can lead to demise. Which would you prefer? Healy fell into a moment of silence, her lips sealed. Observing her demeanor, Bai Yin couldn't help but chuckle. You truly are kind-hearted. Even at this moment, still concerned about the teacher's moral standing. Fear not. This is merely a sedative. It won't claim any lives. Upon hearing this, Healy visibly exhaled in relief. Bai Yin could discern that she was not yet prepared to take a life. He muttered to himself, this woman is inadequate, and simultaneously relinquished any thoughts of forming an alliance with her. Bai Yin had resolved that once he dealt with the 3 men, he would part ways with Healy and her companions. While having a conversational partner was undoubtedly significant, if the other party was excessively naive and their ideologies clashed, there was no need to force a union. Physical frailty posed no issue, but if one's psyche and spirit were similarly weak, that would indeed become a burdensome liability. Having consumed a loaf of bread with remarkable swiftness, Healy hesitated to take a second one as Bai Yin, having only nibbled half of his, urged. If you wish to eat, then eat. At this juncture, is there truly a need to maintain appearances? Healy nodded softly, still feeling a bit bashful. When she finally took the second loaf, her demeanor was even more refined than with the first. If you plan to return today, it would be prudent to leave at dusk, she suggested. Why is that? Healy inquired, puzzled. Bai Yin explained, because humans are creatures of the night. Departing at dusk means by the time you reach the school, it will likely be dark. Moreover, those scoundrels are most likely to be indulging in alcohol at night. After all, who wouldn't relish the pleasure of drinking and then sleeping? The likelihood of them drinking during the day pales in comparison, does it not? Healy's eyes widened in understanding, her heart brimming with anticipation. Thank you so much. She expressed her gratitude, though Bai Yin paid it little mind, rising to leave. I'm going to the nearby store to see if there's anything useful. Stay here and don't wander off. All right, please be careful. They parted briefly, and by the time Bai Yin returned, dusk had descended. Let us go. You lead the way, and I'll follow behind. With that, they set off. However, despite his words of reassurance, Healy glanced back several times along the way, only to find Bai Yin's presence absent. A sense of unease crept into her heart, prompting her to halt and scan her surroundings. Suddenly, a small stone struck her head, causing her to yelp in pain. From behind a nearby vehicle, Bai Yin's voice rang out. Are you embroidering flowers here? If you don't head back soon, it will be dark. His tone carried a hint of exasperation. Yet Healy felt no disappointment. Instead, the confirmation of his presence behind her brought a surge of security to her heart. Thus, Healy carried the food back. And as night enveloped the sky, the small convenience store flickered with a few candles. Under the candlelight, the three brothers gazed greedily at the provisions in the bag, their faces glistening with anticipation. Not bad at all, praised Li Lauda. Finally, you haven tea been a waste of effort. By the way, have you found the water? In search of a milk tea shop, they stumbled upon one that still had running water. Healy recited the words she had long prepared, eliciting hearty laughter from Li Lauda, who exclaimed, well then, we shall move tomorrow. Oh, and what about the liquor? After a long hiatus from drinking, Li Lauda's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing a bottle of white liquor. Crouched in the corner, Healy smiled and said, I found this while rummaging through a cabinet and brought it back. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. Li Lauda rejoiced, tossing 2 bread rolls to Healy and her companions. Eat up, this is on me. I have always said that as long as you obey, you shall not be treated unfairly. Although he had never actually uttered such words, that did not deter Li Lauda from boasting. As Healy distributed the bread to the other 3, she discreetly handed each of them a mint, whispering, eat this. It's a lifesaver. The others, puzzled by her words, complied and popped the candies into their mouths. Li Lauda summoned Li Laosan to join him for a drink. Initially, he had called Li Lair as well, but Li Lair declined, claiming he did not drink white liquor, thus opting out. Li Lauda found this arrangement acceptable. Having one person keep watch was preferable to all 3 brothers getting drunk. After all, allowing these 4 women to escape would be a significant loss. Thus, the elder brother and the 3rd brother drank heartily. Not long after, the effects of the drug took hold, and they collapsed, incapacitated. Li Lair, who had refrained from drinking, was left in a predicament. Hearing the silence from the inner room, he could not resist entering, pondering whether his elder brother and 3rd brother usually had such poor tolerance for liquor. However, upon stepping inside, the sight that met his eyes startled him. There lay Li Lauda and Li Laosan, motionless on the ground, blood oozing from their orifices, their eyes wide open, contorted in agony. It was evident they were dead. Indeed, Bai Yin had deceived Healy. As a professional assassin, how could he have merely drugged their drinks? The sight of his elder brother and 3rd brother's demise made Li Lair scream in terror. Meanwhile, outside the convenience store, a figure emerged from the shadows, slowly approaching with an axe in hand. Chapter 9. Liberation. The deaths of Li Lauda and Li Laosan struck Li Lair profoundly, instilling a deep-seated fear within him. Yet, as the saying goes, the pinnacle of fear often transforms into rage. He turned and exited the inner room, confronting the 4 women huddled in the corner with a fierce demeanor. With eyes wide and a menacing expression, he stormed towards Healy, almost bellowing. Where did that liquor come from? Look at what you have done. Bang. However, his accusatory tirade was abruptly silenced by Bai Yin, who had stealthily approached from behind and delivered a heavy blow to the back of his head with the axe handle. Bai Yin deliberately spared his life, opting for a non-lethal strike. With that, Li Lair collapsed to the ground with a thud. Bai Yin could not help but kick him, muttering in annoyance, shouting like that. Are you trying to attract zombies or something? Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward the 4 individuals in the corner. Do I need to call out your names to make you stand up? Except for Healy. The other 3 appeared utterly bewildered. It was only when Healy, completely relieved, slumped to the ground and uttered, "It's over, we are saved," that everyone truly grasped the gravity of what had just transpired. Following this, Zhang Yu, cradling his daughter Zhang Xiaoxua, could not contain his tears, while He Hua embraced Healy, weeping with a sense of grievance. However, for Bai Yin, the emotional exchanges of mutual affection held no interest. He merely retreated to the inner room, rummaging through the belongings that had been stolen from him. Ultimately, he discovered his clothing and a few tools nestled within a cardboard box. Fortunately, these 3 scoundrels had not discarded them outright. Bai Yin proceeded to organize his possessions, repacking his clothes into his travel bag. After approximately 5 minutes, Healy entered the room. Glancing at the bloodied forms of Li Lauda and Li Laosan on the ground, she felt a twinge of fear. She gazed at Bai Yin's back and asked, Are they dead? What else could it be? Bai Yin replied without turning, displaying little reaction. Healy hesitated before inquiring, You You said you administered a tranquilizer, didn't you? Oh, perhaps I misjudged or misplaced the medication. What is it? Do you intend to judge me? Bai Yin's tone was dismissive, showing no regard for the lives of the two miscreants. And no, Healy responded hastily, but the next moment, she found herself at a loss for words, and the room fell into an awkward silence. At that moment, Bai Yin pushed a box toward her, filled with bread, bottled water, and other provisions. Instead of bothering me, you might as well take some food to those three. Oh, right, of course. Healy suddenly recalled this task, and quickly embraced the box as she exited. Soon, the sounds of tearing packaging and voracious eating could be heard from outside. Approximately 10 minutes later, footsteps approached once more. Bai Yin did not turn around. If you have the time to disturb me, you might as well do some motivational work for those three. Bai Yin, is that you? However, the newcomer was not Healy. When Bai Yin turned, he found it was He Hua. With her heart-shaped face and bangs, standing at 1.7 meters, she was indeed quite beautiful. This was to be expected, as she was one of the class beauties. Yet, Bai Yin felt utterly indifferent towards such individuals. It was not that he disliked them. Rather, he felt a certain aversion to their social milieu. He Hua, as a class beauty, was always surrounded by a throng of admirers. In peaceful times, she epitomized the social butterfly, basking in the warmth of the sun, forever radiant and beautiful. In stark contrast, Bai Yin had a painfully small social circle. Even in school, he remained somewhat invisible, let alone his frequent absences. His daily interactions were predominantly with various dark tasks and commissions or with a cadre of eccentric peers. In essence, he was destined to dwell in the shadows. Compared to He Hua, the vibrant and youthful beauty basking in sunlight, he felt like a creature from another realm. Is there something you need? The reaction of Bai Yin was neither warm nor cold. He continued to turn away and organize his belongings. Gazing at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, He Hua could not suppress a gulp. Well, it's been quite a while, hasn't it? Indeed. It must be over a year now. Yes, it has been so long. I can't believe you still remember me, a mere shadow. By the way, it was your sister who told you my name, wasn't it? No, I still remember your name. So what brings you here? Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to express my gratitude. He Hua spoke with a hint of trepidation. Bai Yin could see that she was fearful and wary of him. If you're not accustomed to the dead, you needn't come here to appease me. You could simply ignore me like in school. Why put yourself through this? Oh, I do notice you occasionally, but I just haven't greeted you. He Hua's voice wavered, yet Bai Yin was acutely aware of her true nature. He Hua was never lacking in friends at school and always wore an optimistic facade. If she wished to greet someone, she would do so openly. Therefore, Bai Yin found it hard to believe her claims of having noticed him. Ignoring someone is ignoring them. Disinterest is disinterest. There's no need to lie to curry favor in such a situation. After rummaging through his belongings, Bai Yin ultimately refilled his bag. He then walked past He Hua and exited the inner room, approaching the unconscious Li Lao air outside. He glanced at He Li and the others nearby and asked, "What shall we do with this person?" Zhang Yu and her daughter, Zhang Xiaoxue, were munching on bread, while He Li was discussing something with them. Upon hearing Bai Yin's question, she appeared somewhat troubled. "What do you think we should do?" Bai Yin shrugged. "I have no grudge against them. This matter shouldn't fall upon me to resolve." He handed the axe to He Li, stating, "However, as someone who has been through this, I recommend you put an end to him. So, who will take action?" No one stepped forward. In fact, all eyes seemed to dart away. At that moment, He Hua emerged from the inner room. "Isn't there any other way? Can we discuss not killing him?" "Of course," Bai Yin replied decisively. Just as the others prepared to show a hint of relief, he doused their hopes with cold water. "Then you can wait until he wakes up and discuss it with him. As for what might happen, that is not my concern." "How can it be like this?" He Hua's tone held a touch of grievance. But Bai Yin feigned ignorance and simply remarked, "If you wish to play the role of a savior, you must bear the risks and consequences that come with it. You cannot desire to be the good person without getting your hands dirty. Such a thing is implausible. Of course, if no one is willing to take on the role of the villain, I could do it. But I do not believe it would aid your survival in the long run." Chapter 10. The Rescue Team. I will do it. To everyone's astonishment, the one among the women who volunteered to be the villain was none other than the 10-year-old Zhang Xiaoxue. She raised her small hand, a hint of trepidation in her demeanor, yet she took a step forward. Her mother, Zhang Yu, hurriedly grasped her, but Zhang Xiaoxue earnestly gazed at Bai Yin and said, "Can I use that poison wine?" Her intent was clear. She wished to wield the toxic elixir, for she was not yet capable of wielding an axe against a foe. Do you understand what you intend to do? Bai Yin inquired, a rare smile gracing his features. Zhang Xiaoxue nodded and replied, I am going to eliminate the wicked. Bai Yin remained silent, a sense of satisfaction blooming within him. Who could have foreseen that among the four, it would be a mere 10-year-old child who would impress him so? If circumstances permitted, Bai Yin would gladly accompany someone like Zhang Xiaoxue, striving to survive in this apocalyptic world together, for he felt a kinship with her spirit. Alas, Zhang Xiaoxue's mother would never consent to Bai Yin taking her daughter away alone, unless he were to take all four of them. Yet, Bai Yin was reluctant to do so. The reason was simple. While finding a companion he favored was indeed a blessing, he could not accept the notion of burdening his group with individuals he deemed undesirable. Even the addition of a single unwelcome companion was unacceptable to him. In this regard, he possessed an acute sense of fastidiousness. You are a good child, Bai Yin said as he entered the inner room and retrieved the bottle of poison. When he emerged, he dragged the unconscious Li Lao heir outside, whispering in a voice only he could hear, but such deeds are not for you to undertake. Li Lao heir was pulled into the darkness by Bai Yin. Upon Bai Yin's return, the bottle of white liquor had vanished from his pocket. Everyone could surmise what he had done, and collectively, they exhaled a sigh of relief. The psychological burden of taking a life was immense, and thus, they felt fortunate that the one who had acted was not themselves. Bai Yin made his way to the restroom behind the convenience store. Discovering that the faucet had run dry, yet 5 buckets filled with water remained. This was likely the last of the 3 brothers' water supply. While it was insufficient for sustenance, it was ample for a single bath. That night, Bai Yin ventured out. Where are you going? Healy inquired hastily upon seeing Bai Yin's intention to leave. Since he had not taken a bag with him, she did not believe he intended to abandon the 4 of them. I'm going to fetch something, Bai Yin responded before departing, returning with a large pack upon his back. He tossed the bag to Healy, who nearly fumbled it, exclaiming, What is this? See for yourself. Healy hurriedly opened it, discovering it filled with clean clothing, leaving her momentarily stunned. Bai Yin remarked, You all should take a bath. Prolonged neglect may lead to skin ailments. But the water here is nearly gone. It would be wasteful. I know where to find water. I will take you there tomorrow. He then went to the inner room and dragged out the bodies of Li Lao Da and Li Lao San. Ultimately, he was dragged into darkness, lying amidst the remains of Li Lao heir. After completing this grim task, Bai Yin casually sought refuge in a storage room. He spread a cardboard on the ground, placing his bag upon it to serve as a makeshift pillow. Thus, he reclined and surrendered to slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, he securely locked the door from the inside. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the following morning, and the air was rich with the enticing aroma of cooked meat. Bai Yin, surprised, stepped outside to discover He Li and Zhang Yu busily preparing something not far away, utilizing firewood due to the absence of gas. On a rudimentary stove crafted from bricks, a large pot simmered with its contents. As Bai Yin approached, the 2 women turned hastily at the sound of his footsteps, their faces lighting up with smiles upon recognizing him. Healy remarked, You're awake. We're making breakfast. Having just found it under the bed in the back room. Within the pot, a modest piece of cured meat was cooking, not enough for all 4 women. And if Bai Yin were to partake, the portions would dwindle even further. Bai Yin glanced around, searching for He Hua and Zhang Xiaoxue, ultimately spotting the 2 girls engrossed in a game of Ludo in the inner room. All had donned clean garments, their appearances transformed dramatically. He Hua, in particular, appeared even more lovely. Yet, this newfound beauty was overshadowed by the lamentable reality of their prolonged malnutrition, leaving them frail and emaciated. No, I find meat distasteful now. Having once consumed human flesh, Bai Yin opted to decline with a falsehood. The 2 women, however, took his words to heart, their expressions shifting to awkward surprise. As they grappled with the discomfort of the moment, Bai Yin retreated to the inner room. He casually selected a piece of bread from a box of provisions and settled into a corner to nibble on it. Brother, we'll have meat soon. There's meat to eat. Zhang Xiaoxue exclaimed with delight, clad in a gray dress, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. As she spoke to Bai Yin, He Hua slyly swallowed 2 of her game pieces, wearing a mischievous grin. Bai Yin replied with a smile, Brother, 1 tea per take. I am a vegetarian. In the presence of Zhang Xiaoxue, he refrained from using his prior cannibalism as an excuse. After breakfast, the group tidied their belongings in preparation for departure. Eager to explore the water source Bai Yin had mentioned, the 4 women felt a flutter of excitement, akin to embarking on a journey. Bai Yin had initially intended to lead them there and then part ways, believing he had already done enough. Yet, reality intervened, just as the boss was vanquished. Fate had other plans. While they were organizing the space, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air, announcing the arrival of a helicopter hovering above the convenience store. A voice boomed through a loudspeaker. Is anyone there? Are there any survivors? In a surge of excitement, Zhang Yu and He Hua rushed outside, waving eagerly at the figures aboard the helicopter. Communication was successfully established. 4 men leaped from the helicopter, appearing to be rescue personnel. By chance, there was an individual in silver known as Li Wei, the vice monitor of the silver class. He possessed a strong sense of vanity, hailing from a wealthy family, with his grandfather being the richest man in the city. In terms of appearance, he was rather ordinary, yet well-maintained, resulting in a fair complexion. Presently, he seemed to have assumed the role of a savior. Upon discovering that 2 of his classmates were among the group below, he was undeniably elated. For showcasing his acquaintances before those unknown brought him greater satisfaction. Chapter 11. Conflict. How wonderful, you are still alive, Li Wei exclaimed excitedly, as if the previous relationship between them had been exceptionally close. However, that was far from the truth. As for Silver, he was virtually invisible, having no significant interaction with Li Wei. Regarding He Hua, she had previously held a strong disdain for him, believing him to be excessively boastful despite his wealth. Consequently, when Li Wei confessed his feelings to He Hua 2 years prior, she had resolutely rejected him. Yet, times had changed. The girl who once loathed Li Wei now wore an expression of exhilaration as she eagerly inquired, Li Wei, are you here to rescue us? Of course. Li Wei nodded affirmatively. My father has established a refuge with excellent defensive measures. No zombies can breach it. Many have already sought sanctuary there, and we are currently searching for survivors. I never expected to encounter you today. As he spoke, pride radiated from Li Wei. He Hua, with clenched fists, could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, this is amazing. We are saved. Li Wei then asked, how have you all managed to survive during this time? Upon this inquiry, silence enveloped the group. Ultimately, it was He Li who broke the awkwardness, pointing at Silver and stating, it is all thanks to Silver. Without him, we would surely have perished. Indeed, echoed the others in agreement. I see, Li Wei responded with a smile. Yet Silver could distinctly perceive a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. Yes, it was discontent. As previously mentioned, Li Wei was a person with a strong sense of vanity. Now, upon learning that the 4 girls had been saved by Silver, he felt as though Silver was stealing his thunder, leading to an inevitable sense of irritation. Li Wei immediately reconsidered taking Silver along, yet feeling compelled by pride, he remarked, I saw 3 male corpses above. They appeared to have been killed by human hands. I would like to inquire if it was you who did this? His gaze sharpened, and his expression grew serious, his tone tinged with an unsettling intensity. The 4 girls were taken aback. It was He Li who stepped forward and said, classmate, those 3 were scoundrels. We acted out of necessity. Even so, it does not justify their direct execution. There are always more suitable methods if one is willing. I now wish to know who was responsible, he pressed. Silence fell once more, and ultimately, Silver raised his hand, declaring, I did it. You? Li Wei feigned an expression of disbelief, yet internally, he was elated. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, did you kill all of them? Indeed, came the reply. Li Wei hesitated momentarily before continuing. That leaves us no choice, Bai Yin. I cannot allow a dangerous individual, one who has taken lives, to enter the sanctuary. This is for the safety of others. I trust you understand. Wait, classmate. Bai Yin has acted for our sake, He Li interjected, only to be silenced by Li Wei's thunderous retort. But he has killed, has he not? For everyone's safety. How could I possibly bring a perilous murderer back with us? Who would take responsibility if something were to happen? Li Wei was utterly enraged. Once those words escaped his lips, no one dared to speak in Bai Yin's defense. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, Li Wei's argument held merit among the women. There lingered an unspoken apprehension regarding Bai Yin's potential danger. Secondly, He Li and the others feared incurring Li Wei's wrath. He was already agitated, and if pressed further, they risked being left behind, which would be a grave miscalculation. Zhang Yu was concerned about the future of his daughter, Zhang Xiaoxua. He Li was mindful of her sister He Hua's prospects. As for He Hua, she certainly yearned for a civilization devoid of zombies rather than the bleak existence of wandering in a post-apocalyptic world. In short, No one dared to advocate for Bai Yin at that moment. Just as Bai Yin intended to deliver a brief farewell, Zhang Xiaoxue spoke up. She approached and tugged at Li Wei's sleeve, pleading, "Big brother, please take Bai Yin Gige with you. He's not a bad person. He acted to save us, truly." Her voice quavered with a hint of tears, her eyes glistening. Witnessing her distress, Li Wei appeared conflicted. Ultimately, he turned to Bai Yin and sternly declared, "Bai Yin, for the sake of this child, I am willing to offer you a chance. If you can assure me that you will abide by the rules once we reach our sanctuary and refrain from causing any trouble, I might consider allowing you to accompany us." In that moment, Bai Yin saw through Li Wei's facade. Ultimately, this young man sought to assert his authority, ensuring that Bai Yin did not encroach upon his sense of dominance. The claims of murder and danger were mere fabrications, nothing more than a pretext for his own expressions. Everyone around rejoiced at Li Wei's magnanimity, casting admiring glances in his direction. As Li Wei basked in the moment, Zhang Xiaoxue joyfully approached, exclaiming, "Bai Yin Gige, this is wonderful. You can come with us." A genuine smile radiated from the little girl's face. However, for Bai Yin, who harbored a certain fastidiousness, he had no desire to engage with Li Wei. He merely crouched down, gently ruffling Zhang Xiaoxue's hair, and softly replied, "Brother has other places to be, so I cannot accompany you. Once you reach the sanctuary, remember to listen to your mother, okay?" This response was undoubtedly unexpected, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "Wait, my classmate. Where are you going? Don't act impulsively now." Healy grew somewhat anxious, and He Hua concurred. "Indeed, Bai, at this moment, what could possibly be more paramount than one's own safety? Li Wei has already consented to your departure. Why persist?" However, their words fell on deaf ears. Bai Yin, burdened with his substantial pack, chose to depart in silence, merely waving goodbye to the others behind him. "Hey, Bai!" He Hua shouted, but Bai Yin did not turn back. Ultimately, she lamented, "You will regret this." Her tone was laden with a profound disappointment akin to the inevitability of decay. Zhang Xiaoxue attempted to rush forward to detain Bai Yin, pleading for him not to leave, yet she was restrained by her mother. Despite her cries and protests, Zhang Yu held her tightly, preventing her from advancing a single step. Everyone was proclaiming Bai Yin's madness, urging him to return. Yet, apart from Zhang Xiaoxue, no one made any genuine effort to pursue and stop him. Why? Because deep down, they still regarded Bai Yin as a perilous individual. In the sanctuary of safety, the presence of such a dangerous criminal was hardly a cause for celebration. There is a saying, is there not? The monster intended to annihilate a city, yet Ultraman intervened. Ultraman vanquished the monster, but in the course of battle, some structures were damaged and lives were lost. Consequently, rather than expressing gratitude to Ultraman, the populace condemned him as a murderer and a destroyer of the city. As for his heroic deed of saving the entire city, no one mentioned it. Chapter 12. The Ideal Team Members Address. I understand that you are facing a loss of 10 billion. Thus, I exerted every effort to assist you, mitigating your losses to merely 1 billion. Yet, instead of gratitude, you demand that I compensate you for another billion? Such occurrences are not uncommon in this world. Many individuals are purely self-serving. When people are initially saved, they seldom contemplate the identity of their savior. They only express unreserved gratitude. However, once they find themselves in a secure environment, they adopt the role of a judge, scrutinizing their benefactor. If they perceive their savior as a potential threat, they instinctively create distance, shedding any sense of gratitude. Instead, they wish the entire incident had never transpired, endeavoring to diminish the lamentable reality of having been rescued. Even if they outwardly convey thanks, it may merely be out of embarrassment, a facade of insincerity. Of course, not everyone is like this. Yet, it cannot be denied that such individuals do exist, and in significant numbers. As the helicopter finally ascended, whisking the 4 women away, Bai Yin, gazing skyward, inadvertently caught a glimpse of a scene within the helicopter. He Hua and Zhang Yu were animatedly discussing something, their faces alight with joy and anticipation. They wore genuine smiles, radiating happiness. It seems that the joy I feel now surpasses even that moment when I was rescued by the helicopter. The helicopter has finally soared into the distance, quickly disappearing from sight, leaving only Silver alone, surrounded by the wandering zombies. Speaking of which, when the helicopter hovered above the convenience store, numerous zombies were drawn in by the sound. However, due to the fence outside the store and the helicopter's brief stay, they had no direct interaction with their prey. By the time the zombies managed to breach the fence, the helicopter had long since departed. Silver exhaled deeply as he mingled with the horde of corpses. How can I describe it? It's not so much discomfort as it is a sense of emptiness within. System, can you talk to me? Silver inquired, but received no response. His system resembled a merciless automaton, solely programmed to issue and receive tasks, devoid of any conversational capabilities. To expect solace from such a mechanism? That would be nothing short of a delusion. Today is a clear, sunny day, with the early sun gradually ascending into the sky. Alone, Silver shouldered his heavy pack and continued his solitary existence as a lone wolf, accompanied only by the zombies. At the moment he was about to exit the school, he unexpectedly spotted a commotion not far away. Upon closer inspection, he saw a zombie boy, around 8 or 9 years old, clutching a live mouse, preparing to stuff it into his mouth. The moment the boy bit down, an unpleasant scene unfolded. The mouse was merely the boy's prey, which was unremarkable. Yet, just as he was savoring his catch, a burly male zombie approached, intent on snatching it away. Reluctant to relinquish his meal, the boy crouched down and hastened his chewing. But the muscular zombie was not one to relent easily. He seized the boy by the hair, attempting to pull him up. In a sudden tug, the boy's scalp was unexpectedly torn away. Silver stood frozen at the sight, exclaiming in shock. Quickly, he rubbed his eyes, trying to erase that revolting image from his mind. Yet, it proved to be a formidable challenge. Like a curse, the more he wished to forget, the more that gruesome scene replayed in his thoughts. Despite having lost his scalp, the boy zombie clung fiercely to his food, while the burly zombie vented his fury by kicking and punching the boy's small frame. Though they were no longer human and had transformed into zombies, this internal struggle seemed endless, as if etched into their very souls. The spectacle was utterly repulsive, yet it illuminated a harsh truth for Silver. While the zombies regarded him as one of their own, his safety was far from guaranteed. Even among humans, conflicts arise that lead to mortal combat over trivial matters. One can only imagine the chaos among the mindless zombies. Of course, there remains a fundamental distinction. Humans possess intelligence that surpasses that of the undead. Amidst the chaos of civil discord, a greater toll of lives is often claimed. A notification chimed. Task initiated. Show respect to the elderly and love the young. Eliminate the robust male zombie. Reward. Location of a healthy puppy. A puppy? Instantly, Bai Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. In this apocalyptic world, having a dog as a companion would alleviate his solitude. Furthermore, dogs are more trustworthy than humans and would never betray him. It was the epitome of an ideal teammate for Bai Yin. His previously empty heart brimmed with anticipation. He was more than willing to embark on his journey through the apocalypse with a dog by his side. He unsheathed the axe from his waist, gripping it tightly, and slowly approached the formidable male zombie. As he arrived behind the zombie, it was still preoccupied, attacking a boy. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yin swung the axe with great force towards the back of the zombie's head. With a sickening thud, the zombie fell lifelessly to the ground, its strong body slumping down, motionless. As for the boy zombie, he remained curled up in the corner, fixated on the food in his hands, as if the world around him held no significance. The only sound that filled the corner was the soft crunching of the boy's chewing. Task complete. The location of the puppy is now available. Bai Yin County, Hongyi Town, number 4, Zijin Avenue, room 250 of the rental house. Bai Yin County was the neighboring county, and Hongyi Town was precisely where Bai Yin had intended to go, as it was the residence of his sister. The presence of that healthy puppy in Hongyi Town was indeed fortuitous for Bai Yin, as it aligned perfectly with his route. Acquiring a dog would merely be a supplementary benefit. With a heart full of hope, Bai Yin hastened his steps towards the neighboring county. To ensure the puppy's safety, he procured a bicycle, eager to meet the little canine and prevent any unfortunate mishap. After all, other modes of transportation were beyond his capability. However, the fates were unkind. Shortly after leaving the city, the bicycle chain snapped. After a considerable effort to repair it, he resumed his journey, only to discover that the bridge leading to Bai Yin County had collapsed. It was the sole bridge connecting to the county, separated by a vast river. Reluctantly, Bai Yin abandoned his bicycle and made his way to a nearby rickety boat. Chapter 13. The Black Dog. The boat was dilapidated, yet it remained watertight and functional. The water flowed lazily, indicating that he could paddle across. Given the weight of the bicycle and the small size of the boat, Bai Yin was concerned that dragging the bicycle might lead to unforeseen accidents. Thus, he chose to leave the bicycle behind and rowed across the river in the small vessel. The entire process took approximately 10 minutes and proceeded without a hitch. The subsequent stretch of road was desolate, flanked by rampant weeds, occasionally revealing the remains of either humans or zombies. Invariably, they had either turned into dried corpses or skeletons. With each segment of the road traversed, Bai Yin encountered a number of abandoned cars, sometimes just a few, other times over a dozen, most containing the bodies of their drivers. It is evident that a horrific chaos unfolded at the onset of the zombie outbreak. Bai Yin arrived in Bailing County under the blazing sun. After trekking along the highway for nearly 2 hours, he reached his destination at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The stark contrast between the bustling county town and the silent road was palpable. The former was decidedly more lively. Upon entering the county, he soon spotted a dozen zombies wandering aimlessly around him. This was not Bai Yin's first visit to Bailing Town. He had come here twice before on previous assignments. Due to the extended nature of those tasks, he had gained some familiarity with the county. Fortuitously, he had a colleague residing in the area. Though he was uncertain whether that individual was still alive, Bai Yin resolved to search for his dog first. After meandering for half an hour, he arrived at the front of a rental building. However, the iron door on the first floor was securely locked from the inside, compelling Bai Yin to scale the wall to gain entry. He retreated a few meters, then charged forward, leaping effortlessly over the 3-meter-high barrier. Soon after, he located room 250 on the second floor. Click, 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 Bai Yin called out for his dog. Typically, dogs respond to such sounds. He pressed his ear against the door, making the clicking noise while attentively listening for any commotion within. To his delight, he discerned a response from inside, what sounded like something crunching on a plastic bag. Elated, Bai Yin hastily retrieved his lock-picking tools from his bag. After about 5 minutes of diligent effort, he heard a creak. The door swung open. Upon entering, a foul stench immediately assaulted his senses. The small room, scarcely over 10 square meters, offered little concealment. To his right was a single bed, and across from it, an open bathroom without a door. Inside the bathroom, a man hung lifelessly, having apparently committed suicide. The body was already in a state of advanced decay, suggesting he had been dead for approximately 7 to 10 days. Clad in casual attire, the deceased was positioned beneath a kicked-over stool and 2 discarded shoes, hinting at a working-class background. Nevertheless, Bai Yin's primary concern was the whereabouts of his dog. The floor was littered with small droppings, and the room offered few hiding spots. He grabbed a broom from near the door to hastily tidy the filthy ground. Then, crouching down, he peered beneath the bed. Sure enough, a pair of green eyes glimmered back at him. Click, click, click. Bai Yin called out a few more times, but the dog shrank back further into the darkness, remaining silent and retreating. In a flurry, he unzipped his bag and pulled out a piece of bread, tearing open the wrapper and enticing the little dog with it. The aroma of food proved irresistible. Within a heartbeat, the timid creature emerged from the shadows beneath the bed. Bai Yin tore the bread into small pieces and placed them on the floor. The little dog dashed forward, beginning to devour its meal with reckless abandon. It was a pure black mutt, likely no more than 2 or 3 months old. At this moment, it was gaunt and emaciated. Even when it crawled out from beneath the bed, its gait was unsteady. The little black dog trembled as it gorged itself, and now and then, one could spot a few fleas upon its body. This dog was presumably cared for by a hanged individual. But that unfortunate soul had been dead for at least a week. How had the puppy managed to survive during this time? Bai Yin glanced around, and eventually discovered an automatic pet feeder nestled in the corner of the wall. A sudden realization struck him. The transparent container meant for dog food was completely empty, while the adjacent automatic water bottle was nearly depleted. Nearby, a table bore a note pressed down by a pen. Bai Yin approached and picked up the note, which contained the following poignant message. This little black dog was one I stumbled upon while searching for supplies. At that time, it was cowering in a collapsed drainage system, surrounded by numerous zombies. I rescued it because I could no longer endure the torment of solitude. Regrettably, during the rescue, I was scratched on the arm by a zombie. Yet, I harbor no regrets. At least in the final moments of my life, I am not alone. I did not die in solitude. When the zombie outbreak first began, I had a dog, a very old mutt. Ultimately, it was consumed by zombies in its attempt to protect me. Interestingly, it too was a black dog. Perhaps the one I have rescued now is its reincarnation? Oh, what a fanciful notion. Having previously owned a dog, I still possessed some dog care supplies. A small bag of dog food remained, likely enough to sustain the pup for 3 or 4 days. As for what would happen afterward, I cannot say, for my time is running short. I do not wish to become a zombie and endanger this little creature. Thus, I have resolved to take my own life. I hope that when my body is discovered, the little one will still be alive. If you are reading this, please take good care of it. By the way, I have given it a lovely name, Bai Yin. Bai Yin, upon reading the preceding content, felt a surge of poignant emotion. However, that final line dissipated all his sorrow. What a ridiculous name. Was this not a failure in naming? Bai Yin found himself at a loss for words. Of course, he did not mean to disparage his own name. Rather, he believed that such an elegant name as Bai Yin was far too precious to be bestowed upon a dog. It must be renamed. Yes, it absolutely must be renamed. Gazing at the puppy voraciously consuming its bread, Bai Yin fell into contemplation. What would be a fitting name? The black dog was indeed black, so perhaps it could simply be named after its color. As for the character, how about Dragon? Or perhaps Black Dragon would do, proud, majestic, and utterly awe-inspiring. Yet upon further reflection, he deemed that name too imposing, fearing that the mutt might not be able to embody it. Upon further contemplation, I deemed it fitting to name the creature after the dragon's progeny, for as the adage goes, a dragon begets 9 sons. Hence, let us call him Hei Yu, or Black 9. Chapter 14 Yang Wei Black 9. Indeed, that is a commendable name. Bai Yin found this appellation to be quite reasonable. Woof. At that moment, the small black dog beside him had finished devouring the bread and was now wagging its tail joyfully, clearly delighted by the enticing allure of food that had fully garnered its affection. Ah, how about I bestow upon you the name Hei Yu? Bai Yin inquired with an expectant smile directed at the little dog. However, to his surprise, the wagging tail suddenly ceased, a clear indication of resistance. Hei Yu? Bai Yin attempted to call out, only to have the dog retreat 2 steps, as if harboring a grudge against those very syllables. Oh dear, Bai Yin found himself perplexed. Muttering, is it truly so? Does even a dog scorn this name? He did not consider himself inept at naming, yet it was evident that the canine disapproved. As the saying goes, a dragon begets 9 sons. If Heizi is unsuitable, then what of Heizi, or Black Sun? Heizi? Bai Yin called out to the dog. To his delight, the dog immediately approached, tail wagging happily. Woof woof. Though its voice was somewhat hoarse due to its frail condition, it was clear that it favored this name. Heizi, woof. Heizi, woof. The exchange between man and dog brought Bai Yin immense joy, a simple yet heartfelt connection. Securing the door to his rented room, Bai Yin proceeded to the restroom. He turned on the faucet, and to his relief, the water flowed freely. He intended to give Heizi a bath, for the little creature was infested with fleas, and neglecting its hygiene could lead to skin ailments. However, the restroom was rather cramped. Thus, to wash the dog, he had to remove the corpse of the deceased. Bai Yin propped up the stool that the deceased had kicked away before standing upon it to lift the body, which was surprisingly light. He then tossed it out the window with a casual flick. Instantly, the restroom felt much more spacious. Bang! A resounding thud echoed from below, signaling that the body had struck something. Soon after, the moans of the zombies filled the air. Curiosity piqued, Bai Yin leaned out the window to glance below, only to discover an elderly zombie sprawled on the ground, having been struck down by the corpse he had discarded. Simultaneously, a number of zombies, drawn by the commotion, gathered to feast upon the fallen elder's body. What a gruesome and repugnant sight. For one with a kind heart like Bai Yin, such a bloody scene was utterly unbearable. He felt a twinge of relief, thinking, fortunately, we are in the apocalypse. Otherwise, I would surely face hefty compensation for any injuries caused by falling objects. Warm reminder, falling objects can harm both the victim and the perpetrator. Readers are advised against imitating such actions. I bear no responsibility for any unforeseen incidents that may occur. With a splash, he procured a basin and filled it with water, promptly submerging the little black dog for a bath. The water was not too cold, indeed. It was somewhat warm. The dog, obedient and calm, made no fuss, as if it understood that this was for its own good. Thus, it allowed its caretaker to lather it with shampoo without any resistance. Once the bathing was complete, the caretaker swiftly dried the dog's fur with a towel before placing it on the windowsill to bask in the sunlight until fully dry. Only then did he retrieve his bag and gently place the dog inside. Notably, he had fashioned a small opening in the bag to allow just the dog's head to protrude, ensuring it could breathe while preventing it from escaping. Remember to be quiet. We wouldn't want to attract any zombies. With the hefty bag containing the black dog slung over his shoulder, he chose to leave this place behind. His next destination was the home of a colleague, hoping against hope that the other might still be alive. Exiting the building posed no challenge, as the door could be easily opened from the inside. He hurriedly made his way to the apartment that lingered in his memory. Ultimately, he ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, arriving at room number 1. The door was unlocked, and a gentle twist was all it took to gain entry. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the musty scent of cobwebs and dust, a clear indication that the place had been deserted for quite some time. However, at the stairwell lay numerous trampled corpses, suggesting that a significant upheaval had occurred here previously. He pressed the switch on the wall. The lights did not illuminate, which was to be expected. The layout of the room was strikingly similar to his recollection. It was hard to believe that 4 years had passed since his last visit. Yet the arrangement of his friend's room remained unchanged. His friend's name was Yang Wei, a peer of his, both having been adopted from an orphanage by their employer in the same year. A square digital clock hung on the wall, displaying 1732. Time was fleeting, and soon darkness would descend. He proceeded directly to Yang Wei's bedroom, but found no trace of his body. Instead, he noticed a notebook on the desk, a black leather-bound journal. Yang Wei had often remarked on his poor memory, leading him to meticulously document the details of his tasks. Flipping to the first page, he found an entry that read, Yin Li, 35 years old, address XX Community XXXX. On the last day of March, her husband will not return home due to business. This incident struck a chord with him, as it was the very first assignment he and Yang Wei had undertaken together. He continued leafing through the pages, discovering a wealth of records pertaining to Yang Wei's personal tasks. Ultimately, the entries ceased on March 9, 2020, coinciding with the onset of the zombie outbreak. The subsequent page bore a poignant note. It has been nearly 6 months since the zombies began to roam. I have yet to see my employer return. He is most likely dead by now. Outside, the streets are teeming with zombies. Fortunately, my provisions remain ample. There exists both good news and bad news. To those who read this passage, which would you prefer to hear first? Never mind, I shall commence with the good news. The good news is that the food I have prepared is nutritionally balanced, boasts a long shelf life, and will not lead to any ill effects. As for the bad news, just moments ago, I was bitten by a zombie. Damn it, I would rather perish than transform into such a monstrosity. Therefore, once I complete this writing, I shall proceed to the restroom to conclude this mundane existence. Though I have always been an atheist, this time, before my demise, I wish to place my faith in Buddha. September 9, 2020, was an overcast day, akin to the poor physical condition of a physical education teacher. Thus, I shall end my written account here. After this, there shall be nothing more. In other words, Yang Wei was already penning this diary 6 months prior. The confessions within this entry are almost tantamount to his last will. Chapter 15. If only my sister were here. With a hint of hesitation, Bai Yin resolved to search the restroom for Yang Wei's corpse. With a creak, he opened the door to the room. There, upon the toilet, lay a completely desiccated cadaver. Judging by the attire, it appeared to be female. Indeed, it was a woman, for the deceased was distinctly clad in a female JK uniform. Bai Yin stepped closer, scrutinizing the body. Setting aside the clothing, he focused on the structure of the corpse, ultimately concluding that this was, in fact, a male body. How peculiar. It was the first time Bai Yin discovered Yang Wei's peculiar inclination. Around the neck of the corpse hung a small pouch. Hesitantly, Bai Yin removed it. Upon opening, he found it contained Tiguanyin tea leaves. Bai Yin was taken aback. Yet, recalling Yang Wei's intention to embrace Buddhism before his demise, everything became clear. Was it due to his newfound faith that he chose to hang a pouch of Tiguanyin around his neck? It was truly remarkable what this young man could conceive. This fellow, who could be somewhat foolish while collaborating on missions, surprisingly maintained that same demeanor while waiting to die alone at home. For some inexplicable reason, Bai Yin, who initially felt a weight upon his heart, found that facing Yang Wei's corpse instilled no psychological burden whatsoever. Rather, he would prefer to locate a trash bin and dispose of Yang Wei's remains, sparing himself the embarrassment associated with his profession. The cadaver bore no conspicuous wounds, merely sitting regally upon the toilet, as if an emperor upon his frozen throne. Bai Yin speculated that Yang Wei had succumbed to suicide via medication. Even so, he remained indifferent. Just as he was about to exit the restroom, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a paper bag behind the toilet. He maneuvered around to retrieve it. opening the bag to discover a letter and a quantity of paper money. Extracting the letter, he recognized the handwriting belonged to Yang Wei. It read as follows. It is said that burning paper for oneself before death is futile. Therefore, I hope that any kind-hearted individual who discovers this paper money will burn it for me immediately, as a form of retribution. I shall watch over you in the depths of hell. Otherwise, beware, for I might pry open your windows every night. Additionally, should this letter reach my dear godfather and employer, I have a few words to impart. You scoundrel! You rogue! Where is the promise you made to come fetch me? I should have severed you from existence long ago. You deceitful wretch! A 5-second man. Silver shall exact vengeance on your behalf. Thus concludes the contents of this correspondence. Even through mere words, one can envision the indignation and resentment of the departed in their final moments. Silver could only rub his eyes in response. It seems that in Yang Wei's heart, he regarded himself as a close friend. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned him in his last words. After Silver had burned all the paper offerings, he resolutely closed the bathroom door, seeking to avoid what he did not wish to witness. With Yang Wei's demise, Silver's next destination was naturally the residence of his sister. As he observed the electronic clock on the wall indicating 1820, dusk was settling outside. For safety's sake, Silver decided to postpone his journey until the following day. After all, the distance between Yang Wei's home and his sister's was no less than an hour's travel. Venturing out into the darkness at such an hour could lead to unforeseen troubles, which would be more trouble than it was worth. He secured all doors and windows of the house, ensuring that no threats lurked within, before retrieving a fresh cotton blanket from the wardrobe and laying it on the bed. With little regard for formality, he simply shook off the dust and prepared to use it. As twilight deepened, he drew the curtains and lit several candles within the room. He then locked the door leading from the bedroom to the living room, creating a completely enclosed space. Seated on the edge of the bed, Silver nibbled on a small loaf of bread, while Blackie contentedly munched on the same type of bread at his feet. Ultimately, Silver consumed 2 loaves, while Blackie devoured 1. Silver's aim was merely to stave off hunger, while Blackie undoubtedly sought to fill his belly. At this moment, it was evident that Blackie, having finished his bread, felt somewhat stuffed. Silver retrieved a bowl from his bag and placed it on the floor, pouring a small half-bowl of water for Blackie. The dog wagged his tail joyfully as he drank. Not long after, Silver removed his outer coat and climbed into bed, leaning against the pillow and reading a book by candlelight. Woof woof, Blackie called from the bedside, unable to leap onto the bed, displaying signs of impatience. Shoo, keep it down. Silver gently lifted Blackie onto the bed, and the dog promptly nestled beside him, leaning against Silver's shoulder. Blackie seemed to feel an itch at the base of his tail, prompting him to nibble at it a few times. Thereafter, he settled into a comfortable position, gazing at the book Silver was perusing. Are you interested in this? Silver inquired with a smile, to which Blackie merely glanced up at him, his big, glistening eyes radiating innocence. Like a child filled with an insatiable curiosity, yet lacking understanding of the world. This is Robinson Crusoe, a novel discovered in your former owner's abode. The voice of Bai Yin is gentle. I once read this in my childhood. It is just the right time to revisit it. Bai Yin eagerly turns page after page of this version of Robinson Crusoe, distinct from the one of his youth. Engrossed in the narrative, he finds himself captivated. In contrast, Heizi beside him lacks such vitality and soon drifts into a gentle slumber, his breathing soft and rhythmic. Heizi, if tomorrow the house of my sister stands empty, where shall we go from there? Though fully aware that Heizi is oblivious to his musings, Bai Yin cannot help but murmur to himself, voicing his own uncertainties about the future. Indeed, if tomorrow's destination is devoid of life, a relic of what once was, or worse, if he were to discover the lifeless body of his sister, what path would lie ahead for him? He once thrived in a bustling metropolis, burdened with numerous long-term tasks, yet in a mere moment, he finds himself thrust into a post-apocalyptic world ravaged by a zombie outbreak. For an ordinary individual, mere survival may be a daunting challenge. However, with the assistance of the system, Bai Yin ensures his basic survival, yet he is soon confronted with the ennui and uncertainty that accompany the passage of time. He hopes to uncover something tomorrow. With this anticipation, Bai Yin closes the book and extinguishes the candle. Just before surrendering to slumber, he whispers, "System, arrange some tasks for me. Else, I fear I shall perish from boredom." His own apocalypse seems far less thrilling than those depicted in science fiction novels. Chapter 16. For survivors, the following day dawns bright and clear. Cicadas chirp loudly in the trees lining the roadside, their cries jarring. Upon arriving at his destination at 11 a.m., Bai Yin stands before a grand villa complete with a swimming pool, a residence seemingly reserved for the affluent. This neighborhood must typically be patrolled by numerous security personnel, rendering it inaccessible to the average person. Yet, now it lies utterly abandoned. The iron gate outside the villa is unlocked, allowing Bai Yin to enter with ease. Before him lies a small garden, beyond which lies the living quarters. With a creak, Bai Yin pushes the door open and steps inside the villa. The floor is a chaotic tableau, strewn with dust and cobwebs. Undoubtedly, this place has been neglected for a considerable time. As for his sister, he surmises she has either met a tragic fate or relocated elsewhere. Bai Yin searches the villa thoroughly, ultimately arriving at a pink room adorned with posters of a dashing male celebrity. Bai Yin recognizes him as a recently prominent star, a mere commodity of short-term capital gain. By the window, a desk holds a picture frame containing a family portrait of four. Bai Yin approaches, lifting the frame to wipe away the dust that has settled upon it. Soon, a warm and harmonious scene came into view. The photograph featured a pair of ordinary-looking middle-aged parents, accompanied by a beautiful girl and a somewhat plump boy. The father, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, resembled a professor, exuding an air of gentility. The mother, though dressed simply, appeared to be in attire from a remarkably expensive brand. The chubby boy, donned in trendy apparel and a flat cap, was likely just at the cusp of adulthood, striking a pose to showcase his muscles. His resemblance to the middle-aged couple was unmistakable, indicating a biological connection. As for the little girl, she appeared to be around 16 or 17, strikingly beautiful with delicate features. Clad in a pristine white dress, she beamed a smile while forming a V sign with her fingers, radiating evident joy. Simultaneously, her appearance seemed somewhat incongruous with that of her parents. This was to be expected, as she was, after all, an adopted child. Indeed, the girl in the photograph was none other than Bai Yin's sister. After many years, her visage had transformed considerably from Bai Yin's recollection. Yet the fundamental structure and contours remained unchanged. The most notable difference was her evolution from being cute to becoming beautiful. Bai Yin removed his backpack, unzipped it, and carefully placed the photograph inside. In the interim, the black dog within the bag wagged its tail vigorously, and upon the photograph's insertion, commenced a fervent gnawing. However, the sturdy frame of the photo assuaged Bai Yin's concerns. He continued to search for other clues and soon discovered a tattered letter beneath the desk. It appeared to have been nibbled by a mouse, missing a corner. Bai Yin picked up the letter, which bore the inscription, "To brother." Despite a flicker of anticipation within him, Bai Yin knew that this brother most likely referred not to himself, but to the chubby boy in the photograph. With a resigned sigh, he swiftly tore open the envelope. The letter, though slightly damaged, remained legible. It contained only a few lines. "Brother, when are you coming back? Both Mom and Dad have been waiting for you for over half a month. We're nearly out of food at home, yet there are still countless zombies outside. We are very worried about you, and we hope you can return soon. Today, Dad's friend came in a helicopter to rescue us. Dad said we are heading to a shelter in the north, located in City B. If you see this letter, please make sure to find us. April 6th, 2020. Black Feather." The letter concluded there. It was dated nearly a year ago. So much time had passed, and the chubby boy had yet to discover this letter. He was either in another location or had perhaps met a grim fate. Bai Yin silently restored the letter to its original condition and placed it back on the desk, securing it with a lamp. City B, he recalled. He had spent some time there at the age of 13 due to a prolonged mission. All in all, it was quite far away. If one were to walk, it would likely take 2 to 3 months. With a sigh of resignation, he steeled himself and set off on foot toward the north. Alas, Bai Yin was utterly inept when it came to transportation. Not only did he possess no knowledge of automobiles, but he also suffered from motion sickness in cars, planes, and boats. His childhood had been consumed by the acquisition of peculiar knowledge, leaving little room for understanding vehicles. With a clear objective in mind, he felt a sense of direction for the journey ahead. After a brief respite, Bai Yin commenced his trek northward. Along the way, he encountered a small group of 4, 2 men and 2 women. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as a car collided with a lamppost, producing a resounding thud. Fortunately, no one in the vehicle sustained injuries. "How could you drive like that? If you can't handle it, then don't," exclaimed a young man with blonde hair, unleashing a torrent of invective at the overweight driver. Without delay, He and the others hastily abandoned the vehicle, fleeing as the nearby zombies began to converge. The sound of the car striking the utility pole had caught Bai Yin's attention, and by the time he reached the scene, he witnessed the 4 individuals hastily entering a department store, pursued by a horde of zombies. Luckily, most of the undead were not particularly swift, allowing the group to vanish without a trace. Survivors, he mused, glancing at the vehicle emitting black smoke from its collision with the pole. There was a twinge of regret, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, what was there to mourn for someone who could not even drive? Other than that fleeting thought, his mind was devoid of concern. He continued his journey northward, pondering the 4 survivors and their relevance to him. With his companion, Heizi, by his side, he felt no need to seek out others to alleviate his solitude. Ding! Just a few steps further, the sound of a mission being announced echoed in his mind. Ding! Mission issued. Join the 4-person group and ensure their safety for the night. This mission consists of 3 parts, and upon completion, rewards will be granted. The reward bestows Heizi with the ability of a corpse friend, 13. Bai Yin had no interest in whether the 4 were alive or dead. However, the prospect of Heizi acquiring the corpse friend ability intrigued him. Although he currently protected Heizi well enough, there was always the risk of unforeseen events leading to tragedy. Should Heizi fall victim to a zombie, Bai Yin would have no solace in his grief. Thus, in pursuit of the mission's rewards, he resolved to make contact with the 4 individuals as the system suggested. With that, Bai Yin stepped into the department store. Upon entering, he found numerous zombies aimlessly wandering, seemingly having lost their prey. Chapter 17. Predicament. The department store was vast, and Bai Yin had no clue where the 4 might be hiding. However, based on the footprints and traces left behind, he discerned a general direction toward the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, the beleaguered quartet, having finally evaded the zombies, gasped for breath in a storage room. After the 4 entered, they hurriedly locked the door from the inside, fearful of allowing the zombies to breach their sanctuary. Damn it, didn't you claim you could drive? And yet you crashed into a telephone pole? The predicament we find ourselves in is entirely your fault. The young man with yellow hair, named Li Huang, vented his frustration at the nearby plump figure who was known as Qinjin. Behind him stood a woman who bore a resemblance to him, his younger sister, Li Xian, petite and charming, also in her 20s with short hair. The 4th member, a curvaceous and striking woman named Wang Lei, had accompanied them from their previous refuge in the neighboring city, which housed over 300 residents. However, just yesterday, their haven was overrun by zombies, reducing it to a living hell. In the chaos, they had seized the vehicle of the shelter's owner and fled to this location. Lacking driving skills, they had entrusted Qinjin to navigate the vehicle, yet fatigue from a night of driving led to a careless collision with a telephone pole, caused by a moment of drowsiness. Rather than engage in an argument, Qinjin retorted sarcastically, "If you're so capable, why don't you drive?" "Oh right, you can't." Li Huang, irritated, shot back. "So now you're blaming me for the crash? I wasn't the one driving. That was you." "Enough already." Wang Lei, growing weary of their bickering, interjected with annoyance. "Will you 2 ever cease? Do you want to attract the zombies with your shouting?" Li Huang scoffed. "Since when did you? A mere burden, become our teacher? Aren't you just a nuisance?" Before he could finish his sentence, Qinjin delivered a hard slap, sending Li Huang sprawling to the ground. Fury ignited in Li Huang's eyes as he glared at Qinjin. "What did you say? Repeat that." Qinjin, filled with righteous indignation, cast a sidelong glance at Wang Lei, who remained stoically focused on Li Huang, refusing to shift her gaze in support of either side. "You dare hit me? Damn it. You think you can take me on?" Li Huang shouted as he scrambled to his feet and lunged at Qinjin like an enraged cat. The 2 quickly became entangled in a fierce struggle on the ground. "Stop. Please stop. Don't fight anymore." Li Xian pleaded desperately, but her words fell on deaf ears. Observing that Wang Lei was not intervening, she urged, "Sister Lei, can't you talk some sense into them?" "Talk sense? With what? Haven't they always been like this?" Wang Lei, still simmering with anger from Li Huang's earlier insult, wished fervently that Qinjin would incapacitate him. Regrettably, as the scuffle progressed, it was evident that Qinjin was losing ground, which only fueled Wang Lei's frustration towards him, deeming him useless. Ultimately, it was the cacophony of the undead outside that brought this farce to a decisive halt. The chilling howls of the zombies sent a tremor through the bodies of the 2 enraged individuals. In unison, they cast anxious glances at each other, each detecting a hint of unease reflected in the other's eyes. "I'll let you off this time. The stout man declared first, while the blond fellow opted for compromise. They released their grips on one another and rose from the ground. After that, silence enveloped the room for an extended period. Following the temporary truce, Heizi attended to her brother's wounds. She carried a small backpack slung over her shoulder, containing a meager supply of food and medicine, remnants from the hasty escape of the four from their shelter. When their vehicle collided with a telephone pole, it was only Heizi who had the foresight to take the bag along as she fled. The bond of familial warmth still lingered between the siblings. In stark contrast, the stout man found himself in a more dismal predicament. After his scuffle with the blonde, he bore some bruises and swelling. Yet no one seemed to care about his plight, not even for Wang Lei. Even Wang Lei failed to utter a word of thanks afterward. However, the stout man appeared to be accustomed to such neglect. He discovered a soft cushion in a corner of the warehouse, brushed off the dust, and hurriedly brought it to Wang Lei, eager to claim credit. Here, little Lei, sit on this. The floor is cold. His face was perpetually adorned with a grin, his pudgy visage contorting in a way that repulsed Wang Lei. Yet she quickly transformed her expression into one of sweetness. Thank you, Jingo, she said, accepting the cushion and settling onto it. The mere utterance of those 4 words seemed to possess an enchanting power, filling the stout man's heart with a warmth that brought him great delight. Meanwhile, the blond fellow could not restrain a derisive snort. Simpering fool. Brother, could you refrain from speaking? His sister chided, intentionally applying greater pressure while tending to his injuries. Ouch, that hurts. The blonde yelped involuntarily. The 4 of them endured the hours in the warehouse until dusk fell. Outside, the intermittent sounds of zombies continued to echo. Let's eat something, Heizi announced as she opened the backpack, retrieving the food within. To their dismay, only 8 compressed biscuits remained. After distributing 2 to each person, she sighed helplessly. Once we finish this meal, we will be completely out of provisions. We'll have to devise a new plan moving forward. Her expression reflected deep disappointment, prompting the blonde to reassure her, don't worry, sis. This is a department store after all. Once the zombies disperse, we can venture out to search for more food. We will surely find something. Heizi merely offered a bitter smile, not placing much hope in his words. As the night deepened, the warehouse was illuminated by only 2 candles. Given the stout man's usual hearty appetite, it was inconceivable that he could withstand hunger after consuming just 2 biscuits. Thus, he lamentably called out in despair. At that moment, the other side of the door remained eerily quiet, uncertain of the zombie's presence. Hey, fatty, the blonde suddenly spoke up. The stout man shot him a glare. Why are you calling for Dad? Oh, nothing much. I just hope that as a good grandson, you can show respect for your elders and check if there are any zombies outside. Why don't you go instead? My stomach isn't growling. Aren't you hungry? Then let's venture out to see if there's anything to eat. Go ahead, you go? I'm not going, and even if I did, it would be during the day. Who in their right mind goes out at night to court danger? Chapter 18. The encounter suddenly, amidst their banter, a sound burst forth from outside, followed by a clatter as something fell to the ground. The commotion outside instantly enveloped the 4 within in an eerie silence. Instinctively, they fell silent, exchanging glances filled with unease and trepidation. No one dared to utter a sound, as if fearing that whatever lurked outside might overhear them. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking startled the 4. Heizi trembled, whispering, could it be someone come to rescue us? The absurdity of her words even made her want to laugh. Huang Mao embraced her, equally frightened, yet he attempted to reassure her, stay quiet. It might be a zombie. Shoo, it's fine. As long as we don't open the door, we'll be safe. In the next moment, he turned to the stout one, Fatty, take a look through the crack in the door and see what is happening outside. No way, I'm not going. Even if there is something out there. It's pitch dark behind it. Fatty vehemently shook his head, refusing. Nearby, Wang Lei couldn't help but frown, but quickly coaxed in a sweet voice, Jin Go. Why don't you take a peek? The door is locked, so it should be fine. Just a quick glance. Fatty was at a loss for words, feeling 1,000 frustrations surge within him. Since it was Wang Lei's request, he found it hard to refuse, not wanting to ruin his good image in her eyes. All right. Fine, he relented, reluctantly rising to his feet. Almost simultaneously, a young male voice called from outside. Is anyone there? The sound took everyone aback. Hearing a human voice made Fatty's courage swell, and he dashed over, asking through the door, who are you? Hello, my name is Bai Yin, a local survivor. Upon hearing the word survivor, Fatty hurriedly opened the door. As he swung the door open, a flashlight beam shot towards him, momentarily blinding him. Fatty felt as though his world had gone blank. Bai Yin quickly lowered the flashlight, apologizing, "Sorry, I didn't mean to shine it at you." However, as the beam descended, it illuminated a grotesque zombie corpse, its head gruesomely shattered and lying in a repulsive posture. Fatty recoiled in shock, stepping back hastily. Bai Yin smiled slightly, saying, "I saw it wandering near your door when I arrived. By the way, have you eaten? I brought some food." Bai Yin had been fortunate enough to discover a small warehouse brimming with provisions while searching for the four. He had gathered several cans of meat and, along with some bread and biscuits, was now carrying them in a plastic bag in his right hand. The arrival of Bai Yin reignited hope within the four individuals, particularly as he brought with him provisions that filled them with unrestrained joy. After ushering him inside and securely locking the door once more, they eagerly indulged in the canned food. While each of them displayed their unique manner of eating, Bai Yin retrieved Heizi from his bag, opening a can of pork for him to savor at leisure. "You keep a dog?" the stout man exclaimed in surprise, with the other three sharing similar expressions of astonishment. Due to the fact that Bai Yin's travel bag was black and Heizi was also dark in color, coupled with Heizi's earlier silence, none had noticed his presence even when Bai Yin had created a small opening in the bag for Heizi to poke his head out. Bai Yin merely chuckled lightly and explained, "I found him a few days ago and, seeing his plight, decided to take him in. I am quite afraid of loneliness. Having a dog for company is indeed a stroke of fortune. You are truly kind-hearted. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to sustain ourselves, let alone take care of a dog," Huang Mao remarked, his mouth full, a smile plastered across his face. He soon let out an involuntary burp, prompting Wang Lei to frown at him. However, she immediately donned a sweet smile when addressing Bai Yin, saying, "Since you are alone, why not join us? We have come from the neighboring city and are still unfamiliar with this place." As she spoke, her gaze frequently darted toward the axe hanging at Bai Yin's waist, fully aware of its intended purpose. In any case, having a reliable and capable ally join their ranks was undeniably a shrewd decision, especially since he was a male, which further pleased Wang Lei. "Very well," Bai Yin replied, choosing to accept the proposal, albeit only verbally for the time being. The others welcomed him with enthusiasm, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Lei edged closer to Bai Yin and introduced herself. "I am Wang Lei. Despite my appearance, I was quite the star back when the shelter was still intact." Her alluring gaze and sultry voice stirred something within the stout man, while Huang Mao wore an eager expression, clearly entertained by the unfolding drama. "A star, you say? That sounds impressive," Bai Yin remarked, sensing something amiss. Yet his mild fear of women made even normal interactions with them somewhat daunting, not to mention the intimate contact initiated by the other party. Bai Yin instinctively shifted to the side. In a flurry, he hastily positioned Heizi in front of Wang Lei. Without much thought, his flustered mind blurted out, "My dog is quite handsome. Do you think he could become a star?" At this, Huang Mao couldn't contain himself, and he inadvertently spat out the cookie he was munching on, struggling to suppress his laughter as his body trembled with amusement. His sister's reaction was similar, though less pronounced. She merely covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The chubby one, however, discerned Bai Yin's lack of interest in Wang Lei and breathed a sigh of relief. Only Wang Lei herself, after hearing Bai Yin's words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In the end, she simply returned to her spot, quietly munching on cookies, clearly dissatisfied. Chapter 19. The arrival of danger. The system's task demanded that these individuals survive the night. However, given the current situation, the tranquil warehouse seemed devoid of any imminent peril. The group had merely sought a place to rest early after dinner. The chubby one discovered an unopened blanket in a corner of the warehouse. Upon finding it, he eagerly tore open the packaging and, with a grin, presented it to Wang Lei. She sweetly thanked him and then retreated to a corner, wrapping herself in the blanket, leaning against the wall, and closing her eyes in preparation for sleep. As for the chubby one, he casually found a spot, laid down some cardboard, and, gazing at the ceiling, felt content, his thoughts lingering on Wang Lei's earlier sweet smile. This poor fellow was hopeless. Huang Mao lay in a corner, exasperated, while her sister, covered with a thin blanket, had already drifted off to sleep. The thin blanket belonged to Bai Yin. It was the only one he had, since he wished to harmoniously coexist with the group. Offering the blanket was undoubtedly a commendable choice. Huang Mao and Li Xin were siblings. In other words, compared to the chubby one and Wang Lei as two separate entities. Gifting the towel to either Huang Mao or Li Xian would simultaneously garner the goodwill of both siblings. It was not prudent to give it to Wang Lei, lest the chubby one become jealous, nor to the chubby one, for he would undoubtedly bestow it upon Wang Lei. Such actions might elicit scorn from the siblings, and perhaps even some discontent within himself. Bai Yin could not fathom why the task required guaranteeing their safety that night. As if something truly dreadful were destined to transpire. Standing by the window, he gazed outside, illuminated by the moonlight. Suddenly, Heizi's barking echoed from the depths of the warehouse. Seemingly having discovered something. The sound was not loud. "What is happening?" Huang Mao asked, glancing at Bai Yin. "Perhaps he has found something. I'll go take a look," Bai Yin said, turning on his flashlight and making his way deeper into the warehouse. Eventually, he arrived at the source of Heizi's commotion, where the dog was barking at a large pile of cardboard boxes. "Hush!" Bai Yin gently lifted Heizi, stroking the little one's head, and whispered, "Do not make a sound. It is perilous." Heizi seemed to comprehend, for he promptly fell silent, burrowing deeper into Bai Yin's embrace and emitting a soft, pitiful whimper akin to a reprimanded child. It's all right, Bai Yin reassured, patting Heizi's furry head before placing him on the ground. In the next moment, he moved forward, clutching a flashlight, and began to clear away the stacks of cardboard boxes. Although they were empty, their quantity was considerable, forming a formidable wall. Once Bai Yin had removed all the boxes, he discovered a slightly ajar door behind them. The door was not locked. It appeared to have been broken for quite some time. Almost instinctively, Bai Yin peered through the gap, illuminating the darkness with the beam of his flashlight. What he beheld next widened his eyes in astonishment. On the other side of the door lay a corridor filled with a throng of aimless zombies, wandering about as if drawn by some unseen force, yet remaining stagnant due to the eerie silence enveloping them. A few of the zombies noticed the light from Bai Yin's flashlight, but exhibited no reaction. Nevertheless, Bai Yin instinctively switched off the flashlight. In that moment, moonlight streaming through the corridor's window illuminated Bai Yin's face, and several zombies observed him clearly, yet still remained unresponsive. Carefully, Bai Yin closed the door, cradling Heizi and retreating cautiously, fearful of producing any loud sounds. "Alas, what?" Huang Mao began to inquire but was silenced by a glance from Bai Yin. Observing Bai Yin's meticulous movements as he unzipped his bag to place Heizi inside, then hoisted the bag onto his back, Huang Mao's demeanor turned alert. What's wrong?" He swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. "There are zombies, and quite a number of them." "What?" "Shoo, keep your voice down." All right. Huang Mao lowered his voice, anxiety creeping into his tone. "What do we do now?" "We must alert everyone. We need to evacuate," Bai Yin declared as he approached Fatty, while Huang Mao hurried to rouse his sister, Li Xian. Fatty, having just fallen asleep, was shaken awake by Bai Yin. As he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed Bai Yin making a gesture for silence, prompting him to ask in a hushed tone, "What's going on?" Bai Yin pointed towards the encroaching darkness behind him. "There are zombies. We must hurry before they discover us." Okay. Fatty quickly rose to his feet and, in the next instant, rushed towards the corner where Wang Lei lay. He softly called, Xiaolei, wake up, quickly." Wang Lei, deep in slumber, was startled awake by the sight of Fatty's portly, somewhat unsavory face. Her initial shock was palpable. What do you want? Don't you dare do anything reckless." She feared Fatty had ulterior motives. Unable to contain herself, she cried out. And in that instant, the noise attracted all the zombies lurking in the corridor beyond the broken door. In this tranquil night, even the sound of a falling nail could be distinctly heard. The cacophony of shrill cries echoed through the air as the zombies collectively surged in this direction. With a thunderous crash, a robust zombie barreled through the door, followed by an innumerable horde emerging from the shadows. Run. Time was of the essence. Bai Yin swiftly seized his axe and flashlight, dashing toward the opposite door. He led the way, with Huang Mao and the recently awakened Li Xian closely trailing behind. Upon opening the door, they were met face to face with a solitary zombie. With a decisive swing, Bai Yin cleaved the creature down, then kicked it off the stairs. In the next moment, he raced up the empty staircase. The events of that late night unfolded with alarming rapidity. Nevertheless, upon seeing the zombies, Wang Lei instinctively grasped the gravity of her situation. Dragged along by the hefty man, she stumbled in her flight, slipping in her panic and twisting her ankle in the process. By the time the man turned back, he had already put a 2 to 3 meter distance between them. Wang Lei, her face etched with terror, cast a frantic glance over her shoulder, realizing the zombies were perilously close. "Jingu, save me," she implored, her voice strained. In that fleeting moment, the hefty man hesitated, but it was a mere instant. The next moment, he turned back, hoisting Wang Lei from the ground and cradling her in his arms as he desperately pursued Bai Yin and the others. At that moment, he unleashed his full potential, carrying the goddess in his embrace without feeling the weight of fatigue. In his arms, Wang Lei remained as docile as a kitten. Chapter 20. Survival. What are we to do now? Huang Mao, trailing behind Bai Yin, wore a look of sheer panic. While the zombies on the staircase were few, they still posed a significant threat. Bai Yin forged ahead, making his way upwards. With a swift motion, he dispatched yet another zombie. Regardless of the dangers, their only course was to ascend. Bai Yin's rationale was grounded in scientific reasoning, based on his experiences. There were typically fewer zombies on the upper floors of a building than below. After reaching the 5th floor, he suddenly turned back, alarmed. Where are they? Just then, he spotted the hefty man carrying Wang Lei up the stairs. Bai Yin exhaled a sigh of relief, not because their lives were of particular value, but due to the task's requirement that everyone must survive that night, as it pertained to Heizi's necromancer abilities. The 5-member team regrouped and continued their ascent. The relentless zombies pursued them, their speed surprisingly brisk. The nocturnal undead exhibited far greater aggression than their daytime counterparts. Human endurance, after all, has its limits. Despite the hefty man's initial burst of energy, he began to tire after running up more than 10 flights of stairs while carrying Wang Lei. His pace gradually faltered. Observing this, Huang Mao couldn't help but berate him. "Are you foolish? Can't you let her walk on her own? Are you blind? Can't you see Xiao Lei is injured?" The corpulent individual retorted with a vehement tirade, hoping to gain Wang Lei's favor. However, Wang Lei remained indifferent, which only intensified Huang Mao's disdain. Fortunately, they had managed to distance themselves from the horde of zombies. Otherwise, these two would hardly have the leisure to spar verbally. They found themselves on the 19th floor of a department store, with the rooftop just above them. Yet, there seemed to be no other refuge available, prompting Bai Yin to resolutely ascend to the rooftop. With a creaking sound, the rooftop door swung open, and the 5 of them hurriedly rushed up. Bai Yin then secured the door, locking it tightly. As long as the adversaries did not forcibly breach the entrance, they should remain safe. The rooftop featured a pavilion, approximately 3 meters high, seemingly a decorative element. However, if zombies were to charge, the pavilion would serve as their last sanctuary. Are we safe now?" Li Xian, still shaken, inquired. Bai Yin remained silent, moving towards the edge of the rooftop to survey their surroundings. Eventually, he spotted another towering building's rooftop to the left, which was about 7 or 8 meters lower than theirs, with a horizontal distance of approximately 3 meters. In simpler terms, it was conceivable to leap from their rooftop to the adjacent one, provided one could successfully make the jump. A failed attempt would equate to a fatal fall. "Hey, you're injured, right? Where are you hurt?" Huang Mao, menacingly, questioned the corpulent individual who was cradling Wang Lei in his arms. The corpulent man shoved him away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Xiao Lei merely twisted her ankle. She wasn't bitten by a zombie. "Don't stir up trouble now." Huang Mao, unfazed by the shove, scrutinized Wang Lei. Only after confirming the corpulent man's words held truth did he truly relax. Without uttering a word, he shot a disdainful glance at the two before approaching Bai Yin, leaving the corpulent man, now smug, to tightly embrace Wang Lei. For the moment, they were safe. After evading the zombies, they were momentarily at a loss regarding the whereabouts of their supplies. Once assured of her safety, Wang Lei first realized she was being held by the corpulent man. Instinctively, she felt a wave of revulsion, casting a look of disdain. Yet, this sentiment was fleeting. In the next moment, she adopted a bashful demeanor, saying, "Jean, brother Jean." It was only then that the corpulent man regained his senses and hastily released Wang Lei. As he awkwardly scratched his head, he could not help but savor the lingering sensation from their previous contact, feeling a sense of delight surging within him, masked beneath his awkward expression. "Brother, what shall we do next?" Huang Mao inquired of Bai Yin. Given the current circumstances, Bai Yin had seemingly assumed the role of the group's de facto leader. He merely retrieved a pocket watch from his belongings, glancing at the time, approximately 3 in the morning. There were still at least 4 to 5 hours until dawn. He pointed towards the rooftop of the building opposite them and asked, "What do you think? Can we make the jump?" Huang Mao forced a bitter smile, acknowledging the challenge before him. The height was daunting, and he feared that jumping down might lead to a broken leg. No worries, Bai Yin replied dismissively, standing confidently atop the rooftop's wall. This scene startled everyone, as they feared Bai Yin might slip and fall. Yet, with a graceful leap, he effortlessly carried the bag containing Heizi and jumped across, landing safely on the other side. Turning back, he gazed at Huang Mao and the others, declaring, "See? It's quite simple." Huang Mao stood speechless, his eyes darting to the scene below, feeling dizzy. With a wry smile, he wore an expression that seemed to question Bai Yin's sanity. "Is there a safer method?" he inquired hesitantly. Fear gripped him, and it appeared the others shared his trepidation, especially Wang Lei, who, after casting a glance downwards, took 2 steps back, too frightened to look again. Although Wang Lei did not suffer from acrophobia, the terrifying height, where a slip could result in a catastrophic fall, unnerved her. This wasn't a film set. There were no safety measures in place. None of the 4 possessed the courage to leap. This conundrum weighed heavily on Bai Yin. However, his perspective diverged from theirs. He merely needed to jump over, indifferent to the risk of injury, as his task was simply to ensure the survival of the 4 until dawn. The quartet, however, could not afford to think so recklessly. The distance of the jump was one consideration, but the potential for injury was another. With no one willing to take the plunge, Bai Yin decided to take matters into his own hands. He retrieved a bundle of rope from his bag and threw it over. Huang Mao, quick on the uptake, caught it deftly. Bai Yin pointed to a sturdy pillar on the rooftop beside Huang Mao and instructed, "Tie one end there and throw the other end back." "Got it," Huang Mao responded eagerly. He untied the rope and securely looped one end around the robust iron pillar, making several tight knots. Then, he affixed a stone to the other end and tossed it over. Bai Yin swiftly caught it and, after untying the stone, secured the other end to the rooftop's sturdy railing. The length of the rope was just sufficient to connect both rooftops. Any shorter, and it might have been inadequate. "All set. Come over." Bai Yin beckoned from the other side. Yet, the 4 remained hesitant. Observing his sister Li Xian's palpable fear, Huang Mao, as her elder brother, resolved to instill courage in her. Taking a deep breath, he climbed onto the rope, proceeding cautiously, not daring to glance down. After what felt like an eternity, approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, he finally reached the end of the rope. Seeing this, Bai Yin grasped Huang Mao's hand and pulled him with vigor, successfully bringing him to safety. Finally free from peril, Huang Mao collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily, still shaken by the ordeal. Yet, he quickly steadied himself, sitting up and smiling at his younger sister, beckoning her to come over. "Hurry, come quickly." Encouraged by the blonde's words, Li Xian swallowed hard, ultimately deciding to ascend the rope. However, compared to her brother's speed, she was undoubtedly much slower, taking nearly 10 minutes to reach the other side. Upon her arduous arrival, she waved to the plump Wang Lei across from her, urging her to come over as well. The hefty individual hesitated, doubting the strength of the rope, as he weighed around 200 pounds, a stark contrast to the others. Wang Lei, equally apprehensive, was aware of her own physical limitations, fearing she might not endure and could fall midway. "Perhaps we should wait until dawn," Wang Lei suggested softly, to which the plump boy nodded in agreement. "Yes." The 2 lingered, prompting the blonde to chide them. "Are you 2 just going to sit there? Are you coming or not?" The hefty boy casually offered an excuse. "I think this rope isn't sturdy. Let's wait until morning." The blonde was exasperated, contemplating whether to engage further in debate, but ultimately chose to disregard it. After all, he was not the one courting danger. He watched as Wang Lei and the plump boy climbed to the platform above. At that height and angle, as long as the zombies did not intentionally look up, they would generally remain undetected. "Good grief, what a pair of oddballs," the blonde muttered in frustration. At this, Bai Yin instinctively glanced at him. "What's wrong, brother?" the blonde asked, perplexed, wondering if he had misspoken. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Yin replied, "Dogs aren't typically that odd." "Woof woof," came the response from the backpack, where Heizi seemed to respond. This reaction elicited laughter from the siblings, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. "Exactly, dogs aren't odd at all. How could they compare to those 2? The blonde playfully slapped his own face and inquired, "So, what should we do next?" Bai Yin looked at the plump boy and Wang Lei on the platform across from them and simply stated, "Let's follow their suggestion and wait until dawn." Zombies are usually less active during the day. The trio settled down to rest, while Bai Yin retrieved food and water from his backpack to replenish the siblings' strength. Meanwhile, the plump boy and Wang Lei on the other platform could only watch enviously, unable to do anything. Wang Lei sat on the ground, legs together, resting her head on her knees, feeling immensely tired and in need of a proper rest. The plump boy felt similarly, though he entertained other thoughts, such as wanting to be close to Wang Lei rather than sitting opposite her. Naturally, this was merely a fleeting thought, devoid of any real significance. Time passed, and gradually, it became 6 in the morning. The night slowly transformed into daybreak, though it was not yet fully bright. Nearly everyone, save for Bai Yin, had succumbed to slumber. Bai Yin first glanced at the time on his pocket watch, contemplating why the system had yet to notify him of the completion of his task. A sudden, forceful bang shattered the tranquility of the morning. Unexpectedly, a series of frantic knocks echoed from the direction of the portly companion, followed by the guttural sounds of countless zombies emanating from beyond the door. This abrupt turn of events instantly roused everyone, particularly Wang Lei and the rotund fellow perched atop the pavilion. The resounding thuds reverberated throughout the entire world, instilling a deep fear in both Wang Lei and the portly man. "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry over here," Silver urgently shouted, pointing at the rope, anxious to avoid failure at the last moment. Yet, it was evident that time had slipped away. With a tremendous crash, the rooftop door was forcefully breached, and in an instant, hundreds of zombies surged into the space, swiftly overwhelming the rooftop. "Curse it," Huang Mao muttered under his breath, adding, "They had it coming." Meanwhile, Wang Lei and the portly man huddled together in the center of the pavilion, desperate to avoid detection by the encroaching zombies. Despite their caution, a taller zombie soon spotted them and charged forth, attempting to climb onto the pavilion. However, its deteriorating condition hindered its ascent. "Ah, don't come over here. Don't come over," Wang Lei screamed in terror. Her cries, rather than being a deterrent, attracted the attention of every nearby zombie. Huang Mao, watching in exasperation, braced himself for the grim reality of Wang Lei and the portly man potentially being bitten. Silver, on the other hand, felt a swell of urgency, pondering if there was any means to rescue them. At that moment, a notification echoed within his mind. Ding. Task completed. The quartet has successfully survived until dawn. Reward. Food stash located in the building below, 3rd floor, room 307. The completion of the task, along with an unexpected bonus of a food storage point, brought an immense sense of relief to Silver. His perspective on the perilous situation of the portly man and Wang Lei shifted dramatically. What? They're about to be bitten by zombies? So be it. What does it matter to me? Silver's demeanor was remarkably composed. Having fulfilled his task, he perceived Wang Lei and the portly man as devoid of value. The feelings of indifference or concern from those around him were ultimately futile. Meanwhile, the portly man and Wang Lei, ensnared by the horde beneath the pavilion, were in a state of panic and disarray. Finally, Wang Lei caught sight of the door to the rooftop that had been breached by the zombies, a chilling glint flashing in her eyes. In a sudden motion, she leaped into the portly man's arms, and as he looked at her in bewilderment, she gazed up at him with longing. "Jean Ge, you promised you would be willing to die for me, right?" Before the portly man could fully comprehend the situation, tears glistened in Wang Lei's eyes, rendering her appearance delicate and pitiable. "I do not wish to perish. I long to survive. If we can make it through this, I shall be your girlfriend." Chapter 22. The Death of the Chubby Man. The words girlfriend struck the chubby man's soul like a thunderclap, causing his entire being to tremble. It was clear to all that he harbored feelings for Wang Lei, a sentiment that had been evident for approximately 3 years. As university classmates, he had experienced a form of love at first sight for her. Although he had previously admired a few other girls, his confessions were met with rejection, and some even insulted him, likening him to a toad aspiring to court a swan. The chubby man felt profoundly insecure, acutely aware of his lack of physical appeal and the absence of affection directed towards him. Logically, even if he were enamored with Wang Lei at first sight, he would not entertain any further notions, fully cognizant of his own limitations. Yet, a particular remark from her lingered in his mind, preventing him from letting go. One day, mustering his courage, he queried Wang Lei, "What type of man do you prefer?" With a sweet smile, she replied, "I like those who can cook and are gentle with girls." He pressed on, "What about someone who is not good-looking and is quite overweight?" Wang Lei shrugged nonchalantly. "What does that matter? A good man should not be judged solely by his appearance." It was apparent to any discerning observer that Wang Lei was merely toying with him. However, he took her words to heart, believing he still had a chance. He subsequently attempted to express his feelings several times, but each time, she rebuffed him. citing her academic commitments and a desire to avoid early romantic entanglements. Wang Lei's persistent reluctance to outright reject him created an illusion of hope for the chubby man. Now, with Wang Lei proclaiming her intention to be his girlfriend after their escape, despite the dire circumstances, his heart soared with joy. He summoned his courage, embraced her, and kissed her fervently. In that fleeting moment, as he released her and beheld her astonished expression, he declared, "I will draw them away. You seize the opportunity to escape." With that, he leapt from the pavilion, seeking an area devoid of zombies. He then turned and charged towards the entrance of the rooftop. A few zombies attempted to impede his path, but his robust frame sent them sprawling. Standing at the door, he shouted at the encircling zombies, "Look over here. If you dare, come feast upon your grandfather's backside." His boisterous cries successfully diverted their attention, as the zombies, frustrated by their inability to reach their target on the pavilion, redirected their assault towards him. He flashed a grin at Wang Lei atop the pavilion. Then he dashed downstairs, his thoughts consumed with the urgency of escaping so he could later return to Wang Lei for a tender reunion. Little did he know, as he led the zombies away, Wang Lei frowned and wiped her lips with her sleeve, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Overwhelmed by the repulsion of having been kissed by the rotund figure, she struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. Despite her profound disdain, the immediate priority was to escape. As the majority of the zombies pursued the hefty individual, Wang Lei seized the opportunity and leapt from the pavilion. In the next moment, she dashed toward the rope at the edge of the rooftop, summoning her utmost potential to ascend it. Upon reaching the side of Bai Yin, Huang Mao maintained a stoic demeanor, refusing to assist her. Li Xian hesitated, uncertain whether to offer a helping hand. Ultimately, it was Bai Yin who stepped forward, grasping Wang Lei's hand and pulling her up. Thank you, Wang Lei gasped. Having narrowly escaped death, feeling immensely fortunate, Bai Yin offered her a bottle of water, which she accepted eagerly, gulping down a hearty mouthful. Huang Mao pulled Bai Yin aside and whispered, "Brother, why did you save such a person?" Yet Bai Yin remained silent, merely chuckling softly. The term "such a person" struck Bai Yin as somewhat ludicrous, as if there were any significant difference in his eyes between Huang Mao, Li Xian, and Wang Lei. He cared little for their character or morals. They were all strangers to him. What mattered was that he had only completed 1/3 of his system task, which directly involved these outsiders. Thus, one might ponder whether the remaining 2 tasks were also connected to them. Under these circumstances, if there was no necessity, Bai Yin preferred to maintain a basic facade of relationship with the others. Should he refuse to lend a hand before the siblings, leading to Wang Lei's fall and demise, it would entirely undermine the benevolent persona he had previously crafted. Ding. Task released. Lead the trio to the food hideout, ensuring their survival for 24 hours. This task is divided into 3 parts. Completing all will yield rewards. The reward grants Heizi the ability of the corpse companion. 23. As the new task echoed in his mind, it was evident that this was a mission destined for failure without Wang Lei. In any case, exercising caution was not a folly. After all, Bai Yin had never invested emotionally in this group. Meanwhile, as the others attempted to navigate the staircase downwards, the hefty individual in the department store was still frantically fleeing for his life. Initially intoxicated by the thrill of affection, he felt invigorated. However, as time wore on, fatigue began to set in, and his fear grew heavier. Suddenly, he inadvertently stepped on a bottle and fell to the ground. As he rolled over, a chilling realization struck him. Countless zombies were already lunging toward him. This horde of the undead clawed and gnawed at him. Ultimately, amidst the heart-wrenching screams akin to a slaughtered pig, they devoured him utterly, leaving nothing but a grotesque remnant. Conversely, Bai Yin's surroundings remained eerily tranquil. Unlike the chaotic department store, this building was devoid of any zombies. This appears to be an unfinished building, with bare, unrenovated rooms scattered throughout. It is likely that no one was present here during the zombie outbreak. Therefore, even a year later, the absence of any undead presence is not surprising. Bai Yin, accompanied by the remaining trio, headed directly to the warehouse on the 3rd floor, which, according to the system, was the designated location for food storage. Above the 3rd floor, the building remained unfinished, while the 3rd floor and below were fully renovated. With a creak, Bai Yin pushed open the warehouse door and was greeted by a sight filled with cobwebs and dust. The warehouse was not particularly large, roughly the size of 4 employee dormitories combined, yet it contained beds and tables. In one corner, numerous boxes were piled up, adorned with illustrations of instant noodles and canned goods. Food. It seemed that this place had once been inhabited, but now it was devoid of life. Upon entering, the trio's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the food in the corner, and they rushed over to discover what treasures lay within the boxes. Chapter 23. Conflict. There was meat, and there were canned goods. Huang Mao was overjoyed, despite having just eaten his fill the previous night. However, seeing so many boxes of food stirred a thrill within him, almost instinctively. While the three were immersed in their jubilation, Bai Yin approached a water faucet nestled in the corner. This faucet appeared to have been an afterthought, hastily installed by later occupants. Bai Yin turned the handle, and clean water gushed forth. The sight sent waves of exhilaration through the group, completely disregarding the fate of the portly individual at that moment. I'll go check downstairs. If you have some free time, tidy up here, Bai Yin declared before venturing off to investigate whether any zombies lurked within the building. After he left, Huang Mao and Li Xian filled a bucket with water and began cleaning the windows and beds, seemingly planning to stay here for a while. Given that someone had previously resided in this space, most daily necessities were adequately supplied. As the siblings busied themselves with their cleaning efforts, Wang Lei began to open the boxes, eager to see the variety of food contained within. Hey, get to work. What are you dawdling for? Huang Mao complained, attempting to spur Wang Lei into action. Yet, Wang Lei retorted with conviction, I am organizing the food. This is crucial. Crucial, my foot. It's all food. Why categorize it so meticulously? Ridiculous. If you don't understand, just keep quiet. Fine. Huang Mao was at a loss for words, choosing to refrain from further argument. Meanwhile, Wang Lei, akin to a triumphant victor, continued to open boxes and hum a cheerful tune. She was acutely aware that in this group, her only obligation was to curry favor with Bai Yin. Though his demeanor was somewhat peculiar and resistant to her charms, he ultimately struck her as a decent and honest individual. Wang Lei believed that such a person merely required time to shed their shyness, and eventually, familiarity would lead him to succumb to her allure, becoming an ally in her endeavors. She held great confidence in this notion, given her considerable experience in such matters. Now that Bai Yin has gone elsewhere, there is no need for her to feign innocence to win the favor of others. The more melodious Wang Lei's humming became, the more agitated Huang Mao felt within. As she finished wiping the windows and began sweeping the floor, she could no longer restrain her sarcastic tone, saying, the fat man just died, and you seem so happy. You truly are a good person, aren't you? Wang Lei shot Huang Mao a disdainful glance and retorted, his death has nothing to do with me. I didn't hold a knife to his throat. Nonsense. Don't you know he had feelings for you? So what? That was his unreciprocated sentiment. I never asked him to do so much for me. Besides, I never claimed to like him. He simply misinterpreted my actions. He is so unattractive, overweight, and seemingly impoverished. Am I blind to be drawn to such a man? You dare to call yourself a person? One must look out for themselves. Why are you weaving such convoluted arguments? Indeed, you are unafraid of retribution. Only the destitute believe in karma. Anyone who has interacted with society understands that such notions are mere self-soothing tales told by the unsuccessful. As the two continued their banter, they found it impossible to stop. Their quarrel caused Li's head to ache. Ultimately, she could no longer contain her frustration. Enough? What is the point of this incessant arguing? Do you wish to attract zombies with your noise? With that, silence enveloped the room. Wang Lei and Huang Mao exchanged a glance, choosing to disregard one another. Meanwhile, Bai Yin had scoured from the third floor to the first. Though somewhat incredulous, she found not a single zombie in her path. Upon reaching the entrance of the first floor, the reason became clear. All exits were tightly locked. It appeared that this building had been sealed off prior to the outbreak. The first floor housed a hospital, yet most corners remained vacant, seemingly just renovated, with minimal equipment and, naturally, not yet operational. Compared to the unfinished upper floors, the ground level at least had tiles laid and walls painted. With a creak, she opened a small door, revealing the bustling street outside. A few dazed zombies, drawn by the sound, staggered over, only to leave disappointed upon seeing Bai Yin at the entrance. She promptly secured the door and returned to the warehouse on the third floor. Her footsteps echoed in the corridor, catching Wang Lei's attention, prompting her to hurriedly grab a cloth to wipe the window. I just cleaned that. What are you doing now? Where were you earlier? Huang Mao grumbled, but Wang Lei, feeling justified, replied, you didn't clean it properly. TCH. Huang Mao scoffed, just as Bai Yin returned from outside. She happened to witness the three busying themselves in the room. Huang Mao suddenly realized that Wang Lei was merely putting on a show for Bai Yin, which only fueled her disdain further. In contrast, upon seeing Bai Yin return, Wang Lei eagerly handed him a bottle of water, saying, "Welcome back. You've worked hard." She instinctively leaned closer to Bai Yin. Thank you." Bai Yin took the package and quickly stepped back, delving into the matter at hand. "I just checked, and there are no zombies in this building. The doors downstairs are locked tight, so it's quite safe." Applause erupted from Wang Lei, who clapped enthusiastically, embodying the innocent demeanor of a starstruck girl. The young man with yellow hair cast a disdainful glance at her and remarked, "You really know how to put on a show." Bai Yin noticed the young man's aversion towards Wang Lei, yet he held no interest in the dynamics among the three outsiders. He simply placed his bag, along with the black dog, on the nearby bed and said, "I'm stepping out to gather some supplies. Please keep an eye on the dog for me." The trio paused, slightly puzzled. The young man in yellow asked, "Isn't there a risk? Should I accompany you?" "No, I wouldn't want to drag you down," Bai Yin replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei couldn't resist taking a jab at the young man, saying, "To put it bluntly, he's afraid you'd hold him back." Then, with a sweet smile directed at Bai Yin, she added, "Be careful on your way, and make sure the zombies don't spot you." He replied softly, preparing to leave. However, just as he was about to exit, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the faucet that could dispense water. He cautioned, "Make sure to boil the water before drinking, just in case." With that, he departed. When he returned, it was already midday. He was seen dragging a large bag, and the others excitedly gathered around, only to discover it was filled with blankets, bedding, and laundry supplies. Their eyes sparkled with delight. Bai Yin simply stated, "I found these at the supermarket next door. If you need anything else, let me know, and I'll bring it back next time." Chapter 24. The warehouse contained 3 bunk beds, the typical kind found in employee dormitories, accommodating 6 individuals. Each of the 4 chose a spot and set up their sleeping areas. After a night of evading zombies, they were utterly exhausted. Bai Yin, in particular, had not slept at all. He planned to eat lunch and then rest early, intending to keep watch during the night. Lunch consisted of instant noodles and canned pork. The warehouse was equipped with pots and firewood, so Li Xin decided to cook. After everyone received a generous bowl of noodles and a can of meat, they dug in with great enthusiasm. Enjoying a hot meal in such an environment was truly a delight. The group, including the black dog, ate without concern for appearances. Wang Lei, however, seemed to be an anomaly. She poured the canned pork onto a plate and meticulously picked out all the fatty pieces, discarding them into the makeshift bowl for the black dog, who happily wagged its tail in response. Bai Yin observed this without comment, continuing to eat his own meal. Only the young man with yellow hair and Li Xin shifted their gazes towards Wang Lei. Noticing their stares, Wang Lei, with an air of entitlement, stated, "What are you all looking at? As a star, I must maintain my figure. What if I gain weight from eating all this fat?" The siblings exchanged glances, speechless, clearly uncomfortable with her behavior. Time has passed, yet Wang Lei, a star sheltered in her own cocoon, has yet to adjust her mindset. It has been over a year since the zombie outbreak, and it is surprising that there are still individuals who are picky about food. The atmosphere at the dining table grew somewhat awkward. However, Bai Yin remained indifferent. After finishing his meal and casually washing his face, he lay down on the bed. Setting an alarm clock, he embraced the energetic Heizi and drifted into slumber. The alarm rang at 8 o'clock that night. Upon waking, Bai Yin discovered Wang Lei was still asleep, while Huang Mao and Li Xin were busy preparing dinner. Dinner was nearly ready, and Bai Yin wasted no time in serving himself. The meal consisted of rice accompanied by canned meat and pickled vegetables. The 3 eventually gathered at the table, yet no one called Wang Lei to join them. "Forget her, let her sleep like a dead pig," Huang Mao exclaimed, annoyance lacing his words as he pointed to the bowl of rice and canned food set aside for Wang Lei. "It's generous enough that I even bothered to serve her. It's not like cold food can't be eaten. I refuse to indulge her." Li Xin, disapproving of this attitude, remarked, "Let us not be like that. We are all under the same roof. There are so few survivors left. If we act this way, we will become unbearably lonely." Determined, Li Xin approached Wang Lei to wake her for dinner. Gently nudging her, she said, "Wang Lei, it's time to eat." With a disgruntled expression, Wang Lei opened her eyes, her voice laced with drowsiness. "What is it? I was sleeping so soundly." "It's time for dinner, Sister Wang." "Oh, I'm on a diet, I won't eat." "I want to eat." Her tone was impatient as she turned away and buried herself under the covers, resuming her slumber. Huang Mao felt a surge of anger at Wang Lei's reaction, finally turning to Bai Yin. Brother, look at her, shoo. Bai Yin made a gesture for silence, signaling Huang Mao to keep quiet. He then took the bowl of rice meant for Wang Lei, scooped a third into Huang Mao's bowl, and divided the remainder with Li Xian. Sighing in resignation, Huang Mao chose not to voice his displeasure further and continued his meal, despite his dissatisfaction. After dinner, the weary Huang Mao and Li Xian quickly succumbed to sleep. Bai Yin, however, settled on a stool at the entrance of the warehouse, lighting a candle beside him, and began to read. Heizi nestled in his lap, soundly asleep. Turning the page, Bai Yin read about Robinson's cat mating with wild cats on the island, resulting in a multitude of kittens, causing Robinson considerable distress. Truthfully, Bai Yin felt a twinge of envy at this juncture. Regrettably, Heizi was a male dog. He would never have the joy of holding grandchildren. A soft shuffling sound emerged from the warehouse behind him. Bai Yin turned to see Wang Lei stealthily rising from her bed, with the moonlight as her guide. She tiptoed to the corner where food was stored and retrieved a loaf of bread. Are you hungry? Bai Yin mused, but he presumed she indeed was. Pretending not to notice, he resumed his reading. Approximately 5 minutes later, a sound indicated that she had returned to bed. But who truly cared? The night passed uneventfully. The next day dawned around 6:30 in the morning, when the system's notification echoed in my mind. Ding. Task completed. The trio has successfully survived for 24 hours. Reward. Location of an available vehicle. Location, ground floor, opposite the department store. Is the reward a car? Silver felt somewhat exasperated, primarily due to his utter ignorance of automobiles. Just as he pondered how to make the most of this information, another notification arrived. Ding. New task issued. Please board the vehicle and proceed to the next target city. In that city, eliminate 10 canine zombies. This task is divided into 3 parts. Completing all will yield a reward. The ability of a corpse friend for Kuro. The next city Silver was to venture to was Shajiang City. In other words, as long as he boarded this vehicle and traveled there to dispatch 10 zombie dogs, this trifecta of tasks would be conclusively completed. From this point onward, the fate of these 3 outsiders would no longer affect him. Silver could not help but exhale in relief. Later, as everyone gathered for breakfast, he announced, I discovered a vehicle yesterday. It might still be operational. Who among you can drive? Come with me to check it out. Upon hearing this, awkward expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Ultimately, Huang Mao shyly raised his hand, stating, Only Fatty can drive. I can too, but I just got my license and I'm not very skilled. That's fine, as long as you can manage. Accompany me to take a look. All right. After breakfast, Silver led Huang Mao to the vehicle retrieval point as indicated by the system. The duo proceeded cautiously, wary of drawing the attention of any zombies. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated with the undead. Even the few nearby were swiftly dispatched by Silver. Eventually, they opened the door to discover a green off-road vehicle. It did not appear to have been abandoned long. Rather, it seemed as though someone had parked it there quite recently. Beside the vehicle lay a corpse, deceased for merely a month. Huang Mao found the car keys on the body and proceeded to start the engine. With a roar, the engine came to life, and Huang Mao, with a swift motion, drove off. Silver, seated in the passenger seat, nearly lost his balance and was almost thrown out. Ultimately, they arrived at the building where their group was staying. Both of them swiftly leaped from the vehicle, and before the zombies realized what was happening, they slammed the car door shut and dashed into the building. Chapter 25. Abandonment to Shajiang City? Huang Mao was perplexed as to why Silver wished to go there. As he added another log to the fire, he curiously inquired. That place is notoriously backward, especially now with zombies roaming everywhere. Shajiang City was merely an underdeveloped town even in peaceful times, backed by rural areas and lacking even the most basic delivery stations. Silver simply replied, Before I encountered you, I had a friend. But he encountered some troubles along the way, and we parted ways. However, according to our original plan, we had agreed to meet at Shajiang. I wonder if he has arrived. Since you can drive, I would like to request your company for the journey. After all, we are all comrades now, and I have no objections. Wherever you go, I am willing to follow, though I lament the loss of this abundant food supply. Huang Mao glanced back at the corner piled high with provisions, sufficient to sustain the 4 of us for nearly half a year. If we were to take some with us, that off-road vehicle could only accommodate a fraction of it. As he turned to look once more at the heap of food, his gaze inadvertently swept past Wang Lei, who was leisurely applying makeup in front of the mirror. In stark contrast, his sister, Li Xian, was washing clothes not far away. Huang Mao couldn't help but frown and muttered under his breath, "If possible, I truly wish we could discard that troublesome hindrance when we leave." That troublesome hindrance? Wang Lei, if you wish, of course. Huang Mao was taken aback. You agree? I thought you would defend her. Bai Yin chuckled softly. What delusion led you to believe I would concern myself with someone who is a burden both physically and mentally? I can understand your desire to rid ourselves of someone who only disrupts our internal unity. To be frank, Bai Yin had little interest in such matters. After all, it was Huang Mao who was driving. He could do as he pleased. Yet, since the notion had arisen, Bai Yin didn't mind providing him with some reasonable justifications. Very well then, let us not take her when we leave. Let her face the consequences of her own actions, Huang Mao resolved, a sense of relief washing over him. During lunch, Bai Yin announced his intention to travel to Shajiang City. Huang Mao and Li Xian reacted mildly, while Wang lay fixated on the corner of food. It seemed a shame to leave behind so much sustenance. Why don't we stay a little longer? Don't you agree, handsome? She said, casting a flirtatious glance at Bai Yin. Bai Yin simply chuckled, responding in a teasing tone, not exactly. If someone is willing to stay behind, we could fit more food in the car. Then let Xiao Huang stay. After all, you are a glutton, and we cannot afford to waste such provisions. Wang Lei giggled, and Huang Mao shot her an exasperated look. Why don't you stay? There's enough for you to live comfortably here. I want to accompany the handsome guy. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. In the afternoon, the group began to pack their belongings. Once the vehicle was filled to capacity, approximately half of the food remained in the warehouse. Bai Yin occupied the front passenger seat, while Li Xian and Wang Lei settled into the back. Huang Mao sought a way to discreetly dismiss Wang Lei, but before he could voice his thoughts, she suddenly shrieked, "Oh no, I forgot my makeup kit inside. Wait, don't drive off yet. I need to go back and get it." With that, she flung open the car door and dashed back into the building. After her departure, Huang Mao turned to Li Xian and said, "Sister, close the door, just in case." Okay. Li Xian complied without much thought. Just as she secured the door, Huang Mao pressed the accelerator, and the green off-road vehicle surged forward towards Shajiang City with a swift whoosh. Li Xian was taken aback. "Brother, Sister Lei hasn't come up yet." The blonde-haired man replied with an icy expression, "Dragging along such a burden, she will eventually bring us doom. Let her fend for herself." "How can you say that? We've known each other for so long. We are old friends," Li Xian exclaimed, growing anxious, yet the blonde remained unmoved. In desperation, Li Xian turned to Bai Yin for help. "Bai Yin, please assist me." However, before he could finish, he caught sight of Bai Yin's pale and frail face in the rearview mirror, resembling a terminally ill patient. Bai Yin, are you all right?" "Cough, cough, I'm fine." Bai Yin replied with a bitter smile, raising a hand as his voice wavered. "I apologize, I feel a bit carsick." Silently, he retrieved a sleeping pill from his pocket and swallowed it dry, then continued, "There is still at least half a year's worth of food in the warehouse. Enough for her. So it's fine. If you truly worry, you can always return within a year. Only a fool would come back." The blonde retorted with irritation. Seeing that Bai Yin had said this, Li Xian realized returning was now impossible. Ultimately, he could only sigh in resignation and accept the situation. Meanwhile, Wang Lei had just ascended the stairs when she heard the sound of the off-road vehicle leaving. She froze for a moment, then immediately panicked. She hurried downstairs and dashed outside, but all she could see was the vehicle's diminishing silhouette. "Oh no, I haven't gotten on yet," Wang Lei shouted. But the vehicle only receded further away. No matter how foolish she felt, she came to a harsh realization. She had been abandoned. Anger surged within her, and she couldn't help but curse loudly. "Damn it, come back here." But her fury was in vain. After venting her wrath, a sense of grievance followed. "Come back. Please come back." Tears streamed down her face as she collapsed weakly to the ground. Yet, before she could dwell on her sorrow, nearby zombies were drawn to the commotion. "Ah!" Wang Lei screamed in fright and quickly rushed back into the building. In the next moment, she slammed the door shut, locking it tight from within. She returned to the warehouse, lying on her bed and crying for a long time. When exhaustion finally overtook her and she fell asleep, she awoke in the middle of the night. The wind howled outside, reminiscent of monsters whispering. Wang Lei felt terrified, curling up in her bed like a fetus. She covered her entire body, including her head, with the blanket, attempting to shield herself from fear. Wang Lei had always been afraid of the dark since childhood. She feared being alone, yet she often spoke to those around her with sharpness. Apart from the men who pursued her, few could truly connect with her. It seemed that all the men her age coddled her, elevating her above them, which only made her more arrogant and rude. Unfortunately, this time she encountered the blonde man and Bai Yin, two peculiar individuals with their own idiosyncrasies. Wang Lei felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Nevertheless, regardless of her current emotional state, one immutable fact remained. She was destined to live alone for the foreseeable future. As for what would happen once the food was depleted, who could possibly know? Chapter 26. A dreamlike beginning. Upon arriving in Shajiang City, it was nearly dusk. Hey, wake up! Huang Mao shook Bai Yin for quite a while before finally rousing him. Have we arrived? Bai Yin blinked awake, his bleary eyes meeting the sight of a backward little town. Surrounding the town were lotus ponds and fields, where it appeared that most of the residents still relied on agriculture for their livelihoods. The car rolled slowly into the city. The roads were clear, with scarcely a vehicle in sight, nor were there many zombies. Even if there were, they were merely the frail forms of the elderly and children. Seeing this, Huang Mao couldn't help but remark, this place was never bustling with people. The young have gone off to work, leaving only the elderly and children at home. The zombie outbreak coincided with the start of the school year. I suspect the schools are the most populated places now. Have you been here before? Yes. Our hometown is in the nearby mountains. I remember attending middle school here with my sister before we moved. I see. So, where should we park? Although Huang Mao was 3 or 4 years younger, he had grown accustomed to calling Bai Yin brother. Bai Yin pointed to a nearby small supermarket, its doors firmly locked. Let us park there. Huang Mao drove over and stopped in front of the supermarket. Only 2 zombies loitered nearby, an old man rummaging through a trash bin, seemingly oblivious to their presence, and an elderly woman without her lower half, slowly crawling towards them. Huang Mao picked up a brick from the ground and approached, delivering a swift blow to the zombie's forehead. With a sickening thud, the zombie's head caved in, and it fell still. Upon returning, Huang Mao found Bai Yin extracting a few small tools from his bag, deftly manipulating a lock as if he were a seasoned locksmith. You possess such skills? Huang Mao asked in astonishment. Bai Yin merely smiled wryly. I learned out of necessity. There was no other choice. With a click, the lock stirred, and Bai Yin inserted a small key, turning it several times until it finally unlocked. The sound of the rolling door echoed as they lifted it. The 3 entered, one holding a flashlight, scanning for any lurking zombies. They split up, searching the premises for anything useful. Unlike the supermarkets in larger cities that had been completely looted, this small establishment, though somewhat disheveled, still had most of its goods intact, including food on the shelves. The siblings felt a surge of joy, thinking how fortunate they were to have Bai Yin, who had effortlessly led them to such a dreamlike beginning. Clearly, he was a very adept survivor. The 3 individuals searched the room for quite some time, but ultimately failed to locate any zombies. However, to their pleasant surprise, the supermarket still had running water. They reconvened in front of the supermarket, exchanging information amongst themselves. Bai Yin suggested, the sound of the rolling shutter door opening and closing is rather loud. I propose we only use the back entrance from now on and secure the front door. Huang Mao nodded in agreement, adding, let's just lock the front door. But what about the vehicle? It's rare to find one that is operational. Bai Yin glanced around the shelves and replied, let us clear out this room and bring the car inside. Leaving it outside poses a risk, especially if we encounter other survivors with ill intentions. Without hesitation, the 3 set to work, moving all the shelves into the inner room. Then, under Huang Mao's guidance, they drove the car inside. After completing this task, Bai Yin secured the rolling shutter door and handed Huang Mao a key to operate it in the future. Below the supermarket, there was a discreet basement, seemingly utilized by the previous owners for storage. Though uncertain of the psychological implications, all 3 felt that the underground space was significantly safer than the above-ground structures. The basement contained 4 rooms, perfectly accommodating the 3 of them, while the remaining room was designated for storing supplies and food. Together, they collected all the provisions from the car and the supermarket, transporting them to the basement. The large room was nearly filled to capacity. The abundance of food instilled a profound sense of security in the siblings, as it was the first time in over a year since the outbreak that they had seen such a plentiful supply. Huang Mao estimated that the contents of the room could sustain the 3 of them for several years, especially since most of the items had long shelf lives. That evening, the trio gathered around a small table in the basement to celebrate with a toast, illuminated by candlelight. The table was adorned with various canned goods and self-heating meals. Huang Mao enjoyed canned beer, while the less adept drinkers, Bai Yin and Li Xian, sipped on juice, yet they mimicked the act of toasting with enthusiasm. Ha! It's been ages since I felt this good. Compared to life at the shelter, this place feels like paradise, Huang Mao exclaimed. His face flushed like a monkey's rear from the alcohol. Bai Yin inquired, "What did you mainly do at the shelter?" With a sigh, Huang Mao replied, "I spent my days searching for stones to carry back for wall repairs, essentially functioning as a laborer. My sister primarily mended clothes for the men and assisted in cooking and various chores. It's infuriating. We worked tirelessly, only to find that the food we earned barely filled our stomachs. Meanwhile, that Wang Lei could simply seduce any man and have whatever she desired. Is that fair? Not in the slightest. Are you blaming yourself for not being a beautiful woman?" Bai Yin could not help but jest. The blonde shrugged, responding, "No way. What's the use of just being pretty? Look at my sister. She's beautiful, isn't she?" "But," he pointed at Li Xian's chest, laughing, "Haha, it's a flatland. No man likes that, bro." Li Xian's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a glare, her eyes ablaze with anger. "So petty." The blonde shivered. Subsequently, they shifted the subject, indulging in their drinks and wandering to other topics. As dawn broke, the hungover blonde felt a severe headache, unable to rise immediately. Bai Yin, having left his bag and Heizi at home, turned to Li Xian and said, "I'm going out to assess the situation. Please take care of Heizi for me." "All right, be careful." With that, Bai Yin departed. Left alone, Li Xian began the task of moving beds. Chapter 27. Mission accomplished the previous night. The three had hastily laid a blanket on the floor and rested upon it. Despite the blanket's presence, the cold, hard floor left Li Xian feeling uncomfortable upon waking. Therefore, she resolved to move the beds from other rooms in the supermarket to the basement. She had observed that there were at least 5 beds in total, more than sufficient for the 3 of them. While the conditions inside the supermarket were of little consequence for now, Bai Yin had to focus on his urgent task outside. He searched diligently for the whereabouts of the zombie dogs. However, even human zombies were scarce on the streets, let alone dogs. After a lengthy search, he finally stumbled upon a small zombie dog beside a fire hydrant. It was a poodle, engaged in some unspeakable act with the hydrant. Bai Yin stealthily approached from behind and delivered a swift strike to the poodle's forehead. It didn't even have the chance to make a sound before its head split open, lifelessly falling to the ground. Bai Yin retrieved his pocket watch. Noting the time was 10:30 in the morning. He had been out for nearly 3 hours and had only managed to find one. What fate awaited the remaining 9? He continued along the road. Along the way, he encountered a pair of elderly zombie couple. Had they still been alive, they would surely have been in their 70s or 80s. Suddenly, the elderly woman stumbled upon a bottle, losing her balance and falling. In her tumble, one of her body parts dislodged. Bai Yin watched in horror as one of her eyeballs popped out, rolling several meters away. Just as he was about to turn away from the distressing sight, he was taken aback to see the elderly man zombie crouching down to help her up. In the next moment, they continued their aimless march into the unknown. Witnessing this scene stirred a complex mix of emotions within Bai Yin. In his mind, zombies were primarily driven by instinct, devoid of feelings. Yet, the occurrence between the elderly couple contradicted that belief. It seems to suggest that a trace of affection exists between them. Is it evolution, or perhaps the lingering attachments from their past lives that drive them? Bai Yin finds himself perplexed and unable to comprehend this phenomenon. He merely turns away, distancing himself from the couple like zombies, choosing instead to continue his solitary quest for purpose. It is likely around noon when fortune smiles upon him, leading him to a pet shop, perhaps the only one in the entirety of Shajiang. Setting aside the lifeless bodies of the animals that had perished in their cages, there remained several dogs in the vicinity. Upon his arrival, he observes a group of zombie dogs feasting upon the corpse of a zombie child. As Bai Yin approaches, they bare their fangs and emit low growls, attempting to issue a warning. A palpable sense of danger envelopes the scene, even though the zombie companions may regard him as one of their own. Has there been a shortage of infighting among kin in this world? Faced with an overwhelming number of adversaries, Bai Yin dares not take the risk. He retreats momentarily to contemplate a more prudent solution. By chance, Bai Yin's gaze lands upon a nearby manhole cover. Narrowing his eyes, an idea forms in his mind. He strides over and pries it open. Peering down, he notes the depth and the narrow gaps on either side of the bottom. If a dog were to fall in, The only means of escape would be to retrace its steps. Just then, he notices a robust adult zombie pursuing a child zombie. The latter clutching a mouse in its mouth, terrified that its hard-won meal would be snatched away by the adult. Observing this scene, Bai Yin approaches. "Hey," he calls from behind the adult zombie. The creature instinctively turns at the sound. Thud. In an instant, Bai Yin cleaves it down with an axe, dismembering its limbs into several segments. He then arranges these severed appendages into a line leading directly to the manhole. Finally, he discards the now dismembered body of the zombie into the depths below and departs in search of useful items. Upon his return, he finds the remains of the dismembered bodies have vanished from the roadway. Only the sounds of chewing and growling echo from the hole below, a warning of territoriality. Stealthily, Bai Yin approaches and discovers a pack of zombie dogs gathered around the corpse, devouring it voraciously. He rushes to the roadside, clutching a pile of firewood he had recently gathered, and hurls it into the hole along with a bucket of gasoline. The dogs below are startled, but it is too late. Bai Yin swiftly replaces the manhole cover and stands atop it. Thud, thud. The dogs below leap, attempting to dislodge the cover. But their efforts are futile. Bai Yin opens the cap of the gasoline and pours it through the cracks of the cover. In the next moment, he retrieves a lighter and ignites a piece of paper. Seizing the opportunity, he steps back. Thud. Just as one dog leaps to lift the cover, he kicks it down. He tosses the burning paper into the abyss. Boom. Suddenly, the entire area below erupted into a sea of flames. The fire-enveloped zombie dogs emitted peculiar, eerie howls. Simultaneously, an unsettling odor reminiscent of burnt flesh wafted through the air. The blaze continued to rage for approximately 10 minutes. When the flames finally subsided, the confined space was left with only several grotesquely charred black corpses. Ding! The system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Mission accomplished. Traveled to Changsha City and successfully eliminated 10 canine zombies. Ding! Heizi has acquired the ability of a corpse ally. From now on, zombies will regard him as kin. The lengthy 3-part fusion task was finally complete, and Bai Yin let out a sigh of relief. Compared to his own role as a corpse ally, Heizi's task was undoubtedly far more arduous. However, as long as the objective was achieved, all efforts were undoubtedly worthwhile. Bai Yin swiftly returned to the supermarket. At noon, while the trio gathered around a larger, pristine wooden table for a meal, Bai Yin recounted his experiences from the morning. The area was remarkably secure, with a minimal number of zombies, most being feeble and frail. The landscape was largely barren, which, conversely, presented an opportunity for cultivation, a potential haven for a peaceful retirement. Compared to other locations, this place was undoubtedly a relatively safe sanctuary. Isn't that splendid? Let us settle down here and forego venturing elsewhere, Huang Mao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Bai Yin nodded in agreement, stating, "It appears this is our only viable option for now." Nevertheless, less than half an hour after their meal, Bai Yin, with his backpack slung over his shoulder and accompanied by Heizi, quietly slipped away while the siblings were preoccupied in the kitchen. His next destination was Heijiang, with a substantial river lying in between, devoid of any bridges, necessitating a boat for crossing. In other words, Huang Mao's driving skills would no longer be of use. Chapter 28 ends Part 1. The White Giant Serpent. What would become of the siblings? As he made his way to Heijiang, this question inevitably occupied Bai Yin's thoughts. It was not out of any particular affection for Huang Mao and Li Xian, but rather pure curiosity. Upon reflection, given the scarcity of zombies in Shajiang City and the abundance of resources, the siblings, if they possessed any wit, should be able to thrive. Forget it. Bai Yin shook his head, dismissing these trivial concerns from his mind. Compared to fleeting acquaintances he had known for only a few days, the imminent challenge of crossing the river weighed more heavily on him. It was approximately 5 p.m. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness began to envelop the sky. Gazing at the wide river, nearly 100 meters across, Bai Yin found himself at an impasse. The water was remarkably pristine, untouched by human pollution for a full year, a crystal-clear testament to the post-apocalyptic world. The current was gentle. With an appropriate boat, he could easily navigate across. Scanning the surroundings, Bai Yin found no suitable vessels nearby and was left with no choice but to walk along the riverbank. Eventually, he stumbled upon a peculiar white, floating object, fashioned from numerous large foam pieces bound together. Though it is terrifying in its simplicity, with proper caution, one can still traverse it. On the riverbank, Bai Yin unearthed a paddle from the earth and, with great care, boarded the massive white flotation device to row across the water. The entire process was executed with utmost caution, fearful that a moment of imbalance could capsize the vessel. As he journeyed midway across the river, the incessant barking of his companion, Heizi, filled the air. Bai Yin scanned his surroundings, and, at the riverbed, which plunged to depths of over 10 meters, he discovered a plethora of industrial refuse and the skeletal remains of those who had perished there. Just bones, nothing to worry about, he attempted to calm Heizi. But the dog only grew more agitated, barking fiercely as if it had uncovered something significant. Bai Yin felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Positioned at the center of the river, he was still nearly 40 meters from the opposite shore. As he remained vigilant, a strange ripping sound suddenly emanated from behind him. A colossal shadow loomed over his small craft, darkening it beneath the setting sun. Bai Yin turned swiftly, and with a splash, an enormous white figure plunged into the water, sending waves cascading around him. Gazing downward, his eyes widened in horror. Beneath the surface lurked an extraordinarily large white serpent, its girth comparable to that of a van, and its length astounding. Before he could fully comprehend its size, the serpent's massive head lunged towards the bottom of his boat. Its eyes, a vivid green, were larger than his backpack. Caught off guard, Bai Yin instinctively abandoned the vessel in a desperate bid for survival, but it was too late. With a tremendous force, the serpent's head erupted from the depths, tossing Bai Yin and his foam boat into the air, followed by a resounding splash as he fell into the water, approximately 7 to 8 meters from the shore. He landed face first, the impact painful, but fortunately, the height had not been too great, sparing him from serious harm. The foam debris rained down around him, but Bai Yin had no time to spare for observation. He swam fervently towards the bank. The sound of something slicing through the water grew ever closer behind him. With every ounce of strength, he propelled himself towards the safety of the shore. Upon reaching the land, however, in his frantic haste, he failed to notice a protruding iron rod embedded in the ground, which grazed against his leg, tearing his pants with a sharp rip. Yet, he did not dare to look back, continuing his desperate flight. After running for over 30 meters from the riverbank, he finally sensed a profound silence behind him. He glanced back momentarily and beheld the enormous serpent, its head barely breaking the surface of the water, flicking its forked tongue menacingly. After locking eyes with it for a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds, it plunged back into the river with a splash, swiftly vanishing from sight. He had narrowly escaped death, and at the same time, his body greedily inhaled the fresh air. Bai Yin felt as though his heart would leap from his chest as he sank to the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief respite of no more than 5 seconds, he hastily removed his backpack. Upon discovering that the black dog inside was unharmed, albeit slightly damp, his anxiety was finally alleviated. Woof, woof. The dog clamored to be let out. Bai Yin unzipped the bag, relieved to find it waterproof. Despite a hole formed by the brief contact with water, the contents had suffered minimal damage, largely thanks to the dog's head blocking the opening, preventing much water from entering. What a monstrous creature. The sheer size of that colossal serpent left Bai Yin questioning the nature of this world. Yet, to his surprise, the serpent did not pursue him from the river, an unexpected turn of events. Bai Yin understood one crucial truth. Had the serpent emerged fully from the water, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. Woof, woof. The dog barked and rushed toward Bai Yin's thigh, beginning to lick the wound. It was then that Bai Yin realized his right leg was not only torn, but had also sustained a significant gash, approximately 20 centimeters long, and was bleeding profusely. If this continued, he would surely perish from blood loss that very day. A glance at the shore revealed the rusted iron rod that had caused his injury. Damn it! Bai Yin's bag contained no tetanus medication. However, there was no time for lamentation. He pushed the dog aside and retrieved alcohol and medical cotton from his pack to cleanse the wound. The entire process was excruciating, yet he bore the pain. Finally, he bandaged the wound, stifling cries of agony. Once everything was tidied up and the dog was safely stowed back in the backpack, he resumed his journey forward. His right foot throbbed painfully, causing him to limp as he walked. Yet, barely an hour had passed before Bai Yin, drenched in cold sweat, felt his mind growing hazy. Just ahead lay Heijian County, and he could see the outlines of buildings in the distance, but his consciousness was fading. With a final, resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to exhaustion. As his eyes began to close, he heard the distant roar of a motorcycle approaching. Chapter 29, Ants. Part 2. The sound of the motorcycle echoed around him, the surroundings swaying violently. Bai Yin opened his eyes, only to be met by the sight of the moon hanging in the sky. He glanced around and soon discovered several animal traps nearby, along with the lifeless body of a wild boar. He found himself lying in the back of a tricycle. Woof! Upon seeing Bai Yin awake, the dog, Heizi, hurried over, wagging its tail and licking his face with exuberance. Bai Yin struggled to sit up and then looked ahead, noticing that the driver was a slender man dressed in a short-sleeved shirt. "Oh, you're awake." The man's voice was soft and melodious. Through the rearview mirror, Bai Yin could barely discern that he was a bespectacled individual, unable to make out his features clearly. "Thank goodness you have a dog. Otherwise, I wouldn't have considered rescuing you." Bai Yin surveyed his surroundings and realized the tricycle was navigating a pitch-black highway. "Is this Hei Yu County?" he inquired. "What else could it be?" The man chuckled lightly. "I apologize for rummaging through your bag while you were unconscious. After all, I had no desire to encounter any unsavory characters. Given the contents of your bag, you must be a traveler?" "I suppose so. Anyone who carries a full bag of food in these times must be quite remarkable. At the very least, not the type to rob me." "Why is that?" "Because I'm poor," he replied with conviction. "By the way, where did you get that dog?" "I found him." "Taking the time to care for a dog indicates you're not a bad person." "Not necessarily," he retorted. The man displayed a confident smile and then introduced himself. "By the way, my name is Ans. Don't let my appearance deceive you. I am actually a doctor." "Where are we headed?" "To my home, a small clinic." "What happened to your foot?" "I got caught by an iron rod when crossing the river." "You'll need a tetanus shot. Once we get home, I'll administer it." "Thank you. Just a small favor. By the way, are you allergic to that medication?" "Not at all." "That's good." As they spoke, the vehicle came to a stop in front of a small clinic. Bai Yin, supported by Ans, disembarked and was led into the main hall. "Here." Ans turned on the lights, and Bai Yin was astonished. "You have electricity here? Don't get your hopes up." Ans chuckled. And only then did Bai Yin get a clearer look at him. He was a well-groomed man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of profound knowledge. "I set up a personal generator, but I find it too noisy, so I keep it in someone else's basement." "Are you the only resident here?" Bai Yin settled onto the sofa. "Just my daughter and me," he replied, stepping outside to retrieve the small wild boar from the tricycle. As he entered, his slight figure struggled under the weight of the boar, which was nearly half his size. Thud! He finally tossed the boar into the kitchen, exiting breathlessly to grab a cup of water from the dispenser, which he gulped down in one go. He then walked to the door and locked it securely from the inside. "Where's your daughter?" Bai Yin asked. "She is ill and resting in her room." "Earlier, I didn't see many zombies while entering the city. Where did they all go?" "A significant plague swept through Hei Yu County a year ago." "Didn't you see it on the news?" This seems somewhat familiar. Bai Yin recalls a significant event from a year ago. It appears that there was indeed a county that suffered from a peculiar plague. The government organized personnel to transfer all the locals to a newly constructed hospital for treatment. In short, it was quite a substantial undertaking. "Did you not leave at that time?" "My daughter and I were delayed by certain matters. And just when we finally managed to leave, the zombie outbreak occurred." "What a coincidence, wouldn't you say?" "In other words, are you two the only ones left in the entire county?" "Not quite. Occasionally, some wandering zombies drift in from other areas. Now, a year has passed, and I estimate there may be a few hundred of them by now. However, it's not a significant issue. I have set up some iron net traps around. The only path leading to my location is along the road." As he spoke, he had already prepared the tetanus vaccine, and walked over and asked, "How is it? Do you trust me?" Bai Yin lifted his arm and murmured, "If you wanted to harm me, you would have done so from the very beginning." "Not necessarily," Ans replied, inserting the needle into Bai Yin's arm. "Who knows? I might just want to deceive you into coming back before striking. In that case, for safety's sake, you should have drugged me the moment you laid eyes on me. Perhaps with a sedative or something." "Haha, indeed." The needle was withdrawn, and Ans headed straight to the kitchen. "You are fortunate. Just as you arrived, I happened to acquire some good ingredients. You know, even I haven't had fresh meat in days." He busied himself in the kitchen, the sound of chopping meat echoing from within. "Need any help? Come on. You should focus on healing first. Do you primarily rely on hunting for sustenance?" "Not exactly. I mainly venture to other places to pilfer a bit. How should I put it? To procure some modern industrial food items, like instant noodles. As for hunting, it's merely to occasionally enhance our living conditions. After all, the city is surrounded by mountains. It would be a shame not to take advantage of that, wouldn't it?" Let me tell you. A few days ago, I managed to obtain a rare animal, one that could lead to legal repercussions. Of course, I eventually released it. Are you afraid of imprisonment? Not really. Mainly because that creature didn't yield much meat. Don't let my appearance fool you. I do possess a consciousness for protecting endangered wildlife. After all, I am a father and need to set an example for my daughter, though I'm not sure how much use that is now. The two engaged in a casual conversation, and Bai Yin could tell that Ens enjoyed chatting. Perhaps it was due to the lack of peers suitable for conversation in this place. Of course, Bai Yin was not of An's generation, but compared to his daughter, he was undoubtedly a more comprehensible conversational partner. May I ask how old your daughter is? She just turned 10 last month, and her name is Yaya. And her mother? Died during childbirth. It's been 10 years now. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. It has been 10 years, and I am quite accustomed to it. Did you both fare well during last year's plague? Needless to say, if we had not, we would have perished long ago. What do you think would have happened otherwise? The sound of bubbling emanated from the pot as the meat simmered, and soon, the kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of cooked meat. Approximately half an hour later, it was finally time to dine. The table was set with rice and a large bowl of braised pork at the center. However, Ans only arranged cutlery for two, leaving out his daughter Yaya. Chapter 30. Ans Perspective 3. The missing meat. Are you not calling your daughter to join us for dinner? She is unwell. We can eat first and bring her food later. At the dining table, Ans was quite talkative, displaying a keen interest in Bai Yin's experiences, continually inquiring about them. Bai Yin shared only what he deemed appropriate, particularly recounting his encounters with zombies, which ignited Ans' enthusiasm. As Ans himself stated, even in peacetime, he rarely ventured beyond his hometown of Hei Yu County. Since the outbreak of the undead, he had been confined to this place, with the notable advantage that he and his daughter were the only survivors in the entire county. The resources in the town were ample for the two of them to live comfortably. After the meal, Ans led Bai Yin to an empty room adjacent to the staircase. Inside was a bed, which had just been tidied up. This would be Bai Yin's designated room moving forward. Ans emphasized, even once you recover, you are welcome to stay here indefinitely. I would gladly appreciate the company of someone to converse with. Bai Yin did not ponder this much at the time. He simply lay down early to rest. In the middle of the night, peculiar sounds emanated from the room above. Bai Yin could hear footsteps, presumably Ans, descending the stairs to the first floor. Naturally, Ans' room was also located on the first floor. Was he concerned that his daughter might kick off her blanket and wanted to check on her? Bai Yin thought to himself, what a good father he is. However, the subsequent noise from above left him distinctly puzzled. It sounded as though someone was chewing, a strange noise akin to gnawing on something particularly tough. Ans had already descended, meaning the only one left upstairs could only be his 10-year-old daughter, Yaya. Yet, one must question, does a typical young girl produce such peculiar sounds while eating? The noise resembled that of someone gnawing on raw, uncooked meat. Yet, Bai Yin could not dwell on these unsettling thoughts. He could only affirm that Ans had saved his life, and that he should not judge the character of a noble man with the mind of a petty one. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Task released. Eliminate Yaya to acquire the ability of the anti-zombie. The anti-zombie will not be susceptible to infection. Immunity to zombie infection? That indeed seemed like a remarkable ability. Yet, without a doubt, this task represented a profound betrayal of gratitude. Bai Yin was acutely aware that in this apocalypse, one should not be overly compassionate. One must be ruthless for their own survival. However, he also understood that no circumstance could justify such an act of betrayal. Hasn't that turned one into an ungrateful wretch? Bai Yin harbors a disdain for such individuals, particularly when they have been rescued from peril. He sighed with a hint of resignation. Despite the allure of immunity to infection, Bai Yin ultimately resolved to forego the task. However, he was taken aback when the system presented him with two additional missions. Beep. System notification. For the next 15 days, ensure the safety of Yaya's life. Enable Heizi to acquire the ability of the anti-zombie. Anti-zombies cannot be infected by zombies. Beep. Task notification. 2 weeks from now, compel Ans to personally slay 10 zombies, granting him the ability of the zombie companion. Zombie companions cannot be attacked by zombies. After abandoning the previous task, 2 new ones emerged unexpectedly. It was as if the system could read Bai Yin's innermost thoughts, offering him fresh choices. If the earlier task was an act of ingratitude, the latter 2 undoubtedly represented a chance to repay kindness. Bai Yin was inclined to select the latter 2 tasks, as they promised to bestow Heizi with the coveted immunity to zombie infection. Bai Yin always believed that Heizi's safety outweighed his own. The rationale was simple. Heizi was too fragile and required greater abilities to safeguard himself. Mind reading? If the system indeed added new tasks upon recognizing Bai Yin's desires, did that imply that had he chosen to accept the initial task, the subsequent two would never have materialized? Of course, Bai Yin could postpone the latter tasks until after he dealt with Yaya, thereby securing his own immunity to zombie infection. Yet, that remained merely a fleeting thought. The notion of ingratitude held no appeal for Bai Yin. If you can hear my thoughts, why not engage in a conversation with me? By the way, don't systems and novels typically possess the basic ability to communicate? Why has it become mute in my case? Bai Yin drifted into slumber amid his complaints. The following days unfolded with remarkable tranquility. During this period, Bai Yin and Heizi frequently accompanied Ens on hunting excursions, the delightful incidents that transpired akin to a spring outing. Under Ens' expert care, Bai Yin's thigh injury healed swiftly. By around the 14th day, it had nearly fully mended. Yet, even after 14 days, Bai Yin had yet to catch a glimpse of Ens' daughter, Yaya. Occasionally, peculiar sounds would emanate from her room, but they never formed coherent syllables. Indeed, he had not only failed to see her, but had never even heard her speak. He began to question whether Yaya might be mute. On the evening of the 14th day, while Ens busied himself in the kitchen, a sudden thud echoed from Yaya's room above, akin to the sound of a person falling. Ens paused, then hurriedly exited the kitchen. As he ascended the stairs to check on his daughter, he called to Bai Yin, who was peeling garlic in the hall. "Keep an eye on the pot for me. I need to see what has happened with Yaya." Understood. Bai Yin entered the kitchen, his gaze fixated on the wild chicken simmering in the pot, nearly devoid of water. Suddenly, his attention shifted to the large refrigerator nearby. He recalled vividly the first time he met Enze, who had successfully hunted a wild boar. However, the remnants of that boar had yet to be entirely consumed, still occasionally gracing their table. Yet, many parts of the animal were conspicuously absent from the pot, such as the offal and the head. Bai Yin hesitated, casting a glance outside the kitchen. Noting Enze's prolonged absence, he ultimately decided to investigate the refrigerator. Just as he was about to touch the door, a thought crossed his mind. Taking precautions, he retrieved a pair of gloves from his pocket. Donning the gloves, Bai Yin opened the upper compartment of the refrigerator. Nothing extraordinary was inside, merely wild chickens, wild rabbits, and some canned goods. The pork should be in the lower section. He then opened the freezer compartment, only to discover that the pork consisted solely of 4 trotters and half a piece of pork butt. Where had the other meat gone? Chapter 31. Enze's Tale 4. The unexpected visitor that night. As Bai Yin lay in bed, sleep eluded him. Logically, the pork consumed by him and Enze over the past days should not exceed half of the wild boar. Yet, the refrigerator now contained only 4 trotters and half a buttock. Moreover, the heart, kidneys, and other offal had completely vanished. Could it be that the meat had been discarded? This seemed rather illogical. In this small clinic, aside from himself and Enze, the only other person who could consume food was Enze's daughter, Yaya. However, how could a 10-year-old child possibly eat so much? Furthermore, there was no evidence of Enze secretly cooking. How, then, had his daughter consumed the raw meat? Bai Yin formed a bold hypothesis, but quickly shook his head, dismissing it. Never mind that. Today marked the 14th day. As long as he safely navigated through tomorrow, his task would be complete. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door, interrupting his thoughts. Alongside the knocking, a woman's voice called out, "Is anyone there? Please, help me." Her voice, tinged with tears, suggested she was a young woman. Bai Yin furrowed his brow and hastily got out of bed. As he exited his room, he encountered Enze emerging from the opposite room. Their eyes met, and they nodded in mutual understanding. "Did you forget to turn off the light?" Bai Yin whispered as he approached. Enze replied in a hushed tone, "I was just about to sleep and hadn't gotten around to it." No wonder, Bai Yin mused. It seemed Enze had noticed the light still on in his room and had come over. "What should we do?" Enze asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yin suggested, "Just in case, I'll take Heizi to the basement to hide. Be cautious, don't act impulsively. Your life is paramount." "All right." With that, Bai Yin returned to his room. Subsequently, she quietly gathered her belongings and took the young man, Heizi, to a concealed basement. "Is anyone there? Please help me." The woman outside continued to pound on the door, her voice tinged with desperation. Ens took a deep breath and opened the door with a creak. Before him stood a disheveled young woman, clad in tattered clothes, appearing to be around 25 or 26, gaunt and pale. Upon seeing Anne's, her eyes brightened with excitement. Oh, thank goodness, someone is here. At last, a living person. Brother, could you spare me some food? The woman's plea was heart-wrenching. Anne's hesitated for a moment, but ultimately allowed her inside, then secured the door from the inside. He went to the kitchen to prepare a meal for her. And when he placed a steaming bowl of noodles on the table, she immediately devoured it hungrily. Throughout the process, Anne remained silent, simply observing her. After finishing her meal, the woman wore a look of satisfaction and shyly said, "Thank you, brother. I haven't asked your name yet." "My name is Anne's, and yours?" "I'm Jean Xiao. I wandered here all alone." "Well, you are quite fortunate. There are not many zombies in Heisha County. With a little effort, you should be able to secure your basic needs." "Is that so? Then I must have come to the right place." The girl chuckled lightly, then asked, "Brother, are you alone?" "Not at all." The response caught the woman off guard, and a hint of wariness flickered across her face. And added, "I also have a cat that is currently napping upstairs." Ding dong. Just then, a sound of something falling echoed from Yaya's room. Anne seized the opportunity. "See, the cat is rummaging around again." "Oh, I see." The woman sighed in relief, then said, "Brother, may I stay here with you? I am quite capable and can do anything." Her eyes brimmed with a pleading look, appearing quite pitiful, and sighed and replied, "If you wish to stay, then stay. I could use someone to talk to." "Thank you, brother." A radiant smile spread across the woman's face, yet a glimmer of triumph lurked in her gaze. She took a shower and emerged wearing Anne's clothes, his shirt and jeans. She was quite beautiful, with dark, wavy hair. Although somewhat slender, her figure was appealing. However, Anne had no interest in being swayed by her charm. He merely tossed a pillow and blanket onto the sofa and said, "You can sleep on the sofa, right?" "Yes, that is fine." She agreed readily, but inwardly felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The woman had anticipated that he would be captivated by her beauty, offering her the bed while he took the sofa, or perhaps even suggesting they share the bed. Nevertheless, the notion of being relegated to the sofa had not crossed her mind. But what could she do? He was the host, a man, and she, a defenseless woman without any means to resist, had no choice but to comply. Before long, she settled down on the sofa. Meanwhile, Enz returned to his room, though he found himself unable to truly sleep. In stark contrast, he held a compound bow, an implement typically reserved for hunting. It also served as Enz's sole ranged weapon for self-defense. Unlike the essence of Bai Yin, the woman before him instilled a sense of discomfort in Anne's. Although Bai Yin was merely a lad of 17 or 18, he often emanated a precocious maturity, coupled with a shrewdness that belied his youth. Throughout the days spent in Bai Yin's company, Enz had sensed no trace of discomfort. Their rapport was harmonious, unlike the insincerity he perceived from the woman this evening. Around 2:30 in the morning, Enz was roused by the sound of the woman rising from the sofa. The creak of the door signified that his front entrance was being opened. He heard the faint sound of footsteps, more than one pair, confirming Bai Yin's suspicion that their visitors bore ill intent, and swiftly knocked an arrow onto his compound bow and stood silently at the threshold. With a flick, the hall lights illuminated the space, revealing the woman engaged in hushed conversation with a man. After approximately half a minute, she approached Enz's door and knocked. "Brotherin, are you asleep? I'm cold. Could you spare me another blanket?" Her persistent rapping elicited no response from within. Casting a glance at the man behind her, she steeled herself and opened the door. "Brotherin?" The door, unlatched, swung open to reveal Enz aiming his compound bow at her. "Please, don't," she exclaimed, raising her hands in alarm. Two men flanked her, one stout, the other slender, both in their 20s. Chapter 32, Enz, Part 5. The intruders and stepped cautiously from his room. Bow drawn, the trio retreated, fear etched on their faces. "Please, don't be rash," they pleaded, hands raised in a gesture of submission. Enz's voice thundered, "You three, get out now." But before he could finish his command, one of the assailants struck him sharply on the head. As darkness enveloped him, Enz realized that, in addition to the three before him, there was another accomplice lurking in the shadows. When Enz regained consciousness, he found himself bound with hemp ropes to a sofa. Before him, a table bore the sight of 4 individuals feasting on freshly cooked pork, indulging heartily. Alongside the woman and the stout man, a robust, middle-aged bald man, a veritable powerhouse, was present. He was the one who had ambushed Enz moments earlier, and he was the leader of this quartet. "Ah, you're awake," the bald man exclaimed, savoring a piece of pork as he acknowledged Enz's return to consciousness. Enz remained silent, casting a cold gaze upon the four. Don't hold it against us. In this world, one must look out for oneself. We didn't wish for this either. However, we are in quite a good position. After all, we haven't killed you, have we? Humph. And scoffed coldly and said, enough of this. Speak plainly, what do you desire? In truth, it was nothing too complex. The bald man chuckled. I find this place rather agreeable, with electricity and a scarcity of zombies. Thus, we intend to stay here temporarily, if you have no objections. Is this how one treats their host when seeking refuge? Oh, come now, do not be offended. After all, you did point that thing at us earlier. It is only natural we felt some trepidation, wouldn't you agree? I noticed your refrigerator is stocked with wild fowl and rabbits. Are you perhaps a hunter? Enz remained silent, and after a prolonged pause, reluctantly replied, it's merely a hobby. That is commendable. In such dire conditions, indulging in fresh meat is no small feat. At least we are incapable of such luxury. Alas, my friend, would you entertain the idea of joining us? What benefits would that entail? Enz replied with a sardonic smile. Oh, quite a few. Firstly, we can safeguard you from harm inflicted by others. In this wretched world, it is prudent to have allies. Secondly, the bald man glanced at the woman before continuing. Do you not yearn for some carnal pleasures? It is worth noting that in this era, finding beautiful women is a rarity. Upon hearing this, the woman flirtatiously cast a glance at Enz. Yet, all he perceived was her forced compliance. A woman cornered by three imposing men. Enz held no interest in her. However, he was acutely aware that maintaining this standoff was untenable. Why should I trust you? How can I be certain you are not deceiving me? The bald man, sensing an opportunity, eagerly added, we have no reason to mislead you. Ultimately, we lack hunting skills and require someone capable of procuring fresh meat. Just this fact renders you invaluable to our group. If I agree to join you, will you then release me? That is unacceptable. The bald man chuckled heartily. We understand your hesitation, but we cannot fully place our trust in you just yet. It appears you live alone. You must have stockpiled quite a bit of food. If you willingly disclose its location, we can begin to trust you. The food is not here. It is stored elsewhere. No matter, we can accompany you there tomorrow, but for tonight, you must remain as you are. Very well. Enz replied with a hint of resignation. Huh, I admire your cleverness. The bald man grinned and brought over a piece of pork. He then helped Enz rise from the sofa and asked, care for a bite? Enz, unreserved, opened his mouth and chewed the meat a few times before swallowing, then stated, if I join you, I have one condition. Speak. Should anyone else arrive, particularly women, I wish to choose first. Heh, of course, but only this once. We cannot allow you to select first every time. Agreed. Suddenly, a smoke bomb was deployed nearby. Unexpectedly, a heavy thud resonated from Yaya's room on the second floor. Enz felt a fleeting moment of panic, quickly regaining his composure. What was that noise upstairs? The bald man inquired, furrowing his brow. Enz endeavored to calm himself, replying, it's nothing, just my cat. At that moment, the woman chimed in from behind. Yes, merely a cat. But was met with a fierce glare from the bald man. He pointed towards the second floor and commanded, you, go check. Reluctantly, the woman set down the pig's trotter in her hand and ascended to Yaya's room. Throughout this ordeal, Enz's heart remained lodged in his throat. Upon reaching the door of Yaya's room, the woman heard rustling sounds from within. Without a second thought, she twisted the doorknob and opened the door. The room was shrouded in darkness, and she attempted to locate the light switch. However, before she could reach it, a sudden noise erupted behind her, as if something was rushing towards her. Startled, she turned around. A blood-curdling scream pierced the night, sending chills through everyone present. The haunting wail reverberated in their hearts, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. Instantly alert, the bald man glared at Enz and barked, what the hell is up there? He seized his compound bow and strode toward the upper floor. You too, follow me. The stout and slender men followed closely. The three imposing figures ascending the stairs with a menacing air, clearly intent on wreaking havoc. Stop! Don't go up there. Don't harm her. And shouted desperately, trying to thwart their impending actions. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears as they continued towards Yaya's room. In that moment, Enz felt as if his heart was gripped in a vice. A profound sense of helplessness and despair washed over him. He had already lost his wife and now had only this daughter left. Yaya was his sole reason for living. If anything were to happen to her, Enz knew he could not go on. Thus, he cried out with a hint of desperation, please, don't hurt her, spare her. His voice trembled, tinged with a note of pleading, revealing a vulnerability he had never shown before. just as despair threatened to consume him. His gaze fell upon a coat draped over the sofa. Within its pocket lay a dagger. Chapter 33. N's perspective. Yaya in the pitch-black room. The sound of something being chewed echoed ominously. The darkness was profound, enveloping everything in silence. As the bald man, armed with his compound bow, approached the door with the two men behind him, his initial bravado began to wane, replaced by trepidation. He took several deep breaths before suddenly charging towards the door, aiming his bow inside and bellowing, "Don't move." Yet, there was only silence. The sound had originated from the depths of the darkness. At this moment, they came to an abrupt halt. Illuminated by the light from the staircase at the doorway, a substantial pool of blood was visible on the ground, seeping forth from the encroaching shadows ahead. "Fatty, turn on the light." The bald man held his bow steadily, directing it towards the darkness, ever vigilant. Meanwhile, Fatty fumbled beside him for the light switch. Ding! Yet, it proved futile. Not only that, with his press, the entire building plunged into utter darkness. Just moments ago, someone had cut the power to the entire building. What is happening? The thin man panicked, his voice faltering. "Don't shout." The bald man furrowed his brow. But in the blink of an eye, bang! A hefty object swung from the side, striking his head. A rushing wind filled his ears, and he was knocked unconscious in an instant. Thud! The bald man collapsed, rendered motionless. The thin man and Fatty gasped in terror. The next moment, whoosh! Something lunged from the darkness, pouncing on Fatty and sinking its teeth into his neck. "Ah!" Fatty's shrill scream echoed, and within moments, silence enveloped him. "Help! Help me! Don't kill me!" The thin man, overwhelmed with dread, turned and sprinted towards the staircase he vaguely remembered. "Damn you!" But he was abruptly kicked down from the second floor by Ans, who was ascending. A cacophony of sounds erupted below before the silence returned. "Yaya." Ans called out his daughter's name, anxiety gnawing at him. He hesitated, contemplating whether to turn on the power at the staircase. He had managed to cut the ropes with the dagger he found in the bald man's jacket. Then, in a swift motion, he dashed to the staircase corner and shut off the power. "Yaya?" Ans called again, and from her room came the familiar sound of chewing. A sigh of relief escaped him. In the absurd stillness of the night, the sound of his daughter's munching was like music to his ears. He restored the power at the staircase, and as light flooded the room, he gripped the dagger tightly and proceeded towards his daughter's room, eager to ascertain her condition, hoping she had not been struck by the compound bow or harmed in any way. Tap, tap, tap. As he hesitated at the door, suddenly, "Hi. Oh my God." A figure emerged from the room, startling him. In his shock, the dagger clattered to the ground. This left Bai Yin quite speechless. "Are you really that timid?" Bai Yin held a baseball bat he had discovered in the basement. Upon realizing it was him, Ans felt a wave of relief wash over him. "You scare me to death, brother." With Bai Yin here, he could somewhat infer the situation inside. Ans patted his chest and hurried into the room. The lights were now on, and he immediately recognized his daughter gnawing on the bald man's corpse at the doorway. She was a little girl, a zombie, clad in a white dress stained red with blood. Her right foot was bound by an iron chain, the other end tethered to the corner of the room. The chain was neither too long nor too short, just sufficient for Yaya to reach the doorway. It seemed that the person who had shackled her intended merely to confine her within this room. In the corner beside the bed lay the remains of a woman, her visage grotesquely gnawed beyond recognition. On the floor, two additional corpses were present. One was a corpulent man, and the other, a bald individual. The fat man's throat was missing a substantial piece of flesh, utterly lifeless. As for the bald man, his throat had been bitten through after he lost consciousness, and Yaya was feasting upon his flesh. Yaya was a zombie. However, her hair was remarkably smooth, indicating that someone frequently tended to her grooming. Her eyes lacked distinction between the iris and the sclera, appearing as a singular abyss of black. In comparison to other zombies, who were withered and emaciated, either resembling mummies or decaying corpses, Yaya's skin was a pure dark gray. Despite the peculiar hue, she did not emit the stench of decay, rather giving the illusion that this was her natural complexion, akin to that of a healthy individual. She was a young girl with hair cascading to her waist. Setting aside her bloodied visage and her current actions, she was indeed quite a beautiful girl. It's fine. Daddy loves you, Yaya." And sighed in relief upon seeing that his daughter was unharmed. He then crouched down to caress her silky hair. Suddenly, Yaya bit off a large chunk of flesh from the bald man's arm, pulled it from her mouth, and offered it to Ans. He merely smiled faintly and waved his hand, indicating he did not want it. Yaya reluctantly returned the morsel to her mouth and continued to savor her meal. She certainly won tea, Bite You. Silver's voice rang out unexpectedly from behind, accompanied by the sound of a baseball bat clattering to the ground. You don't seem surprised, Enz remarked with a wry smile. Silver replied nonchalantly, after all, I hear strange noises from upstairs every night. I had my suspicions. Did you think the missing pork in the fridge was all consumed by her? It seems I overestimated the soundproofing of this house. Zombies only consume flesh. Just as he was speaking, he appeared to suddenly recall something and froze. Wait, you came from my daughter's room? Yes. How did you manage to climb in through the window? Hiding in the basement certainly wouldn't protect your daughter. I know, but why didn't Yaya bite you? Well, Silver shrugged, you might not believe this, but zombies have no interest in me, so they won attack. He then stepped into the room, crouched down, and extended his hand toward Yaya. See, she won bite. However, to his surprise, Yaya lunged at him, though he quickly withdrew his hand, narrowly avoiding being bitten. Yaya merely regarded Silver with hostility, emitting low growls, and when he ceased his movements, she returned her attention to her food. Look, she simply won bite me. That was purely a protective instinct regarding her meal, not animosity toward me. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, his smile awkward and strained. Enz merely chuckled lightly before inquiring, would you care for a late-night snack? Are you interested in sharing a drink with me? Chapter 34. Enz discourse. The thin man met his demise, yet it was not by being pushed from the building. After all, it was merely the second floor. Achieving a fatal fall from such a height would indeed pose a challenge. The thin man was frightened to death. While Enz busied himself in the kitchen preparing a midnight meal, Bai Yin knelt down and prodded the thin man's face, contorted with terror. It seems this fellow was scared to death. Are we to let your daughter consume him? A voice from the kitchen replied with exasperation, do not utter such horrific things. Spare us the trouble and dispose of him. Very well. Bai Yin opened the front door and casually discarded the thin man's corpse in an appropriate spot outside. Upon re-entering, he fetched his bag from the basement, and in the process, released the eager black dog, Heizi. Heizi was remarkably well-behaved. When told to be quiet, he complied without a sound. As if soothing a child, Bai Yin cradled him and sat on the sofa, scratching the little black dog's belly. Midway through, he glanced towards the second-floor corridor. There was no longer any sound of munching from Yaya's room. Has your daughter ever eaten a person before? Bai Yin suddenly posed this question towards the kitchen, curiosity piqued. I've already mentioned, do not speak in such dreadful terms, Enz replied, slightly exasperated yet earnest. There was one occasion. Indeed, once, while I was out hunting, I returned to find a man's corpse in Yaya's room, utterly devoured. A thief? I suspect he was a ruthless bandit. As he bore a knife. Was there no harm done during that incident? Fortunately, Yaya was unharmed. It seems she seized the opportunity to strike when he was unaware. It appears that once a person transforms into a zombie, their offensive capabilities increase exponentially. Yaya is not a monster. That was not my intention. Ultimately, she was compelled by circumstance. It is the nature of the zombie that has altered her. Yet here you are, watching your daughter consume a human while you casually stroke her hair. Are you not the true monster? I would not consider a man who remains unfazed at the crime scene to have the audacity to accuse me. The bald man's table was cleared away, and the new dishes on the table included sautéed wild chicken, wild rabbit, and various greens. Additionally, there was a large plate of peanuts, and the staple was a small bowl of noodles. Enz opened a can of beer for himself, while Bai Yin, disinclined to drink alcohol, poured himself a glass of Sprite. After finding a plate, he placed several large pieces of meat with bones beneath the table for Heizi to gnaw on, then began to delve into the main topic. Let us speak, considering I have refrained from interjecting for so many days. Bai Yin took a bite of meat, while Enz savored a hearty gulp of beer, belching softly before grinning. I truly appreciate guests like you, who, though residing under another's roof, remain principled. Unlike those meddlesome fools in films who delight in prying into others' affairs behind the host's back. Are you referring to the plot of a horror film? How many protagonists from such stories end up with a favorable outcome? Furthermore, I am merely recuperating. Why should I concern myself with your matters? Indeed, that is a valid point. With that, Bai Yin clinked his bottle against Enz in a toast. The two of them took a sip simultaneously. I notice that you do not seem like an ordinary person. Despite your youth, there is a remarkable lack of the typical vigor one might expect from someone your age. In truth, I intended to ask you this from the outset, but considering I too have my own secrets from you, I refrained from speaking up. However, now that you are privy to my secret, I shall venture to inquire. Would you be so kind as to divulge what you did in the past? It seems rather disingenuous to act as though I have exposed your secret when you have revealed it yourself, and yet you expect my assistance in doing so. Is it truly impossible for you to share? You may not wish to discuss it, but I can certainly speculate. Perhaps an assassin? I find the term assassin rather more appealing. That sounds rather juvenile. Killer is preferable, though it matters little at this point. It appears my conjecture was not amiss. Alas, might I inquire why my daughter did not bite you? Did she not attempt to do so just moments ago, albeit unsuccessfully? You understand my meaning. Before prying into others' secrets, should you not also reveal a bit of your own? Very well. And sighed deeply and continued. You have heard of the plague that struck a year ago, correct? Indeed, but I am not well versed in its specifics. The head of the newly established hospital was my mentor. From him, I gleaned some methods and information regarding the disease. Early treatment was straightforward, manageable in its mid-stages, yet hopeless in its later stages. During that time, the entire county was overrun with patients, yet my daughter and I remained untouched. Can you guess why? Were you hiding? Precisely. Enz took a generous sip of his drink. Utilizing the methods my mentor imparted, I conducted a blood test on myself and found no cause for concern. I then tested Yaya as well. Can you imagine the result? She was already in the late stage. So, you chose to hide away. To spend your daughter's final moments by her side? Indeed. Had I not done so, Yaya would have languished alone in a cold hospital room, awaiting her demise. By that time, the county had become a veritable ghost town. Even if we remained, we would not have troubled anyone. Were you not afraid of being infected by your daughter in the meantime? Enz merely smiled bitterly, taking another hearty gulp of his drink. If Yaya could not survive, what meaning would my existence hold? And then what transpired? Then the zombies erupted, plunging the world into chaos. One day, Yaya inadvertently wandered too far. And when I found her, a zombie was pursuing her. The poor girl was weeping uncontrollably, which terrified me. I scooped her up and hurried home, managing to evade the creature. However, I soon discovered claw marks on her foot. Yes, she had been infected. With a gulp, he finished one can of beer and promptly opened another. Due to the plague, Yaya had only a few days left to live. Nonetheless, I was deeply pained by her infection. I had hoped that at the very least, Yaya would depart with dignity. After her passing, I planned to lay her to rest and then join her. But can you believe it? The very next day, Yaya transformed into a zombie. Astonishingly, even after many days, she continued to exist. I comprehended it instantly. Although that plague is terrifying, leading to death in its later stages, becoming a zombie offers a chance to defy fate and continue existing. Though she is a zombie, she can still move. She is still my daughter, is she not? Has she ever attacked you? Yes, at first, she bit me upon seeing me. Thus, I was reluctantly compelled to restrain her with numerous iron chains. And her attire was far less revealing than it is now. And what is the situation now? Perhaps it is related to our daily conversations. During that period, I was apprehensive that she might grow bored, so I engaged her in dialogue every day. Chapter 35, Enz's Narrative Part 8. Father Yaya is unlike the other zombies. I can sense it. I cannot fully articulate this feeling, but I have an unshakable belief that she still remembers me. Furthermore, unlike other zombies whose bodies either transform into mummified structures, living for a long time, or decay and perish over time, Yaya is different. Initially, her body did indeed begin to rot. However, after I fed her copious amounts of raw meat, this deterioration noticeably slowed. Hadn't she consumed anything else before? Of course. But she refused to eat. Whether it was cooked food or vegetables, she would not touch them. Only raw meat. She consumed it in abundance. Does that mean she also? Cough, cough. Anne shot a glance at Ian with slight exasperation. I don't mind the mess, so refrain from probing further. Very well, my apologies. Ian picked up a piece of chicken, but was reminded of some unpleasant thoughts and had to set it aside, until that illusory image completely vanished from his mind. He silently sipped his drink. In any case, Yaya's body ceased to decay after consuming raw meat. The foul odor disappeared, and it was evident that she was recovering. During that time, I captured several zombies and fed them raw meat as well. Regrettably, they showed no signs of change. At that moment, I felt a sense of divine providence, grateful that Yaya had transformed into a zombie, a chosen one, even if she was a zombie. But you still haven't explained why she doesn't bite you? I believe it might be due to her recovering some memories. Initially, she did exhibit aggressive behavior towards me, shouting and displaying strong hostility. However, as I continued to bring her food and engaged her in conversation daily, day after day, perhaps after about 6 months, she actually spoke. Can you guess what she said? Daddy? Yes, I heard it quite clearly. She was calling out to me. And it was certainly not a case of mishearing. Do you know how elated I was? A grown man wept for half a day. As he recounted this, Anne's eyes sparkled with emotion, as if the scene from that day remained vivid in his memory. He downed nearly half a can of alcohol and revealed a look of contentment. From that day forward, she no longer exhibited any desire to attack me. Though infrequent, she would occasionally call me daddy. Not only that, under my guidance, she also relearned how to use the toilet, make her bed, and tidy her room. Naturally, I dared not let her leave the room, fearing for her safety. Thus, I fashioned a makeshift toilet for her. I carefully unshackled each iron chain that bound her, leaving only one remaining. I thought that after some time, as she regained her strength, I would free her from the last chain as well, allowing her to explore the world outside. Do you believe she can return to her former self? Ans shook his head, a hint of resignation in his expression, yet a smile lingered on his face. I have not been naive enough to expect her to revert to humanity. However, for her, who can survive as a zombie, I find myself quite content. Moreover, she can still call me father, and her cognitive abilities are gradually returning. I do not expect her intellect to reach that of a normal person, as long as she can communicate with me in a few coherent sentences. Allowing me to understand her thoughts and how I can assist her, I will be satisfied. May your dreams come true. Bai Yin raised his glass, and Ens clinked it with his own. I appreciate your kind wishes. He downed the remainder of his drink in one gulp and opened another can, stating, my circumstances are quite similar to yours. Now it is time to discuss you. Why are you not attacked by zombies? That is something I cannot disclose. However, as long as you do not press too hard, I can ensure you will be spared from zombie attacks, just as I am. Really? Is that true? Ens appeared somewhat skeptical, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. Bai Yin remained unfazed. The day after tomorrow, I will have a means to render you immune to zombie aggression. Of course, this does not equate to being immune to zombie infection. I hope you can discern the difference. Very well. If you can indeed accomplish this, I shall call you brother. It's a deal. The following day, the 15th day, marking the half-month the system spoke of, was dedicated to tidying Yaya's room. According to Ans, it was summer, though the latter part of the night was rather cold. However, the corpse had deteriorated after a night, making it unsuitable for Yaya to consume, which could lead to digestive issues. Thus, it was imperative to address this matter during daylight. The entirety of their day was consumed with transporting the body from Yaya's room and cleaning up afterward. The process was, to say the least, quite chaotic and revolting. From the moment Bai Yin stepped into the room, he was met with a nauseating stench. Yet, Ans had long since acclimated to it, displaying no sign of discomfort as he began to organize with practiced ease. By the way, you should consider blocking the windows. Alternatively, renovating the basement for living quarters would suffice to prevent any unsavory individuals from being lured in by the light. Understood. I have already contemplated this issue. In a few days, I shall tend to the basement. The two continued their task while conversing. As Bai Yin attempted to clean the footprints from the windowsill, he inadvertently drew back the curtains, prompting Yaya, nestled beneath the covers, to emit warning sounds. She had cocooned herself in the blanket, revealing only her head, appearing quite averse to the sunlight streaming through the window. Close the curtains. Yaya dislikes the sun, and's reminded that Bai Yin had to pull him up, simultaneously stating, at this point, I would believe you if you told me your daughter is a vampire. Bai Yin was tidying up the table when he finally noticed a crayon drawing. He had not seen it last night, so it must have been created this morning. The artwork was rather crude, yet one could still discern its subject. It depicted a little girl holding hands with a bespectacled man, both wearing cheerful expressions. Beside them was a bed, and at its side lay a plate that illustrated 3 figures, a woman, a bald man, and a stout individual. Each figure was adorned with a wavy line above their heads, indicating that they were delectable food items. Bai Yin also recognized himself in the drawing. He was represented by a door, with a faceless man quietly standing there. A large question mark was drawn on the man's face, adding an air of mystery. Bai Yin gazed at the drawing for quite some time. When he turned to look at Yaya, he discovered her intently focused on him. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, Yaya's eyes held not only vigilance, but also a hint of anticipation. Bai Yin smiled slightly and remarked, the drawing is quite good. Upon hearing this, Yaya silently turned her head away, swiftly burying the exposed part of her face into the blanket, lost in her thoughts. Observing this scene, Ens couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "She is shy." Chapter 36, Ens ninth part. Farewell. Ens chapter concluded. Beep. Task completed. Successfully protected Yaya within half a month. Beep. Heizi has gained the ability to resist the undead. From now on, it will be immune to zombie infection. On the morning of the 16th day, as soon as he awoke, the system's notification of task completion echoed in his mind. Looking down at Heizi, who was sprawled on his chest, panting and wagging its tail, Bai Yin couldn't help but lift it up while yawning and saying, "Oh, now that you're fine, let's see when I can be like you." Woof woof. Today was the day to fulfill his promise. Bai Yin had vowed to make Ens invulnerable to zombie attacks, just like himself. When Ens broached this subject, Bai Yin replied bluntly, "All you need to do from now on is kill 10 zombies, and you will be just like me." Huh. Ens wore an expression that suggested he thought Bai Yin was treating him like a fool. However, after Bai Yin's repeated insistence, he reluctantly decided to give it a try. The process was not particularly arduous. It merely involved heading to a nearby wire trap to find those zombies that had been ensnared, and swiftly dispatched 10 zombies, then inquired, "What now? I don't feel any different." At that moment, Bai Yin's mind resonated with the task completion notification as he pointed to a nearby zombie, saying, "Why don't you go over and see if it reacts to you?" Skeptical, Ens cautiously approached, only to suddenly realize that the zombie, which had previously lunged at him, now seemed to regard him with indifference, an unsettling calmness enveloping the scene. He then surveyed the other zombies around him. All the zombies had suddenly turned from their previous chaotic howling to busying themselves with their own affairs, seemingly indifferent to one another. How is this possible? Ens expressed his bewilderment while casting a mix of joy and confusion toward Bai Yin. Bai Yin, with a mysterious smile, replied, "I told you it's a secret." Having fully recovered from his injuries, he felt no lingering attachments. Bai Yin then suggested that it was time for him to depart. Ens, feeling reluctant to part ways, attempted to persuade him to stay, but Bai Yin declined. "Do you want a ride? I can arrange one for you." Though the sentiment was kind, Bai Yin, who suffered from motion sickness, could only smile wryly in refusal, stating he preferred to walk. After their final exchange, they parted ways. As he left, Ens gifted Bai Yin with a plethora of useful medicines, which Bai Yin graciously accepted. As he embarked on his solitary journey into the unknown, Bai Yin sensed a pair of eyes watching him from behind. Turning around, he glimpsed through the open curtains of Yaya's room on the second floor of the clinic. Although she disliked sunlight, the young girl was bathing in its warmth as she gazed at him. Having bathed the previous night, Yaya was now clad in a new purple dress. From Bai Yin's angle, he couldn't discern her expression but simply waved at her with a smile. Yaya, however, did not respond. Instead, she quickly drew the curtains shut. Bai Yin chuckled softly, turned, and, with the black dog in his backpack, continued on his way. Meanwhile, Yaya peeked through the gap in the curtains. Upon seeing him turn to leave, a hint of disappointment crossed her face. "Goodbye," she strained to whisper, then waved her small hand through the curtains. Chapter 37, White Feather, Qingyi County. This would be Bai Yin's next destination. However, this county was quite a distance away. The journey was marked by a long stretch of desolate road, flanked by wild grass, with abandoned vehicles appearing intermittently, often containing the desiccated remains of their drivers. The road offered little in terms of fresh experiences, but Bai Yin found a certain charm in the atmosphere of wandering the road accompanied by his dog. Of course, it would have been even more pleasant without the scorching sun overhead. To be honest, he was already feeling quite warm, as if he were being roasted under an infernal sky. During midday, he could no longer resist the urge to stop by a gnarled tree at the roadside to rest. He poured a bowl of water for the dog and prepared a small meal, while the black dog wagged its tail, drinking and eating. Bai Yin downed the remaining water from his bottle in one gulp, having no appetite at all. The dead tree was a towering giant, with a large hollow in its trunk resembling a small room. This reminded Bai Yin of the tree hollow of the two bears in the animated series Bears in the Wild. Though far smaller, it was not insignificant. The heavens have turned a blind eye. This ghastly weather is as stifling as a furnace. Don't you agree, Black Dog? Woof woof. Heizi barked a couple of times, munching as he did so. Bai Yin found it amusing and pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "Come on, Heizi, let's curse together. Damn the heavens. Blind as they are. The scorching sun, it's deadly." Woof, woof, woof. The duo, a person and a dog, barked at the sky like lunatics. After about half a minute, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, startling both of them. Suddenly, The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and the sound of thunder, casting a gloomy shadow over the day. In the blink of an eye, torrents of rain descended as if it were free, accompanied by howling winds that resembled wailing spirits. Bai Yin and Heizi were compelled to seek refuge in a tree hollow to escape the downpour. Outside, the storm raged violently, while inside the hollow, a sense of tranquility prevailed. Shielded from the wind and elevated above the ground, only a trickle of rainwater seeped through the entrance, leaving the interior relatively dry. It appeared that this rain was not about to relent anytime soon. Bai Yin settled in a corner on the left side of the hollow, the most sheltered spot within. He retrieved a candle from his bag, lit it, and placed it on a nearby stone, illuminating the suddenly dim surroundings. "Heizi, the heavens are quite stingy, aren't they?" he remarked while spreading a mat on the ground and conversing with Heizi. "Woof." Heizi responded as per usual. Bai Yin sometimes wondered if the dog truly understood him or was merely humoring him. Regardless, after unfurling a blanket and covering both himself and Heizi, he next pulled out a copy of Robinson Crusoe from his bag. Flipping through the pages, he murmured, "Where did we leave off last time?" Thunder rumbled outside the hollow. The warmth of the candlelight enveloped the space as Bai Yin read to the curious little dog nestled in his arms. The great tree served as a barrier, separating two utterly contrasting worlds. The sensation of the outside world crumbling while he and Heizi remained in a secure, albeit confined, space was one that Bai Yin found rather enjoyable. In this world, some found joy while others faced despair. Some were content with their lot, while others were forced to struggle fiercely for survival. Qingyi County is a moderately sized town that established its own refuge 6 months after the outbreak of the zombies, built by the survivors. Currently, the shelter houses over 100 individuals. Unlike in peaceful times, the authority here is not held by the government, but rather by a group of ruthless men. The ruling class comprises approximately a dozen individuals, while the rest can be deemed as laborers. The rulers have implemented a set of regulations, which, to be blunt, resembles a rental agreement. Every week, one must pay a certain amount of supplies to the higher-ups, and those supplies must be scavenged from the abandoned buildings outside the shelter, now teeming with zombies. It is akin to renting a home. When one cannot pay the rent, the ruling powers would forcibly expel individuals from the sanctuary, exhibiting a complete disregard for humanitarian principles, indifferent to whether one lives or dies. For those accustomed to peacetime, such actions are undeniably cruel. Yet, for the vast majority of survivors in this apocalyptic world, acceptance is the only option. Although the malevolence of the rulers is widely criticized, this place does indeed offer a refuge from the undead. Furthermore, as long as one pays the weekly rent, a meal can be obtained each day, albeit unpalatable. It sustains life. Bai Yu, a 12-year-old girl, stands at a mere 1.3 meters tall, her petite frame characterized by hair that is malnourished and split at the ends. Clad in ragged attire, she resembles a beggar, yet each time she washes her face, a charming visage emerges, albeit lacking vitality. Bai Yu is a cripple. Her right foot was injured in an accident during the early days of the zombie outbreak, and she never had the opportunity to seek medical attention. In the haste to escape with her parents, treatment was postponed, resulting in a permanent limp. After the outbreak, Bai Yu traversed the land with her parents for over 3 months, evading danger. One fateful night, in a state of half-sleep, she heard the sound of helicopter blades and the voices of her parents conversing with someone about a northern refuge known as City B. However, overwhelmed by fatigue, she did not rise to investigate, drifting back into slumber. When dawn broke, she awoke to find her parents missing, along with all their belongings. Frantically searching the vicinity, she found no trace of them, consumed by fear that her parents had been taken by the helicopter. Faint memories of the northern sanctuary, City B, lingered in her mind. Bai Yu believed that if she could reach this City B, she would surely reunite with her family. Yet, the location of City B remained a mystery to her. Thus, she wandered aimlessly, enduring the perils of a world overrun by zombies, ultimately arriving in Qingyi County, where she stayed for an extended period in this relatively safe city. Preparing for her journey to the distant City B, Chapter 38. Expulsion. The torrential rain brought with it the sole advantage of alleviating the water shortage. 7 days had passed since the last weekly rent was paid. In other words, once the rain ceased, Bai Yu must secure new supplies to fulfill her rental obligations. Otherwise, she would face expulsion from the sanctuary. The outside world, rife with zombies, is exceedingly perilous. Reluctant to venture out, Bai Yin resolved to utilize the downpour to collect water. Normally, water could serve as a resource for the weekly rent. Thus, on the rooftop of the dilapidated building within the sanctuary, Bai Yin gathered numerous basins. After she filled the pots with water, she diligently transferred the contents into empty mineral water bottles, laboring tirelessly throughout the day until her backpack was brimming with water. As her toil came to an end, the night had already deepened. Exhausted, Bai Yin placed her filled backpack in a corner of the rooftop, covering it with some boards. She resolved to lower it with a rope the following day and deliver the water to the rent collector. Fatigued, Bai Yin soon retreated to her modest room for rest. The room was quite sparse, with straw strewn across the floor, some ragged cloth, and numerous water bottles. The walls were bare cement, unpainted, a stark reminder of the building that had remained unfinished prior to the outbreak of the zombies. The next day, as dawn broke, Bai Yin awoke a bit late, disturbed by the sound of weeping. Yet, she had no inclination to investigate the commotion. Upon noticing the bright light outside, she was startled, realizing the urgency of delivering the water before it was no longer needed. Anxiously, she rushed to the rooftop, only to be confronted by a burly bald man in his 30s, who was shouldering her backpack. His face was rough and unyielding, and upon spotting Bai Yin, he paid her no mind and began to descend the stairs. "Stop! That is my water!" Bai Yin exclaimed, desperation surging within her as she stretched out her arms to block his path. The man turned with a sneer, his eyes narrowing. "Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? Is your name written on it?" "Yes, it is. The label has my name. Give it back." Bai Yin insisted, her determination unwavering. The bald man was taken aback by her assertion, but had no intention of returning the bag. Irritated, he dismissed her with a wave and shoved her aside. Bai Yin stumbled and fell to the ground. As the man turned to leave, she clutched his thigh desperately. "Please, that's my water," she pleaded, her voice tinged with frantic emotion, resembling a cornered cat. The man, clearly annoyed, yanked her hair. In response to the sharp pain, Bai Yin instinctively grasped his hand, hoping to alleviate the torment. In retaliation, he delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. With a resounding thud, Bai Yin was propelled several meters away by the force of the blow, crumpling to the ground in agony, her body curling up like a shrimp. She gasped in pain, momentarily rendered speechless. "Damn it, you asked for it." The man spat, before decisively continuing down the stairs, leaving her behind. Coughing violently, Bai Yin lay on the ground, her voice choked with a mix of indignation and sorrow. "It's mine. That was my water." Her words were laced with unexpressed grievances, and a quiver of tears lingered in her eyes, though none fell. In times of peace, a child's cries would garner sympathy and assistance from many kind souls, whether genuine or for show. The age-old adage, "the crying child gets the milk," seemed an unchanging truth. Yet, in this apocalyptic reality, Bai Yin had cried, and far too often. However, in comparison to seeking assistance from others, it often results in more trouble than it's worth. Some expressed their annoyance, warning her to silence herself. Others, with a malicious sense of humor, feign comfort only to strike her harshly. Even more alarming, some resort to outright violence and threats. When misfortune strikes at its worst, it may even attract the undead. Everything remains superficial. In this era, tears hold little value. The time when one could simply weep and receive aid has long since vanished. Yet, she harbors an obsession. Bai Yin refuses to allow her resources to be taken from her. She is at a loss regarding her next steps. In that moment, she is solely determined to pursue the matter. It cannot simply be overlooked. After a brief respite on the ground, Bai Yin rises unsteadily, limping as she hastens downstairs. Her pace is not swift, but certainly more urgent than that of an average person. Upon reaching the ground floor, she encounters a middle-aged woman sobbing into her tattered bag. Surrounded by a few other women who offer futile words of consolation, their expressions steeped in helplessness. "Oh dear, once I step outside, how will I survive?" The woman's cries are heart-wrenching, yet no amount of sorrow can alter the impending tragic reality. Bai Yin understands well that the woman's tears stem from an inability to pay her rent. Such individuals are a common sight, devoid of novelty. Preoccupied with her own struggles, Bai Yin has little inclination to meddle in others' affairs. She quickens her pace, limping towards the place where the ruling class collects rent. It is a modest two-story building, and outside, a line of over a dozen people has formed. Surrounding them are enforcers, armed with machetes and axes, tasked with maintaining order. Among those waiting, everyone bears supplies, either food or salt and seasonings, all scavenged from the ruins, intended solely for rent payment. Bai Yin spots the bald man at the forefront of the line and rushes towards him. Thief! Return my water. The bald man shows little reaction, merely glancing back before entering the building with a self-satisfied grin. Bai Yin is halted by a man wielding a large machete, who barks, "Hey, hey! This is a rent queue. No cutting in line." Yet, Bai Yin is beyond caring. Her singular focus is to reclaim her water. Overcome with emotion, she lunges forward. Slap! She is knocked to the ground by the man's hand. Do you not understand plain speech? Are you seeking a fight? The man brandishes his machete menacingly in front of her, the blade glinting ominously. Bai Yin, frightened, freezes in place, merely cradling her swollen right cheek in distress. The man scrutinizes her, tilting his head. Do you have the rent? Bai Yin hesitantly points towards the direction where the bald man had been and stammers. I have it. I have it. He stole it. Then that means you have none. The man cast a disdainful glance, brandishing his blade and gesturing towards the exit of the shelter, proclaiming, will you leave on your own accord, or shall I expel you? Chapter 39. Unexpected events. The exit of the shelter was a formidable iron door, guarded by a robust middle-aged man. Upon seeing the despondent Bai Yin approaching, he merely opened the door in silence. Once Bai Yin stepped outside, he did not hasten to close the door. Instead, he observed a few anxious individuals nearby, contemplating that they too would soon be ejected, allowing him to take his time with the door. Having reached the end of her rental period, Bai Yin lingered just outside, gazing longingly at the scene within. She did not wish to stray far from the shelter, as that would significantly increase her chances of encountering zombies. She silently watched others queue to pay their rent, her eyes filled with envy. Get lost, is this never ending? Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from the inner room where rent was being collected, suggesting a quarrel. Following the sound, she saw a man forcibly dragging the bald man who had attempted to seize her belongings from the office. With a swift kick, he burst into the adjacent room, shouting, "Damn it! We collected a full house of water yesterday. Do you see any shortage now? Are you satisfied?" The man seethed with rage, while the bald man wore a pleading smile, begging, "Brother, please, grant me another chance. I assure you, next time I will pay. Get lost. If you don't, I'll have you killed," the man declared as he reached for the knife at his waist. The bald man, sensing the imminent threat, hastily fled the shelter, leaving behind his water supply, with no inclination to retrieve it. Who could have foreseen that many people had already used water as payment for rent yesterday, leading to an oversaturation of resources that the authorities were now unwilling to accept? Damn it, what a waste of my precious time, the bald man muttered as he exited the shelter. He was acutely aware that even within the confines of the shelter, he was not safe. A thorough sweep was imminent, and those who failed to pay would be forcefully expelled, potentially facing violence as well. Hadn't someone been killed during the last incident? Upon leaving, the first sight that met his gaze was Bai Yin not far off. He could not ascertain whether she had noticed him, but he felt an overwhelming sense that she was reveling in his misfortune. Damn it, he cursed, charging toward Bai Yin. She froze, instinctively attempting to flee. However, being a cripple, her limping gait rendered her unable to outrun the bald man. In no time, he seized her and hoisted her onto his shoulder, striding toward a nearby building. Let me go? Release me. Bai Yin struggled desperately, striking and kicking ineffectively at his shoulder. Yet, her frail strength was no match for him. He merely chuckled coldly, stating, "You made me unhappy, and now you shall bear the consequences. I will enjoy myself at your expense." Having spoken, he eagerly departed. Clutching the white feather, Bai Yin arrived at Qingyi County in the morning. Standing atop a towering building, he gazed down upon the shelter below. Though referred to as a shelter, it was merely a designated area enclosed by a newly constructed high cement wall, erected to fend off the zombies. While the method was simplistic, it proved to be remarkably effective. Woof! At Bai Yin's feet, Heizi barked at the shelter below, wagging his tail vigorously. Hush! Keep it down. Bai Yin crouched and lifted Heizi in his arms, asking, Do you wish to have a look over there? Woof! Absolutely not. The crowd is too dense. One can never be certain there aren't those who fancy dog meat hot pot. The dog's ears drooped immediately, and his tail ceased to wag. Bai Yin gently placed him back into his bag, contemplating finding a spot to rest briefly before proceeding to his next destination. As for the shelter, Bai Yin had no intention of venturing there. The reason was simple. The multitude of people would render him vulnerable. What if they conspired to rob him? Or worse, what if they set their sights on Heizi for dinner? Bai Yin was an assassin, primarily engaged in the clandestine world of stealthy killings, not a tank soldier. The notion of confronting a throng alone was far from his inclination. Suddenly, a familiar groan of a zombie echoed from behind him. Turning, Bai Yin beheld an elderly zombie emerging from the rooftop door, evidently drawn by Heizi's barking. Upon reaching the rooftop, the old zombie paused, staring at Bai Yin and the dog in his bag, uncertain of what to do next. Bai Yin empathized with this feeling. It was akin to a cat, starving for days, hearing the sound of a mouse, only to discover upon investigation that it was merely a plastic toy, utterly useless. To the zombie, Bai Yin and Heizi appeared no different in that moment. After all, they were both companions of the undead. "Is there something you need, old man?" Bai Yin inquired. But the elderly zombie remained unresponsive, merely turning away in disappointment. "TSK." Bai Yin clicked his tongue, feeling at a loss for words, and followed the old man downstairs. Suddenly, a girl's piercing scream echoed from below. "Help!" In an instant, Heizi barked frantically, and after a moment's hesitation, Bai Yin dashed toward the sound. Ultimately, he found himself in a room on the first floor, witnessing a bald man assaulting Bai Yu. The bald man was desperately tugging at Bai Yu's clothing, but due to his lack of understanding of the fabric structure, he struggled to tear it apart. Woof! Abruptly appearing at the doorway, Bai Yin and the barking Heizi confronted the scene. The bald man heard the commotion, immediately halting his actions. He turned to see the strange duo of man and dog. Scum, convicted of attempting to assault a minor, sentenced to over 10 years in prison. The impact of dire consequences such as life imprisonment or the death penalty. Are you not afraid? Bai Yin earnestly attempted to enlighten the bald man on legal matters. However, the latter merely shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "If you don't want to die, then scram. Be careful, or I'll chop off your head and use it as a ball." Bai Yin squinted and shook his head, his expression transforming into one of disappointment. "There's no saving you now. You might as well face the death penalty." With that, he swiftly sidestepped away. Playing tricks. The bald man, seeing Bai Yin vanish from his sight, felt a surge of pride, mistakenly believing that Bai Yin had cowardly retreated. Little did he expect that just as Bai Yin left his line of vision, an elderly zombie appeared at the entrance. This was the same zombie attracted by Bai Yin's earlier shout. Chapter 40. Refusal. His heart stopped. No matter how arrogant the bald man had been moments before, when confronted with the zombie, he was compelled to cower in an instant. It was not about whether he could defeat the creature, but rather the fact that he could not afford to be harmed in any way. Should it come to a fight, he would not fear an old man. However, this was a zombie, and he was unarmed. A mere scratch would spell his doom. Fear gripped the bald man as he scanned his surroundings for anything useful. At that moment, the elderly zombie glanced at him and then at Bai Yin, ultimately deciding that the bald man had more flesh to offer. It lunged at him without hesitation. "Oh no!" the bald man screamed, delivering a kick that sent the old man crashing to the ground. He then scrambled away in a panic. Thud, thud, thud. He ran with astonishing speed, on the verge of escaping the building through the corridor, only to be unexpectedly tripped by a foot that extended from the shadows. He fell face first onto the ground in a humiliating manner. The bald man, startled and somewhat frantic, looked around and finally spotted Bai Yin watching him from a short distance, a ludicrously polite smile adorning his face. "Damn it, it's you." Upon recognizing Bai Yin, rage surged within the bald man. Yet, he had no desire to linger in this perilous place. Instead, he spat out threats, declaring, "Just you wait. I will eventually take you down. Is that so? Then I suppose I can't let you leave, can I?" After all, eliminating threats at the root is the wise course of action. The bald man sneered. "You'd better have the ability to back that up." With that, he turned to flee. Alas, little did he know, a female zombie had silently appeared behind him. The moment he turned, she lunged, sinking her teeth into his neck. Ugh! The bald man's eyes widened in shock. Before he could even struggle, he collapsed to the ground, his body lifeless. What followed was a scene of the female zombie savoring her meal. Bai Yin, however, had no interest in such matters. He simply turned and walked back towards the room where Bai Yu had been, uncertain of the little girl's fate, whether she still clings to life or has succumbed to death. It matters little, for it was not his hand that wrought such an end. Upon White Silver's return to the threshold of that room, he discovered the trembling figure of Bai Yu, cowering in the corner. Meanwhile, the old man, now a zombie, lay sprawled on the ground, emitting feeble, incoherent sounds, unable to rise. As White Silver approached, he noticed a gaping wound in the old man's abdomen, as if his spine had been shattered, rendering him immobile. "Does it hurt?" White Silver whispered, slowly drawing the axe from his waist. "I have come to grant you release." With a swift motion, he brought the axe down upon the zombie's head. After the old man ceased to move, a sigh of relief escaped him. He cast one last glance at Bai Yu in the corner before departing. Determined to find a distant building for respite, White Silver refrained from traversing the corridor where zombies feasted. Fearing an attack from a particularly territorial creature that might misconstrue his approach as a threat to its meal, leading to an unfortunate encounter. For safety's sake, he opted to exit through the back door of the building. However, as he emerged, he noticed a shadow trailing him, elusive yet persistent. When he turned to confront it, the figure hastily concealed itself, though poorly, as a foot betrayed its hiding place behind a stone. "Hey, do not follow me," he warned before hastily departing. When Bai Yu peeked out again, she found that White Silver had vanished. In the outskirts of Qingyao County, White Silver discovered a small villa with its door ajar, the interior in disarray. A zombie boy clutched a freshly caught mouse at the entrance, and upon seeing White Silver approach, he scampered away, fearing his meal would be snatched. White Silver entered the house, searching diligently, but finding no other zombies. Finally, he ascended to the rooftop, where he encountered a bare-bottomed zombie boy standing at the edge, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. "Apologies," White Silver exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that sent the boy tumbling from the fourth-floor terrace. The zombie let out a cry as he plummeted to the concrete below, landing in a grotesque, motionless heap. Such actions were necessary. White Silver required this building as his temporary sanctuary, and he could not allow the presence of zombies within his abode. Once he had cleared the villa of all undead, he recalled that the door on the first floor had yet to be secured. Initially, he had intended to dispatch any zombies he found and dispose of their remains through the door. However, with no threats remaining, it was imperative to lock the door tightly. As he descended to secure it, the first sight that greeted him was Bai Yu standing hesitantly outside, her eyes brimming with a mix of hesitation and pleading, as if she wished to voice something. Fearing the softness of his heart, White Silver abruptly slammed the door shut before she could utter a word. Outside the villa, Bai Yu felt a twinge of despondency upon witnessing the situation. Subsequently, she approached the villa and settled herself upon the steps at the entrance. A gnawing hunger consumed her, leaving her devoid of thoughts for anything else. She even began to contemplate that perhaps remaining curled up here, waiting for the zombies to devour her, might serve as a form of release. Thus, in her state of melancholy, Bai Yu gradually drifted into slumber. Within the villa, Bai Yin sought out a room where he could rest. "Do not blame me. Had you encountered me sooner, perhaps circumstances would have been different." Bai Yin no longer required companionship to alleviate his solitude, for he had already found solace in Heizi. He mused that had the girl crossed paths with him before Heizi, he might have taken an interest in offering her assistance. However, that was no longer necessary. Bai Yin remained vigilant, unwilling to lower his guard merely because the other was a child. He quickly located the master bedroom of the villa's former owner. After rummaging through the wardrobe to procure a quilt, he made a simple arrangement and laid down to rest with Heizi after their meal. The rain from the previous night had only ceased in the early hours. Following the cessation of rain, Bai Yin resumed his journey, having traveled nearly the entire night. Coupled with the restless sleep he had endured in the hollow of a tree, he now felt exceedingly weary and in need of proper rest. Thus, he embraced Heizi and succumbed to slumber. Boom. When he awoke, torrential rain lashed against the window, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Bai Yin reached for the curtain to peer outside, only to discover that the world beyond had succumbed to darkness. Chapter 41. Weeping on a rainy night, Bai Yin retrieved a flashlight to illuminate the surroundings and lit a candle, placing it on the bedside table. In the next moment, he drew the curtains closed and switched off the flashlight. This was the outskirts of the county, far removed from the shelter. Thus he need not worry about the inhabitants of the sanctuary wandering here. After all, any rational individual would be apprehensive about being snatched away by a zombie mid-journey. This was precisely why Bai Yin chose to rest in this isolated location. Reflecting on the term normal person, Bai Yin could not help but recall the girl who had been trailing him. That child possessed remarkable audacity, daring to follow him all the way from the shelter to the edge of the city. Yet, it appeared she had ultimately been frightened back. The only alternative he could envision was that she had succumbed to the jaws of the undead. In this apocalyptic world, who truly cared about the fate of an outsider? Bai Yin reached into his bag and extracted a loaf of bread, tearing off a piece for Heizi and taking one for himself. He settled down at the edge of the bed to chew slowly. Boom. Outside, the pitch-black night was filled with howling winds, torrential rain, and flashes of lightning, while inside, a serene warmth enveloped the room, illuminated by the gentle flicker of candlelight, creating two starkly contrasting worlds. Boom. Once again, thunder rumbled, its resonance seemingly intensifying. Bai Yin slowed his chewing, as the thunderous din revived memories of unpleasant events. Woof! The sudden bark of Heizi echoed from below. Silver instinctively offered the half-loaf of bread in his hand to Blackie, believing the little creature had not eaten enough. However, upon glancing down, he discovered that Blackie still had more than half of his own bread remaining. The small fellow simply gazed up at him with innocent, watery eyes, accompanied by cheerful barks that seemed to offer solace. It is often said that dogs possess a remarkable intuition, able to sense their owner's sorrow and endeavor to uplift them with their joyful demeanor. "Do not worry, I am fine," Silver chuckled softly, reaching down to stroke Blackie's head. As Blackie resumed nibbling on his bread, Silver found his own appetite waning. After relinquishing the remaining bread to Blackie, he reclined back onto his bed, devoid of the desire to read, instead staring blankly at the ceiling. "Mommy, I want my mommy," cried a 3-year-old boy in the rain, his wails piercing the stormy night filled with thunder and lightning. Not long before, the boy, having been drugged into unconsciousness, finally awoke. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, he found his mother absent from his side. His last memory of her was in a cozy room where she had brought him a warm glass of milk. The boy adored milk and, without hesitation, drank it all in one go. Soon after, his head grew heavy, and he succumbed to darkness. When he awoke again, he discovered himself beneath the eaves of an orphanage's wall. "Mommy, mommy," he sobbed heartbreakingly, but his gentle mother never reappeared. Just as fear and anxiety consumed him, a chilling voice echoed from behind, "I no longer want you." Silver abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed, and upon surveying the layout of the room, he realized he had merely experienced a nightmare. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. He had not endured such a cursed dream in years, only to have it resurface due to tonight's dreadful weather. A glance at the candle on his desk revealed it had burned significantly down. He retrieved his pocket watch, which indicated it was 3:20 in the morning. A soft whisper emanated from his right side. Lowering his gaze, Silver discovered Blackie mumbling in his sleep, oblivious to the content of his dreams. Thunder rumbled outside once more, intensifying Silver's already foul mood. He hesitated, lifting his hand only to let it fall again. He contemplated rising, but ultimately lay back down, feeling an urge to speak, yet remaining silent. In the end, he merely returned to his bed, covering himself and Blackie with a blanket. Thunder crashed again. "Damn it," Silver cursed, decisively getting out of bed this time. He donned his shoes and picked up a flashlight, using its beam to navigate towards the exit on the first floor. With a creak, the front door of the villa swung open. Silver illuminated the outside, searching for the figure he hoped to find, but after scanning for a while, he looked down and realized that the person he sought was both far away and yet right before his eyes. At this moment, Bai Yin was crouched in the corner of the steps at the entrance, thoroughly drenched and trembling with cold. The beam of the flashlight struck her eyes, causing her to instinctively shield them with her hands. Bai Yin's tone was neither warm nor cold as he instructed, "We'll leave as soon as the rain stops." With that, he retreated indoors. Bai Yin, left outside, momentarily thought she had misheard, clearly stunned. After regaining her senses, a flicker of joy arose within her as she stood up. However, just as she did, a wave of numbness surged through her legs, accompanied by a dizzying sensation. Suddenly, with a loud thud, she fell to the ground. When Bai Yin awoke, the first thing she saw was a candle flickering on the desk before her. Woof! A small black dog was licking her face. Startled, she sat up and realized she was lying on a bed, yet the discomfort was palpable. Her clothes were completely soaked through, and she felt the chill of being brought here in such a state, only to be covered with a blanket. "Awake?" Bai Yin's voice drifted from across the room. Turning her gaze, she noticed him seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book of unknown title. The rain had ceased outside, and dawn was breaking. Bai Yin recalled Bai Yin's earlier words, "We'll leave as soon as the rain stops." She opened her mouth, hesitating to speak, ultimately managing to stammer, "Teach, thank you." She then prepared to rise and leave, but Bai Yin interjected, "Wearing wet clothes for too long will make you catch a cold. Why not take a shower on the rooftop?" Bai Yin was taken aback. Such a suggestion had not crossed her mind. Simultaneously, She noticed several new garments neatly arranged by the bedside. All right then, she replied, albeit still perplexed about how she would bathe now that the rain had stopped. It wasn't until she reached the rooftop that she discovered 2 buckets filled with water. Beside one of them were shower gel, shampoo, and a towel. With a sigh, Bai Yin observed as Bai Yu made her way to the rooftop, the image of her huddled in the corner, still vivid in his memory. It stirred within him recollections of his own troubled childhood. Chapter 42. Would you like to join me? A daily act of kindness? Seeing my own reflection in another? Bai Yin was unaware of these thoughts. He only knew that extending a helping hand brought him a fleeting sense of relief. In the realm of psychology, there exists a phenomenon where individuals, upon witnessing someone endure the misfortunes they once faced, are often compelled by empathy to offer assistance. This stems from a desire to create the illusion of having rescued their past selves. Yet, the past remains unchanged. This is merely a means of self-healing. In truth, when Bai Yin had lifted the drenched Bai Yu onto the bed, he had contemplated removing her wet clothes, aware of the risk of her catching a cold. However, he reconsidered, acknowledging that she was, after all, a young girl and likely at the cusp of adolescence. Engaging in such behavior appears somewhat inappropriate. Consequently, I refrained from meddling further. I considered that if she had caught a cold, so be it. After all, it would not be fatal. Thus, I did nothing. Bai Yin merely changed the sheets and quilt while Bai Yu was taking a shower, as they had already become damp. Curiously, this villa was devoid of food and drink, yet it was filled with an abundance of bedding and clothing. Even the garments Bai Yu needed to change into for her shower were discovered by Bai Yin in the wardrobe, seemingly fitting quite well. By the time Bai Yu emerged from her bath, 30 minutes had elapsed. She had taken her time, fearing that Bai Yin might send her away once she finished. Hence, as she descended the stairs clad in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, she moved with trepidation, as if treading on thin ice. However, Bai Yin did not usher her out. Instead, he pointed to the 2 slices of bread and a bottle of mineral water laid out on the desk, saying, "Please have your breakfast." He then returned to his reading. Bai Yu was taken aback and hesitated before approaching. As she settled at the desk and took her first bite of bread, the subsequent consumption became a ravenous affair, her hands seemingly unable to cease their motion. A sudden cough ensued as she choked, prompting her to hastily twist open the bottle of water and pour it into her mouth. Gulping down the food, a look of relief washed over her face. Gradually, she moderated her pace, eating much more slowly than before. Suddenly, a tear fell unexpectedly. She continued to eat, while discreetly wiping her tears, stifling her sobs. Observing her quietly weeping figure, Bai Yin felt a sense of helplessness. For a fleeting moment, he had contemplated taking Bai Yu away, but upon witnessing her limping down the stairs, he was compelled to abandon that naive thought. He realized that he could not care for someone who struggled to walk. After finishing her bread, Bai Yu remained seated on the stool, seemingly at a loss for what to do next. Noticing her stillness, Bai Yin suggested, "If you are tired, you may rest on the bed." "Oh, all right. Thank you," she replied, complying and wrapping herself in the quilt. As she turned to lay down, Bai Yin caught sight of her tear-streaked eyes. "What is your name?" Bai Yin inquired. Bai Yu," she stammered. "Are you alone?" "Yes, for now." "What about your parents?" "They were taken away." "Taken away?" "Yes, by a helicopter from City B." "City B?" Bai Yin responded, astonished and curious. "Could you elaborate?" The girl obediently recounted her experiences, sharing her story in detail. It had been a long time since she had encountered someone willing to listen. Although he was merely a stranger, Bai Yu felt compelled to speak. After hearing her tale, Bai Yin fell into a profound silence. According to Bai Yu, her parents had been taken away by a helicopter from City B, much like He Li, He Hua, Zhang Yu, and Zhang Xiaoxue had experienced not long ago. They were all taken away by the helicopter. However, in Bai Yu's words, it morphed into a distorted reality where her parents were forcibly seized. Bai Yin was no fool. With a little contemplation, he could discern the underlying truth. Bai Yu's parents were not abducted. They had simply abandoned her, perceiving their disabled daughter as a burden. The plight of Bai Yu reminded Bai Yin of his own childhood. Indeed, before entering the orphanage, he had grown up in a single-parent household. His father had long vanished, and his mother, who wore a facade of forced smiles, had raised him until he was 3. At that time, he must have been a burden to her as well. Bai Yin did not harbor resentment towards his mother for abandoning him. He merely wished for her happiness, hoping it surpassed the joy she found in his company. Ding. The system issued another task. Ding. Task issued. Eliminate Bai Yu to gain the ability of the anti-zombie. The anti-zombie is immune to infection by the undead. What a distasteful task. This was Bai Yin's immediate impression. His gaze instinctively shifted to the small knife at his waist. He reached out, but at the moment of contact, he withdrew his hand. He refused to let a cold, unfeeling system dictate his life. No one could compel him to act. Bai Yin chose to reject this task. He did not exist to please the system. Almost simultaneously, another task appeared. Ding. Task issued. Accompany Bai Yu to find her parents and gain the ability of the anti-zombie. The anti-zombie is immune to infection by the undead. This task was even more troublesome than the last. It would be far simpler to eliminate her and be done with it, which was Bai Yin's initial thought upon seeing the task. He then inquired, I happen to be going to City B. Would you like to join me? Bai Yu, sitting up suddenly, was taken aback by Bai Yin's unexpected proposal. Her face lit up with uncontainable joy, despite her earlier despair. No, wait, I'll go? I'll go? She eagerly nodded, resembling a chick pecking at grains. However, she then coughed uncontrollably. She had been suffering from a cold, but had refrained from coughing in front of Bai Yin. He remained indifferent and simply stated, You need to recover from your cold first. Once you are well, we shall set off. All right, thank you. I'll rest now. She beamed sweetly before burrowing into the blankets. At that moment, Bai Yu's face radiated happiness, as if she had never endured any suffering. In contrast to the young girl's delight, Bai Yin wrestled with his reasons for sparing her life. He repeatedly reminded himself, this is just for the task. The reason for not killing her is solely for the well-being of the black-haired girl. It is not because he sees a reflection of himself in her, nor out of sympathy. Chapter 43. The old man and the dog. Bai Yu's cold would likely take a few days to heal. Coincidentally, these days have been plagued by torrential downpours. Initially, the weather was tolerable. However, it soon grew increasingly frigid. In such cold conditions, indulging in warm, cooked meals is undoubtedly the most desirable option. Thus, relying solely on the bread and dry rations in one's bag is far from ideal. I'll step out for a moment. You stay here with Heizi. Do not open the door for anyone, and keep your voice down to avoid drawing attention. Bai Yin instructed, donning the rain boots he had recently found, while also reminding Bai Yu of a few precautions. Bai Yu, lying on the bed and gently stroking Heizi in her arms, voiced her unease. Should I accompany you? I can assist. Bai Yin cast a glance her way, but refrained from providing a direct answer, merely stating, I will take you to Fine B City, I promise. With that, he grabbed an umbrella and exited. Moments later, a loud thud echoed from the front door. Once Bai Yin left, Bai Yu's expression shifted to one of relief, followed by a sweet smile born from a sense of fortune. Bai Yu harbored fears. She dreaded that Bai Yin might perceive her as a burden and abandon her. This anxiety compelled her to eagerly offer assistance, hoping to demonstrate her worth. Undoubtedly, Bai Yin noticed this concern, which prompted his reassuring words. While they brought her a modicum of comfort, it was merely a fleeting solace. Bai Yin possessed the key to the villa's front door, having discovered it beneath the welcome mat. Thus, Bai Yu did not need to open the door for him. Any knock that echoed from the entrance would undoubtedly be from someone else. Bai Yin ventured to a nearby department store. After a lengthy search, he managed to find only a few milk candies. He yearned to discover noodles or rice, as he had none on hand. On the third floor, Bai Yin stumbled upon a large travel bag. Although it bore a hole, it did not hinder his ability to stow items within. Rustling, he filled the bag with some seasonings and candies he had just acquired before continuing his exploration upstairs. As he passed the corridor on the fourth floor, a rat suddenly scurried past, pursued by 3 zombies, their arms outstretched in an eerie chase. The sight was somewhat pitiable, reminiscent of a dying person reaching out from a hospital bed in search of something. The trio of zombies quickly followed the rat, while Bai Yin chose to head in the opposite direction of their path. The presence of rats indicated the existence of food nearby. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, devoid of windows as it lay at the heart of the department store. Since the power outage, this area had remained engulfed in shadows. Fortunately, Bai Yin carried a compact flashlight. He switched it on and boldly ventured into the darkness. At the end of the gloom lay a warehouse, marked with the sign, Authorized Personnel Only. Bai Yin attempted to turn the doorknob, but it would not budge. The warehouse was likely locked from the outside or secured internally. From his waist pouch, Bai Yin retrieved a set of lock-picking tools. Crouching down, he fiddled for some time until, with a satisfying click, the door swung open. With a soft creak, he pushed the door open, revealing a world cloaked in white. The warehouse, adorned with numerous windows, was far from dark. Bai Yin stepped inside without closing the door, wary that doing so might lead to an encounter with a wandering zombie upon reopening it. Such an unfortunate collision could prove disastrous. The warehouse was modest in size. As Bai Yin meandered through, he discovered an array of washing machines and other appliances. While he stood by the window, admiring the view below, a faint rustling sound caught his attention from a corner of the warehouse. Curiosity piqued, he approached the source of the sound, only to find an elderly man, over 70 years of age, cradling a black dog in his arms. The old man was gaunt, his hair entirely white, resembling a skeletal figure. The dog in his embrace was equally pitiable, little more than skin and bones, yet still clung to life, able to move its eyes and breathe, but not much else. The elderly man, upon seeing Bai Yin, displayed no surprise, as if he were a soul aware of his impending demise, choosing to await his end in this corner with his beloved canine companion. Kind soul, the old man rasped, his voice hoarse and frail. He struggled to muster a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful, his deep-set eyes dark and penetrating, as if they could see through the very fabric of existence. Could you spare us a morsel to eat? Bai Yin rummaged through his pocket and extracted a piece of candy. Would you like this? Yes, yes. The old man trembled as he accepted it, tearing open the wrapper and offering it to the dog, but the creature remained motionless. With a sigh, he placed the candy into his own mouth, his face suddenly lighting up with a look of profound enjoyment, akin to a connoisseur savoring the finest wine. Throughout this exchange, silence enveloped them. Bai Yin, feeling the weight of the moment, turned to leave. Wait, the old man called softly, halting Bai Yin in his tracks. He turned back, curiosity evident in his demeanor. Is there something else? I have a few items I could trade for something to eat. I wish to give my dog a hearty meal before, depends on what you have. A good haul, cigarettes, and some liquor. The old man gestured towards a nearby box. Bai Yin opened it to find a backpack, and upon inspection, it was indeed filled with fine cigarettes and alcohol. Can these be exchanged for a bit of food? The old man's face reflected a desperate hope, his eyes pleading. Bai Yin's response was starkly cruel as he replied, I can trade, but I possess no food. Oh, I see. The old man's disappointment was palpable, his head drooping in resignation. Then consider these items a gift to you, for I shall never enjoy them. Thank you. Bai Yin squatted down, placing the backpack into his travel bag. After securing it and zipping it up, he remained on the ground, pausing for a moment. He merely continued to squat on the ground, meeting the old man's gaze at eye level, and inquired, Are you aware that there is a shelter not far from here? Yes, I know. The old man replied. Then do you realize how much food your possessions could fetch there? I've heard about it. So why do you not go there? Especially while you still have the strength to gather such an abundance of tobacco and liquor? In response to this question, the old man merely displayed a resigned smile and said, It is precisely because I do not wish for my dog to be consumed by others that I refrain from going. You can hardly sustain yourself. Why should a vagabond concern himself with such matters? I may be a vagabond, but my dog is not a stray. Chapter 44. The bargain, I may be a vagabond. Yet my dog is certainly not a stray. When the old man uttered these words, a smile graced his face, yet his demeanor was remarkably earnest. This dog held immense significance to him, having been found 15 years prior. At that time, his beloved wife had passed away, and his son, after winning the lottery, squandered his fortune and emigrated abroad, leaving him to fend for himself. During that dark period of his life, it was this dog that provided him with companionship, offering him a semblance of comfort. To the old man, the dog had become his sole family member. He fully understood the implications of bringing a dog to the shelter. Even though his dog was thin, in the eyes of some, it could easily be perceived as a pot of broth. Thus, he dared not venture to the shelter. Furthermore, as the old dog's health deteriorated day by day, he felt compelled to remain by its side, fearful that if he left, it might perish in his absence. 15 years of companionship had granted the old man profound insight into his dog's temperament. He knew that should he depart, the dog would become anxious and bark in distress. However, such a commotion would undoubtedly attract the undead. Therefore, the old man resolved to stay, to remain by his dog's side. He had already reconciled himself to the notion of dying in this desolate place alongside his beloved pet. As for the backpack brimming with tobacco and liquor, it was a laughable circumstance, as he had collected them instinctively. Yet, the old man would never exchange these items for food at the shelter. Why? Because he was not foolish. He understood that with his frail physique, even if he managed to procure sustenance at the shelter, he would likely be robbed on his way back. Worst case scenario, he could even be killed in the ensuing struggle. This was the old man's current predicament. When Bai Yin grasped this reality, he realized how naive his earlier question had been. A bitter smile crept upon his face, and after a brief pause, he declared, "I shall go to the shelter and exchange your belongings for food. Upon my return, I will share half with you." Without lingering, he slung the backpack over his shoulder and departed. The old man, taken aback, hastily wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, repeatedly murmuring, "What a good person." With a resounding thud, Bai Yin shut the door behind him, taking care to do so gently. A good person? As he descended the stairs, the old man's assessment echoed in his mind. Bai Yin searched his heart, pondering whether he truly could be deemed a good person. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the dagger and axe at his waist, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips as he muttered, "What kind of good person is a killer?" As Silver approached the shelter, he sought to avoid drawing undue attention to himself and deliberately rolled on the ground a few times. Once he ascertained that he appeared disheveled and unremarkable, akin to the others, he shouldered his pack and drew nearer. Upon his arrival, he immediately noticed several individuals gathered at the entrance, weeping profusely. These were the unfortunate souls who could not afford the monthly rent and had recently been evicted. Their faces were streaked with tears, reflecting a mixture of despair and helplessness. Among them were men, women, and children, totaling approximately a dozen. As Silver neared the entrance with his backpack, he caught the attention of a few individuals. He quickened his pace and approached a young man by the door, inquiring, "Excuse me, is it possible to exchange items here?" He wore a look of eager friendliness. The young man, noticing a new face, replied, "I haven't seen you before. Are you new?" "Yes, I just arrived yesterday," Silver responded. "Did you bring anything with you?" "What do you have?" "A few cigarettes and some alcohol." The young man's eyes lit up at this revelation, and his tone shifted to that of an experienced insider. "Ah, I see. We could use that." "I understand." Silver replied quickly, discreetly producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handing it to the young man. The young man grinned, stowing the cigarettes away, and remarked with an appreciative expression, "Not bad, kid. You know the ropes. Follow me." He then led Silver to the room of their leader. The leader of the shelter was a robust, middle-aged man bearing a prominent scar across his face, known to the locals as Scarface. When Silver entered, Scarface was engaged in a card game with 3 other men. "Boss, someone wants to exchange items," the young man announced, but Scarface did not even lift his gaze. "What garbage is it this time?" he asked dismissively. "It's not garbage, it's cigarettes and alcohol." At this, everyone turned their attention to Silver, and Scarface extended his hand, stating, "Show me what you've got." Without hesitation, Silver opened his backpack and revealed its contents. "Here, take a look." You've done well," Scarface remarked, inspecting the pack. A look of delight emerged on his face as he quickly unwrapped a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep drag, releasing a cloud of smoke with an expression of sheer enjoyment. The others instinctively leaned in to inhale the secondhand smoke, their faces reflecting eager anticipation. In truth, it had been quite some time since this group had indulged in smoking, making cigarettes an exceedingly rare commodity within the shelter. "How do you find these items? What can I exchange them for in food?" Silver asked, rubbing his hands together like a shrewd merchant. Scarface, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness, cleared his throat. Cough, cough. "The cigarettes are good, and the alcohol is decent. I'll be generous and offer you 5 pounds of food." This statement caused a ripple of astonishment among the onlookers. 5 pounds. Was that not a bit excessive? Yet, none dared to voice their objections, knowing better than to offend the boss over an outsider. From the expressions of the crowd, Silver could glean their discontent, but he was disinclined to squander time in such negotiations. 5 pounds is still better than none. After all, I never intended to exchange much food from the very beginning. Thank you, boss." Thus, he could only feign gratitude while being scorned as a fool in the minds of others. As he was led by the young guard to the supply room to gather provisions. The key to the supply room was with the scarred man, so the young guard directly obtained it from him. On the way to the supply room, the young man initiated a conversation. "Hey, since you're new here, you might not understand our situation. Do you have any plans for the future?" "Not yet, I suppose," came the reply. "I knew you wouldn't." The young man responded with an air of entitlement, then added, "Considering that pack of cigarettes you just offered, I advise you to stay here. Hand over some of your supplies to my brothers, and we'll protect you. It's far safer than venturing out alone with so much to carry. You saw how many beggars were outside when you came in. Just wait. The moment you step out, they'll snatch everything from you. Thank you for the warning. But I have no choice. My brother is still outside. I cannot abandon him. Chapter 45. Brother Hei, I've warned you. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. The young man waved his hand dismissively, embodying the notion that one who disregards the advice of the wise will face the consequences. Soon, he led him to an underground warehouse guarded by several individuals. Upon opening one of the rooms, he entered with the silver. The warehouse was illuminated, with a generator humming overhead. Numerous wooden crates filled with food resources occupied half the room. On the floor nearby lay an electronic scale, presumably for weighing the food. The silver began to select provisions from the various supplies while the young man rummaged through the boxes, curious about their contents. Is it just you and your brother now? The young man suddenly inquired. The silver nodded and replied, yes, he is ill and malnourished, so I must take back some nutritious food. You truly care for your brother. The young man found a box of sausages, took a few, and secretly tucked them into his pants. This scene was noticed by the silver, who looked on in surprise. The young man shot the silver a glance, saying, what are you staring at? Just take what you need. Oh, the silver continued to search, while the young man began to feel a twinge of unease, adding, about that cigarette you gave me, don't mention it to anyone. And please, don't tell anyone about me taking things. As part of the transaction, you can take a bit more with you. All right, thank you. The silver resumed his search for food. Seeing that the silver was agreeable, the young man let out a sigh of relief and continued rummaging through the boxes, saying, I used to have a brother too. We were very close, but then he left. Left? Yes. Shortly after the zombie outbreak, he was killed. Can you guess how? Was it in a fight? No. Accidental death? Not that either, Sai. You would never guess. The young man took a deep breath and said, he was consumed by someone. I had intended to cling to Scar's leg, but I was gone for several days. Those days were quite hectic, hence I did not return home. After leaving him some food, I instructed him to stay put and not venture anywhere. Yet, upon my return, I discovered he was no longer there, leaving behind only a room full of bones. There were also remnants in the pot. Let us not dwell on that, as it may disturb you. As he spoke, the young man's previously buoyant tone shifted to one of somber gravity. He then fell silent. Bai Yin inquired how old was he. 10 years old. A full decade younger than I am, my family's second child. Their parents had passed away. They tragically died in a car accident on the very day the zombie outbreak began, leaving just the two of us. I'm sorry. It's all right. It's all in the past. I have long since made peace with it. But had he truly reconciled it? Perhaps not. If he had genuinely come to terms with it, how could he bring up such a sorrowful topic upon learning that Bai Yin had a younger brother? You are a good older brother, unlike me. Therefore, you must not leave your brother home alone for too long. Otherwise, it could turn out like my situation. As he uttered these words, a self-deprecating smile lingered on his face. I will take good care of him. Bai Yin had already selected the provisions, canned meat noodles, and 2 saltwater ducks. When he placed everything on the electronic scale, it registered a hefty 15 pounds. It seems I may have taken a bit too much. Bai Yin offered a wry smile to the young man. The young man showed little reaction, merely responding, it's fine. It's not excessively more. He then tossed a bag of dehydrated vegetables to Bai Yin, adding, take this as well. It can be cooked in soup, providing good nutrition to help your brother recover faster. Thank you, big brother. Bai Yin replied, accepting it and stowing it in his bag. He then zipped it up and said, I'll be on my way. Wait a moment, I'll accompany you. The young man handed the keys to Scar and led Bai Yin toward the exit. Along the way, he cautioned, once you step outside, run straight ahead and do not look back. Ensure they do not seize your belongings. Those people are all malnourished and lack stamina. They shouldn't be able to catch you. I will. After escorting Bai Yin to the exit, the young man halted, his gaze lingering on Bai Yin. When Bai Yin emerged, he distinctly felt the eyes of everyone shift toward the bag on his back. Even those who had been weeping upon arrival fell silent. The atmosphere turned eerily quiet in an instant. He quickened his pace for a stretch, then suddenly broke into a sprint. The individuals behind him, who had been trailing slowly, seized their makeshift weapons and began to chase him frantically upon witnessing his abrupt flight. Before long, they had pursued Bai Yin into the cluster of buildings, completely vanishing from the young man's sight. The young man exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, good luck. In a state of hunger, even the weakest individuals will summon every ounce of strength to survive. Therefore, the malnourished youth, though perceived as feeble, possess an indomitable spirit. Their physical condition may indeed be lacking, but their numbers are formidable. In a final act of desperation, a group of them cornered Bai Yin, forcing him into a dilapidated rental building. The structure towered over 20 meters high. Ultimately, Bai Yin found himself fleeing to the rooftop, pursued relentlessly by this throng. Panting heavily, the hunters ascended the staircase in waves, encircling Bai Yin and driving him against the wall of the rooftop. A middle-aged man, wielding an iron rod, pointed menacingly at Bai Yin and declared, "Boy, if you wish to live, hand over what you have, or we will end you." Bai Yin leaned against the rooftop's parapet, glancing behind him and realizing that jumping from such a height would be certain death. As the group formed a temporary barrier, he remained surprisingly calm. Picking up a wooden stick from the ground, he pointed at the satellite dish receiver nearby and warned, "If you dare approach, I will smash this and summon the zombies." His words instilled fear in a few of the more timid individuals, yet the middle-aged man, brimming with confidence, merely scoffed, "You wouldn't dare. For that would seal your own fate." "Oh, is that so?" Bai Yin replied with a faint smile. The next moment, in full view of everyone, he struck the dish with a resounding thud. The deafening noise sent a shiver down the spines of all present. Chapter 46. The hunter. Were the hunters truly the hunters when they pursued Bai Yin? The moment he dashed into the rental building, the roles had irrevocably shifted. Within the building lurked zombies. Bai Yin had already spotted more than one on his ascent to the rooftop. Yet, the band of thieves, blinded by their greed, failed to notice the lurking dangers in the shadows as they climbed. Perhaps they were simply gambling on a chance, for without acquiring supplies, they too would meet an inevitable demise. The only difference lay in the timing of their end. As all members reached the rooftop, several zombies had already been drawn by the commotion in the corridor below, with Bai Yin relentlessly pounding on the dish. The cacophony attracted even more zombies from within the building. "Have you lost your mind?" Bai Yin's desperate gambit took everyone by surprise. They had intended to seize their prize and make a swift escape, but the unfolding situation was clearly spiraling into peril. The wails of zombies echoed from the staircase, causing every person to tremble in fear. "Stop this at once," the middle-aged man shouted, rushing forward in a frantic attempt to snatch the stick from Bai Yin's grasp, while also trying to seize his bag. With thoughts of escaping when the zombies attacked others, he approached cautiously. However, just as he drew near, bang, he was sent flying by a swift kick from Bai Yin, landing hard on the ground, his face contorting in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yin struck the pot lid receiver with renewed vigor. The cacophony sent waves of panic rippling through the crowd. "Stop! Please! Stop!" An elderly woman's voice quivered with despair. At that moment, a woman at the back of the throng let out a piercing scream. The reason was clear. The zombies had emerged from the stairwell and were surging onto the rooftop in alarming numbers. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 lunged towards the crowd. An elderly man, slow to react, was instantly tackled to the ground, his throat bitten through. The remaining individuals soon faced a similar fate. "Help! Help me!" A stout man seized a fleeting chance and dashed into the corridor, only to be confronted by zombies ascending the stairs, meeting a gruesome end in the process. Yet, the horde of zombies continued to swell, ultimately numbering over 20. In an instant, the rooftop transformed into a hellish scene of slaughter, as the living were mercilessly brought down and devoured by the undead. Bai Yin, standing at the edge of the rooftop, exhibited no emotional response as he watched the last standing person succumb to the relentless onslaught. It was then that he chose to quietly retreat from this nightmarish realm. As Bai Yin passed a certain spot, a bloodied hand suddenly grasped at his foot. Looking down, he met the gaze of the earlier middle-aged man, his face smeared with blood as he was being torn apart by 2 zombies, his eyes filled with desperation and pleading. "Help! Save me!" The man's demeanor had shifted drastically from the earlier moment when he had brandished a metal rod at Bai Yin. "All right, give me your hand." Bai Yin replied with a faint smile, extending his assistance. In that instant, hope flickered in the man's eyes. He moved his hand away from Bai Yin's foot, attempting to grasp the offered hand. However, just as he released his grip, bang, Bai Yin delivered a vicious kick to his head. The man felt a momentary daze wash over him. When his vision cleared, he saw Bai Yin walking away, his back turned. "Don't go. Save me." The hoarse voice that escaped his lips was filled with anguish and despair. Yet, what awaited him was not Bai Yin's return, but rather another zombie, mouth agape, lunging for his throat. A chilling scream pierced the air, sending shivers down spines, and then, the broken body lay still. The loss of several lives transpired in mere minutes. Bai Yin, adhering to his agreement, made his way to the old man. As he laid out the provisions before him, one item at a time, the scene unfolded. The old man's face rarely revealed a genuine smile. While wiping away tears, he expressed his gratitude to Bai Yin, repeatedly exclaiming, "Such a good person, such a good person." Bai Yin left half of the food behind, all of which consisted of readily consumable cooked dishes. However, he did not provide any noodles. After departing from the building, he sought out some dry twigs to fill his bag. It was only after completely filling the bag that he intended to return home. At that moment, a light drizzle fell from the sky. Unfortunately, Bai Yin's umbrella was nestled at the very bottom of his bag, making it difficult to retrieve. Fortunately, the rain was gentle, and there was no immediate concern about the items in his bag getting wet. By the time Bai Yin returned to the villa, it was already noon. After confirming that he was not being followed, he unlocked the door with his key and secured it from the inside. Upon entering the bedroom, he found Bai Yu reading on the bed, engrossed in Robinson Crusoe, a book that Bai Yin often read. Heizi was perched on her shoulder, curiously gazing at the text, merely keeping her company. They appeared to be enjoying each other's company quite well. "Welcome home." Upon seeing Bai Yin, Bai Yu quickly sat up. "Woof woof." Heizi leapt off the bed, wagging his tail excitedly as he circled around Bai Yin. "I'll go get something to eat." Bai Yin nodded and headed to the kitchen with Heizi in tow. Bai Yu hastily followed suit, descending from the bed. "Is there anything I can help with?" "No, just rest quietly on the bed. But I'm just a little under the weather. It's not that serious. I really don't need your assistance unless you happen to be an excellent cook." Bai Yu fell into a moment of silence, as she indeed lacked culinary skills. Her expression became uneasy, a mix of guilt and profound anxiety. When Bai Yin tossed the bag into the corner and began searching for bricks to construct a makeshift stove, he noticed Bai Yu standing nearby, looking utterly bewildered. Bai Yin discerned her unease and understood its source. Ultimately, he simply said, "Could you help me arrange the sofa? I'll be sleeping there tonight. The blankets are all in the wardrobe, is that all right?" "Yes, yes." Bai Yu's heart soared with joy, and she hurried off to attend to the task. Chapter 47. The vow. After Bai Yu had arranged the sofa, 10 minutes had passed. When she returned, Bai Yin had already set up the stove and was trying to kindle a fire. "Is there anything else you need me to do?" Bai Yu inquired as she approached. Bai Yin pointed to a nearby table and chairs. "Wipe those down." "All right." Bai Yu quickly went to the rooftop to fetch water, intending to bring a basin down to clean the table. However, as she descended the stairs, her foot slipped unexpectedly, causing her to fall hard and spill the entire basin of water over herself. With a loud thud, the commotion startled Bai Yin. As he ascended the stairs, he caught sight of Bai Yu trying to rise from the floor after moving the basin aside. Bai Yin approached her, extending his hand, but Bai Yu seemed to misunderstand the gesture and hurriedly shielded her head. This is evidently a defensive posture, an instinctive action to prevent being struck. Indeed, during those days spent in the shelter, Bai Yu was compelled to instinctively be wary of others' approaches. The gesture from Bai Yin earlier did not evoke thoughts of being assisted, but rather the fear of an impending slap. Thus, Bai Yu instinctively protected her head for a while. When she noticed that Bai Yin had yet to strike her, she was taken aback. She instinctively looked up, only to find that his demeanor had not changed. He merely wore a look of mild exasperation. Bai Yu quickly realized her misunderstanding and hastily grasped Bai Yin's hand, urging him to help her up. Following this, she apologized. "Yes, I'm sorry, I thought, it's nothing." Bai Yin's response was rather indifferent as he said, "Go find something to change into from the wardrobe. I'll call you for dinner." "All right," she replied, her tone heavy with disappointment, akin to a schoolchild who had committed a grave mistake. From her retreating figure, Bai Yin discerned a profound sense of inferiority and guilt. "It's really not a big deal," he murmured to himself before heading straight into the kitchen to busy himself. The rain began to pour more heavily. The only advantage was that the water buckets on the rooftop could store ample water resources. Bai Yin prepared a large pot of noodles, adding half a salted duck. Once 2 large bowls were filled with noodles and placed on the freshly wiped table, he made his way to the bedroom. "Dinner's ready." Bai Yin attempted to keep his voice low. At that moment, Bai Yu was sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Upon hearing Bai Yin's voice, she felt an inevitable tension. "All right." She followed him with her head bowed. Even when they finally sat at the table, she remained silent. Her head lowered as she quietly consumed her noodles, seemingly still consumed by guilt. "You actually what's wrong?" At the moment Bai Yin began to speak, her reaction was extraordinarily intense, startling him. Sighing, Bai Yin transferred a duck wing from his bowl to hers. I'm fine." No, you don't need to do that. She protested, waving her hands repeatedly, yet Bai Yin paid no heed. After placing the duck wing into Bai Yu's bowl, he said earnestly, we should talk. Talk? About what? Bai Yu thought Bai Yin intended to reprimand her, her voice faltering as she instinctively lowered her gaze. Bai Yin got straight to the point. To be frank, I rarely interact with women, so I'm not entirely sure what they think. However, you, in particular, are transparent to me. Are you perhaps too wary of me? Or do you think I might devour you? And no, Bai Yu shook her head vigorously. I'm just worried I'm a burden, afraid I might abandon you halfway. Silence ensued, yet it was clear that he had touched upon her innermost thoughts. Bai Yin spoke plainly. Honestly, even if you were to assist me, it would be a burden, as I have no need for your help. Upon hearing this, her head drooped even lower. But none of that matters, I don't mind. Just as I am indifferent to the assistance that the critics may offer. My reason for keeping it close is that its presence alleviates my boredom and provides me with a sense of relaxation. This can be deemed a form of psychological support. In contrast, you consistently maintain a stance of vigilance towards me, exuding an aura of deep-seated insecurity that only serves to burden my heart. Are you aware that such negativity can be contagious? Yes, I apologize, I was mistaken. If you genuinely believe you are at fault, then an apology is unwarranted. With a swift motion, Bai Yin struck the top of the opponent's head with a knife. Ouch! Bai Yu exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. Look, you are once again feeling aggrieved. Bai Yin sighed, eventually setting down his chopsticks, raising his right hand to the heavens. I swear to the heavens that I will not abandon you until I find your parents. Otherwise, may I be struck down by lightning and find no place to rest. Therefore, cease this anxiety and refrain from displaying such a heart-wrenching expression. With that, he let his hand fall. One person quietly consumed noodles, refraining from excessive words, appearing exceedingly calm. In stark contrast, upon hearing Bai Yin's words, Bai Yu could not help but weep. Drip. She lowered her head, tears cascading into the noodle soup. Silently sobbing, she stuffed her mouth with food. Midway through, Bai Yin offered her more meat. Yet the more he did so, the harder it became for her tears to cease. Thus, she continued to cry while eating. After several minutes of intermittent sobbing, her emotions gradually stabilized, and she wiped her tears with her sleeve. Then, with reddened eyes, she gazed at Bai Yin and asked, May I know your name? Bai Yin. As in the silver of gold and silver. May I call you brother? Girls should refrain from casually addressing someone as brother. Simply calling by name suffices. That seems a bit unnatural, yet she inhaled deeply. Then, Bai Yin, could you share with me the events of your day? Do you wish to hear? It would take quite some time to recount. Thus, Bai Yin began to narrate the events of his day, particularly emphasizing the incident with the old man and the dog. During the storytelling, Bai Yu occasionally interjected with questions of confusion, clearly making an effort to connect with Bai Yin. Afterward, the two resided in the villa for several more days. As their interaction deepened, Bai Yu gradually lowered her defenses against Bai Yin. Ultimately, she no longer felt fear or unease in his presence and began to exhibit a more lively demeanor. Just as the two were about to leave Qingyao County for their next destination, Bai Yin took a moment to visit the department store to check on the old man. However, what met his gaze were merely two cold corpses. The old man cradled the old dog in his arms, his expression serene in death, adorned with a smile. Both the old man and his dog had perished from gluttony, having consumed all the food available, leaving only scraps and packaging behind. It was evident that this was intentional. Is the old man and his dog all right? Bai Yu inquired, holding Bai Yin's hand as they departed Qingyao County. Bai Yin merely chuckled and remarked, They have gone to the sanctuary. Inside, there is a steward, seemingly the son of the old gentleman. Chapter 48. Bai County is a quaint little town, the next destination on their journey. To take a shortcut, they would need to traverse a mountain, once a popular tourist attraction. At the summit, a temple awaited them. As the two ascended to the peak, the sky suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour. With no other choice, they sought refuge within the temple. Passing through the dilapidated main hall, they observed numerous statues, among which stood a figure reminiscent of the Western god Anubis, the jackal-headed deity. The reason for its presence here remained a mystery. Bai Yin, Bai Yu, upon spotting the statue, abruptly tugged at Bai Yin's sleeve. Bai Yin turned to see her pointing at the jackal-headed figure and asked, What is it? Why do you think such a statue would appear in a temple? The young girl, curious, furrowed her brow as she pondered. Is there anything peculiar about it? This place was once a scenic spot, not a dedicated temple. To put it bluntly, it is merely a tool for monetary gain, designed to entertain the masses. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a statue of a water monkey here. I see. Bai Yin, enlightened, murmured to herself. Seeing this statue reminds me of the tale of the three-headed hound of hell, though the details elude me now. That is a Western tale. But if we are discussing hounds of the underworld, the East has its own legends. What about the Dieting from journey to the West? Not quite. When I was very young, a grandmother shared a folk tale with me. Could you recount it for me? Of course. As Bai Yin reminisced. He began to recount the essence of the tale. The details are somewhat hazy, but it goes like this. It is said that after death, one descends to the underworld. Beyond the Niha Bridge lies a narrow path, guarded by a large, blood-red dog. Countless fierce hounds lurk at the roadside. If a person had raised a dog for 10 years, treating it as family, and the dog perishes first, it will wait at this crossroads for the person. When the time comes, it will accompany them, sparing them from the torment of being torn apart by the other hounds. Conversely, if the person dies first, the dog will wait at their grave. When the person reaches this path, the dog will howl incessantly, warning the ferocious hounds. This individual has shown kindness to dogs. They must not be repaid with malice. Once the person traverses this path, they shall bid a final farewell to their dog. If there are surviving family members, the dog will return to the crossroads to wait for the next departed loved one. Once it has seen off all its known kin, the dog will reincarnate, becoming human in the next life, transforming into a family member. Such individuals are known for their loyalty and honesty, relishing communication with others. In ancient times, they were rare loyal subjects, even daring to offend emperors for their masters. This is also why the dog and dragon are said to be in conflict within the 12 zodiac signs. That is essentially the story. As they spoke, the two had found a small room. Bai Yin pushed the door open and walked straight in. Bai Yu, instinctively following, remarked, "So, the old gentleman and his dog will become family in their next life, right?" Bai Yin paused momentarily, casting a discreet glance at Bai Yu's expression. Noticing that the latter seemed devoid of any suspicion, he replied, "Indeed, it shall be." At that moment, the time was approximately 5 in the afternoon. Estimating that darkness would soon descend, the two decided to rest for the night. Bai Yu busied herself within the confines of the room, preparing the bedding and organizing their sleeping area, while Bai Yin ventured outside to survey their surroundings for any lurking zombies. Concurrently, he gathered some firewood. Fortunately, the vicinity of the temple was devoid of the undead, and the mountains offered a far greater sense of security than the valley below. That night, the two enjoyed a rare and peaceful slumber. As dawn broke the following day, they set off down the mountain. The descent proved far easier than the ascent, though this was only true for the average person. Due to Bai Yu's leg issues, descending was more challenging for her than climbing. Consequently, their pace slowed as they walked intermittently. Eventually, they reached the base of the mountain around 11 o'clock. After traversing a winding path for a considerable time, they finally arrived at their next destination, Bai Yin County. In the past, Bai Yin County, though a small locale, was a highly sought-after tourist destination. Thus, following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, it became populated with a significant number of the undead. The density of zombies in Bai Yin County was hardly less than that of larger cities. Yet, even from a distance, they could sense something amiss. Woof, woof. The alert black dog had picked up on something unusual and was barking incessantly in a particular direction. Both turned to look, soon beholding a dissonant, apocalyptic scene. In their line of sight was the top of a 20-story building, adorned with a colossal advertisement. Originally a grand electronic screen, it had transformed into a natural black backdrop due to the city's power outage. In bold yellow paint, the black billboard proclaimed, "Survivors, please come to the 20th floor. We will provide food and shelter." Survivors? Bai Yin was taken aback, astonished that even in these dire times, there were still individuals exhibiting such boundless kindness. "Shall we take a look?" Bai Yu inquired, tilting her head. Bai Yin was about to decline, reasoning that it was unnecessary to engage for safety's sake when, unexpectedly, the system issued a task. Task alert. Investigate the truth of the 20th floor. Reward. Zombie lure formula. The zombie lure could release a substantial amount of scent detectable only by zombies within a short time, effectively attracting all nearby undead. A horde of zombies? This concoction immediately conjured images of the iconic zombie hordes depicted in science fiction films. A horde, essentially, is a mass of zombies converging towards a specific target or direction. akin to monsters besieging a fortress in a video game. If that analogy fails, simply envision the bustling scene of a school cafeteria at lunchtime. In Bai Yin's estimation, the lure seemed capable of inciting a horde under extreme circumstances. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but internally scoff, pondering whether this potion was excessively sinister. With the system handing over the formula, it felt as though he were destined to become the ultimate antagonist. Regardless of such musings, he acknowledged that thoughts are merely thoughts, and words are merely words. Having a skill is undoubtedly preferable to being entirely inept. Bai Yin resolved to undertake this task, not merely for the sake of others, but to secure a formula for a potion that could provide him with a sanctuary in the future. Consider this. Should he choose a location to settle down, yet find it overrun by zombies, he could utilize the corpse-attracting potion to lure them away and establish his haven in peace. Thus, in response to Bai Yu's inquiry, he replied, "Let us take a look, but remain cautious and refrain from consuming food offered by strangers. I hope the individual possesses even half the kindness they claim in their advertisements." With that, the duo proceeded towards the imposing edifice. An unsettling silence enveloped the path, leaving Bai Yin with a peculiar sense of foreboding. Chapter 49. The Peace Zone. On the 20th floor. After walking for a while, Bai Yin paused. "What's wrong?" Bai Yu inquired. Bai Yin walked towards a corridor, with Bai Yu trailing closely behind. Soon, they encountered an iron fence obstructing their path. Bai Yin emerged from the corridor and ventured elsewhere to search. Ultimately, he discovered numerous obstructions in various locations. It was not just the narrow passages. Even some roads had been barricaded. Bai Yu noticed this anomaly as well, but could not fathom its significance. "Have you not observed that there seem to be fewer zombies?" Bai Yin remarked. Bai Yu nodded. "Indeed, there are somewhat fewer, but I do not understand." She shook her head in confusion. Bai Yin pointed at the debris obstructing the road ahead, stating, "Not only here, but in many locations, including those we just encountered. These barriers have been deliberately erected to keep the zombies away from this area." The intention? To enhance the survival rate of the people here by intentionally confining the zombies elsewhere. Why? Because there exists a safe haven on the 20th floor. I surmise it was the proprietor of that floor who orchestrated this. They have evidently invested considerable effort to ensure the safety of visitors. Thus, one might conclude that they are a benevolent individual, correct? Perhaps not. Regardless, let us proceed and investigate. Agreed. The two then made their way toward the towering structure. Surrounding the main entrance of the building was a rough, makeshift concrete wall, quite high, complemented by an iron gate secured with a substantial combination lock, akin to those found on suitcases, albeit crafted from iron. A sign hung from the gate, inscribed with the words, "Code 1234. Please lock the door upon entry to prevent zombies from entering." Bai Yin dialed the code to 1234. With an audible creak, the door swung open. He pushed the door and, adhering to the instructions on the sign, locked it behind him before ascending the stairs with Bai Yu. As Bai Yin had anticipated, from the first floor to the 19th, there was not a single zombie lurking in the corridors. Upon reaching the 20th floor, they were greeted by a formidable metal door equipped with a button. Bai Yin attempted to push the door open, but it resisted. The door was simply marked with yellow paint, proclaiming in large letters, "Please press the button." Bai Yin pressed the button, and a melodious chime echoed from within. Shortly thereafter, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, followed by a creaking noise as the door swung open. The one who appeared was a middle-aged man with a kind demeanor, clad in an apron, his attire starkly contrasting with the desolation one might expect in a post-apocalyptic world. The man, likely in his 40s, stood tall, over 6 feet, with a friendly and honest appearance. His apron was smeared with grease, exuding an aura of simplicity akin to that of a humble chef laboring in the city. Upon noticing the situation outside, he paused momentarily, then quickly donned a warm smile. Grasping Bai Yin's right hand with both of his, he exclaimed, "Hello, hello. You must be new here. Please, come in, come in. We are all family now." The middle-aged man seemed overly enthusiastic as he ushered them inside. Bai Yin felt a twinge of caution, glancing around. He observed that the floor's architecture was quite intriguing. What initially appeared to be an ordinary hotel had seemingly been transformed into a residential area. Indeed, from one of the rooms ahead, the sounds of cooking wafted through the air, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of food. Everyone, come out, come out. We have a new friend," the middle-aged man bellowed. Before long, the commotion in the kitchen ceased, and a serene-looking middle-aged woman stepped out. People emerged from various rooms and corners, and soon, A gathering of over a dozen individuals surrounded them. Bai Yin scrutinized the attire of these people, noting their vibrant and polished appearances. Most were youthful, with no elderly individuals in sight, presenting a stark contrast to his preconceived notions of refuge seekers. Just as he pondered this discrepancy, the middle-aged man began to elaborate animatedly. "Young man, what is your name?" "Bai Yin," he replied. "Ah, Bai Yin, my young brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Heizi, but you may call me Brother Jin. This place is my creation. Rest assured, it is quite safe. You can live here comfortably with the others. I promise you shall not go hungry." Heizi spoke with an air of pride, resembling a benevolent figure intent on aiding the masses. Bai Yin inquired, "Will I need to pay rent or provide food or anything else?" "Ah, you need not worry about such matters." Heizi waved his hand dismissively. "We are all in this together, and we must support one another until the government arrives to assist us. Rest easy. You need not concern yourself with anything. Now, young lady, please introduce yourself." Heizi turned his gaze to Bai Yu, who appeared somewhat flustered. After a moment of hesitation, she managed to stammer, "Hello, everyone. I am Bai Yu." Once the introductions concluded, Heizi found someone to escort Bai Yin and Bai Yu to their living quarters. The guide was a young man in his 20s, sporting black-rimmed glasses and a lean frame, with hair dyed a striking shade of gray. The others referred to him as Bai Mao. The white-haired man noticed that the two individuals trailing behind him remained silent for an extended period. A knowing expression crossed his face as he remarked, "So, Big Brother Jin is rather foolish, isn't he? I share that sentiment. However, do not take it to heart. He is not a bad person. Your arrival here is indeed a stroke of luck for you too. So, are you genuinely planning to wait for someone to rescue you? Only a fool would believe such a notion." He rolled his eyes and continued, "Earlier, did you notice a rather rotund man in the crowd? The one with a beer belly weighing around 200 pounds? I remember. That fellow was once the head of a certain conglomerate. He may lack other talents, but he possesses a remarkable skill for manipulation. To be frank, the idea of waiting for someone from above to come to the rescue is entirely his fabrication. Ironically, it is quite fortunate that there are fools who believe him. This very man is using this pretense to deceive others, claiming that once this all blows over, he will gift each person a house, as he is quite wealthy. Utter nonsense. A group of individuals unwilling to confront reality. At this juncture, money holds no value whatsoever. From the white-haired man's words, it was evident that he bore a strong disdain for the rotund man. Bai Yin then inquired, "How long have you all been here?" To which the white-haired man replied, "Well, it varies. I have been here for nearly 3 months. Some arrived before me, while others came later. Has it been sufficient time for food?" Bai Yin asked. "It's manageable. Big Brother Jin is quite resourceful and often takes his wife out to scavenge for supplies. In any case, we won't starve. To put it another way, does everyone rely solely on that couple for sustenance?" Bai Yin probed further. The white-haired man nodded. "One could say that, though those with a sense of conscience, like myself, occasionally lend a hand. I fully understand that this world cannot return to what it once was. Given this reality, it is better to seize the opportunity to assist and win favor with that capable couple. Yet, there are some fools, particularly the group led by the rotund man. They spend their days indulging in gluttony, merely existing as a burden. In their words, once this is all over, we will be sure to thank that couple profusely, and at that time, they will pay double or triple the living expenses. How absurd. It is truly remarkable that those foolish spouses choose to believe such nonsense." Seething with indignation, the white-haired man glanced at Bai Yin and added, "As someone who has been through this, I must advise you, just in case, do not follow that foolish rotund man's example. Otherwise, if the food supply dwindles and people must be expelled, you too will undoubtedly be among the first to be cast out." "Understood. Thank you for the warning, big brother." Bai Yin replied, "No worries. I am rather pleased to have a diligent ally like you." With that, he led the two to an empty room and inquired, "Which of you will occupy this chamber? The other room is a bit distant. You may decide among yourselves." "No need. We can share a room. My sister is quite fearful of being alone and is accustomed to my company." "I see. Very well, then. You two can tidy up the room yourselves." After saying this, the white-haired man departed. However, as he passed by Bai Yin, he leaned in and whispered, "Being overly pampered is not advisable." His tone resembled that of a seasoned elder imparting wisdom to a younger generation. Yet, in Bai Yin's eyes, he appeared merely as an individual with a pronounced desire for attention. The two of them pushed the door open and discovered that the suite was not particularly dirty, only slightly dusty, suggesting it had been recently cleaned. However, this raised suspicions. In a post-apocalyptic world, why would a place typically uninhabited be so diligently maintained? Could it be that the couple truly operated this floor like a hotel in peacetime, catering to guests at every turn? Woof, woof. He set down the bag and let Heizi out. The moment Heizi leapt from the bag, he joyfully dashed around the spacious suite like a wild stallion. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Bai Yin opened it to find a rotund, middle-aged man standing there, a hefty fellow, tipping the scales at around 200 pounds. This was indeed the person Bai Mao had mentioned. "Is there something you need?" Bai Yin inquired. The portly man grinned and responded, "Buddy, you still have the leisure to keep a dog? What is up?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if that dog is for sale." "Oh, how much are you offering?" 100,000. "Once this contagion passes, I'll pay you right away." "What do you want a dog for?" "Heh." The man swallowed hard. "It's been ages since I've had dog meat hot pot. If you're willing, we could enjoy it together." "Get lost." With a resounding bang, Bai Yin slammed the door shut, catching the man's nose in the process, nearly bringing him to tears from the pain. "Damn, if you're not selling, then just say so. No need to get all worked up." The hefty man grumbled as he walked away, clutching his nose. Inside, Bai Yu, who was tidying the bedding, couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked, "What happened?" "Nothing much, just that fat guy Bai Mao mentioned. He wanted to buy Heizi." "Does he like dogs?" "Yeah, the kind you eat." Bai Yu was momentarily speechless, and moments later, her face twisted in disgust. People like that are truly revolting. As Bai Yu continued to arrange the bedding, Bai Yin was inspecting every corner of the suite. The bathroom still had running water, astonishingly. The building's water supply had not yet been cut off. Of course, there was no gas, meaning they could only take cold showers. The electricity in the house was operational, primarily due to the rumbling from the 15th floor. Upon ascending, Bai Yin and the others had noticed the cacophony resonating from that level. It was the sound of a generator. Bai Yin had intended to investigate further, but the door to that floor was secured with numerous locks, and a bold warning painted in bright yellow red. "Power generation area, unauthorized personnel keep out." Unable to proceed, he abandoned the notion. In the other areas of the suite, everything seemed in order, save for one peculiar detail regarding the exit door. Bai Yin opened the door and turned the internal knob to the locked position. Under normal circumstances, this should have secured the door, rendering it impossible to open from the outside. However, when Bai Yin twisted the doorknob from the outside, with merely a slight exertion, it turned freely. Indeed, if this door was not malfunctioning, it had certainly been tampered with. Were it not for Bai Yin's meticulous nature, a typical person might not have discerned such a flaw so quickly. The door can only be closed, but not locked. Anyone outside can easily push it open, which compelled Bai Yin to install a lock from the inside. "What's the matter?" Bai Yu noticed Bai Yin's actions. Bai Yin replied, "This door cannot be locked, so I am fixing a new lock, just in case." At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside, accompanied by the voice of Bai Mao. "Brother, it's time for dinner." Bai Yin responded, "No need, we just ate." "Oh, well then." Bai Mao's footsteps gradually faded away. Just a few steps later, the door suddenly swung open behind him. Bai Mao turned around and saw Bai Yin. "What is up?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to ask if the door to your room can be locked." It can't. It seems many locks on this floor are broken." "Sigh. Are you fixing a lock? Could you give me one?" Bai Mao took a lock from Bai Yin, fiddling with it in his hands, appearing quite pleased. His words only deepened Bai Yin's suspicion about this place. In the afternoon, Bai Yin and Bai Yu were tidying up their room, while Bai Yu went to the bathroom to shower. A series of knocks echoed from the door once more. Bai Yin opened the door to find the visitor was Aunt Wong, a middle-aged woman in an apron. Everyone here referred to her as Aunt Wong. She held a tray with 2 large bowls of noodles. Bai Yin was taken aback. "Aunt Wong, what is this?" Aunt Wong replied with a hint of complaint. "I've said it before, we are all family from now on. Though you two have just arrived, it's not right to be so distant. People are iron, and food is steel. If you skip a meal, you'll be starving. What will you do if you faint from hunger? Come on, take the tray." "But Aunt Wong, we really just ate." Still being polite, huh? Must you treat us like outsiders?" Aunt Wong seemed a bit upset. Bai Yin could only smile helplessly and accepted the tray. Aunt Wong then smiled and hummed a little tune as she left. Hardly had she departed when Bai Yu emerged from the bathroom. "What is going on?" Bai Yin pointed at the noodles on the table. "Aunt Wong brought this. So should we eat?" Bai Yin shook his head and said, a bit uneasily, Let us pour it down the toilet later. Chapter 51. Two forces knock, knock, knock. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? It's me. I'm here to collect the bowls. It was Aunt Wong's voice. Bai Yin glanced at the two empty bowls on the nearby table. Half an hour ago, he had poured both bowls of noodles down the toilet. Bai Yin deliberately picked up a chopstick, dipped it into the remaining broth at the bottom of the bowl, and smeared a bit on the corner of his mouth. Then he went to open the door. Thank you. As he opened the door, he swiftly turned around to hand the tray and empty bowls to her. Aunt Wong noticed the sheen of oil on the corner of Bai Yin's mouth and smiled joyfully. Not a problem at all. Remember to come out for dinner tonight. We're having a feast. Actually, I have something to say about that, Bai Yin said hesitantly. Aunt Wong noticed his unusual demeanor and quickly asked, What's wrong? Speak to Aunt Wong. Aunt Wong glanced into the inner room behind Bai Yin, her expression one of resignation. In truth, my sister suffers from severe autism. She is quite fearful of interacting with outsiders. Hence, she may not be able to join us at the table. Well, what shall we do then? We can't possibly skip a meal, can we? Aunt Wong expressed her concern. Bai Yin reassured her, it's not a significant issue. If necessary, we can simply bring her portion back separately. That seems workable. Aunt Wong nodded, then sighed. What a wonderful child she is. Why must she endure such a condition? As her brother, you must spend more time with her. Do not let her be alone to dwell on her thoughts. Sighing, she continued, speaking of which, my son was once an autistic child as well. Your son? Is he here too? Alas, he is not, Aunt Wong said with a wry smile, waving her hand dismissively. He got separated from us back when the infectious disease first emerged. I have no idea where he is now, or if he has found salvation. I can only hope that the government will locate him. Her expression bore a genuine weight of helplessness and sorrow, not merely a facade. As she departed, her silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn, reminiscent of a solitary old guardian watching over an empty courtyard, steeped in desolation. In the afternoon, more accurately at dusk, Bai Yin voluntarily went to the kitchen to lend a hand. At that moment, Aunt Wong was washing fresh vegetables sourced from their rooftop garden, which had become their exclusive vegetable haven, tended to with utmost care by the couple and their sole source of greens. When Bai Yin entered the kitchen, it was just the right time for culinary preparations to commence. Besides Heizi and Aunt Wong, there was also Bai Mao assisting in the kitchen. Bai Yin's willingness to help was warmly welcomed by Bai Mao, a mutual joy shared among comrades. Within the survivor community on the 20th floor, aside from Heizi and Aunt Wong, the remaining survivors were generally divided into two factions. First, there were the optimistic individuals aligned with the corpulent figure. Believing that the zombie outbreak was merely an infectious disease, they held fast to the hope that government rescue would eventually arrive if they simply waited. Conversely, there were the pessimists led by Bai Mao, who believed the world had come to an end, opting for a cautious existence in the present. The former group primarily consisted of those who had arrived earlier and had been under the care of Aunt Wong and Heizi for some time, or those who had endured little hardship during the outbreak and still harbored a naive sense of hope. The latter group, however, had mostly arrived recently, having already faced considerable adversities in this apocalyptic world, rendering them far less optimistic. Ironically, the majority of those who had suffered were not aligned with Bai Mao's faction. Instead, they gravitated towards the camp led by the corpulent figure. Thus, among the several survivors, Bai Mao's camp comprised merely 2 individuals. Of course, with Bai Yin's inclusion, the number increased to 3. But why was this? Could it be that those who had endured hardships were genuinely so optimistic? The answer, of course, was negative. Ultimately, it boiled down to their reluctance to labor, desiring instead to reap the benefits without effort. They wished to emulate the corpulent figure, promising, once this infectious disease passes, we will repay you handsomely, merely issuing empty assurances while enjoying the hospitality of Heizi and Aunt Wong without contributing. In their own words, everything ultimately comes at a price. Of course, this will only be possible once the epidemic has passed. Among those aligned with the white-haired individual is his sister, a young girl named Hua. She is a charming 16-year-old, with her hair styled in 2 playful pigtails, standing at a petite height of 1.50 m, possessing a hint of baby fat that adds to her adorability. Currently, she is on the rooftop with Heizi, watering the vegetables, and it is likely to be some time before they return. Bai Yin has been observing the entire dinner preparation process closely. His reason for assisting in the kitchen is not for any other motive than to meticulously monitor the cooking process, ensuring that there is no possibility of poison being introduced. However, After thorough observation, he concludes that tonight's meal poses no apparent issues. He is yet to detect anything amiss. Once the meal is prepared, the group places all the dishes on a grand round table. Jinji, having just descended from the rooftop, calls out loudly, "Hey, hey, hey! Dinner is ready. Everyone come out to eat." Shortly thereafter, the other survivors lazily emerge from their respective rooms to join the table. The feast includes several plates of stir-fried vegetables, while the majority consists of reheated canned foods. Compared to the rations of peacetime, this is undoubtedly lacking, but given the current circumstances, it is remarkably satisfactory. Bai Yin first takes a separate portion from the kitchen before carrying it to his room. As he passes a corridor corner, he notices a portly fellow lurking at his door, peering through the keyhole. "Hey!" Bai Yin frowns and calls out. The rotund man jumps in fright, immediately standing upright. Upon realizing it is Bai Yin, he appears somewhat embarrassed, stammering, "Ahem. I heard strange noises inside, so I was just taking a peek." After hastily uttering his excuse, he scurries away. Yet Bai Yin distinctly observes him casting a furtive glare in his direction as they brush past each other. Is he attempting to steal something? Bai Yin speculates, then approaches his door and knocks. "Bai Yu?" A sigh escapes him, and soon Bai Yu's voice responds, followed by the sound of the door opening. Bai Yin hands over the food, saying, "Here, eat up, these should be safe." "Hee, thank you." Bai Yu appears to be in good spirits, a natural smile gracing her face as she accepts the offering. Glancing into the room, Bai Yin inadvertently spots a bottle of nutritional supplement, his curiosity piqued. "What is this nutritional supplement?" Bai Yu turns to look, replying, "Oh, that chubby uncle gave it to me while you were helping in the kitchen. You unlocked the door?" "Well, I thought there was still a lock inside, so I opened it." The inner door features a chain lock. As long as one does not possess the key, it can only be opened a crack, allowing those outside to pass items through, yet preventing entry. Bai Yin feels a twinge of concern and inquires, "Did you drink any?" "Of course not. I'm not foolish enough to consume something from a stranger." Chapter 52. The disappearance. Bai Yu is inside the room, sharing a meal with Heizi. The portion of food Bai Yin brought is ample, enough for both her and Heizi to enjoy. He himself approached the dining table, immersing himself in an atmosphere he found rather unappealing. Aunt Wang had thoughtfully arranged the seating, yet amidst the lively gathering, there remained an empty chair. "Is someone missing?" Bai Yin inquired softly to the white-haired companion beside him. The white-haired man nodded, glancing towards Aunt Wang, who stood with a bowl in hand, and asked, "Aunt Wang, have you seen Xiao Er? Why hasn't he arrived?" Aunt Wang surveyed the empty seat and shook her head. "I haven't seen him. Wasn't he perfectly fine at noon?" With that, she placed her bowl on the table. "I'll go check his room." He directly headed towards Wang Er's quarters. At that moment, Jinzi emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of vegetable soup. "This is the last dish," he remarked. "Where's Aunt Wang?" As he stood there, serving himself, it appeared that the couple preferred to eat standing rather than joining the others at the table. The white-haired man replied, "She went to find Wang Er." "I see." Jinzi nodded, and then recalled casually, "Speaking of which, Xiao Er mentioned to me this morning that he was planning to go out for a bit, apparently to seek some inspiration." "Inspiration?" Bai Yin queried, puzzled. The white-haired man explained, "Wang Er is an artist. His greatest passion lies in painting. Unfortunately, he has never gained recognition, especially not now." "I see." Bai Yin nodded in understanding. Before long, Aunt Wang emerged from the corridor, her expression decidedly troubled. She exchanged meaningful glances with Jinzi, clearly flustered. However, Jinzi, oblivious to her distress, remarked, "Why are you making all those faces? Is something wrong with your eyes? There are no outsiders here, just speak plainly." His tone bore a hint of irritation, and at that moment, a nearby woman chimed in, "Yes, Aunt Wang. If something is wrong, just tell us. We can face difficulties together." Aunt Wang scanned the room, looking at everyone, swallowed hard, and said, "I just visited Xiao Er's room, but found it empty. I searched other places too, but there is still no sign of him." The others continued to eat, seemingly indifferent to the fate of the reclusive artist, save for Aunt Wang and Jinzi. The stout man spoke up, "Has that fellow been to your room?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had not interacted with him. Jinzi's expression grew somber, yet he tried to reassure everyone, "It's all right. Xiao Er is no child. He has likely gone somewhere to find his inspiration. After all, this building is free of danger, so he should be fine. Once we finish eating, I'll go look for him." The underlying intention of his words was to alleviate the collective anxiety, but it seemed as if his reassurances fell on deaf ears. No one cared about the whereabouts of the solitary artist. They merely focused on serving themselves from their bowls. The stout man couldn't help but scoff. With peaceful days at hand, why seek out that wretched inspiration? If he gets into trouble, he deserves it. Indeed, the outside world is perilous. Daring to venture out carelessly is foolish. With such a mindset, it's no wonder he never gained any recognition before. Has he lost his mind? Many individuals began to echo the chubby person's sarcastic remarks. During this exchange, Bai Yin noticed that Bai Mao had noticeably furrowed his brows, seemingly disapproving of such an atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Aunt Wang who intervened to mediate, saying, "Let us refrain from speaking too much. Wang Er is a fine child, just a bit reticent. Once he returns, we must strive for peaceful coexistence and not bully him." "Ah, we understand. Only you, Aunt Wang, possess such maternal compassion," came a dismissive response, laced with a hint of impatience. Yet, despite this, Aunt Wang maintained a cheerful demeanor, displaying no signs of anger, resembling an exceedingly patient elder. "Since Wang Er is absent, Aunt Wang, please take a seat. You've had quite a day." Bai Mao gestured towards Wang Er's chair. Just as Aunt Wang was about to respond, Jin Zi, who was also standing, jokingly interjected, "Oh, what is this? Am I not to be considered hardworking too? Do you only pity Aunt Wang and not me?" "Oh." Aunt Wang narrowed her eyes, giving Jin Zi a stern look. "Then you should sit." I was just joking. Please, dear wife, you take a seat. It's better for you to sit." Jin Zi quickly yielded with a smile. In an instant, the atmosphere at the dining table transformed into one of ease and merriment, as if Wang Er's absence was a non-issue. As dinner concluded, the diners promptly vacated the table and retreated to their respective rooms. The only ones remaining to tidy up were Bai Yin, Bai Mao, and Bai Mao's sister, Hua. Jin Zi had left shortly after the meal to seek out Wang Er. Bai Mao urged Aunt Wang to rest, stating she had worked hard all day and that the cleanup could be managed by the three of them. While Hua was busy wiping the table and sweeping the floor, Bai Mao and Bai Yin were in the kitchen washing the dishes. Noticing the absence of others, Bai Yin cautiously broached, "You seemed a bit upset at the table earlier?" Bai Mao glanced at Bai Yin, chuckling softly. "Did you notice? It's quite unusual to not be noticed sitting next to me." With a sigh, Bai Mao continued, "It's mainly the sarcastic comments from those lazy folks that irked me, but thankfully, I've grown accustomed to it." "Accustomed? Has this happened before?" Bai Yin inquired. "Well, since my arrival, there have been several instances. Disappeared? Some have indeed vanished, while others have perished. Is it really that dramatic? What happened? Let me think." Bai Mao began to reminisce, then recounted. "There was a fellow who seemed to have quarreled with someone and, in a fit of anger, left, never to return. Another brother apparently died due to a food allergy. There were also those who ventured out recklessly, not to mention those who, unable to cope with their circumstances, chose to leap from heights. In such an environment, death is hardly a novelty. I, for one, have yet to acclimate. It's unbearable. Yet those lazy individuals seem to adapt swiftly. Some even go so far as to say, fewer people mean less food wasted. Can you believe it? Is that even humane? They are rather selfish, indeed. Isn't that so? I take it you feel the same? May I ask you a question? Go ahead." Bai Yin glanced outside the kitchen to ensure no one was around before inquiring. "Do you know what happened to the bodies of the deceased? Or have you witnessed their demise firsthand?" "I cannot claim to have seen it, but Aunt Wang mentioned that Brother Jean took the bodies away for burial. Was anyone there to witness it? Who would dare to observe a burial? That would surely invite nightmares. Why do you ask? Are you considering a future in forensic science? Hoping to practice with a few cadavers?" "Oh, it's nothing serious, just a casual inquiry." Chapter 53. The trap. The room contained but a single bed. Hence Bai Yin opted to sleep on the sofa. Additionally, due to Bai Yu's fear of sleeping alone, Bai Yin shifted the sofa beside her bed so that they could rest close together. Once the sofa was aligned with the bed, Bai Yu suddenly realized, why not just sleep on the bed together? Bai Yin, with a tone of moral conviction, responded, "It is improper for males and females to share such intimacy. You are of an age to be mindful of these matters. But I'm only 12. Such things are still far off. A precocious little imp. You may consider it early, but the wicked will not spare you your youth. Have you forgotten about that bald pervert in the shelter?" "How could I possibly forget?" Bai Yu laid down on the bed, pulling the blanket over herself, yet she unconsciously shifted closer to the sofa. Turning on her side, she gazed at Bai Yin, who was engrossed in a book on the sofa. She chuckled softly. "What are you grinning about?" "Not at all." Bai Yu elongated her tone before adding, "I just realized you are quite handsome. At your age, You should be focusing on more appropriate role models. Like the characters from Dance of the Fairies. That show hasn't aired in ages. I only watch Bala La Magical Fairy now. Oh well. At that moment, Heizi, who had been lying beside Bai Yin, suddenly whimpered, seemingly trapped in a nightmare. Bai Yin quickly stroked his head in an attempt to soothe him. After nearly 10 seconds of gentle caressing, Heizi's distress finally subsided, allowing him to return to peaceful slumber. You are so kind to Heizi, Bai Yin remarked, almost in awe. What else could I do? He is my only family. And me? You? Bai Yin glanced at Bai Yu. Just a little rabbit that I cannot help but worry about. Humph. Bai Yu rolled over to stare at the ceiling. Do you wish to become a villain? If you mean that villains do not concern themselves with youth, then I suppose I cannot be a villain. After all, a life sentence begins at 10 years. A misstep could lead directly to the death penalty. Would you like me to enlighten you on the law? I would rather not. And besides, I am a middle schooler, not an elementary student. Not much difference. What type of person does Bai Yin admire? Mature individuals with whom I can connect. I meant in terms of love. I refer to love as well. What about men? Do you like them? Mr. Lu Sun once said, the reason you are attracted to women is that you have yet to encounter a man who stirs your heart. I am not joking. I am serious. I refuse to discuss such matters with a child. Who knows? Your parents might blame me for leading you astray. In contemporary society, it appears that many parents adopt a rather disconcerting stance, absolving themselves of any responsibility for their children's misdeeds, instead attributing all blame to external factors. Whether it be video games, anime, novels, or films, their response is invariably to report rather than reflect. They remain steadfast in their belief that their parenting is beyond reproach. This presents a rather troublesome dilemma, one that adults must grapple with, a reluctance to embrace the burdens of maturity. As I ponder this, I wonder if, upon locating my parents in B City, we shall inevitably part ways. Bai Yu hesitated as she posed this question, while Bai Yin's tone was one of indifference, merely pressing the switch on his bedside lamp. With a soft click, the room was enveloped in darkness, plunging the world into shadows. In light of this, one ought to be more concerned for their own safety. It is rather peculiar for a young girl to fret over trivial matters in such an environment. Only you would possess such a carefree spirit. But you are here, and you will protect me, won't you? I must, as your guardian, caution you. The chubby uncle who delivered water to you during the day made me uneasy. It would be prudent for you to remain vigilant around him. Rest assured, I am not that foolish. As for that bottle of nutritional drink, I disposed of it in the toilet and discarded the bottle in the trash. The following morning, during breakfast, the painter was notably absent from the table. Jinzi, appearing quite disheartened, announced that he had searched the building until midnight but had been unable to locate Wang Er. Both Aunt Wang and Jinzi exhibited signs of disappointment. However, the group of hefty individuals seemed unconcerned, continuing to indulge heartily in their meal. Bai Mao, though taken aback, had long since grown accustomed to such behavior. Later, while Bai Mao and Bai Yin washed the dishes in the kitchen, the chubby fellow unexpectedly approached them to greet. He held out 2 cartons of breakfast milk, saying, "Here you go, gentlemen, a little something to aid digestion after your meal." Bai Mao regarded him with a look of disbelief. "What brings you to shower us with such kindness today, chubby fellow?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing, merely a desire to foster goodwill between us," the chubby man grinned. "And I hope you can assist me with a small favor tomorrow." "What sort of favor?" Bai Mao frowned, while the chubby man displayed an eager smile. "Oh, I cannot divulge that just yet. We shall discuss it tomorrow. For now, please accept this small token of my appreciation. Should you be unwilling to help me then, consider this milk as my treat." "Humph, look at you being so stingy." Adhering to the principle of seizing a good bargain, Bai Mao snatched both cartons simultaneously. The 2 cartons were distinct. One contained peanut milk and the other, regular cow's milk. Bai Mao inquired of Bai Yin, "Brother, which one do you prefer?" "I am indifferent," came the reply. Thus, Bai Mao handed the cow's milk to Bai Yin. Satisfied that both had accepted his offering, the chubby man departed with a smile. After finishing the dishes, Bai Yin and Bai Mao retreated to the sofa in the hall to engage in conversation. As Bai Mao sipped his milk, he recounted tales from his past. During this exchange, Bai Yin felt an unsettling sensation, as though a pair of eyes were fixated on him from behind. Being a highly perceptive assassin, he could surmise something amiss. Yet, without turning to look, he quietly opened the carton of milk and inserted the straw, bringing it to his lips. The 2 continued their conversation for a while longer. The white-haired one quickly finished his drink, tossing the empty container into the trash bin. The silver-haired followed suit, the carton making a loud thud as it landed in the bin. They then engaged in a light-hearted exchange of trivialities. As the conversation progressed, the white-haired one began to feel drowsy, letting out a conspicuous yawn. Goodness, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I must not have rested well last night. I think I'll take a short nap, he declared, rising to return to his room. The silver-haired one nodded, stifling a yawn of his own. Now that you mention it, I feel a bit drowsy too. I shall rest for a while as well. He chose to lie down on the sofa, quickly succumbing to slumber, his soft snores soon filling the room. In the shadows, the stout man noticed that the silver-haired one had fallen asleep, and his heart swelled with delight. He swiftly approached Bai Yu's door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came Bai Yu's voice from within. The stout man cleared his throat and, mimicking Jin Zi's voice, urgently exclaimed, "It's me. Your brother is in trouble." He cut his hand in the kitchen. What? Bai Yu's voice turned frantic as she hurried to open the door. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, the stout man lunged forward with a damp cloth, covering her mouth and nose. Initially, Bai Yu attempted to resist, but soon her body grew weak, and she could no longer utter a sound. Yet, her consciousness remained alert. She watched helplessly as the stout man, with a lascivious grin, lifted her and closed the door behind them, before carrying her towards the bed. Chapter 54. The chase. The stout man had not been with a woman in quite some time. This was undoubtedly a novel experience for him. Recalling a time before the outbreak when he was wealthy and influential, surrounded by women who willingly sought his affection. However, since the apocalypse arrived, all had changed. His former wealth and connections were rendered utterly useless in this new era. With neither resources nor charm, he found himself devoid of female companionship. Though there were still women on the 20th floor, most were already taken, and those who remained were mere remnants of their former selves, lacking the allure he once craved. For someone like the stout man, who had frequently associated with beautiful women, these options held no appeal. Even those who piqued his interest typically possessed abrasive, materialistic personalities. He feared that after a brief encounter, they would turn against him, seeking vengeance. Thus, he found himself in a precarious position. Given these circumstances, he could only set his sights on someone who would not reveal their encounter. Bai Hua's sister, Hua Hua, seemed promising, yet her brother was not to be trifled with. Furthermore, it appeared that Hua Hua confided in him about everything, which posed a risk of exposure. This was untenable, leading the stout man to abandon that idea. Ultimately, the sole remaining target seemed to be the newly arrived Bai Yu. The stout man's interest in Bai Yu stemmed from an overheard conversation with Aunt Wang, who mentioned that the girl had autism. In his mind, autism equated to a personality that would not seek help from others. In other words, even if he were to violate her, a little coercion could keep her silent. As a child with autism, one would undoubtedly hesitate to voice the events unfolding within their life. Even an older brother might remain silent. The overweight individual, consumed by a depraved ambition, meticulously devised a detailed plan to achieve his goals. In truth, he had already administered a sedative in the 2 boxes of milk he gave to the silver-haired youth that morning. Upon witnessing the silver-haired figure slumbering on the sofa, he realized that his opportunity had arrived. He harbored a peculiar obsession with coercing women, deriving a twisted pleasure from witnessing their defiance and despair. Thus, the towel was laced with a drug that rendered the victim utterly powerless, unable to call for help, yet retaining a lucid consciousness. The sight of a woman's hopeless expression under his torment brought him immense satisfaction. After placing the terrified yet speechless Bai Yu onto the bed, he swiftly discarded his clothing until only his undergarments remained. Just then, a bark echoed from the adjoining room. The vigilant dog, Heizi, caught the scent of an intruder and bolted forth. A chill ran down the fat man's spine as he realized he had forgotten about the dog. In an instant, rage surged within him, igniting a murderous intent. Suddenly, the front door was forcefully kicked open, shattering all the locks with a resounding crash. The fat man jolted in panic and turned to face the entrance, where he beheld the silver-haired figure standing ominously. Heizi, upon seeing Bai Yin, rushed forward and took refuge behind him, barking furiously at the intruder. Bai Yin surveyed the room, and as he approached, he seized a nearby stool. He had not brought an axe with him, but he was determined to confront the threat. "I thought you merely intended to steal a dog. It appears you had ulterior motives," he declared, brandishing the stool and striking it down with force. A scream escaped the fat man's lips as the stool shattered upon impact, transforming his head into a gory mess. Seizing the moment while the assailant was dazed, Bai Yin struck him again with the stool leg. In the next instant, before the man could escape, Bai Yin unsheathed a concealed dagger from within his clothing. The blade gleamed ominously, instilling a sudden chill in the fat man, who was momentarily paralyzed by the fear of impending death. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he executed a roll to evade Bai Yin's strike, scrambling to his feet and darting around the room in a desperate bid for survival. It was reminiscent of the legendary Qin Wang circling the pillar. Bai Yin, however, was relentless in his pursuit. The fat man, driven by the primal instinct to survive, shouted in a frenzied panic, "Help! Murder! Murder!" His voice strained to the point of breaking. Fearing that no one would be aware of the commotion, the hefty man had no choice but to shout loudly for his life. The noise created by Bai Yin's kick against the door had already drawn considerable attention. Now, with the hefty man's cries echoing, even those who had initially disregarded the situation were compelled to gather around. When the crowd arrived at the scene, the first sight to greet them was the hefty man, desperately fleeing in nothing but his undergarments. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, seeing that the crowd had gathered. He plunged into their midst and attempted to escape. "Curse you!" Bai Yin exclaimed as he brandished a knife and charged after him. However, he was swiftly intercepted by Heizi, who firmly restrained him. Hey, calm down, calm down. Young brother, please put down the knife." Heizi, tall and robust, exerted just enough strength to hold Bai Yin back. Unable to break free, Bai Yin shouted, "Brother Jin, you must not intervene. I am determined to take down that beast today. Take it easy, let's discuss this first," Heizi urged, glancing into the room. Upon seeing Bai Yu lying motionless on the bed and the clothes scattered on the floor, his pupils dilated for a brief moment before he quickly concealed his reaction. Bai Yin, in a state of frantic anger, declared, "That perverted scoundrel attempted to assault my sister and nearly succeeded. Brother Jin, how could you expect me to let this go?" At this, the crowd exchanged glances, and soon, a wave of scorn and derision was directed at the hefty man. Aunt Wang interjected, "Of course you can't let this go. Who could possibly tolerate such a thing?" She initially echoed Bai Yin's sentiment, then continued, "But young brother, no matter how wrong that hefty man is, you cannot resort to murder. Doing so would only ruin your own life. It is not worth it for someone like him. Instead, let us negotiate with that hefty man and urge him to offer you some form of compensation. Yes, young brother, we understand your feelings, but you cannot kill him. Furthermore, if you do, we cannot allow you to stay here," they cautioned. "So, why not take a moment to calm down? Let us handle this for you." Heizi continued to persuade him, holding on tightly, clearly unwilling to relent until Bai Yin complied. Chapter 55, Seeking Peace. Fine. I shall give Brother Jin and Aunt Wang some face and let him go for now. But please convey to that scoundrel that this matter will not simply be brushed aside. After pushing the group out of the room, he forcefully slammed the door shut. Due to the damage caused by the earlier kick, he placed a chair against it for added security. As the corridor fell silent, the onlookers began to disperse. Aunt Wang, who was among the last to leave, cast a concerned glance at Heizi, noting his visibly agitated expression. "Damn it," Heizi muttered under his breath. "That pig may consume a lot, but now he's just causing us more trouble." When Heizi uttered these words, he appeared a world apart from his usual bumbling self. Meanwhile, after removing everyone else from the scene, Bai Yin, who had initially displayed a flustered and imposing demeanor, turned on his heel and instantly transformed into his customary calm and listless expression. It was as if the boy who had just chased after the chubby one with a weapon was an entirely different person. He looked down to find the little black creature wagging its tail and circling around him, seemingly oblivious to what had transpired. With a sigh of resignation, he approached the bedside and glanced at Bai Yu, who was helplessly gazing at him from the bed. At this moment, Bai Yu was already in tears, her face a portrait of grievance. "How dare you cry?" Bai Yin said, his expression one of exasperation as he sat on the edge of the bed, delivering a light slap to Bai Yu's head. "I told you not to open the door for anyone, but you refused to listen. Look what nearly happened." He picked up a damp handkerchief from the bedside table, sniffed it, and then tossed it onto the chubby one's clothing on the floor. "It's merely a new type of sedative. You'll be fine after a short rest." He then retrieved a stool, settled down beside the bed, and leisurely resumed reading, completely ignoring the distressed Bai Yu, leaving her to languish in her own misery. Approximately half an hour later, the effects of the sedative began to wane. Bai Yu was now able to move and emit sounds. "I'm sorry," was her first utterance, her voice frail and weak. With a thud, Bai Yin abruptly closed his book. Observing Bai Yu curled up on the bed, her feet pressed together, face buried in her knees. "Now, tell me what happened," he commanded. I heard a voice that sounded like Brother Jean. He said you cut your hand in the kitchen, and that's why you panicked and foolishly opened the door?" Yes. I was so foolish." Her voice grew increasingly plaintive, tinged with the onset of tears. What more could Bai Yin say? This foolish girl had acted impulsively out of concern for him. Fortunately, he had merely pretended to drink milk on the sofa, the straw untouched. Otherwise, he would have truly fallen into that chubby one's trap. Bai Yu, still shaken, began to whimper softly. Bai Yin, however, wore an expression of amusement. "How long do you think a person can cry if left unattended?" "I wager half an hour at most. After that, they'll tire and their tears will dry up. Besides, children look particularly unappealing when they cry. They might even get snot everywhere. Should I fetch you a mirror?" Her sobs abruptly ceased. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her big watery eyes gazing at Bai Yin with an innocent, pitiful expression. "How can you glare at me? It's you who never gives me peace and only brings me trouble. I wasn't glaring at you." Bai Yu turned her face aside, her voice tinged with complaint, only to receive a light slap on the back of her head from Bai Yin. "Ouch!" Bai Yu let out a pained cry, cradling the back of his head, gazing at Bai Yin with a look of utter grievance. "What are you doing? I'm teaching you a lesson. Let's see if you dare to feign pity again next time." "But I was only worried about you. It was an accident." "Oh, really? So you have no regrets now?" "How could I not regret it? At that moment. You said you were worried when I hurt my hand. Don't mention injuries. Even if someone claims I've died and brings my head in one hand and my arm in the other, you must not open the door. In this regard, Heizi knows how to protect himself better than you. Are you saying you're even inferior to a dog?" I understand, I was wrong." Bai Yu lowered his head silently, his voice faint and somber. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Since the lock was broken, Aunt Wang managed to crack the door open with just 2 knocks. Gently pushing it open, she peeked her head in with a smile. Xiao Bai, can we talk?" Bai Yin stepped outside into the hallway. Aunt Wang wore an awkward smile. "I initially wanted to tell you that the sedative keeping your sister immobile isn't a big deal. She just needs some rest. But it seems that it's not necessary now. The fat guy told you, right? Where is he?" "He went back to his room. I discussed it with Jean Z. There's now a solution. It depends on whether you're willing to accept it. Is he planning on getting a vasectomy or a laparotomy?" "Oh, how could you think like that?" Aunt Wang advised. "Xiao Bai, we live in a society governed by law. Although the pandemic has disrupted everything, we must eventually restore order. Right? Therefore, taking the law into your own hands is absolutely wrong. Why not just admit you accepted his money to plead for him?" Bai Yin's words turned sharp, and Aunt Wang opened her mouth, ultimately letting out a sigh. "If you insist on saying that, I have nothing more to add. However, you should at least listen to his proposed solution." "Money?" "Yes, 10 million. Aunt Wang held up a finger, resembling a professional salesperson promoting a product. "That's 10 million. My dear," the fat guy said, "as long as you're willing, this matter can be laid to rest. Once the pandemic is over, he will give you 10 million. Listen to Annie. What can't you do with 10 million? Wouldn't it be nice to take your sister around the world to unwind? Besides, your sister isn't in that condition yet. Trust Auntie, just accept it. After the pandemic, you both still have to live, right? Even if not for yourself. You must consider your sister's future." In short, Aunt Wang rambled on, mentioning how her husband had some leverage over the fat guy, assuring that he would not default on the agreement. Thus, Bai Yin ultimately adopted a conciliatory demeanor, stating, "All right then, for your sake and Brother Jean's. Let us consider this matter settled. But let me make myself clear. If he dares to pull another stunt, I will not spare him." Upon witnessing Bai Yin finally relent, a look of relief washed over Aunt Wang's face. Chapter 56. The performance. Did Bai Yin truly let the Ponzig off the hook? How could that be possible? What was his motive? Was it the allure of that 10 million, or the desire for the infectious disease to vanish? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence understands that the world can never revert to its former state. Even if it could, it would merely be reshuffled. Bai Yin simply preferred not to disrupt the balance before the completion of his task. After all, he still needed to remain here. Thus, he had to extend some courtesy to Aunt Jean. As for the Ponzig's fate, once the mission was accomplished, Bai Yin had ample means to deal with him. In the ensuing days, the 20th floor gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. The Ponzig, aside from avoiding Bai Yin, exhibited no particularly notable changes. It was only later that Bai Mao learned of the incident. At the time, He had consumed milk laced with a sedative and fell into a deep slumber. Upon discovering the full extent of the events through others, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon the Pangju. Ironically, within just a few days, the incident seemed as if it had never occurred. The Pangzik's social circle remained unchanged. Bai Yin even overheard a man conversing with the Pangzik, remarking that the Pangzik had been excessively careless. Had that man taken matters into his own hands, he would surely have succeeded. Truly, they were birds of a feather. Bai Yin observed the Pangzik and the man chatting from the shadows, choosing not to reveal himself. However, one thing was certain. The Pangzik's circle was indeed repugnant to him. Days passed, and life continued with its usual calm. The Pangzik, initially taking detours to avoid Bai Yin, began to sense that Bai Yin had no intention of seeking revenge. Consequently, he grew increasingly confident, acting as if nothing had transpired. Eventually, he even approached Bai Yin to greet him. Naturally, Bai Yin chose to ignore him. During these days, Bai Yin had been closely monitoring the activities of Aunt Jean and Jeanzi. He noticed their lives followed a strict routine. Besides rising early and tending to the needs of a multitude, Jeanzi would venture out every evening after dinner. According to Bai Mao, Jeanzi was heading to the 15th floor to refuel the generator and conduct a routine inspection. This ritual was unwavering, occurring daily without fail. Bai Yin inquired whether Bai Mao had visited the 15th floor and knew what lay inside. Bai Mao, with a look of disdain, replied that he had not, adding that he imagined it was merely a filthy place covered in black oil. What could possibly be of interest there? That night, Bai Yin resolved to investigate the 15th floor. He cautioned Bai Yu that this time, the door must remain shut, otherwise, they would have no new lock to replace it. Thus, he set out at 2:30 in the morning. The 20th floor was eerily silent, yet as Bai Yin entered the lobby, he sensed something amiss. He felt as though something at the entrance was watching him. A shiver coursed through him, prompting him to take immediate action. He fumbled for the switch in the corner, and with a click, the lobby illuminated as bright as day. Instantly, he spotted Aunt Jean seated on the sofa at the entrance, her eyes tightly shut, appearing as though she had inadvertently dozed off on the couch. "Oh dear," Bai Yin exclaimed, his expression one of shock, startled by the unexpected sight. Aunt Wang seemed to awaken as if stirred by his voice, her eyes fluttering open with a hint of sleepiness. Bai Yin hurried over. "Aunt Wang, you startled me. How did you fall asleep here?" "Ah, Xiao Bai, what brings you here?" Aunt Wang yawned, rubbing her eyes. "Well, Bai Yu was hungry, so I thought I'd come to the kitchen for a bite. But you, how is it that you fell asleep here? You didn't even turn on the lights. Nearly gave me a fright." "Hee, my apologies. I was just trying to save some electricity," Bai Yin replied sheepishly. Aunt Wang chuckled softly, her face radiating warmth and kindness, and continued, "You see, there has been a minor issue with the generator on the 15th floor. Jeanzi said he would go fix it. I thought he would return soon, so I waited, but it seems he has not come back yet." "How late is it?" "Almost 3 o'clock, I believe." "You're quite something. I wouldn't have guessed you two were such an old couple. Yet your relationship remains so amicable," Bai Yin teased, causing Aunt Wang's cheeks to flush. He quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, Aunt Wang, I know a bit about the generator's workings. Perhaps I could assist Brother Jean." "Ah, no need for that." Aunt Wang's expression flickered with a moment of concern before she masked it quickly. "Jeanzi can be quite stubborn and prideful. If you offer to help, he might perceive it as a slight to his abilities. It's best if you leave him be. Speaking of which, didn't Bai Yu say he was hungry? Why don't you lend me a hand in the kitchen? I'm feeling peckish too. Let us whip up a late-night snack." With that, she gently nudged Bai Yin towards the kitchen. Aware that his plans for the evening had faltered, Bai Yin decided to abandon any pretense of subterfuge. After bustling about in the kitchen for a while, he carried 2 bowls of noodles to the door of his room. Knock, knock, knock. He lightly tapped on the door, and after a considerable wait, Bai Yu's low voice emanated from within. "Password. Blackie is a dog. Password correct," Bai Yu replied, opening a crack in the door. Upon confirming that it was indeed Bai Yin outside, she unlocked the door and stepped out. She was about to inquire why he had returned so quickly when she noticed the 2 bowls of noodles in his hands, surprised. "This is a late-night snack prepared by Aunt Wang. Are you hungry?" "You could have simply said the mission failed," Bai Yu remarked, somewhat exasperated. Unlike Bai Yin's intentions, she felt that something was amiss in this place, especially after he mentioned potential issues on the 15th floor and the disappearance of some individuals. She began to follow his line of thought. Of course, she was unaware of the matters concerning the system, as Bai Yin had yet to mention it to anyone. She merely supported his every action, instinctively offering her unwavering assistance. Though the attempt had not succeeded, they had managed to gather some useful intelligence. That night, as Bai Yin lay in bed, he earnestly reflected on the earlier scene. Just moments ago, he had distinctly felt someone watching him from the darkness, and that person could only be Aunt Wang. Yet, upon turning on the light, she appeared to be peacefully asleep on the sofa. It is evident that it was all an act, reminiscent of the performances of the two individuals involved. Bai Yin speculated that Aunt Wang was intentionally stationed on the sofa to prevent anyone from venturing out to the 15th floor during the night. She must be concealing something significant. There surely exists some issue on the 15th floor at night. Bai Yin resolved to investigate the 15th floor again, even if it were during the day. However, one must acknowledge the hardships faced by that couple, toiling from dawn till dusk to sustain a group of idlers. What could they possibly gain from this? Is it truly the empty promise described by the corpulent individual? Bai Yin did not share this sentiment. He merely pondered the consequences if the couple continued to exhaust themselves to the point of ill health. This was merely a fleeting thought for Bai Yin. Yet, not long after, fate played a rather ironic jest upon him. Chapter 57. Arrogance. A thunderous rumble echoed through the air. The following day brought with it a fierce downpour. Commencing abruptly at 5 in the morning, while none had yet risen, a cacophony erupted from the rooftop, reminiscent of objects being swept away by the wind. This commotion startled Aunt Wang awake from her slumber, leaving her in a perplexed state. Upon listening more closely, she discerned the unmistakable sound of the rooftop's metal sheeting being torn away. This calamity spelled disaster for the plants nestled beneath the metal. Jinzi! Jinzi! Aunt Wang hastily flicked on the lights, donned her clothes, and roused Jinzi with a couple of sharp slaps. Jinzi awoke, dazed and with a burning sensation on his face. Expressing his displeasure, "What is going on? Wake up. It's pouring rain, and the metal cover on the rooftop has been blown away by the wind. Damn it." Jinzi was instantly alert, quickly throwing on an outer garment before joining Aunt Wang on the rooftop. Upon arrival, they discovered the metal sheeting scattered haphazardly across the roof. Moreover, the supplemental grow lights and electrical wires had been tossed about chaotically, crashing down into the vegetable patch. The couple braved the heavy rain to salvage what they could, and after addressing the immediate issues and clearing the rooftop drainage, it was already 8 in the morning. They gazed at the rain-soaked vegetable garden, feeling a sense of helplessness. However, with matters having reached this point, all they could do was wait for the rain to cease before reinforcing their efforts. Today, the corpulent individual arose earlier than usual, roused from sleep by an urgent need to relieve himself. After attending to his needs in the restroom, he proceeded to the hall, only to find the round table, which should have been laden with food, utterly bare. By this time, several others had already awakened and were idly chatting on the sofa. The corpulent man inquired, "Where's the food?" A young woman responded, rather irked, "How should I know? Perhaps they simply overslept?" Overslept? Frowning, he directly made his way to the kitchen. Sure enough, there was nothing to be found, nor any trace of a fire having been lit. Damn it, he cursed as he emerged from the kitchen, lamenting, "I paid such a high price, and now I can't even get a meal. What a pair of remarkable hosts." A man echoed, "Indeed, that is the situation. I have paid my dues. But do keep your voice down. It would not do to disturb others." "What harm is there in speaking up?" retorted the stout fellow, unabashed. "I have paid, thus I am a customer. Have you ever encountered a restaurant that denies service to its patrons? Damn it, you two lazybones." Just then, the restroom door swung open, and a cold-faced man with white hair emerged, his tone unfriendly. "If you wish to eat, then prepare it yourself. What's with the incessant complaining so early in the day?" The stout man shot him a disdainful glance. "Mind your own business. I've spent my money. Is it a crime to voice my discontent when my meal is delayed? Oh, I forgot, my apologies. You too, being impoverished, surely cannot fathom the sentiments of someone of my financial stature. You better watch your mouth." The white-haired man retorted, striding forward and grabbing the stout man's collar. The stout man quickly interjected, Hey, I must warn you. We live in a society governed by law. Should you lay a finger on me, I shall employ the finest lawyer to file a suit for intentional harm." "Oh, let us see you try," the white-haired man declared, swinging a fist. However, midway, his arm was seized by someone behind him. Turning, he found it was Bai Yin, looking somewhat surprised. "Brother, let go. I must teach this pig a lesson today." The white-haired man was visibly displeased, while Bai Yin simply remarked, "Don't act this way. You'll only complicate matters for Aunt Wang and the others. Indeed, young lad, you ought to learn from your friend here. Observe how he conducts himself. The stout man, brimming with pride, mused that money was indeed omnipotent. Believing Bai Yin was aiding him, all for the sake of that verbal promise of 10 million. Just then, Aunt Wong and Jean Z returned from the rooftop. Upon seeing the white-haired man gripping the stout man's collar, she let out a sharp cry. Rushing over like a concerned grandmother in the midst of a family quarrel, "What is going on here? Aren't we all getting along just fine? Why resort to violence?" Aunt Wong forcibly pried the white-haired man's hand from the stout man's collar. The stout man, visibly disgruntled, remarked, "Aunt Wong, you really must keep a closer eye on this child. I haven't provoked him at all this morning, yet he is eager to strike me. Not provoke. Who is it that spent the morning making a fuss and complaining? Damn it, now you're playing the victim?" Aunt Wong interjected. All right, let us cease the shouting. What is there to argue about?" Aunt Wong urgently curtailed their escalating dispute, then added, "You both, for my sake, let this matter rest. Is it not a blessing that we can all be together? Did we not agree to coexist harmoniously as a family? Very well, for your sake. I shall let this go," declared the stout man, adopting a magnanimous demeanor, only to follow up with, "But Aunt Wong, what about our meal?" "Yes, Aunt Wong. Why is there no food today? If we go without, we shall certainly need to deduct it from your pay." The group lounging on the sofa chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Aunt Wong, somewhat embarrassed, offered her apologies, saying, "I sincerely apologize, everyone. This morning's torrential rain has wreaked havoc on the rooftop garden. You can see the evidence of my drenched clothes. I will change into dry attire and then prepare your meal. Hurry up, we are starving," the crowd urged. As if this situation were entirely expected, Aunt Wong merely smiled, her demeanor humble, as if indebted to them. At this moment, the plump man felt it necessary to assert himself with Aunt Wong, much like he would with his subordinates. Thus, he declared, "While I understand the hardships you face, rules are rules. We had an agreement. I provide the funds, and you take care of my meals and lodging. Since I missed breakfast today, it is only fair to deduct from the money I gave you. Let us not make it too severe, just 10,000 this time. I hope it remains a singular occurrence." Aunt Wong's expression reflected her distress, yet the plump man, embodying a leader, turned and strode away with casual confidence. "Hurry up with the cooking, Aunt Wong, or we might have to deduct more from your pay," a man teased in jest. Aunt Wong could only laugh along, responding, "All right, I'll be right there." She first retreated to her room to change into a fresh outfit, then, dragging her weary body, rushed to the kitchen. Bai Mao, unable to watch her struggle, stepped in to assist. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yin also joined her in the kitchen. Bai Mao felt somewhat aggrieved and recounted the plump man's earlier remarks about Aunt Wong's finances, adopting a tone reminiscent of a child reporting to a parent. Aunt Wong merely offered a wry smile, feeling helpless. Chapter 58. Aunt Wong falls ill. Thank you for standing up for Aunt, but Bai, you must understand that resorting to violence is not the answer. The plump man is wealthy. If you offend him now, how will you face his retaliation once this epidemic passes? We are all struggling souls at the bottom of the social ladder, and it is best to maintain peace, keeping our distance from such individuals. It is not as though we lack options to coexist. Aunt Wong attempted to console Bai Mao with her words. However, Bai Mao still harbored some resentment, simply stating, "Honestly, Aunt, if I were you, I would throw those freeloaders out to feed the zombies." Oh dear, that is not a proper sentiment. Aunt Wong cast a disapproving glance at Bai Mao. At that moment, Bai Yin noticed Aunt Wong's hands trembling as she cooked. Unbeknownst to Bai Mao, who continued to grumble reluctantly, he remarked, "Aunt Wong, have you heard of Notre Dame Cathedral?" "What do you mean?" "The cathedral burned down recently. Hence your departure." "Hey, you little rascal." Their banter was warm, resembling that of a mother and son. Bai Yin then suggested, "Why don't I take over the cooking, Aunt? You should rest for a while." "Really, it's fine. I can still cook," Aunt Wong responded. "But your hands are trembling. If you're tired, it's best to take a break," Bai Yin insisted. Upon hearing this, Bai Mao also acknowledged her fatigue and quickly said, "Yes, Aunt Wong. You should take a moment to rest. We've got this." No, I can't." Aunt Wong merely displayed a humble and benevolent smile, saying, "Thank you for your concern. But the others have grown accustomed to the dishes I prepare. I fear they may not appreciate what you cook." "Is that truly necessary?" Whitehair responded, somewhat at a loss for words. "What if you compromise your health?" Not to worry. Aunt Wong is in good health," she assured, her face perpetually adorned with a sincere and amiable smile. Despite the two's persistent persuasion, she remained unwilling to leave the kitchen. Reluctantly, they decided to assist her in other areas. While preparing to add salt to the pot, Aunt Wong discovered that the salt container was empty. She then asked White Silver, "Could you please fetch a bag of salt from my room?" "Just ask Heizi." "Of course." White Silver replied before heading off. Knock, knock, knock. After rapping on the door, a voice from within called out, "Come in." White Silver pushed the door open, only to be greeted by the sight of Heizi applying medication to a fresh 10-centimeter-long wound on his right calf. "What happened, Brother Jean?" White Silver inquired, astonished. Heizi chuckled helplessly and explained, "I took a tumble on the rooftop and got scraped by some metal. Do you need tetanus medication?" "I have some." "No. I have it here. By the way, did you need something from me?" "Not exactly. The kitchen is out of salt, and Aunt Wong sent me to retrieve some. Over there." Heizi pointed to a large wooden chest in the corner. "It's in that box." White Silver approached, opened the chest, and discovered it filled with an array of seasonings. He took out a bag of salt and closed the box, just as he intended to leave. A photograph on the desk by the balcony caught his eye. It depicted a family of 5, including Heizi and Aunt Wong. Standing in the center were 2 children. One was a boy, approximately 8 or 9 years old, sharing a resemblance with Heizi and Aunt Wong, presumably their child. The other child, a girl of the same age, along with another man, were individuals White Silver had encountered not long ago. Indeed, they were none other than Zhe and his daughter, Yi. Of course, in the photograph, Yi was not yet the pallid, zombie-like figure she had become. "What is it?" Heizi asked, noticing White Silver's prolonged gaze upon the photograph. Appearing somewhat perplexed, White Silver pointed to the image and asked, "May I inquire about the man and little girl in this photo? What is their relationship to you?" "Brother Jean? They are my brother and his daughter, my niece." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing. I happened to see them recently." "You've seen them?" Heizi's expression shifted to one of surprise, as if questioning White Silver's sincerity. With a gentle smile, White Silver replied, "The man is named Zhe, and his daughter is called Yi, correct?" At this revelation, Heizi could not help but believe him, as the complexity of his gaze shifted. After a moment of hesitation, he finally asked, "Are they both well?" It was quite pleasant to occasionally venture out for hunting and cooking. Life was manageable. "And what of that child, Yi?" When Heizi posed this question, he hesitated slightly. Bai Yin observed him discreetly placing his hand behind his back, seemingly preparing to draw something out. Bai Yin, striving to maintain a calm facade, replied, "The child is also recovering well. Although the illness lingered, there has indeed been notable improvement." "Well, you might find it hard to believe, so I shall refrain from elaborating." With an enigmatic smile gracing his face, Heizi opted not to press further, merely expressing relief. "That is good to hear. It seems that the illness is indeed treatable. Initially, that lad claimed it was the late stage of a plague, nearly scaring me to death." As he spoke, he subtly returned his hand to its original position, intentionally scratching his backside as if that had been the purpose of his earlier gesture. To support a large group of people, one must cultivate crops and manage generators, rising early and toiling late to tend to a multitude of indolent individuals. Though the routine may seem manageable, an unexpected turn of events can lead to utter disarray. Just the following day, Aunt Wong fell ill. Heizi reported that she had contracted a severe cold, exacerbated by overexertion, and thus required a period of rest. Consequently, Heizi took over all of Aunt Wong's daily tasks, which only added to his fatigue. By the 4th day, while preparing a meal in a dazed state, he mistakenly miscalibrated the seasoning. That meal turned out to be unreasonably salty. "What on earth is this wretched flavor? Have we killed the salt merchant?" The portly fellow, thoroughly displeased, spat the food onto the table. Feeling somewhat unwell that day, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. With a crash, he hurled his bowl to the ground, scattering shards and rice everywhere. He pointed an accusatory finger at Heizi, vociferously rebuking, "Brother Jean, this is utterly excessive. Isn't it? We pay you for this kind of swill. Do you even care about our money anymore?" Indeed, the quality of the meals had been lacking for several days. Though everyone had refrained from voicing their discontent out of respect for the couple, it seemed they had grown increasingly presumptuous. Chapter 59. The disappearance of the portly fellow. Numerous complaints arose, as many expressed dissatisfaction with Heizi's cooking. Following the incident where the portly fellow spat his food onto the table, no one felt inclined to eat any longer, echoing his accusations against Heizi. Bai Mao, unable to bear the scene, was just about to rise to Heizi's defense when Bai Yin pressed down on his thigh. Bai Mao glanced at Bai Yin, visibly frustrated. But Bai Yin merely shook his head, urging him to refrain from acting impulsively, and whispered, If you escalate this matter, you will only cause harm to them. Resigned. Bai Mao remained silent, though his heart simmered with indignation. Jinzi incessantly apologized to everyone, his face adorned with a smile that was ingrained with abject servility. I sincerely apologize. Everyone, I have been utterly exhausted these past few days. Truly, I am sorry. If you're tired, then rest. Surely, one must understand the importance of balance between work and leisure. How ridiculous. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears, only met with complaints. The stout fellow slammed the table and turned away, exclaiming, "Damn it, I'm not eating this. Only a pig would consume such slop." With that, he departed, following his lead. The others also abandoned their seats, voicing their grievances. Nevertheless, Jinzi continued to smile apologetically at their retreating figures, saying, "I'm truly sorry, everyone. I promise to prepare a delightful meal for you tonight." Soon, the stout fellow's entourage had vanished, leaving only Bai Mao, Hua, Bai Yin, and Jinzi at the table. Bai Yin picked up a piece of stir-fried greens, chewing thoughtfully, then took a mouthful of rice, saying, "It's not bad when paired with rice. Go ahead, try it." Observing this, Jinzi could only manage a wry smile. He moved aside the dishes that had been tainted by the stout fellow's earlier disdain and sat down to dine with the remaining three. "Jinzi, why do you subject yourself to this?" Bai Mao sighed, expressing his bewilderment. Jinzi merely chuckled lightly. "For the sake of money, of course. It's not shameful. But what if there is no money? What if the world never returns to what it was? Are you planning to support those ingrates for a lifetime?" Jinzi responded with a bittersweet smile. "Everything will return to normal. This epidemic will surely pass." As he spoke, there was a glimmer in his eyes, as if he held some unspoken hope. Bai Yin sensed that Jinzi's hope was not merely for the world to revert to its former state, but for something altogether different. That evening, Jinzi prepared a large pot of decent instant noodles, enriched with an abundance of ham and oden. The dinner proved palatable, and thus there were no further complaints. "This is more like it. This is the flavor we need." The stout fellow, resembling a connoisseur, savored the meal, giving Jinzi, who stood nervously by the table, a thumbs up. "Not bad. This is how it should be. If you keep this up, once the epidemic is over, I'll certainly give you a raise." His words echoed with the authority of a superior. Jinzi exhaled a sigh of relief, promptly responding with a smile, "Thank you, boss." Though his words were courteous, the moment he turned toward the kitchen, his expression shifted from one of sincerity to a dark and discontented visage. The following morning, the group realized the stout fellow was missing. Initially, no one thought much of it, assuming he was merely sleeping in. However, by lunchtime, his continued absence raised eyebrows. Jinzi remarked, "Oh dear, why hasn't Brother Fatty come for a meal? Someone should check on him." "I'll go." Bai Mao boldly volunteered and ventured to Fatty's room, but found nothing amiss. When he returned with this news, the atmosphere shifted. Feeling something amiss, Jinzi hurriedly inquired, "Has anyone seen Brother Fat today?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had not. Jinzi murmured, "How peculiar. Normally, he arrives early for meals. Why is it that today, not even a shadow of him can be found?" His face was etched with confusion and uncertainty. At that moment, Bai Yin interjected, "Yesterday, the fatty mentioned he intended to find some mahjong sets to play with. Perhaps he has gone in search of them. Has that lazy fellow finally succumbed to boredom and decided to seek his own demise?" Bai Yin wore an expression of disdain. The others looked on with understanding, showing no doubt toward Bai Yin's comment. Only Jinzi regarded Bai Yin with surprise, seemingly not expecting him to speak at that moment, which left him somewhat taken aback. Bai Yin noticed Jinzi's gaze and met his eyes with a friendly smile. In response, Jinzi could only return a smile, albeit one that appeared rather forced. So, did the fatty truly venture out in search of mahjong? The answer, of course, was negative. The rationale was merely a fabrication by Bai Yin, aimed at providing an early cover for someone. Bai Yin harbored his own suspicions and calculations. If his conjectures were correct, it was likely that the fatty would not return. That night, Bai Yin took action once more. Upon hearing the hall's door creak open in the dead of night, he stealthily followed the sound. During Aunt Wang's illness, Jinzi had shifted his midnight visits to the 15th floor after dinner. The reason was that with Aunt Wang absent, he had too many tasks to attend to each day. By the time he finished everything, it was nearly midnight. Occasionally, Aunt Wang would guard the hall to prevent anyone from sneaking out at night. However, today was an exception. Following another heavy rain and a sudden drop in temperature, Aunt Wang's condition had worsened, rendering her unable to rise from bed. Consequently, when Bai Yin stealthily observed the hall in the dead of night, He found no sign of Aunt Wong, nor did he hear any breathing in the darkened space. Instead, the door leading to the stairwell was slightly ajar, with the moonlight spilling enticingly through the gap. Bai Yin decisively took action and chose to step outside. With utmost caution, he soon arrived at the 15th floor. The door there had been opened, all locks disengaged. Heizi was currently inside. Bai Yin entered, moving closer to the generator's rumble in the depths of darkness. Eventually, he spotted Heizi, who was earnestly tending to the generator in the power room. The room was illuminated by a solitary light, casting a bright glow. The air was thick with the unpleasant scent of machine oil, and amidst this foul odor, Bai Yin distinctly detected a hint of decay. He carefully navigated the shadows, flashlight in hand, following the scent. He dared not shine the light on the windows, only illuminating the ground to avoid reflecting the beam outside. Thus, the expansion of the illuminated area increased the likelihood of being discovered. At last, while passing through a pitch-black warehouse, Bai Yin heard a sound akin to an animal gnawing on something. Chapter 60, The Boy in the Cage. The door of the warehouse was not locked, and the gnawing noise seemed to emanate from something tough and raw. Bai Yin cautiously pushed the door open, only to discover another door at the far end of the room. The rustling sound was indeed coming from behind that door. Initially intending to walk straight over and enter, he was suddenly startled by a shout that pierced through the darkness from the left. Bai Yin directed his flashlight towards the source and soon recognized a familiar figure. It was a large cage, within which a person was bound, an overweight man. He lay disheveled on the ground, appearing exceedingly weak, like an old bull exhausted from overexertion. Beside the cage stood several large refrigerators, all connected to power. Adjacent to them was a butchering table, reminiscent of the wooden platforms used in markets for selling meat. Equipped with various cutting tools, the table bore numerous dried bloodstains, and much of the blood on the ground had darkened into a complete black. The eerie scene bore a resemblance to the horror games centered around butchery, evoking involuntary thoughts of a crime scene. Bai Yin approached the iron cage, and as he drew near, the overweight man spoke in a faint voice. "Help! Help me!" The generator on the 15th floor roared loudly. The man's voice was weak and insignificant, destined to be wholly overshadowed once he exited this room. Bai Yin speculated that the man had been drugged, administered with a substance that rendered him feeble. He found it rather ironic and remarked, "The administer of the drug suffers its backlash. This plot truly is quite fitting. By the way, how do you know I'm not Heizi?" Usually, Heizi would turn on the lights. Suddenly enlightened, Bai Yin realized the man must have recognized him by the moonlight streaming through the door. It turned out this room was also equipped with lights. Help me get out. I'll give you money. Lots of money, whatever amount you desire," the man pleaded, his voice filled with anticipation and desperation. However, Bai Yin remained unmoved. He merely offered a semblance of false hope, saying, "I'll rescue you shortly. First, I need to see what is going on here. Don't take your time. Hurry up. I'm afraid Heizi will return." Upon hearing this, the overweight man nearly broke into tears. As a lamb awaiting slaughter within the cage, he did not share Bai Yin's calm demeanor. "Be quiet. If you keep whining, I won't help you." Bai Yin dismissed him and casually opened one of the large refrigerators nearby. As soon as he did, a horrifying scene illuminated by the light from inside the fridge met his gaze. It was filled with various meats. Aside from a few skinned rats, the rest consisted of dismembered human torsos. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Bai Yin could not help but gasp in shock at the first sight. As he turned off the first refrigerator and proceeded to open the others, he found, to no one's surprise, that they were all filled with human flesh. None of the 5 refrigerators were completely full, and the body parts within were not abundant, yet they were distinctly categorized into 5 roughly defined sections. Different parts of the human body were placed in separate refrigerators. The first contained limbs, the second housed internal organs, the third held heads, and the fourth. In any case, it was all meticulously organized. It was evident that the murderer exhibited remarkable attention to detail while committing such acts. This also implied that the perpetrator remained exceedingly calm during the dismemberment process. Bai Yin couldn't help but mutter to himself, with such a mindset, one could easily apply to be a hitman. Of course, this could only be considered as a half-hearted endeavor, not worthy of a true assassin. Bai Yin strode directly towards the grand door at the end of the room and pushed it open without hesitation, having formed a rough conjecture in his mind. He stepped inside and aimed his flashlight toward the source of the gnawing sounds. Soon, he beheld a larger cage, within which was a zombie boy of about 10 years old. Bai Yin felt an unsettling sense of familiarity with the child and, after a moment's contemplation, recalled the photograph in Jinzi's room. Thus, everything fell into place. The sinister acts committed by Aunt Wang Jinzi were ultimately to nourish her own child. Unfortunately, they were not Anne's, and this child was certainly not Yaya. Indeed, this was another extreme, a misguided extreme. As the boy in the cage gnawed on a male arm, he exuded an aura devoid of any semblance of humanity. He was a zombie, purely a zombie, an entity stripped of all human characteristics, unlike Yaya, who possessed some semblance of humanity. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the boy, yet aside from an initial curiosity, he exhibited no further reaction. Zombies have excellent night vision. He likely spotted Bai Yin the moment he entered the room. Coupled with Bai Yin's innate ability to attract the undead, the boy quickly lost interest, returning to his gnawing. As Bai Yin shifted the flashlight's beam elsewhere, he noticed a bed and numerous children's toys within the expansive cage. However, they were all in a state of disrepair. As if trampled upon by careless passers-by, they certainly did not appear to have been genuinely played with. What were the couple anticipating? Naturally, they hoped for their child to return to normalcy. Alas, their child was not Yaya. All of it was merely a wishful longing. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the room where the fat man was confined. Bai Yin quickly realized that it was the fat man signaling him. Jinzi must have arrived. Of course, all of this hinged upon the false hope Bai Yin had instilled in the fat man earlier. If Bai Yin hadn't promised to rescue him, the fat man would not have been knocking on the cage at that moment. Such was Bai Yin's nature. Even if he secretly harbored intentions of eliminating someone, he generally refrained from taking absolute action before his adversary met their demise. He perpetually dangled a facade of false hope, seeking to maximize his own interests. In simpler terms, there was no need to force his opponent into a corner right from the outset, as they might retaliate in desperation, ultimately making him appear foolish. The true strategy was to lull the opponent into a false sense of security, thereby achieving his goals imperceptibly, like a silent serpent lurking in the shadows. Bai Yin swiftly extinguished the flashlight and concealed himself in a corner. The next moment, the sound of a door creaking open reverberated through the room. Jinzi flicked on the lights and approached the fat man with an irritable expression, demanding, "What do you think you're doing? Should I give you a round of applause?" The fat man dared not meet Jinzi's gaze, lowering his head and feebly protesting, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Chapter 61, Misunderstanding Ba. "You worthless swine, alive you waste air, dead you waste land. What do you intend to eat?" Jinzi spat contemptuously at the fat man. He then proceeded to the slaughtering platform, grasping a large knife as he moved toward the inner room. Upon seeing this, the fat man felt a pang of fear and hastily resumed banging on the iron cage. Jinzi turned sharply, glaring at him with menace, warning, "If you strike that again, I swear I will chop you up right now." The fat man promptly ceased his actions, not daring to provoke him further. Meanwhile, he fervently prayed, "Kid, I can only assist you up to this point. You must eliminate him to save me." With a creak, Jinzi pushed open the door to the inner room and fumbled to turn on the light. Instantly, his gaze fell upon his son, gnawing at a person's arm within the cage. Normally, he would have approached to inspect, but today he merely scanned the corners of the room, gripping the knife tightly and remaining highly vigilant. It was evident he had sensed something amiss. On the other side, Bai Yin concealed himself behind a pillar, tightly clutching his axe. However, he found it perplexing that Jinzi had fallen silent upon entering. Curiosity piqued, Bai Yin cautiously peered out, only to discover the doorway was eerily vacant. Confused, he thought, could it be that Jinzi had exited? Yet that seemed unlikely, as he hadn't heard the door open or close again. Just as his mind raced with possibilities, a sudden whoosh of a blade slicing through the air erupted behind him. Instinctively, Bai Yin turned to defend himself, raising his axe in haste. Bang! The large knife collided with the axe's blade, the impact nearly dislodging Bai Yin's grip. He quickly rolled backward, creating a distance of 4 to 5 meters between himself and the suddenly reappearing Jinzi. Rising swiftly, he remarked with a grin, "Isn't it a bit excessive to come at me with deadly force right off the bat?" Jinzi merely snorted in reply, "Less chatter." With that, he charged forward, embodying a butcher relentlessly pursuing his prey. In stark contrast to his usual image of simplicity and honesty, Jinzi struck fiercely at Bai Yin. Bai Yin, however, deftly evaded the blow, countering with a swift kick to the injured area of Jinzi's thigh. A pained cry escaped Jinzi's lips, instinctively reacting to the agony as he fell to the ground. yet quickly regained his composure, seemingly mindful of something. Nevertheless, his face betrayed a profound expression of suffering. Bai Yin noticed that Heizi was missing his shoes, now only clad in socks. Glancing towards the doorway, he discovered Heizi's shoes hidden behind a pile of clutter. How clever! No wonder he had not heard any noise earlier. This fellow had removed his shoes upon entering. Bai Yin couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he had been outwitted by such a trivial trick. Heizi staggered to his feet, but the injury on his thigh had reopened, blood seeping anew. A clever man. I harbor no ill will towards you. Perhaps we could engage in a civil conversation. Bai Yin suggested. Converse? Heizi scoffed. You expect to include my son in this discussion? Dream on. With that, he hobbled towards Bai Yin with determination. This time, Bai Yin did not evade. He met the charge head-on. Bang! The axe collided violently with the blade. Bai Yin's strength was slightly inferior, yet his reflexes were undoubtedly swifter. Without hesitation, he delivered another kick to Heizi's wounded thigh. The excruciating pain forced a cry from Heizi as he was propelled several meters away. Despite the agony, he caught a glimpse of the cage and resolutely stifled his cries. Outside, the plump man reveled in the commotion, elated at the prospect of rescue. Meanwhile, Bai Yin calmly retrieved the knife that had fallen from Heizi's grasp during the altercation, sheathing his own axe at his waist. Did he not wish to lose his composure in front of his son? What a devoted father! Heizi attempted to rise from the ground, but the pain in his foot was excruciating. After several futile attempts, he realized he could not stand. Sweating profusely, he scanned his surroundings for anything that might aid him in a desperate counterattack. Stop looking. By the time you retaliate, I will have already put an end to you. Bai Yin approached, positioning the knife against Heizi's neck. Heizi's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet the calm demeanor of Bai Yin revealed that he was no ordinary adversary. Deflated like a punctured balloon, Heizi uttered, You may kill me, but please spare my wife and child. In exchange, I can reveal to you the location of my hidden food supplies. I have no need to support a multitude of dependents. Why would I require such vast quantities of food? Bai Yin retorted, I merely wish to converse with you. It was you, without seeking clarification, who insisted on attacking me. Therefore, is it not reasonable for me to retaliate? What do you wish to discuss? Heizi inquired, suspicion etched across his face. More than that, I am curious about your earlier remark regarding including your son in this conversation. What did you mean? Such pretense. Gold's smile bore a hint of disdain, while Silver, with a demeanor of humility, suggested, Why not share your thoughts? Perhaps there is some misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? Gold replied with an incredulous expression. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Are you not aware of your own actions? What have I done? Silver retorted. I merely served your wife 2 bowls of noodles upon my arrival. Is that truly worthy of such a dramatic response? Silver appeared utterly perplexed. Gold continued, Oh, still playing coy, are we? Very well, let me clarify. Cough, cough, live with clarity. You inadvertently misspoke, and now it feels rather awkward. Did you not mention encountering my brother and niece? Yes, and then what? Silver queried. Since you met them, you must know the situation regarding Yaya. I am aware. A plague and zombies. Yet she appears to be recovering quite well, Gold replied. Indeed, it is a plague and zombies. Gold suddenly paused, contemplating. Are you admitting to this? You are aware? Of course. I mentioned that I encountered them before. Naturally, I know. Upon uttering these words, Silver's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Oh, I see. You assumed that upon learning Yaya had turned into a zombie, I would simply kill her like any ordinary person. Is that right? And once Yaya is dead, Ans would surely seek vengeance. You think I murdered both Ans and Yaya, which allowed me to come here unscathed, because a normal person would avoid zombies. Thus you believe I was unaware of your knowledge regarding Yaya's transformation. You presume that it would be impossible for all of us to survive, correct? Chapter 62. The reason absolutely correct. Everything unfolded precisely as Silver articulated. When Gold and the others parted ways with Ans, it was not before the zombie outbreak. Rather, it occurred after Yaya had become a zombie. Therefore, they were fully aware of the situation concerning Ans. Thus, when Silver claimed to have come from Ans' vicinity, Gold instinctively assumed that Ans had met his demise. Was this not evident? What could a normal person do upon encountering a zombie? Either flee or eliminate it. Since Silver was familiar with Ans and Yaya's names, it indicated that he had spent some time with them, implying he had not fled. Therefore, the only remaining outcome would be the demise of the other party, would it not? Once Yaya was dead, Ans would certainly not rest easily. If Silver wished to escape, he would have to eliminate ends as well. Hence, following this line of reasoning, Gold naturally jumped to the conclusion that Ans and Yaya had already been killed. As for Silver's audacious admission of coming from Ans' side, that further clarified matters. Clearly, this fellow was operating under a misapprehension, unaware that he knew of Yaya's situation. After all, a rational person would not consider that the two parties had separated only after the outbreak of zombies, as it defies logic. Gold's assumptions were entirely dismantled by Silver's assertions, leaving him momentarily speechless. Silver then continued, "Do you genuinely believe I killed that father and daughter pair? That upon discovering your circumstances, I would not spare you? Simply because your son is a zombie? How utterly mundane. Your predicament is entirely self-inflicted. If only you had conferred with me earlier, there would have been no need for this. What does it mean? What else could it signify? Do you believe me when I assert that I did not kill Nzea? What reason do I have to trust you? Given that I have no obligation to deceive you, I could easily eliminate you, then proceed to dispose of your undead offspring, followed by Aunt Wong. In such a scenario, would not the remaining fools be easily manipulated? Do you ponder why I have refrained from such actions? Bear in mind that you, just moments ago, sought to take my life. A reasonable person would not extend such mercy. Why? What do you suppose is the reason? It is because I owe Nzea a debt of gratitude. With a casual motion, I cast the knife to the ground, stating, if you do not believe me, I can retrieve it and engage you in combat. This surely demonstrates my sincerity, does it not? Gaze fixed on the knife, Jinzi hesitated, extending his hand in an attempt to retrieve it. At this distance, hurling the knife might inflict significant harm upon the opponent. Yet, he ultimately withdrew his hand. Staring at Bai Yin in confusion, what is the meaning of all this? Bai Yin merely chuckled lightly, stepping back to roll up his pant leg, revealing a dark scar on his right thigh, stating, do you see this? I sustained it while fleeing, struck by an iron rod. I lost consciousness in the wilderness. Had Nzea not rescued me, I surmise I would have perished from blood loss. He saved my life, and that is the crux of the matter. Bai Yin lowered his pant leg, and Jinzi's expression shifted to one of realization, though skepticism lingered. But his daughter, Yaya, is a zombie. How can you? Her being a zombie has no bearing on his saving my life. Should I disregard his life-saving kindness simply because his daughter is undead? Do you believe I am akin to some despicable individual? Such behavior is reserved for scoundrels, is it not? Do I appear to be a villain? Indeed. Both were momentarily speechless, locking eyes for several seconds. Bai Yin's tone grew increasingly exasperated. Fine. I admit I am not a good person. However, let us consider a different perspective. Why do you conceal your son? Because he is a zombie, is he not? Yaya is also a zombie, correct? What are zombies? They are foes of humanity, quintessentially portrayed as terrifying antagonists. I am a villain. Zombies are also villains. Thus, if I assist the zombies and stand alongside them, we are akin. Consequently, does this not imply that I have no need to harm zombie Yaya? This reasoning seems sound. Jinzi's expression mirrored that of understanding. This logic appeared valid, and a hint of relief finally graced his features. Bai Yin then inquired, why did you not reside with Nzea? Jinzi smiled wryly. We fear him, or more precisely, we fear his daughter, which is why we left what we initially intended as a return to our rural hometown. However, later, your son became infected, preventing our departure. Thus we remained here. Indeed, in such a bustling metropolis, the crowd can be overwhelming. Do you aspire to learn from Ans? Yes. How long has your son been striving for improvement? It must be over 6 months now. Has there been any progress? A sudden silence ensued as Jinzi glanced at his son, gnawing on his hands within the cage. He remained silent, his eyes filled with resignation. After a long pause, he spoke. Yaya has shown results. We had hoped for the same. Yet your son is not Yaya. She had endured a peculiar plague prior to this. But your son has not experienced such a fate, correct? To be frank, while one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility, it is nearly infinitesimal. If I were in your position, I would consider having another child. I have pondered that, but Jinzi seemed only capable of expressing a bitter smile. He sighed deeply and said, my child's mother and I are of the same age. We wed at 20. Yet we have remained childless for so long. Initially, we believed it was a matter of health. After medical examinations, doctors declared us physically sound, only indicating a simple incompatibility in that regard, advising us to persevere. Such situations are rare, yet it has befallen us. We have exerted ourselves tirelessly. However, by the time we finally had a child, we were already in our 30s. We adore this child, especially my child's mother, who cherishes him as if he were her very life. Given our circumstances, the prospect of trying for another child is exceedingly daunting. Thus, we can only place our hopes on this child. Yet, for the past 6 months, there have been no signs of recovery, have there? I am aware. Heizi gazed at his son in the cage, his expression complex as he remarked, I had prepared myself for this eventuality long ago. However, my child's mother would not accept it. Do you know what she did when I told her that the child might not return? What? Heizi smiled bitterly. She attempted to take her own life. Fortunately, I returned home early that day, preventing a tragedy. So what could be done afterward? I continued to deceive her. Do not be misled by my current demeanor. I was once a doctor. Therefore, she has always been inclined to heed my words. I could only deceive her, asserting that although the chances were exceedingly slim, there remained a possibility for the child's recovery. Only then did she regain her composure. Do you intend to deceive her for a lifetime? What other choice do I have? If she were to perish, I would not survive either. Chapter 63. Mission accomplished. The primary distinction between Aunt Wang and Anne's lies in their choice of sustenance. Anne's opts to hunt in the mountains to provide meat for Yaya, whereas Aunt Wang, constrained by the urban environment, lacks suitable hunting grounds. Consequently, she resorts to selecting from humanity. Furthermore, the initial phase of raising prey is exceedingly arduous. Is that why you gather so many people? But why endure such hardship? Surely, there must be alternative methods? Reflecting on the incident on the 20th floor, where Aunt Wang fell ill in an effort to please that group, Bai Yin expressed his bewilderment. At this point, Heizi chuckled. Do not be deceived by my child's mother's current state. She possessed a remarkably kind heart in the past. In her words, the more meticulously one tends to that group, the better they are cared for. When the time comes to take their lives, her heart feels a little less burdened. Do you comprehend the anguish of a person with a lingering conscience after committing murder? Especially that suffocating sense of guilt that weighs heavily upon one's soul. The reason we act thus is merely to alleviate our own discomfort. While we are acutely aware that taking a life is wrong, at least we can deceive ourselves into feeling a semblance of justification. Much like that corpulent pig. When I bound him, I felt not an ounce of remorse. After all, he was truly repugnant. You see, it is as such. Since death is inevitable, one might as well choose a rational course that one can accept. Heizi spoke while adjusting her trousers, unwrapping the bandage and then redressing the wound. Indeed, those 2 kicks from Bai Yin were rather severe, causing the injury to reopen and bleed, necessitating a fresh bandaging to ease the pain until we returned to the room to reapply the medication. As Heizi tended to her wound, she managed a wry smile, stating, in this era, particularly in such bustling cities, how many of those young people and slick business moguls are not utterly inept? Having lived all their lives in an era of peace, what skills do they possess? How many can operate a generator? How many can cultivate vegetables? How many understand the nutritional composition of food, the basic knowledge of cooking and surviving? Indeed, in times of peace, they may thrive. Yet now, in this apocalyptic landscape rife with zombies, it is a marvel that those burdensome, useless youths manage to survive at all. Their demise is merely a matter of time. Since death is certain, why not let it be at our hands? At least we can contribute in some manner, ensuring that in their final journey, they are well fed and clothed, rather than fleeing for their lives, enduring hunger like others. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Having chosen comfort, they must pay the price, especially with that entitled, nauseating demeanor as if the world owes them something. I acknowledge our wrongdoing, yet we harbor no regrets. And what of the pale-haired boy and the girl? Those children are quite fine, are they not? Indeed, from the very beginning, we never intended to harm them. Speaking of that brother and sister, Heizi smiled. They are good kids, often assisting us. Thanks to their help, we can afford moments of respite amidst our toil. We would wish for more children like them. How could we ever consider harming them? Are you not concerned that one day the secrets of the 15th floor might be unveiled? What are your plans then? Is this not a form of retribution? Heizi stood unsteadily. A murderer must be prepared for the possibility of being killed. If that day arrives, leading our family into peril, we will undoubtedly fight desperately to defend ourselves. However, if resistance proves futile, we shall have to accept our fate with grace. There is nothing more to say. It is all of our own making. Our moral compass has not yet deviated to the extent of finding excuses for premeditated murder. Such reasoning would only serve to disgust oneself. The unsteady Gold nearly stumbled as he rose, and Silver swiftly approached to support him. Thank you. Silver assisted Gold out of the room. During this process, Gold inquired. By the way, what exactly did you do before? Reluctant to divulge, Silver replied. You may take a guess. A killer? Gold suggested. I prefer the term assassin. It sounds more refined. That sounds rather juvenile. I think killer suits it better. Though it matters little now. This exchange felt oddly familiar. With a creak, the two pushed the door open. Upon seeing Silver supporting Gold as they emerged, the fat one's previously hopeful expression immediately dropped. He had heard the sounds of struggle and screams from within. Assuming that Silver had gained the upper hand and thoroughly subdued his opponent, perhaps even killed him, a spark of hope ignited within him. Thus, when he beheld their current state, confusion washed over him. A momentary gaze exchange between Silver and the fat one revealed the latter's bewilderment, his expression asking, "What on earth is going on?" Silver merely nodded in reassurance, conveying a silent message. "Trust me, I have it under control." The fat one was left speechless. But given the circumstances, he could only place his hopes in Silver. He watched as they exited, listening to their footsteps fade until they were completely drowned out by the sound of the generator. Even in his last moments, he clung to the hope that Silver would miraculously appear to save him. Alas, such fanciful expectations were built on a foundation of falsehood. After assisting Gold to the 20th floor, Silver retreated to his room. Upon his return, Bai Yin was already asleep, while Heizi, startled awake by the sudden light, wagged his tail vigorously upon seeing Silver. Silver removed his coat and reclined on the sofa, producing a faint rustling sound. This noise roused Bai Yin, who, still drowsy, rubbed his eyes and sat up. "You're back. How did it go?" "Nothing much." Silver chuckled lightly. "There was nothing on the 15th floor. I merely misjudged the situation." "Oh, that's a relief," Bai Yin replied, before lying back down and quickly drifting off to sleep again. Silver turned off the light and lay down, covering himself with a blanket while Heizi nestled against his arm. Ding! The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Task completed. Successfully uncovered the truth of the 15th floor, unlocking the corpse-attracting potion formula. The corpse-attracting potion can emit a scent detectable only by zombies, drawing them in from the vicinity. The formula is as follows: mammalian blood, mouse brain matter, zombie brain, eggshell, and zombie vertebrae. Chapter 64. The quest for materials. The so-called material ratios are, in fact, far simpler than what Bai Yin had initially imagined. To be candid, when the system released the materials, Bai Yin was taken aback. He hastily rose to turn on the light and retrieved a pen from his bag. However, by the time he had extracted the pen, the formulas had already been fully disclosed. There were merely 5 formulas, which were not particularly difficult to memorize. Nevertheless, Bai Yin was concerned about potentially forgetting them and thus decided to jot them down. After completing his notes, he gazed at the 5 materials inscribed in his black notebook and seemed to recall something. He murmured, "What exactly are the materials? Could you repeat that?" Subsequently, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. The formula for the corpse-attracting potion is as follows: mammalian blood, mouse brain matter, zombie brain, eggshell, and zombie caudal vertebrae. Each ingredient must not be less than 10 in proportion. Bai Yin suddenly remembered. Although the system typically disregarded him, it was willing to repeat information that was pertinent to tasks. In other words, there was no need for him to take notes. Contemplating the formulas before him, Bai Yin fell into deep thought. The zombie brain and caudal vertebrae were not difficult to procure, given that zombies roamed the streets in abundance. Capturing one would suffice. The mammalian blood was also relatively easy to obtain. With some effort, he could find it. If all else failed, humans were mammals too, and drawing a bit of his own blood was hardly an issue. As for the eggshell and mouse brain matter, well, it seemed that eggshells were somewhat precious. The mouse brain matter could be found in the fridge on the 15th floor, where skinned mice resided. Once dawn broke, he would seek some precious materials. He planned to concoct several doses of the corpse-attracting potion and test their efficacy. Once the experimentation was complete, it would be time to depart for the next destination. With this mindset, Bai Yin gradually drifted into slumber. Woof woof. The next morning, Bai Yin was awakened by the cheerful barks of Heizi. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was already 8 o'clock in the morning, the usual time for breakfast. Bai Yin was on the sofa, playfully engaging with the dog. Bai Yin rose and donned his outerwear, asking, "Why didn't you wake me?" He yawned widely. Bai Yin replied, "You returned so late last night. I thought I'd let you sleep a little longer." Tap, tap, tap. Just as he walked toward the door, a knock echoed from outside. Bai Yin opened the door to find Aunt Wang. Her expression was somewhat awkward, as though she had been privy to an embarrassing secret. Given that Jinzi had already informed her of last night's events, it was understandable that Aunt Wang felt uncertain about facing Bai Yin. "Little Bai, it's time for breakfast," Aunt Wang said with a somewhat forced smile. Bai Yin, however, appeared quite at ease. He chuckled lightly. "Aunt Wang, didn't you say you were ill? How come you're up and about?" "Oh, I'm feeling much better since I got up today," she replied, still a bit nervous. "Well, you must take care of your health. After all, it's of utmost importance," Bai Yin advised. "Why, yes, I will," she stammered. "There's no need to be so anxious, Aunt Wang. I'm not much different from you all. We are just the same. Let us coexist in peace as we once did." With that, he ambled ahead, making his way to the hall. Behind him, Aunt Wang gazed at the silhouette of Bai Yin and let out a sigh of relief. During breakfast, Bai Mao noticed Jinzi's limping gait and could not resist inquiring, "Brother Jin, what has happened to your foot?" Jinzi quickly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a little mishap this morning." He cast a glance at Bai Yin, as if to imply, "You could have been gentler." With the departure of the portly fellow, the spot was now occupied by the limping Jinzi. Regretfully, he remarked before picking up his chopsticks, "This morning, when I went to the first floor, I came across the body of our hefty brother. He had fallen to his demise." The room fell silent for a moment at his words, but soon resumed their meals. Seemingly unconcerned, Bai Mao wore a vindicated expression as he exclaimed, "Serves him right. He probably slipped while chasing after Mahjong, and now he's paid the price." Others chimed in, "Indeed, it's his own fault. Didn't he, that fat man, always preach about conserving food when there were fewer people? Now that he has gone, we can save enough rations for several others." "Absolutely. I've always found that pig intolerable." The conversation was rife with negative murmurs, and not a soul uttered a kind word for the departed. Even though the portly man was once the leading voice of the infectious disease faction and enjoyed widespread agreement on his ideas, his abrupt exit was met with derision by all. In truth, the portly man was not dead. He still existed, confined within a cage on the 15th floor. However, those on the 20th had already accepted his demise with open arms. It was clear that no one would pursue any investigation into his death, effectively extinguishing any hope for his survival. Yet, it was Bai Yin who had ultimately ushered him toward the gates of oblivion. After washing the dishes that morning, Bai Yin ascended to the rooftop to assist Jinzi with his garden. During their conversation, he asked, "Brother Jin, could you help me procure a few items?" "Oh, what do you need?" "Eggshells, rodent brain matter, and the blood of mammals." What do you require these for?" "That's for me to know. It's of no concern to you." "All right then," Jinzi acquiesced, assuring him he would take care of it. The two toiled on the rooftop for the entire morning. When lunch arrived, Jinzi was absent, and Aunt Wang mentioned he had gone out to gather provisions. By the time Jinzi returned, it was already 2 in the afternoon. He beckoned Bai Yin to his room and promptly produced several items from his bag. One was a paper-wrapped bundle, about the size of a palm. Jinzi explained that he had salvaged the eggshells from a trash bin. They were originally discarded, but he had retrieved them at Bai Yin's request. The other item was a small white plastic bottle, originally intended for medication, now containing the rodent's brain matter. The bottle stood modestly, perhaps half the height of a Waha milk bottle, yet of similar girth. As Bai Yin unscrewed the cap, he was met with the sight of the pale red rodent brain matter inside, barely a quarter full. Gold observed Silver's expression as he glanced at the meager contents of the bottle, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "There's nothing I can do. There are hardly any mice left in the fridge, just this little bit. But I do have quite a lot of blood." Upon finishing his statement, he produced a 15-liter mineral water bottle, the kind that typically costs 3 yuan each. To his astonishment, the large bottle was filled to the brim with crimson blood. Silver took it, only to discover that the blood was still warm. Instantly, he understood its origin. "Did he say anything?" Silver inquired. Gold nodded and replied, "That fool kept cursing you, but it's all good now. Damn it, that pig was covered in grease. While I was dealing with it, all right. There's no need for excessive details. We might get shut down if this continues," Silver interjected, hastily requesting a black bag from Gold. Chapter 65. Farewell in the afternoon. Silver ventured out alone. He claimed he was taking out the trash, but the black bag concealed the ingredients for the corpse summoning potion, along with several glass test tubes he had requested from Gold. Upon leaving the building, he sought a more secluded location to conduct his experiments, ultimately settling on an open square. At that moment, the square was sparsely populated by 4 or 5 zombies, one of which was an elderly zombie chasing a child zombie. The chase was prompted by the child zombie clutching a dead cat in its mouth, heading directly towards Silver's direction. In a fleeting moment, It zipped past him. As the elderly zombie was about to pass by, Silver discreetly extended his foot. Thud! The elderly zombie fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. Before it could react, Silver swiftly struck its skull with an axe, rendering it completely motionless. With utmost caution, Silver used a dagger and the axe to split open the zombie's brain, extracting a significant amount of brain matter. He then exerted some effort to remove a small section of its tailbone. Finding a suitable stone, he crushed all the materials with the axe handle and subsequently placed the mixture into the test tubes. It was at this moment that a miraculous occurrence began. As he poured the blood into the test tube according to the recipe, the contents astonishingly transformed into a transparent liquid indistinguishable from water within mere seconds. Leaning closer, Silver sniffed and detected no scent whatsoever. To all appearances, it bore no difference from water. Yet, Silver was acutely aware that this was indeed the corpse summoning potion. He merely sealed the test tube and continued crafting the potion. This time, he intentionally refrained from crushing the tailbone and other materials. However, once all the ingredients were added to the test tube, the previously solid components melted away, leaving only the transparent liquid. Just as a barrel's capacity is determined by its shortest stave, the quantity of corpse summoning potion produced was wholly contingent upon the scarcity of mouse brain matter. After toiling for an extended period, Silver managed to concoct only 7 tubes of the potion. He first employed a lesser amount for his experiment, pouring half a tube in the center of the square. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous rumble erupted. The zombies surrounding the square converged in unison, swiftly multiplying to a horde of over 100. Bai Yin wandered around, searching for any remaining zombies. Eventually, he stumbled upon a dismembered creature, lacking its lower half. Its sluggish pace caused him to expend considerable time in reaching it. After circling the area, Bai Yin estimated that the effective radius was approximately 500 meters. He sought another location and poured an entire test tube of the concoction. Soon after, a multitude of zombies charged toward him, their numbers exceeding 1,000. However, like the zombies in the square, they appeared dazed and unaware of their next move, merely encircling the spot where the substance was poured, reluctant to depart. Bai Yin continued to explore, discovering that the effective range of the test tube was roughly 1 kilometer. He relocated once more, this time emptying a tube and a half. Yet, the final results revealed that the effective radius remained around 1 kilometer. It seemed the potion possessed a specific efficacy range, with a single test tube maximizing its effects. Any excess would be superfluous. The experiment with the lure potion consumed 3 test tubes, leaving him with 4. Cautiously, Bai Yin tucked the remaining potion into the inner pocket of his clothing and proceeded to chop the leftover experimental materials into fragments. The eggshells and vertebrae were easily stored, but the 15 liters of blood proved cumbersome. He transferred a portion into a small vial originally meant for rodent brain matter, discarding the remainder. After a busy afternoon, dusk approached. On his way back, Bai Yin conceived a new experimental idea. He uncorked a test tube of the lure potion, placing it on the ground while he concealed himself in the shadows. Before long, a zombie followed the scent to the vial, unhesitatingly picking it up and pouring it into its mouth. The glass test tube shattered with a sharp crack as the zombie consumed the entirety of the potion. In less than 5 minutes, a horrifying scene unfolded. The surrounding zombies flocked to the center where the potion had spilled. Before Bai Yin's eyes, they devoured the zombie that had ingested the potion, reducing it to nothingness, as though it were not a fellow undead, but a living being exuding an irresistible aroma. In Bai Yin's understanding, zombies should not consume their kind. He circled the point of origin, observing that the effective range remained around 1 kilometer. It appeared that even after ingestion, the scent still emanated from the creature's body. Conversely, sealing the potion within a test tube would prevent such complications. Bai Yin pondered, what would happen if a human accidentally ingested this potion? The physiology of a human should differ from that of a zombie, possibly masking the potion's scent more effectively. Yet, what would the ultimate truth be? Who could truly clarify such matters? The very concept of a system was inherently unscientific. Thus, the unscientific system offers unscientific remedies. Even if they could permeate the human body and emit an odor, it would hardly be surprising. Upon returning to the 20th floor, the night had fully descended. Bai Yin arrived home just in time for dinner. After washing the dishes that evening, he encountered Aunt Wang on the balcony, who was busy relocating her flowers. Bai Yin informed her of his impending departure the following day. Aunt Wang's initial reaction was one of surprise. and she attempted to persuade him to stay. However, Bai Yin candidly expressed his intention to travel to Bai City to seek out Bai Yu's parents. Aunt Wang chose not to press the matter further. The next day, at 6 o'clock, Bai Yin roused Bai Yu and Heizi from their slumber. His motivation was to avoid being seen by others upon his departure, not out of fear of attachment, but simply a desire to remain inconspicuous. As the trio descended to the first floor, they were unexpectedly greeted by a familiar voice. It was Jean Z, accompanied by a pedal tricycle. "Hey, I knew you'd be leaving at this hour. I came to take out the trash and thought I'd see you off. Take a look at this vehicle." Bai Yin approached and noticed a package at the back of the tricycle. This puzzled him. Jean Z chuckled. "This is from Aunt Wang, a bit of food. Consider it our bond. What do you think of this tricycle? You mentioned you couldn't drive and got carsick, right? I found you a pedal tricycle. It's simpler than a bicycle. Want to give it a try? All right, thank you." Bai Yin's expression was somewhat complex as he helped Bai Yu onto the back, placing Heizi and the package inside. He then effortlessly pedaled the tricycle forward. "We're off." As they drove towards the main road for their farewell, Jean Z suddenly waved his right hand and shouted, "Hey, if you run into my brother, make sure to send him my regards." Bai Yin waved back, smiling, though his smile was tinged with a hint of resignation. As a ruthless butcher, Jean Z's thoughtful gesture seemed almost overly generous. Moreover, considering the living conditions of that couple, did they truly have a future? Bai Yin gazed into the distance, where a sliver of dawn began to appear on the horizon. Chapter 66, The White Snake Part 1. Wulong County. The next destination was a place called Wulong County, a coastal city. Wulong County was also the next waypoint on Bai Yin's final journey to Bai City. The journey to Wulong County would take approximately 7 days, during which they traversed a remarkably long and absurd stretch of road. Fortunately, the journey was relatively peaceful, devoid of major issues. Upon their arrival in Wulong County, Bai Yin was taken aback by the sight before him. Wulong County differed significantly from all the cities he had encountered thus far. It was a chaotic ruin, seemingly ravaged by a significant earthquake that had toppled numerous large buildings, leaving a scene of devastation. Wulong County was a medium-sized town that had previously belonged to a developed city, and logically, it should have had a substantial population. However, as Bai Yin and his companions entered the town, they were met with an eerie absence of zombies, not a single one in sight. The atmosphere at the scene was rather peculiar. As Bai Yin rode his bicycle, he took the time to survey his surroundings. Eventually, he discerned a significant issue. Perhaps it was during his journey through the city center. On the ground, he encountered an enormous, outrageous pit, evidently man-made. This site had once been a grand artificial lake, now completely drained. The lake bed was strewn with plastic debris. And, oh, a substantial mass of zombies. The pit was quite deep, approximately 7 or 8 meters. The bottom was densely populated with zombies. In the center of the pit stood a large concrete pillar, about 7 meters tall, just barely protruding above the surface. Had he not approached closely, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of this pillar within the pit. Atop the pillar hung 3 corpses, human remains. 2 had already desiccated into mummies, while the third was in the process of decomposition, likely having been recently suspended. This revelation shed light on why other areas of the city appeared devoid of zombies. They had all been lured into this vast pit. As for the bait, it was undoubtedly the human corpses atop the central pillar. Yet, this alone might not suffice. There must be additional means of enticement. Bai Yin lifted his gaze and noticed a grand bridge spanning over the lake. The bodies were likely lowered from that very bridge. It seemed someone was endeavoring to concentrate the zombies of this city. "Hey, you over there. Who allowed you to come here?" A sudden, thunderous shout erupted from behind. Bai Yin turned to see a middle-aged man wielding a large machete, striding towards him with an intimidating presence. The man halted about 5 meters away, declaring, "Are you unaware that this is our territory? Get out." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the supplies in the tricycle behind Bai Yin. Without waiting for Bai Yin to respond, he whistled sharply. In an instant, a rugged vehicle barreled into the scene, from which 5 young men emerged, howling like wolves. Their attire was a riot of colors, reminiscent of the indigenous tribes depicted in post-apocalyptic films, and they brandished axes and machetes, embodying a deranged enthusiasm for the end of days. The vehicle swiftly reached the side of the middle-aged man, and the young men immediately disembarked. One particularly scrawny fellow, with a face like a monkey, revealed his long-neglected yellowed teeth as he spoke. "Well, look what we have here. A rare catch. Hey, you even brought a girl?" He licked his lips. A lewd grin plastered across his face. Another portly individual fixated on the dog, saying, "Perfect. I haven't had dog meat in ages." It was evident that this group was far from virtuous. Bai Yin stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Yu, who clung to her dog in fear. "What do you want?" he demanded. "What do we want?" The middle-aged man sneered. "Leave everything behind, and then you can go. Oh, and the girl must stay too. The dog as well." The others echoed his sentiments, clearly intent on robbery. Silver Road. "You can have the items, but the people and the dog are off limits?" Huh. The slender man wore an expression that suggested the young lad was utterly oblivious to the current situation, disdainfully snorting. "Do you truly believe you possess the right to negotiate at this juncture? Is that so?" Silver narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! In the next instant, a dagger hurtled through the air. Thud! The blade grazed the slender man's face, leaving a shallow cut. This caused the man's pupils to dilate, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his brow. Next time, it wouldn't be as trivial as a mere facial scratch. Silver silently retrieved an axe from his waist, casting a cold gaze upon the astonished and wary crowd. "If a fight ensues, I certainly cannot best you all. However, before I meet my end, I can easily take 2 of you down with me. So how about it? Care to test your luck?" With his right hand gripping the axe, his left hand deftly reached for the dagger at his waist. The group hesitated, but ultimately, a middle-aged man spoke up. "Fine. We shall let you off this time. Leave the goods in the vehicle, and then you can go. Thank you." This expression of gratitude was devoid of any warmth. As Silver kept his gaze fixed on the group, he gestured for Bai Yu to bring down Heizi. Upon noticing Bai Yu's limp gait, the group erupted in laughter. "So, you're carrying a cripple around. What use is that? We'd be better off having a bit of fun with him, and you can lighten your load." "Ha! Indeed, it might even save you some rations." They hurled crude insults without restraint. Bai Yu lowered her head, clearly feeling a mix of fear and anger. Yet, Silver simply shielded her as they continued toward the northern highway of the city. When he saw the group transferring goods from the tricycle to their off-road vehicle, Silver immediately turned around. He then squatted down and said, "Climb on." Bai Yu was taken aback, but soon climbed onto Silver's back, clutching Heizi tightly. Silver accelerated, carrying Bai Yu away. He needed to leave this perilous place as swiftly as possible. However, they hadn't fled far when the sounds of the group's frantic wails echoed behind them. A glance backward confirmed his fears. Those treacherous scoundrels had chased them down in their vehicle. They howled while brandishing their weapons. Silver had no choice but to dash toward the nearby buildings. Go! Yet, just as he was about to step into the complex, the slender man hurled a brick from the vehicle. The projectile struck Silver squarely on the head. He immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and collapsed to the ground, sensing warmth trickling down from his scalp. Howl! Heizi's mournful cries rang in his ears, likely having been heard when he fell. Chapter 67. The White Serpent, Part 2. Escape. "Silver, are you all right?" "Silver." Bai Yu's anxious voice broke through as she hurried to help him up. The off-road vehicle had already come to a halt. Meanwhile, those individuals hastily leaped from their vehicles and charged forward. I intend to be the first to revel in this." The lean man at the forefront brandished his axe, clearly intent on eliminating their sole threat, the silver figure. Unperturbed, the blood-soaked Silver had no time for hesitation. He swiftly rose from the ground, casting a glance over his shoulder to see that the group was merely 10 meters away. "Quick, bring Blackie up." Bai Yu urgently lifted Blackie, clambering once more onto Silver's back. Thus, Silver bore her away, racing toward the cluster of buildings. "Damn, you can still run? Let us see how far you can go." The lean man shouted as he hurled a knife. Bang! It missed, striking only a telephone pole. Silver had already darted into an alleyway, desperately sprinting. "Stop!" The pursuers accelerated in hot pursuit, while Silver fought for his life to escape. Eventually, he arrived at a rugged pile of rubble, forming a lengthy barrier approximately 4 to 5 meters high, completely isolating this side from the world beyond. It was evident that this was a deliberate act. Without hesitation, Silver ascended the rubble, reaching the summit of the barrier. Peering down, he found himself atop a 5-meter-high concrete wall. This was indeed a tall, crude cement barrier, but the inner side had been piled with debris, allowing easy access to its top. The opposite side, however, was starkly bare, presenting a sheer vertical drop. It resembled a right-angled triangle. One side could be climbed due to its slope, while the other required stairs or some other means for ascent. Without a moment's hesitation, Silver leaped down. Thud. Upon landing, his legs trembled slightly, but fortunately, he sustained no significant injury. Without pausing, Silver bolted toward the cluster of buildings. The pursuers, having scaled the wall, also halted. Damn it, how can he still run? The lean man cursed, glancing down at the 5-meter high ground, seemingly searching for a way to descend. The stout man lamented, I thought today I might feast on dog meat. What a pity. Sigh. Let us retreat and see what treasures those 2 bags hold in the car. The group turned back, ultimately opting to abandon the chase. This was, of course, a wise decision. Compared to the perilous world outside, rife with zombies, they preferred the comfort of their own safe haven. After running for a while, Silver noticed the absence of pursuit behind him. Turning to look, he realized the group had departed, leaving only an endless, abrupt concrete wall in sight, partitioning the city. He surmised that beyond the wall lay the territory of those individuals. In any case, he considered himself safe for the moment. However, just as he began to relax, he spotted a zombie with only its upper body crawling towards him from a short distance away. The target of the zombies could only be Bai Yin. Without hesitation, Bai Yin knew he had to leave this place as swiftly as possible. He carried Bai Yin and eventually arrived at the entrance of a clinic. The roll-up door was slightly ajar, presumably unlocked. Bai Yin set Bai Yin down and then, with a loud clang, pulled the door open. The cacophony immediately attracted the nearby zombies. Hurry inside, Bai Yin urged. Bai Yin rushed in, clutching Heizi, but when she turned around, she noticed Bai Yin had not followed. What about you? All that awaited her was the unsettling sight of the partially lowered roll-up door. Bai Yin had not entered. Be careful, I will come in shortly. A chorus of zombies had already begun to converge around them, having initially sought the source of the noise. Upon seeing Bai Yin standing at the door, their interest waned, and they drifted away in disappointment, resuming their previous activities. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Yin crouched and slipped into the clinic, gradually lowering the roll-up door to minimize the noise. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Bai Yin switched on his flashlight and handed it to Bai Yin, saying, "Shine this for me." He then tore off a strip of his sleeve and wrapped it around his head to staunch the bleeding. Next came the task of exploring the clinic's interior. It spanned 3 chaotic floors, but fortunately, there were no zombies, and the water supply remained intact. On the 2nd floor, in a bedroom, they discovered a medical kit containing alcohol, bandages, and some everyday medications. With Bai Yin's assistance, Bai Yin tended to his wounds and bandaged himself. Although he had taken a blow to the head, he was relieved to find the injuries were not severe. As Bai Yin wrapped the bandage around Bai Yin's arm, her demeanor was noticeably despondent. "I'm sorry," she murmured. Bai Yin glanced at her and realized the little girl was in tears, with 2 streams of warm sorrow cascading down her cheeks, filled with guilt. "Why are you crying?" "I'm not crying. So what reason do you have to weep?" Bai Yin applied a band-aid to his index finger, having scraped it when he fell earlier. "If it weren't for me being such a burden, you wouldn't be in this predicament," Bai Yin said, her face a picture of distress. Bai Yin couldn't help but shoot her a glance of disapproval. "Are you insinuating something about Heizi?" "Absolutely not." "Then stop crying. Today has already been unfortunate enough. Your tears will only add to the woes." "I'm sorry," Bai Yin quietly mumbled, lowering her head, her lips pouting, looking as though she carried the weight of the world. "Sometimes I wonder. Your mindset is worse than a dog's. Look at Heizi, he is so cheerful," Bai Yin remarked, glancing at Heizi, who was wagging his tail enthusiastically. However, the smile on Bai Yin's face faded almost instantly as he noticed something peculiar. The left front paw of Heizi was raised awkwardly. "Heizi?" Bai Yin called out a couple of times, and Heizi limped over. Yet, he was favoring one leg. Bai Yin quickly comprehended the situation. It was likely that when he fell and hit his head, Heizi had sustained an injury to his paw. He promptly picked Heizi up and inspected his front leg thoroughly. Fortunately, it was merely a scrape and not serious. With some rest, Heizi would recover. With a sigh of relief, Bai Yin felt the tension ease from his shoulders, simultaneously handing the black piece to Bai Yin, who accepted it while wiping away her tears. Bai Yin comforted her, saying, "Do not be disheartened. It would be best if you both spared me some worry, instead of wallowing in self-reproach. Why not assist me in tending to Heizi's wounds?" Just as he finished speaking, Bai Yin's stomach growled audibly, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. Chapter 68. The survivors in the hospital. "I will step out to find something to eat. Please take care of Heizi's injuries for me. Be careful." Bai Yin's voice still carried an inexpressible sense of loss. Unable to bear her sorrow, Bai Yin grasped both sides of her face and stretched it. It hurts, Bai Yin. It hurts. Bai Yu immediately pleaded for mercy, her face contorted into various shapes, resembling dough. Is that wrong? Bai Yin inquired. Yes, it's wrong. It hurts. What is wrong? The mistake lies in crying and being negative. I was wrong. It truly hurts. Will it happen again in the future? It won't happen again. It will never happen again. It hurts. Now that is more like it. Only then did Bai Yin relent and release her. After he did, Bai Yu's cheeks had swollen noticeably, leaving her with an expression of exasperation. After offering a few simple reminders, Bai Yin departed. While he had appeared carefree and cheerful moments before, once he turned to leave, his expression transformed into one of calm detachment, or perhaps a serene indifference. A pack of brutes, he mumbled to himself, the image of Heizi's wounds lingering in his mind. This matter could not simply be dismissed. He would eventually ensure that those individuals paid dearly. He needed to retrieve his belongings, particularly the small black box in the concealed compartment, as its contents were of utmost importance to him. However, the immediate priority was to find something to eat. Bai Yin ultimately set his sights on a supermarket. Yet upon entering, he discovered that there was nothing edible left. There were, however, 2 zombies standing idly. He ventured to various other locations, encountering numerous zombies along the way. It was a stark contrast to the environment he had faced upon entering the city. It appeared that the area occupied by those brutes was cordoned off by walls, and the zombies within were lured into a pit by them. Thus, at present, their territory was the safest in the entire city. He could only wonder how many of them there were. After searching extensively, Bai Yin ultimately found himself at the seaside adjacent to Wulong County. There was a villa district by the coast, alongside a tall department store. He decided to try his luck in the department store. Fortunately, this time, fortune smiled upon him. In the 4th-floor warehouse of the department store, due to the presence of numerous zombies, few dared to approach. Bai Yin discovered a plethora of unopened food items in the warehouse. Although many were past their expiration date, he managed to find a significant quantity of non-perishable, long-lasting biscuits, bread, and canned goods. He secured a backpack and filled it to the brim with provisions. Although it took considerable time, today proved to be a fruitful endeavor. As he exited the department store, a paper airplane suddenly soared to his feet. Bai Yin, taken aback, glanced around and ultimately spotted a scruffy little girl, approximately 7 years of age, gazing at him from the rooftop of the hospital across the street. After their eyes met, the girl promptly crouched down to hide. Bai Yin redirected his gaze to the hospital's entrance, only to discover a tall iron gate, securely locked. He surmised that it might serve as a refuge for scavenging survivors, and the locked gate was presumably meant to keep the zombies at bay. In other words, it was likely that the hospital harbored no zombies. Yet, what significance did that hold for him? Without lingering any longer, Bai Yin retraced his steps. However, at that very moment, a commotion erupted at the hospital's main gate. The sound of someone unlocking it reached his ears. Turning around, Bai Yin noticed a young man in his 20s emerging from the hospital, waving at him. The young man appeared gaunt and malnourished. Fearing the attraction of zombies, he refrained from calling out to Bai Yin. Instead, he continued to beckon, hoping he would approach. Bai Yin hesitated, contemplating that he might glean information about those beasts from this individual, and thus decided to advance, stopping 3 meters away before drawing his axe. Please, don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. The young man was startled by Bai Yin's gesture and quickly emptied his pockets to demonstrate that he bore no dangerous items. Do you need something? Bai Yin inquired. The young man glanced around and noticed a zombie not far off, still oblivious to their presence, swallowing hard. This place isn't safe. Can we speak inside? All right, you lead the way. Bai Yin acquiesced, and the young man, visibly relieved, proceeded ahead. However, as Bai Yin followed him inside, he positioned his axe against the young man's neck as he attempted to lock the door. No need to lock it. We can talk here. Okay. The young man relented. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, do you have any food in your bag? And if I do, could you spare some? I could trade you for something, such as candles, alcohol, or maybe some medicine. I'm afraid I don't require any of those items, Bai Yin declined, watching the young man's expression shift to one of resignation. Oh, I see. I apologize for intruding. Farewell. Yes, farewell. The young man could only watch helplessly as Bai Yin departed. After Bai Yin exited, he suddenly called out, there are no zombies in the hospital. If you have no safe place to go, you can come to us. There are many people here. You won't be bored. This statement, uttered almost instinctively, caught Bai Yin's attention, prompting him to halt. The young man, momentarily taken aback, felt a flicker of hope as Bai Yin turned back. Do you wish to trade? No. I merely wish to inquire about something. The expression of the young man immediately fell, yet he managed to force a bitter smile and asked, Go ahead, ask. Bai Yin could discern that the young man was rather sincere. He pointed towards the rear and inquired, Do you recognize that group of people beyond the wall? Are you referring to the Peace District? Of course, I know them, the young man replied with a wry smile, then continued, That area used to be a sanctuary, constructed by a group of builders. Initially, they were meant to shelter us, the refugees with nowhere to go. However, a group of young individuals fleeing from other cities later entered the Peace District. At first, everything was harmonious, but then one day, that group quarreled with the builders. They killed the construction workers and took over the leadership of the sanctuary, subsequently driving us out. Now, we are all hiding in this hospital. Throughout his narration, the young man's face was etched with a bitter smile, as if to convey that this world had become utterly irredeemable. Chapter 69, The White Snake. Part 4. The Blue Whale. How many people are here? Bai Yin inquired. Including the elderly and children, there are 73. And how many are they? Over 40. Though I'm not entirely certain now. Over 40 is not an insignificant number, Bai Yin noted. He observed a detail. When he asked the young man about the number of people in the hospital, he immediately provided the precise figure of 73. This indicated that the young man was someone who cared about the collective, showing great concern for his companions. A self-absorbed individual would certainly not remember such specifics. Are you the leader here? Bai Yin asked. Well, somewhat. I have many considerations on my mind. What is your name? Blue Whale. Are you familiar with the structure of the sanctuary and the behaviors of those bandits? If you wish to enter and do something, we indeed have people who understand that area better. All right, please wait a moment. Bai Yin temporarily departed, returning shortly, but without the backpack he had carried before. Could you take me inside to see your situation? Of course. Blue Whale graciously led Bai Yin through the hospital, first traversing the front yard, then the central square, until they reached the residential area at the far end. Most of the survivors were housed in that building. As they passed through the corridor, Bai Yin noticed an elderly man pushing a frail old woman in a wheelchair to bask in the sun. Both elders appeared gaunt and emaciated, yet upon seeing Blue Whale, they smiled and waved. Blue Whale responded with a smile as he brushed past them. Along the way, they encountered several children playing, all of whom appeared malnourished. While guiding Bai Yin around, Blue Whale explained their current situation. In summary, it was dire. Of the 73 individuals, 53 were children or the elderly. The remaining 20 comprised 17 males and 3 females. The number of females had been greater, but when the bandits expelled them, many had been forced to flee. Beautiful women, favored by their physical allure, remained in that place. Even if some were released, they were not favored by others. However, due to the harsh conditions in the hospital, many could not resist and sought refuge in the shelter. As for their fate, the Blue Whale mentioned that some stayed while others were tragically killed and displayed as bait for zombies. In addition to women, young men also chose to seek refuge with them. Initially, they needed a few people, but as numbers reached a saturation point, they ceased recruitment. To return now would likely mean death. In summary, the residents of the hospital and the individuals in the shelter were entirely different breeds. The bandits, occupying the vast, peaceful territory, enjoyed the remaining resources, while the displaced hospital refugees were left with nothing, forced to cultivate a meager vegetable garden and occasionally brave the dangers of zombies to scavenge for supplies. It was evident that their food expenditures were woefully inadequate. You might as well hand over your bottom line. Do you not fear that I am sent by those bandits? Silver inquired. To which the Blue Whale could only offer a bitter smile. As you can see, we have nothing left. Who would be interested in that pitiful harvest from our vegetable patch? When Silver departed, the Blue Whale personally escorted him to the hospital entrance, simply stating, If you have nowhere to go, come to us. You are most welcome. Silver said nothing in reply, only mentioning future collaboration. After he had walked some distance, just as the Blue Whale turned to return to the hospital, Silver came back. Ah, wait. Through the large iron gate, Silver tossed a bag of items inside. The Blue Whale turned just in time to catch the object that was hurled in his direction. Upon grasping it, he realized it was a bag brimming with cookies and bread. Thank you, he stammered, somewhat flustered, only to look up and find that Silver had vanished. Silver hurried back, frequently glancing over his shoulder, primarily concerned about being followed. Yet, it was evident that he was overthinking, Behind him were merely a group of aimless zombies. As he passed a certain location, he thought he heard a baby's cry for a fleeting moment. However, when he paused to confirm, the sound vanished. Had he misheard? Silver scanned his surroundings, but noticed nothing amiss. He proceeded directly to the clinic. During mealtime, White Feather brought good news. The gas cylinder in the kitchen still had fuel, so they would not need to rely on firewood for cooking. White Feather had boiled a kettle of water before Silver left, alleviating their concerns about having clean drinking water for the time being. While dining, Silver recounted his morning's encounters to White Feather. Upon mentioning the presence of many small children in the hospital, White Feather's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Shall we go there?" "No, we shall not." Silver's response caused White Feather's expression to fall instantly. Then, as if to console oneself, he said, "Indeed, who can truly ascertain if those individuals are virtuous? It is best to understand that one should never place blind trust in others." "Yes, I am aware." He nodded, resolutely dismissing any further thoughts of trivial matters. He simply remarked, "What do you think of the bandage I applied to Blackie's wound?" Bai Yin lowered his gaze to Blackie, who was contentedly consuming canned food on the ground. The injured paw was adorned with a white bandage tied into a delightful bow. "Isn't it lovely?" Bai Yu declared with pride, while Bai Yin remained indifferent. "I hope he doesn't get bored and tear it off." "He won't. Blackie is the most obedient, isn't he?" He then turned his attention to Blackie. "Woof woof." The latter merely wagged his tail joyfully. In the afternoon, Bai Yin set out. He intended to visit the hospital to seek out a person connected to the shelter. If possible, he desired to acquire a map to facilitate his movements. Alas, as he passed a certain location, he once again heard the sound of a baby crying. This time, the wails lingered for an extended period. Although faint, it was evidently nearby. Bai Yin scanned his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on an underground mall. Hesitant yet resolute, he approached. Descending the staircase into the inky darkness of the mall, he switched on his flashlight, only to discover that the entrance had been obstructed by a multitude of stones, evidently placed there by human hands, presumably to prevent zombies from entering. Bai Yin climbed over the stones, following the sound of the baby's cries deeper into the shadows. The further he ventured, the more he perceived the desolation and decay of the underground mall. Perhaps due to an earthquake, many areas had fallen into disrepair. Chapter 70, The Tale of the White Snake, Part 5. The baby's numerous pillars had collapsed after the earthquake. Even when he looked up, he could occasionally spot precariously dangling concrete debris. Should someone pass by and inadvertently trigger a fall, it could spell disaster. Woo! Woo! The baby's cries grew increasingly closer as Bai Yin had traversed several hundred meters into the darkness. Upon discerning that the infant was likely in a room at the end of this shadowy expanse, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of someone breathing heavily nearby. Bai Yin swiftly directed the beam of his flashlight towards the source of the noise. Ultimately, in a corner to his left, he beheld a man in his 30s, gaunt and emaciated. His lower body was trapped beneath a slab of concrete, presumably struck by the falling debris while passing through. Noticing that the owner of the flashlight had spotted him, the man felt compelled to speak. "Friend, could you assist me? In return, I can offer you all the provisions from my home." His voice was frail, etched with exhaustion and weariness. Beside him lay a black bag, likely filled with supplies he had scavenged. "You do not carry a weapon, do you? If you suspect that our encounter may resemble that of the farmer and the snake, you may take my life should anything seem amiss. As you can see, cough cough, I pose no threat to you." As he spoke, he could not suppress a violent cough, appearing quite distressed. "Very well, for the sake of sustenance." Bai Yin stepped closer, first surveying the man to ensure he bore no weapons. It was only then that he placed the flashlight in his mouth. With immense effort, he finally managed to shift the stones off the man. Free at last, the man staggered to his feet, murmuring, thank you. Yet his gait was severely impaired. It seemed one of his feet had sustained a grave injury. Each step was a laborious ordeal, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Nevertheless, he clutched the black bag and moved towards the sound of the crying infant. Eventually, he unlocked a basement door, from which a bright light emanated, the glow of incandescent bulbs. Upon the door's opening, the infant's cries grew louder. The man hastily entered, lifting the baby from the stroller, then sat on the bed, attempting to soothe her. "Sweetheart, don't cry. Daddy-S here, Daddy-S here." Despite the excruciating pain in his foot, he maintained a smiling facade for the child in his arms. Upon seeing her father, the crying baby ceased her sobs and burst into joyful laughter. This was a father and child residing deep within the basement. The infant cradled in the man's arms was no more than 6 months old. The room, modest in size, had the bathroom adjacent to it, featuring a simplistic layout. A single bed stood in one corner, beside it the stroller, and in another corner. A table held a gas canister and stove, accompanied by a kettle and baby bottles. As for the lighting, it appeared to be one of those small lamps powered by batteries, a trendy product from a year prior. Known for its ample illumination and dual charging capabilities, both battery and solar. After coaxing laughter from the infant, the man gently placed her back in the stroller and, limping, made his way to the corner with the black bag. As he passed by Bai Yin, he offered an apologetic, rueful smile. Bai Yin inquired, "Is it just the two of you living here?" Yes, he replied. "What about the child's mother?" "She died in the shelter," he said. Strictly speaking, she had fallen victim to a band of robbers. At that time, when the rebels had just succeeded in their uprising, the man's wife was selected at random as a sacrifice to intimidate the others into leaving. Initially, the people in the shelter were reluctant to depart, prompting the robbers to kill a few in order to frighten the rest away. The man's wife was among those slain. "I'm sorry," Bai Yin expressed. "It's fine." The man opened the black bag, revealing 2 cans of formula inside. Nothing else was present. Bai Yin observed the man's every move in silence, watching as he fed the child and then lulled her to sleep. Each action was so practiced, so routine. Once the child was asleep, the man retrieved a box from beneath his bed. He opened the box, revealing all his possessions. "This is all I have. I hope you won't look down on it." Inside the box were 7 or 8 loaves of bread and a bag of flour. Beyond that, there was nothing else. This constituted the entirety of the man's sustenance. Not far away stood a hospital, which housed many survivors like you. "Do you not intend to go there? That way, your child would have someone to care for them." "No. In fact, I just came from there." "Why?" Bai Yin inquired, puzzled. "Because those children always steal my milk powder." The man could only smile wryly, feeling helpless. It then occurred to Bai Yin that the group of children in the hospital did not seem particularly young. They were at least 5 or 6 years old, entirely different from infants who required milk powder. Sometimes, reality unfolds in such a manner. When one perceives a multitude of people as pitiful, there is an instinctive tendency to assume that all of them are virtuous. Yet, reality is seldom so straightforward. While the refugees in the hospital are indeed unfortunate, it does not imply that they are devoid of flaws or irksome traits. After all, reality is never purely black and white. The binary mode of thinking may be gratifying, but it is far from advisable. "Why do you choose to dwell here? Surely there are better places?" Bai Yin asked. The man explained, "This place is quite secluded and difficult for others to discover, be they human or zombie." Indeed, had it not been for Bai Yin's keen hearing, he might not have stumbled upon this place. Furthermore, the man's room was several hundred meters from the ground exit. Even if his child cried heartily, the sound would be significantly diminished in transit, thereby reducing the risk of being discovered by others. Ultimately, had the man not been struck today, he would have returned home in time to soothe his child. According to his usual routine, the infant's cries should have been inaudible. With a sigh, Bai Yin exhaled and turned to leave. The man, surprised, hurriedly asked, "Do you not want these things? You may keep them. I am a carnivore, and I find no appetite in your meager offerings." With that, he switched on his flashlight and swiftly departed, leaving the man behind with a complex expression. However, the final expression that played across the man's face was unmistakably a light chuckle. "Thank you." Chapter 71, The White Snake. Part 6. The artificial zombie tied upon returning to the hospital. It was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Bai Yin sought out Blue Whale, hoping he could find someone to draw a map of the shelter for him. Blue Whale warmly led him to a room occupied by a middle-aged man. The man was bald and missing his left hand, with a simple demeanor. Upon learning of Blue Whale's intentions, he quickly retrieved a pen and began sketching on the table. "Uncle, what happened to your left hand?" Bai Yin asked, somewhat puzzled. The man could only manage a wry smile as he explained, 2 months ago, I went to that gang's territory to steal something and got caught. Fortunately, I lived to tell the tale." The man possessed a commendable attitude, recounting the incident as if it were someone else's story. He then inquired, "Alas, young brother, what do you need the map for?" Bai Yin chuckled lightly and replied, "It's nothing, merely retrieving a few belongings." "Were your possessions stolen?" "Indeed, being a newcomer here, I was unfamiliar with the surroundings and encountered a rather unsavory group of individuals. As someone who has been through similar experiences, I must advise you against acting impulsively, Unless you possess a foolproof plan, it is prudent to avoid taking unnecessary risks. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my situation. After speaking, he cast a glance at the telescope on the man's desk. Sir, may I borrow this telescope? Of course. He then inquired about the residents' behavior in the shelter. Armed with a meticulously hand-drawn map, Bai Yin set forth towards the sanctuary. The map was exceptionally well-crafted, adorned with numerous annotations. According to Lan Jiao, the man had previously been an art teacher. When Bai Yin arrived once more outside the surrounding walls, a torrential downpour suddenly began. He sought refuge in a nearby shop and, fortuitously, discovered a black raincoat within. Donning it, he continued on his way. The walls surrounding the shelter were quite tall, so Bai Yin sought a relatively lower spot, a gap in the wall, standing roughly 3 meters high. He took several steps back and then, with a swift leap, vaulted over the wall with ease. Thunder rumbled ominously as the rain intensified into a deluge. Yet, the worsening weather provided Bai Yin with greater concealment for his infiltration. He first ventured to a large pit teeming with zombies, then sought shelter from the rain in a dilapidated building nearby. Consulting the map, he scrutinized the notations with care. According to the map, the stronghold of the bandits was situated adjacent to the zombie pit, in a villa area. Bai Yin ascended to the 3rd floor and peered through the window towards the opposite villa district. As anticipated, many of the buildings there had their lights illuminated, for the storm had cast a shroud of darkness over the world. The villa area was not far from the pit, at most 100 meters away, granting Bai Yin ample room to maneuver. He exited the building and proceeded directly to the villa district. Along the way, he encountered no one, likely because everyone had taken refuge indoors from the rain. Bai Yin selected an obviously abandoned villa and made his way to the rooftop. This structure, approximately 20 meters tall, was the highest in the vicinity, allowing for a clear view of the situation below. However, due to an earthquake, the building was significantly tilted, rendering it uninhabitable. Gazing at the cheerful lights of nearby villas, Bai Yin could even see individuals cooking through the windows. Notably, he spotted a familiar face, Heizi, one of the thieves who had robbed him. His dwelling was located just to the left front. Through the glass, Bai Yin observed Heizi seated in the living room with several others, playing cards. Those individuals were none other than the very group that had assaulted him that morning. What a stroke of luck. Silently, Bai Yin withdrew a vial of corpse-attracting powder from the inner pocket of his clothing. Though uncertain if the rain would diminish its effectiveness, he was willing to give it a try. He hurled the vial towards the villa ahead. With a soft thud, it landed. As the glass test tube shattered upon impact with the ground, the crystalline liquid within cascaded forth, merging seamlessly with the rainwater that pooled at the earth's surface. Bai Yin pivoted to the opposite end of the rooftop, eager to observe the response of the zombies in the pit below. Yet, after an uninterrupted 5 minutes of scrutiny, the undead remained eerily motionless. Indeed, it seemed overly optimistic to expect a reaction from them on such a rainy day. Though unfortunate, it was not entirely unexpected. Bai Yin resolved to seek refuge from the rain below, intending to resume his endeavors once the downpour subsided. However, just at that moment, a remarkable transformation occurred among the zombies in the pit. They stirred as if a switch had been activated, transitioning from a state of lethargy to one of frenzied activity. A cacophony erupted as one zombie tore at its throat, howling, while others dashed wildly around the pit. Yet, the most striking scene was that of numerous zombies attempting to scale the walls of the pit, their efforts hampered by the daunting height of 7 to 8 meters, rendering their ascent nearly impossible. Curiosity piqued, Bai Yin watched as chaos unfolded. The zombies congregated at the edge of the lakebed, clamoring to ascend. The result was a human pyramid, with the frontline zombies quickly trampled by those behind them, as the pile of undead at the lake's edge grew ever higher. The flesh of the zombies began to form a trapezoidal structure, allowing those in the rear to clamber upward. Suddenly, a throng of zombies emerged from the depths of the lake, scattering in all directions in a mad dash. Meanwhile, another group of zombies, a cadre of robust figures, began to ram against a concrete pillar situated in the center of the lake. With only a few powerful blows, the pillar collapsed with a thunderous crash, crushing several zombies beneath its weight. While some zombies scrambled for the fallen bodies, others chose to hoist the massive pillar, transporting it to the edge of the lakebed. With a decisive release, the pillar crashed against the wall, forming a crude, slanted bridge. A multitude of zombies surged along the inclined structure, attempting to reach the surface of the lake. Though a considerable distance remained, Their determination was unwavering, bolstered by an abundance of flesh and resilience. Thus, throngs of zombies ascended from the depths, their demeanor transformed entirely. Where they had once appeared as sluggish, simple-minded elders, they now embodied the essence of enraged lunacy, intelligent lunatics. A chilling howl echoed from the horde, drawing Bai Yin's attention to a towering, 2-meter-tall, bald zombie, its physique reminiscent of a wall. As it let out its fearsome roar, many zombies turned their gaze towards it. The giant then pointed towards the illuminated windows, assuming the role of an orchestrator. With that gesture, the chaos intensified. As the other zombies rushed towards the illuminated buildings, the terrifying reality unfolded. In Chapter 72, titled The White Serpent, Part 7, Invasion, the reaction of the bald-headed zombie was beyond Bai Yin's expectations. He commanded the horde with the authority of a conductor, directing the nearby zombies before charging towards the ground floor entrance of a building. A thunderous crash echoed as the door was forcibly breached, followed by an unending wave of zombies flooding into the premises. Bai Yin was aware that the lure potion would incite the zombies, making them more aggressive. However, he was uncertain whether it would enhance their intelligence. All he knew was that the potion's effects would last no longer than a day. He had witnessed the zombies at the experimental site disperse upon leaving the previous county. What transformations occurred among the scattered zombies was beyond his knowledge. The system had never indicated any additional effects of the lure potion, leading Bai Yin to believe that the massive, bald-headed zombie was a product of independent evolution, with his own lure potion merely serving as a catalyst to draw him from his stupor. After all, he possessed the stature of a minor boss. The rain continued to pour, intermittently accompanied by the sharp crack of thunder. Despite the downpour, the group that had attempted to rob Bai Yin sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the ground floor door was smashed open, a noise so jarring it drowned out the sound of the rain. What was that? The thin man wondered aloud, speculating, has Lao San lost his mind again? He glanced at the plump man beside him, saying, Fatty, go check it out. Reluctantly, the plump man rose and descended the stairs. However, he barely made it halfway down when a horde of zombies surged up the staircase. The shock left him paralyzed, but before he could react further, one of the zombies lunged and sank its teeth into his neck. With a thud, he collapsed at the foot of the stairs, whereupon a swarm of zombies descended upon him, devouring him mercilessly. Not all the zombies lingered there. Those that found no meal turned their attention upstairs. The thin man and his companions, engaged in their card game on the second floor, sensed something was amiss with the escalating commotion from the staircase. They immediately grew alert, but before they could fully comprehend the situation, a torrent of zombies surged up the stairs. Chaos erupted instantaneously. The cries of despair filled the air as the spacious bedroom morphed into a nightmarish hellscape. One zombie lunged at the thin man. Though startled, he remained remarkably composed compared to the others. He seized the bewildered middle-aged man beside him, using him as a shield against the attack. As the middle-aged man shrieked in terror, overwhelmed and torn apart by the zombie, the thin man braced himself for the unfolding horror. Without hesitation, he turned and leapt from the window. Ouch! The slender figure landed clumsily on the ground. But he had no time to lament his misfortune. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, only to find the streets teeming with zombies. The nearby buildings in the villa area had also been besieged by the undead. The air was filled with the agonizing screams of others. The chaotic scene was beyond the slender man's imagination. He could not fathom how this once peaceful sanctuary could suddenly be overrun by such a horde of zombies. However, he had no time for contemplation. His immediate priority was his own survival. Alas, a group of zombies had already spotted the isolated figure and began to close in on him. With all his might, he dashed towards a large tree not far away, scrambling like a monkey as he raced to reach it, and swiftly climbed up. He thought he had found safety, but unexpectedly, thud, a robust zombie slammed into the tree trunk. With each impact, the tree shook violently. The number of zombies surrounding the tree was increasing rapidly, and those responsible for the assault were multiplying as well. Thud, thud, thud. The tree, already small in stature, swayed precariously with each collision, threatening to topple. Looking down at the ravenous monsters below, the slender man's face turned pale with fear. It was over. Despair began to engulf him. His mind flooded with horrific images of being torn apart and devoured. Just as he was on the verge of tears, a thick hemp rope suddenly fell before him. Surprised, he looked up but could not discern who was above. Yet, he had no other options. Filled with a surge of hope, he hurriedly began to climb the rope. The rope had been thrown down from a fifth-floor window. With all his strength, he ascended, unaware of who had cast the lifeline. Nonetheless, it ignited a flicker of hope within him. Just as he was about to reach the fifth-floor window, only a meter away, a head suddenly protruded from within. It was a man clad in a black raincoat, his head wrapped in bandages. The slender man recognized him immediately. It was the young man he had struck with a brick. "Do you remember me?" The young man's tone was neither warm nor cold, as he silently positioned a knife blade onto the rope. The slender man was terrified and hastily pleaded for mercy. "Brother, please spare my life. I was wrong this morning. I am a scoundrel, not worthy of being called a man." His expression was one of sincere repentance, earnestness radiating from his demeanor. The young man simply said, "Where are my belongings? Tell me where they are, and I will let you go." "Thank you, brother. Once I get up there, I will serve you faithfully. The items are in the bedroom on the second floor of that villa behind me." "Really?" "On my honor, brother, I would never deceive you in this situation." "Why should I trust you?" "Brother, I assure you, I am not deceiving you." His voice quivered, laden with tears, revealing a tragically pitiful expression. "Very well. I shall trust you this once. I will not sever the rope." Bai Yin withdrew the dagger. Thank you, brother." The thin man, overwhelmed with gratitude, hurriedly began to climb. However, he had scarcely ascended half a meter when, whoosh, Bai Yin gently tugged at the taut rope within the room. The thin man, along with the rope, plummeted downwards. Thud! Before he could even react, his entire body crashed onto the unforgiving ground, not even managing a cry of agony. The surrounding zombies swiftly descended upon him, tearing him apart in a gruesome feast, the scene drenched in blood. Bai Yin, standing by the window, observed this spectacle with an unsettling calmness, his tone remaining matter-of-fact. "I did not deceive you. I truly did not cut the rope." Chapter 73, The White Snake. Part 8. The great serpent. The mass of corpses below was chaotic. It was their mealtime. Occasionally, screams echoed from various corners, particularly the piercing cries of women. One could surmise that these were the innocents forced to remain in the shelter for their survival. Are they blameless? Perhaps, for they merely sought a better existence. Yet, what is their fate? Their conclusion is to be devoured alive by the zombies. Who is to blame? Bai Yin, for he is the architect of this calamity. Does this affect Bai Yin's mood? The answer is a resounding no. His hands are not devoid of innocent blood. This is his profession, and he has been aware of right and wrong from the outset. Bai Yin harbors no regrets for his actions, as he has always understood the sequence of events leading to this moment. Naturally, he will not seek excuses for his transgressions. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. There is no need for a dichotomy. A killer must be prepared for the possibility of being killed. Thus, even if he finds himself in a dire predicament one day, he would accept it with grace, uttering not a word of complaint. He may embrace his darkness, may abandon his humanity, but he must never be hypocritical. This is the fundamental principle Bai Yin imposes upon himself. The once secure shelter has now transformed into a hunting ground for the zombies. As the fervor of the undead below dissipated, Bai Yin resolved to remain upstairs for a while. He certainly did not wish to be mistakenly harmed amidst the throng of corpses. However, just as he prepared to retreat from the window to find solace in a room within, a flash of white caught his eye not far ahead. Bai Yin, taken aback, turned to look. There, atop the distant walls of the shelter, was a long, white creature. He quickly raised the borrowed binoculars for a closer inspection. What met his gaze was nothing short of astounding. A massive white serpent, approximately the girth of a van, with a pair of terrifying green eyes. And in terms of length, it stretched an impressive 100 meters. Bai Yin stood frozen in place. Was this not the very creature that had attacked him during his river crossing? It had left its mark on his thigh, and had it not been for Anne's, he would have succumbed to blood loss. How could it have come to this place? The pupils of Bai Yin dilated instantaneously. Could this creature be tracking him? Or perhaps it was merely another of its kind. After all, serpents of similar species often bear striking resemblances, do they not? Furthermore, in Bai Yin's recollection, such serpents were known to remain in the water. How could it be? Thunder roared. The sudden clap of thunder illuminated the reason for this anomaly in Bai Yin's mind. The torrential downpour rendered the environment nearly indistinguishable from the depths of the water. Just as Bai Yin contemplated finding shelter, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Task initiated. Save the tyrant. Ensure his survival amidst this deluge. The tyrant is located in the villa ahead, in the underground garage. What on earth? Bai Yin felt utterly perplexed by this task. A tyrant? Was he to rescue some ancient, tempestuous emperor? To be frank, the details of this mission left him in a fog. At that moment, a distant hiss caught his attention. The colossal serpent was hurtling toward him with astonishing speed. In less than a minute, the great serpent arrived on the scene, opening its gaping maw and voraciously devouring the zombies present. Boom! The path of the serpent was one of utter devastation. Trees along the roadside were uprooted, and a careless brush against a building left a significant dent in its structure. The creature consumed the zombies with the greed of a vacuum, swallowing them whole. In mere moments, a considerable number of the undead had been consumed. Bai Yin, hiding on the 5th floor, hastily drew the curtains. He could only peer through the gaps, hoping that he would not attract the creature's attention. He watched in disbelief as the zombies, once frantic, transformed into a state of fear, fleeing in all directions and seeking refuge in nearby buildings. The terror that the zombies felt towards the colossal serpent mirrored the dread that humans experienced in the presence of the undead. Below, a monstrous entity was mercilessly feasting upon another horde of grotesqueries. Yet, Bai Yin could not fathom why the giant serpent had ventured to this place. Even if it had emerged from the water to hunt amidst the rain, what could have drawn it here so directly? It was as though something in this very location was beckoning it. Wait, beckoning? An idea struck Bai Yin. Given the serpent's aversion to leaving the water, it must have resided in the ocean until now. Traveling from the sea to this site would take no more than 10 minutes at its speed. However, the rain had been pouring for several hours. Prior to this, the white serpent had not made its appearance. In other words, it had initially no intention of coming here, but had suddenly decided to emerge upon receiving some signal. That signal could only be the zombie attractant. Indeed, the attractant had only been thrown out a mere 10 or 20 minutes prior, and shortly thereafter, the white serpent had come rushing in. The timing was impeccably aligned. The range of the corpse-attracting potion is approximately 1 kilometer in radius, and this location is certainly beyond that distance from the seaside. However, this assumption only applies to the zombies of the human race, as serpents possess an acute sensitivity to scents that far exceeds that of humans. It is highly probable that the white serpent was drawn here by the alluring scent of the corpse-attracting potion. Yet, one might ponder why this snake would react to a potion that is ostensibly effective solely on zombies. The answer is singular. This serpent is indeed a variant of the undead, albeit a rarer mutated species. While observing the colossal serpent hunting from the narrow crevice of the window, Bai Yin noticed a peculiar detail. Atop the serpent's head, a scale bore a faint crack. He recalled that the last time he encountered the serpent that nearly devoured him, it too had a similar fissure, though significantly larger than the one before him. This was troublesome indeed. Bai Yin could ascertain with a degree of certainty that the giant serpent lurking below was the very one that had once attacked him. As for the reason behind the shallower crack, one could only surmise that it had undergone a remarkable recovery. Bai Yin's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool. He could not fathom why this serpent had appeared here. While the river was indeed connected to the sea of Wulong County, the waterway diverged into numerous branches. How? By sheer coincidence, had it arrived at his location? The thought that this creature might be trailing him sent a shiver down his spine. Just as he hesitated over his next course of action, the white serpent suddenly turned its gaze towards him. In that instant, their eyes met, and despite the curtain that separated them, an unsettling chill coursed through Bai Yin's heart. Chapter 74, The White Serpent, Part 9, The Tyrant with a Hissing Sound. The white serpent flicked its black, forked tongue, as if enchanted, inching closer to the 5th floor window. It first peered through the glass, then thrust its sharp tail inside, creating a gaping hole. With a few deft swishes, accompanied by a cacophony of shattering glass, the entire window of the 5th floor was swept away. The colossal serpent retracted its tail and leaned closer to the window, only to discover that the floor was devoid of any occupants. It extended its tongue once more, catching a whiff of a familiar scent. With a thunderous crash, the serpent decisively swept away an entire layer of the villa's top floor, peering in vain for its intended target before proceeding to demolish yet another level. Like a child dismantling a house of blocks, it persistently tore apart the structure in search of its prey. While the white serpent was methodically reducing the house to rubble, Bai Yin had stealthily slipped out of the villa. He found himself just behind the massive serpent, cautiously making his way toward the left front of the villa's underground garage. The proximity of that building was advantageous, and he was also intrigued to discover the nature of the tyrant mentioned in his system task. Bai Yin swiftly dashed into the underground garage. The space was enveloped in darkness. He retrieved his flashlight and illuminated the surroundings, soon spotting a figure in the corner. It was a robust zombie, standing over 2 meters tall, with a powerful build and a bald head. Crouched in the corner, trembling with fear. He was evidently startled by some unseen terror. "Hey," Bai Yin called out. The burly zombie, huddled in the corner, slowly raised his head. Upon recognizing the figure before him, Bai Yin was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the commander? He distinctly recalled this creature leading other zombies in an assault on the villa, exuding an air of fierce authority. At that moment, he had sensed that this zombie was unlike the others, clearly possessing a superior intellect. To label it as an evolved variant would not be an exaggeration. Just moments ago, this creature had appeared as a formidable specter from the depths of hell, yet now it was reduced to such a pitiful state. Could it be that the arrival of the white serpent had so unnerved him? Given the current circumstances, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. "Are you just waiting to die here?" Bai Yin attempted to engage the creature, but it merely stared blankly at him, confusion etched across its face. Its eyes were an abyssal black, devoid of sclera and pupils. Under the beam of the flashlight, Bai Yin could discern the grayish-black hue of its skin. Indeed, unlike other zombies, this one's complexion bore a closer resemblance to Hei Yu's. Furthermore, there were no signs of decay. As if it had been born with this skin tone, Bai Yin was certain that this creature was undoubtedly a mutated species, akin to Hei Yu. While he could not ascertain whether their mutations were identical, he was convinced that it was far from being an ordinary zombie. As Bai Yin's mind raced to process the information at hand, the tyrant before him suddenly emitted a frightened grunt before once again bowing his head in trembling submission. What's wrong? Bai Yin wondered, perplexed. At that moment, a hissing sound reached his ears, reminiscent of a snake's flicking tongue. A cold sweat broke out across Bai Yin's brow as he realized the outside had become unnaturally silent. Ordinarily, the colossal serpent would create a considerable commotion while demolishing structures, yet now, apart from the sound of the rain, there was an eerie stillness. Hesitantly, he turned to glance behind him, only to be met by the beam of his flashlight illuminating the massive head of a white serpent, mere meters away, fixated on him. The gigantic serpent continuously flicked its tongue, and in an instant, as their eyes locked, it let out a piercing hiss and lunged toward Bai Yin with its gaping maw. "Damn it!" Bai Yin cursed under his breath, swiftly rolling to the side to evade the strike, landing in front of the tyrant. He barely managed to avoid the attack. The sheer force of the serpent caused it to slam its head into the wall, sending debris flying in all directions. The serpent attempted to extricate itself, but it seemed to struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yin scrambled to his feet, pivoted, and delivered a swift kick to the trembling zombie in the corner. The kick landed squarely on its face. "If you don't want to die, follow me," he commanded, not waiting for a response as he dashed toward the exit of the underground garage. The tyrant, taken aback by Bai Yin's sudden aggression, stood momentarily dazed. Beside him loomed the colossal head of the serpent, poised to strike. Ultimately, he scrambled to his feet, determinately pursuing the fleeting silhouette of the silver figure ahead. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble erupted. As he emerged from the garage, the gigantic serpent unleashed its head, thrashing wildly within the confines of the garage. In an instant, the entire structure, along with the edifice above, collapsed. Had the tyrant delayed by even a heartbeat, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. The silver figure dashed into a narrow alleyway, while the swift tyrant quickly closed in. Another resounding crash echoed. At that moment, the serpent extricated its head from the rubble of the underground garage. It surveyed its surroundings, yet failed to spot the silver tyrant. To its dismay, the remnants of the garage lay in ruins, exposing a cluster of zombies lurking behind the debris. Without a moment's hesitation, the colossal serpent opened its gaping maw, engulfing the zombies along with a few scattered stones in a single gulp. With a guttural sound, it reared up, surveying the ground from its elevated position, flicking its tongue as it searched for its prey. While the great serpent scanned the skies for its target, the silver figure stealthily slipped into a nearby supermarket. Just as he entered, the tyrant followed closely behind. Upon stepping into the store, both appeared breathless and disheveled. Goodness, that was terrifying. The silver figure exhaled, relieved. He brandished a flashlight, illuminating the space to discover that this small supermarket specialized in toys. Among the shelves, he stumbled upon a toy helicopter. Narrowing his eyes, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Swiftly, he disassembled the helicopter, realizing it required AA batteries. This serendipitously aligned with his needs. He rummaged through the shelves and found an unopened pack of AA batteries, installing them into the remote control in the helicopter. After a brief trial, he was pleased to find that the helicopter functioned properly and was capable of flight, a boon considering the batteries still had life. Clutching the helicopter, he ascended to the 4th floor, where the rooftop awaited. The 4th floor windows were tightly shut, adorned with curtains. From this vantage point, he could only glimpse the right half of the White Serpent's body, yet it was sufficient for his purpose. Chapter 75, The White Serpent, Part 10, A Fruitless Endeavor. The silver figure opened the left window, knowing that even with it ajar, the serpent would remain unaware, as it represented a blind spot. He attempted to pilot the helicopter through the rain, and upon discovering it could fly outside, he swiftly retracted it. The next moment, he retrieved a vial of corpse-attracting powder, securing it to the remote-controlled helicopter with a length of string. He then maneuvered the helicopter, sending it soaring towards the horizon. Throughout this endeavor, the tyrant stood nearby, gazing in a daze, his expression one of innocent curiosity. The silver figure was uncertain of the helicopter's remote control range, yet he held no illusions about the capabilities of this battery-operated contraption. Clearly, it was a shoddy imitation, and he would be grateful if it could manage to fly 200 meters. However, the range of the remote-controlled aircraft far exceeded what Bai Yin had anticipated. The control distance reached an astonishing 700 to 800 meters. As the plane soared past the giant serpent, it exhibited no interest whatsoever in this insignificant creature. It was only when the aircraft reached the maximum distance of 800 meters, losing the signal from the remote control, that it plummeted to the ground, scattering the corpse-attracting powder. At that moment, the giant serpent abruptly turned its head, dashing towards the location where the powder had fallen. The freshly scattered powder emitted its most potent scent, undoubtedly the most alluring substance for the undead. Even the colossal serpent was not immune to its enticement. As the serpent raced towards the crash site, Bai Yin fled downstairs, desperately sprinting in the opposite direction. He ran approximately 2 kilometers before finally taking refuge in a grocery store. Throughout this ordeal, the tyrant had followed closely behind him. Eventually, Bai Yin found himself seated on a couch in the back bedroom of the store, panting heavily, while the tyrant settled onto the bed. Though his breathing was not nearly as labored, they should be safe now. All that remained was to wait for the rain to cease. Although the giant serpent could detect the scent of the powder from a considerable distance, it was merely a matter of the substance itself. As a human, Bai Yin reasoned that after running so far, and with the torrential rain washing away the scent, the creature would be unable to track him. Bai Yin shone his flashlight towards the tyrant and asked, "What is your name? Can you speak?" However, the tyrant merely stared blankly at him, wearing a perplexed expression. "Damn it, I'm the one with issues." Bai Yin rubbed his eyes, feeling utterly exhausted. He rummaged through the bedroom and eventually stumbled upon some candles and a lighter. He decided to light the candles and place them on the desk, immediately filling the room with a warm, soft glow. The curtains in the bedroom were excellent at blocking out light, ensuring that even with candles lit, nothing would be visible from outside. Feeling somewhat weary, Bai Yin realized he was too anxious to sleep with the tyrant in the same room. He said, "I'd like to rest for a bit. Could you stay outside?" Initially expecting no response, he was taken aback when the tyrant actually understood him, promptly rising from the bed and stepping outside, closing the door with a resounding thud. The tyrant's reaction was unexpected for Bai Yin, but he was too fatigued to ponder over it. He simply lay back on the couch, feeling overwhelmingly tired, thinking that once the rain ceased, his mission would be accomplished. Wait, mission? Bai Yin suddenly had a realization. Wasn't there something missing from this task? "Excuse me, system. Could you reiterate the mission regarding the tyrant?" Bai Yin inquired, knowing that the system would tirelessly repeat such information. Soon, he heard the familiar voice of the system in his mind. Ding. Mission issued. Save the tyrant and ensure his survival during this torrential downpour. This time, the mission did not include the previously provided location. It is hardly surprising, for the tyrant has emerged from the underground parking lot. However, the only constant remains the absence of a reward. Indeed, this task, to my astonishment, bears no recompense. It was at this moment that Bai Yin recognized the anomaly in the mission. "Where is my reward?" Bai Yin inquired of the system, yet it remained utterly silent. "Scoundrel! This is treachery, exploitation, a vile manifestation of capital steeped in filth." Nevertheless, regardless of the fervent complaints from the aggrieved party, the system remained unresponsive. Damn it! Internally exasperated. Yet his weary body could no longer endure. In this state of both mental and physical exhaustion, Bai Yin succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he retrieved his pocket watch, only to discover it was 9:30 in the evening. The rain outside had ceased. Bai Yin drew back the curtains, revealing the cunning moonlight casting the outside world in a frosty glow. The candle on the table was still half burned. Bai Yin opened the door to his bedroom and found the robust tyrant sitting idly on the nearby staircase, lost in thought. Upon noticing Bai Yin's presence, the tyrant continued to regard him with his characteristic blank expression. Ignoring him, Bai Yin exited the general store. The torrential rain had abated, and the tyrant had survived unscathed. In other words, this free task had been completed. Beep. Task completed. Successfully protected the tyrant. The notification echoed in his mind. Bai Yin could only perceive the system as reveling in its mockery and humiliation of him. Yet, having reached this juncture, he resolved to treat it as though nothing had transpired. Merely a good deed done. Retracing his steps, Bai Yin sought to ascertain whether the colossal serpent still lingered. He deliberately switched off his flashlight, for the moonlight sufficed for illumination. It was not a matter of conserving energy. Rather, it was to ensure a more discreet and safer approach. As Bai Yin walked ahead, the sound of rustling followed him. The tyrant trailed closely behind, his footsteps echoing. Bai Yin quickened his pace, and the tyrant mirrored his actions, maintaining his pursuit. Eventually, Bai Yin halted and turned to face the tyrant, who also came to a stop. Why are you following me? Now that you are safe, you should go about your business. What is the meaning of this incessant pursuit? I have no syrup for you. Go, 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 do as you please. Bai Yin issued an unceremonious dismissal before swiftly turning away. Yet the tyrant continued to follow. Akin to a stray dog that refuses to be shooed away, Bai Yin pivoted, drawing the axe from his waist and pointing it at the tyrant. Striving to adopt a fearsome countenance, he declared, "If you keep following me, I swear I shall cleave you in two." However, his words were abruptly cut short. Boom. The reason being, the tyrant had imitated Bai Yin, uprooting a nearby utility pole. He brandished it in his hand, gesturing toward Bai Yin while babbling incoherently. Although Bai Yin could not comprehend the tyrant's utterances, it was evident that this clumsy giant was attempting to mimic him. Aware that the axe was no match for the utility pole, Bai Yin reluctantly sheathed his weapon. TCH. It's nothing but that. Chapter 76. The White Snake. Part 11. Departure from the White Snake. In beneath the moonlight, the shadows of the houses leaned at odd angles. Bai Yin moved stealthily in the darkness, striving to remain concealed from the silvery glow above. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him. The tyrant, as per usual, followed closely like a shadow. For the moment, Bai Yin paid him no heed, instead making his way toward the villa district where the incident had occurred. He concealed himself in the shadows, observing intently for an extended period, yet he did not catch even a glimpse of the enormous serpent. The scene was one of devastation, with ruined buildings strewn about in disarray. A sigh of relief escaped Bai Yin's lips. He mused that the giant snake had likely departed. The rain had ceased, and without the moisture, it must have returned to the sea. Bai Yin proceeded directly to the villa, discovering his tricycle intact in a corner of the ground floor. After a brief glance, he ascended to the second floor in search of his backpack. The tyrant trailed him closely until they reached the bedroom on the upper level. In the corner of the room, Bai Yin located his backpack. Apart from the food and water having vanished, the other miscellaneous items remained largely untouched. It appeared that the bandits had not conducted a thorough search. He opened the secret compartment at the bottom of the backpack and retrieved a small box. Finding its contents unscathed brought him a sense of relief. He meticulously repacked his belongings before preparing to descend. However, he hesitated upon noticing the tyrant at the door, staring vacantly at him. Ultimately, the tyrant was a zombie, and a rather imposing one at that. Bai Yin could not afford to bring him back. Who knew if he might suddenly go berserk and devour Bai Yu? Thus, he stated, "I am going to sleep. You may leave." The tyrant acknowledged with a grunt and obediently exited, remembering to close the door behind him. Bai Yin decisively opened the bedroom window and leapt from the second floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he cautiously pushed the tricycle out and pedaled swiftly toward the clinic where Bai Yu awaited. As for the tyrant on the second floor, although he heard strange noises emanating from the window, his curiosity led him to merely glance back. Unfortunately, the door obstructed his view, and he could see nothing. Ultimately, he settled on the ground outside the door, staring blankly at it, pondering when it would open once more. When Bai Yin returned to the clinic, It was already 11 o'clock at night. He entered through the back door, wishing not to disturb those inside. Upon reaching the bedroom, he observed that the candles had burned low. Bai Yu lay on the bed, cradling the black cat, lost in slumber. Bai Yin set down his backpack and proceeded to the bathroom for a quick wash. When he finished and returned, he found Bai Yu awake, sitting at the edge of the bed and yawning. "Did the sound of the water disturb you?" Bai Yin asked, drying his hair with a towel. Bai Yu rubbed his eyes. "Not particularly." "Why did you return so late?" "There were many matters to attend to, but fortunately, I retrieved my backpack." "Have you eaten?" "Yes, I have." "What about you?" "On my way back, I had a bite to eat." "It's best to rest early. We shall head to City B tomorrow." Upon hearing the mention of City B, a flicker of anticipation graced Bai Yu's face. Bai Yin, on the other hand, reclined on the sofa, stretched languidly, and adjusted the blanket snugly around herself. The sofa was prepared by Bai Yu, layered with thick quilts, offering a warm embrace. "Bai Yin, may I pose a question?" she inquired. "What question?" "What is your purpose in City B? Are we revisiting this topic again?" Bai Yu had inquired this more than once. Yet Bai Yin had never provided a direct answer, merely stating it was a secret. One cannot help but be curious. "All right, considering your persistence, I shall indulge you." Exhaling a long sigh, she continued, "I have a younger sister residing in City B." "A sister?" "Indeed. We met at an orphanage during our childhood, but eventually, we were taken in by different families." "How old is she?" "Is she beautiful?" "She is of my age, and I suppose she is attractive." "It seems we haven't seen each other for about 7 years. 7 years apart. What is there to seek?" Bai Yu's tone bore a hint of bitterness. "She might have forgotten you by now." "Oh." Bai Yin chuckled lightly. "What does it matter? We shall see each other again." "What is her name?" "Does she share the Bai surname?" "Not at all. Her surname is Hei, and her name is Hei Yu." Upon hearing that name, "It feels incompatible with me." "Perhaps, given that your names are antonyms. Yet, black symbolizes malevolence, while white represents virtue. Thus, I am certainly superior to her." "Cease your banter. Instead of pondering such matters, why not consider how to confront your own parents?" "My parents are quite wonderful." Bai Yu's tone lacked confidence. Bai Yin merely gazed at the ceiling. "Though you are indeed a child, I seldom regard you as such. Let us speak of something that may discomfort you." "Bai Yu, have you ever contemplated the possibility that your parents might be—" "Ah, I suddenly feel sleepy. No more talking, let us retire early. We must rise early tomorrow." Bai Yu chose to evade, seemingly unwilling to entertain such thoughts. Bai Yin refrained from pressing further, quietly closing her eyes. After approximately half a minute, a feeble voice emerged from the bed. "If it were truly the case, what should I do? Have you considered adopting a father figure? Perhaps someone like me?" "Not a chance." Bai Yu rolled over, enveloping herself within the blanket. Early the next morning, Bai Yin awoke at dawn. After hastily preparing a simple meal, she gathered her belongings, ready to embark. Their next destination was City B, the ultimate goal for both. Bai Yin rode a tricycle, heading straight towards the northern highway. Just as they had not traveled far, a few zombies behind them began to pursue, drawn by the sound. These zombies showed no interest in Bai Yin, but they were keen on Bai Yu, trailing closely behind and emitting guttural sounds. Fortunately, their speed was not alarming. Noticing the sluggish pace of the zombies, Bai Yin chose to ignore them and accelerated, intent on completely shaking them off. Approximately half a minute into his ride, Bai Yin suddenly heard a series of thuds behind him. Turning around, he was perplexed to find that the zombies had vanished without a trace. This left him in a state of confusion. Moreover, the environment behind him was eerily silent, starkly contrasting with the earlier cacophony of the undead. Despite his bewilderment, Bai Yin chose to focus ahead. Curiosity may tempt fate, but he had no intention of looking back. He simply accelerated, and soon his vehicle was far down the road. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes were fixated on him from a shadowy corner, those of the tyrant. Nearby, several zombies lay crushed, remnants of those that had pursued Bai Yin moments earlier. Only one remained alive, a decrepit old man whose lower half was obscured. Trembling, he raised his right hand. Upon witnessing this, the tyrant swiftly crushed his skull beneath his boot, splattering a grotesque mixture of dark and light matter. As he gazed at the retreating silhouette of the tricycle, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Simultaneously, a rugged vehicle barreled into the city. The tyrant observed 3 men and a woman aboard, new survivors in this desolate place. The off-road vehicle halted a short distance in front of him. The tyrant, in silence, picked up a nearby concrete utility pole and began to stride toward the group. With a rapid gait, he kept his gaze fixed on the vehicle's steering wheel. The White Serpent Chapter. Conclusion Chapter 77. The Sister's Tale. A promise, brother, please don't go. The 10-year-old girl gazed up at the young man with tear-filled eyes, her expression a mixture of hurt and reluctance. I don't want to leave either, but this is beyond my control, the boy replied with a wry smile, his face etched with helplessness. Having spent 7 years in the orphanage, he was acutely aware of the headmaster's true nature. To put it bluntly, the children here were little more than powerless commodities. For the right price, even a dog could adopt one of these unfortunate souls, let alone a formidable criminal syndicate. But I can't bear to part with you, the girl lamented, throwing herself into the boy's embrace and sobbing uncontrollably. I will never see you again. How could that be? He offered a faint smile, gently stroking her head. She was a head shorter than him, petite and endearing. If I have the chance, no, I will definitely return for you. When? The girl looked up, her face streaked with tears. I will come as soon as I can. As soon as what? Once I regain my freedom. I will seek you out immediately. But doesn't that mean you will have to wait until you are an adult? They say only adults can do as they wish. That seems to be the case. Then let us wait until I am grown to find you. Conveniently, I am a month older than you. On the day you come of age, I shall certainly return. Really? Indeed. Then it is settled. Let us seal the promise with a pledge. Yes, a pledge. A pledge. A noose, for 100 years, unchanging. Thunder rumbled, awakening Bai Yin. Upon opening his eyes, he could only hear the sound of rain falling outside the house. This was an abandoned village. Bai Yin and his companions had fortuitously passed through and decided to spend the night here. Fortunately, the village was quite prosperous, allowing Bai Yin to quickly find a fairly decent villa to rest in. At that moment, the candles in the bedroom were nearly burnt out. Bai Yin rose from the sofa and took out the pocket watch from his bosom, which indicated it was 3 in the morning. He glanced at Bai Yu and Heizi, who lay soundly asleep on the large bed, only to notice they had kicked off their blankets. Bai Yin stood up to cover them with the blankets properly. Afterward, he went to the bathroom for a brief respite. Upon returning to lie back on the sofa, he found himself unable to sleep. Bai Yin had come of age. Yes, it was during the time with Jinzi. Over half a month had passed. Bai Yin had no tradition or need to celebrate his birthday, thus he never discussed it with anyone, much less anticipated receiving gifts. Calculating the time, his sister Hei Yu's birthday was in about 12 days. At this pace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could arrive and be city ahead of time to celebrate with her. Yet, after 7 years, would she still care about their promise from that time? Bai Yin exhaled deeply. For a moment, he felt a sense of irony. After being adopted, Hei Yu had gone to a fairly affluent family. She must have become a cherished princess, enveloped in comfort and happiness. In stark contrast, what about himself? A wretched soul, hands stained with blood, having entered the world of assassins at the tender age of 10. Did he truly have the right to disrupt her radiant life? Although he was reluctant to dwell on it, the disparity in their upbringings was undeniably vast. An angel from heaven could never embrace a demon from hell. Even if he were to reunite with her, what could he possibly offer? A new beginning? Or a definitive end? Bai Yin felt a headache coming on, unable to resist rubbing his eyes. Forget it, he murmured to himself, a hint of self-deprecation crossing his features. Just as those who genuinely do good deeds do not concern themselves with others' opinions. Good people perform acts of kindness not for rewards. What Bai Yin needed to do was simply fulfill the promise he had made. As for whether she remembered him or what her feelings might be towards him, those were secondary. He merely needed to go with the flow. Suddenly, slight movements were heard from the bed. Bai Yin looked over to see Heizi, who had unknowingly awakened. Jumping down from the bed, she wobbled towards him, still groggy, tail wagging. Then, she leaped onto the sofa, nestled against his arm, yawned, and continued to doze off. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Yin could not help but smile. He felt a rare warmth from Heizi. They would arrive in City B approximately 10 days later. From a distance, one could see a tall and expansive wall surrounding the city ahead, which must be the sanctuary of City B. Riding on a tricycle, the trio, 2 people and a dog, entered the city. However, it was somewhat surprising that the zombies seen along the way were exceedingly few. City B was once a renowned research hub, with a prominent institute at its very center. The refuge established after the outbreak of the zombies was constructed around this institute, encircled by a vast wall. The wall was grand, a circular concrete structure occupying roughly a quarter of the entire city, towering at a height of 10 meters. It was evident that a significant amount of manpower and resources had been expended in the construction of this sanctuary. It was, to date, the largest and most impressive refuge Bai Yin had encountered. Suddenly, as they were about to proceed further into the city, a helicopter flew overhead. It noticed Bai Yin and the others on the tricycle and promptly hovered in midair. A man in his 30s stood at the door of the helicopter, lowering a rope ladder. Grabbing a loudspeaker, he shouted, "Get on. It's dangerous ahead." Bai Yin noticed that there were others inside the helicopter, most of them in tattered clothing. He surmised that they were survivors sought by the helicopter. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to board the helicopter. He instructed Bai Yu to ascend first, then followed with his backpack and Heizi. As for the tricycle, it seemed they would have to leave it behind for the time being. Once the trio had all climbed the rope ladder, the people aboard the helicopter worked together to pull it up. Unfortunately, for Bai Yu, who had a lame leg, her speed was significantly hindered. After the last of them, Bai Yin, was pulled aboard by the man. The others hurriedly stowed the ladder and closed the door. The man pointed to a corner and instructed Bai Yin and Bai Yu to sit there. He then inquired, "Where are you from?" "A city, eh?" "A city, eh?" The man responded, astonished. "That is quite a distance. What brought you here?" "We heard that City B has a refuge, so we came." "I see. You are indeed fortunate. The city is currently in need of more people." Chapter 78, Sister's Tale 2. The refugee zone. The rescue helicopter was a large model, capable of accommodating around 50 individuals. Currently, there were about 20 people aboard Bai Yin's helicopter. It appeared that survivors from the outside world were not easily found. The other rescued individuals were mostly in ragged clothes, their eyes instinctively or habitually fixated on the backpack on Bai Yin's back or scrutinizing the two of them. The clean appearance of Bai Yin and Bai Yu elicited evident envy and disdain from the others. Bai Yin could discern that these recently rescued survivors felt a deep sense of imbalance. After all, in the apocalypse, merely surviving had already been a tremendous struggle for everyone. There was hardly any time to attend to one's appearance. Everyone here was a refugee. Why were the two of you so impeccably dressed? Moreover, you even had the leisure to keep a dog. In any case, even before any interaction, Bai Yin realized that it would be challenging to coexist with these individuals. Bai Yu felt a twinge of fear under the predatory gazes of this group, instinctively retreating behind Bai Yin, clutching his arm. "It's all right," Bai Yin whispered a soothing reassurance, though his gaze inevitably wandered to the scene outside the window. Below, a helicopter was about to fly over the surrounding wall. Bai Yin noticed numerous zombies wandering around the perimeter of the wall. No wonder he hadn't seen any zombies when entering the city. They had all congregated around the shelter. The helicopter ultimately landed in the outer circle of the shelter's helipad, adjacent to several newly constructed small houses. The cement structures, interspersed with transparent glass, contained many benches, resembling enclosures for observing animals. Once the helicopter had deposited the refugees, it took off again. Almost immediately, a group of individuals clad in white uniforms approached, resembling doctors and nurses, but clearly not. "Form two lines as you come this way." The leader, a middle-aged woman wearing a mask, directed the refugee assembly to split into two groups. As she approached, intending to pull Bai Yu away from Bai Yin's side, Bai Yu quickly hid behind Bai Yin. "Oh dear, you child," the woman began, but her words faltered as her gaze fell upon Bai Yin. She had a penchant for handsome men, and her displeasure evaporated in an instant. "Is this your sister?" Not only did her tone soften considerably, but her demeanor brightened as well. "Yes," Bai Yin replied with a charming smile that only delighted the woman further. She glanced at the backpack on Bai Yin's back, noticing Heizi peeking out, yet she refrained from further inquiries. "Very well then, since you are together, let us conduct the tests as a group." No forceful separation occurred. After organizing the two lines, she personally led the 10 individuals from Bai Yin's group towards one of the cement glass houses. "Follow me," she beckoned, leading the way. Bai Yin, trying to adopt a gentle tone, inquired, "Sister, what are we going to do?" The term sister nearly melted the woman's heart. It was quite effective. With a cheerful gesture towards the cement glass house ahead, she replied, "Oh, it's nothing much, just stay inside for a while. We are concerned about the possibility of zombie infection, so you need to be observed for 4 hours. It's a routine check. Everyone undergoes this upon arrival." "I see. Thank you, sister." "Oh, it's nothing." The woman's face lit up with joy. After ushering all 10 individuals into the cement glass house, she busied herself elsewhere. Once the door to the glass house was closed, several armed enforcement personnel stood guard outside, observing the situation within through the glass. Bai Yin noted that these enforcers were equipped with weapons, predominantly knives, while one of them even wielded a crossbow. As soon as it was discovered that there were lurking zombies within the observation room, arrows were swiftly drawn to strike at their heads. 10 individuals remained in the glass chamber, each finding a stool to sit upon. The 4 hours of inactivity proved exceedingly tedious, prompting the group to engage in conversation. A gaunt middle-aged man approached Bai Yin with a grin and remarked, "Brother, your dog is quite striking. I once had one just like it." As he spoke, he extended his hand to pet the dog, his gaze fixated on the zipper of Bai Yin's backpack. "Oh, is that so? What a coincidence." Bai Yin brusquely swatted the man's hand away, yet the latter remained unfazed. "Ah, what's in your bag? It seems to be moving. Let me take a look." He reached out again. "Get lost." Bai Yin forcefully kicked him to the ground. In the next moment, he drew an axe from his waist and pressed it menacingly against the man's throat. "Do you have a death wish? Trying to rob me?" Bai Yin glared fiercely at the man, the blade pressing firmly against his neck. The man turned pale, hastily waving his hands. "And no, I didn't." At that moment, an observer outside quickly interjected, "What are you doing? No fighting. Otherwise, you'll be thrown out." Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yin shot a final glare at the man. Scram. All right. The man quickly stood and retreated to a corner, sitting quietly. From that instant, those who had previously regarded Bai Yin with ill intent began to temper their gazes. Bai Yin surveyed the room, noticing that everyone averted their eyes, none daring to meet his stare. Witnessing this, Bai Yin felt a considerable sense of relief. Sometimes, one must establish authority. Otherwise, one might face even greater troubles later on. While being low-key is not inherently a flaw, at times, it can attract more significant issues. In such circumstances, it is wiser to be overt from the outset, warning the oblivious that one is not to be trifled with. The 4 hours felt interminable. Initially, the occupants of the glass room continued their chatter, but before long, they succumbed to sleep. Bai Yu and Heizi, feeling equally bored, dozed off against Bai Yin. During this time, Bai Yin chose to close his eyes, appearing to slumber while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Finally, the 4 hours elapsed. It was now midday. The guard at the entrance opened the door, and the 10 individuals emerged from the glass chamber in succession. Moments later, a middle-aged man with an axe at his side stepped forward, saying, "Follow me. I will take you to your new accommodations." The so-called accommodations were not far from the current location, situated in a section of rental housing on the outskirts of the shelter. Upon entering the neighborhood, they were met with a dismal sight of trash strewn about and the sight of people idly playing cards. Many young individuals loitered in the area. As Bai Yin and his group entered, they were met with unfriendly glances from the locals, and Bai Yin instinctively sensed that this place might be quite chaotic. Chapter 79, Sister's Tale 3. Relocation. This place guarantees your sustenance and lodging, providing 2 meals a day. With a stroke of good fortune, you may even be assigned some work. In any case, you are to remain here at ease. Initially, such words are often sweetly spoken. However, Bai Yin harbored no illusions about the existence of free lunches in this world. Instinctively, he sensed that this was not a place of virtue. Thus, he promptly stepped forward, retrieving a packet of premium cigarettes from his pocket, adorned with a smile. "Brother, smoke?" Though Bai Yin did not indulge in smoking, he understood the nuances of human relations. The man's eyes sparkled at the sight of the expensive cigarettes Bai Yin offered. "You certainly know how to ingratiate yourself," he remarked appreciatively, pocketing the cigarettes. "Now speak. What is it that you desire?" Bai Yin endeavored to lower his stance, maintaining his smile as he whispered, "Is there perhaps a better place? My sister's health is frail. This environment may not suit her well. Could you assist us?" The man glanced at Bai Yu, who limped behind Bai Yin. Adopting a tone of weary familiarity, he replied, "You have indeed borne your burdens. As a brother, that is your duty. Very well. There are better places available, but they do not cover meals or lodging, and rent must be paid monthly. If you wish to eat at the cafeteria, that too requires a separate payment. However, given your clean attire and apparent ability to keep a dog, you must possess some skills. I suggest you try your luck at securing a position. Should you catch someone's eye, you might just find yourself within the system, at which point rent and cafeteria costs would be waived. Thank you for the advice, brother. Once we find stability, I shall indeed seek my fortune," Bai Yin responded. "By the way, what do you mean by paying rent and fees?" "Oh, I am accustomed to saying it that way. It essentially means exchanging valuable items as collateral. This could be food, cigarettes, liquor, or even fine weapons. Whatever holds the most utility is the most valuable. Medicines are also a good bargaining chip. Those with a daring spirit often venture outside the city to scavenge. Experienced scavengers may even be promoted within the system. Ah, I see. Bai Yin nodded, then continued. I still have some food in my bag. If possible, I would greatly appreciate it if you could escort us to a better living environment. I trust that we would not have to worry about initial rent. As a token of my gratitude, I offer you a bottle of fine liquor. Oh, it's merely a small matter. There's no need for such formality. The man's face brightened instantly. Then he lowered his voice, asking, what kind of liquor? 5 father liquor. Very well. Consider it done. He confidently patted his chest and added, however, I must first settle these newcomers. Please wait for me here, and I shall return to lead you. All right, thank you. We will wait for you at the community entrance. With that, he took Bai Yu's hand and walked towards the exit of the community, eager to leave this unsettling place behind. The middle-aged man guided the newly arrived refugees to settle within the inner part of the community, while Bai Yin and Bai Yu patiently awaited on the flower bed at the entrance. At that moment, 3 young ruffians approached, their demeanor unmistakably menacing. Hey there, newcomer, why are you all alone? Their gaze fixated on the backpack strapped to Bai Yin's back, prompting Bai Yu to instinctively retreat behind Bai Yin. Casting a cold glance at the trio, Bai Yin replied curtly, get lost. However, the young men dismissed his words with indifference. The leader of the group smirked, why so hostile? It's understandable, given your recent arrival. We used to be the same way, after all. Dealing with zombies demands a certain ferocity to survive. But things have improved here. It's quite safe now, and everyone has reverted to their civilized selves. By the way, is this your sister? She's truly beautiful. You might just find fortune through her, considering many here. Suddenly, without warning, Bai Yin sprang to his feet and delivered a swift kick. The man was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground with a pained howl. The remaining 2, witnessing this spectacle, were visibly perturbed, yet Bai Yin had already unsheathed his axe, bellowing, if you keep yapping, I'll make sure to end you all. His fierce glare and the conspicuous dark stains on the blade were enough to intimidate the 2 young men, who immediately fell silent and begrudgingly helped their moaning companion away. Ding ding ding. Just half a minute later, a hurried ringing echoed throughout the community. In response, people around began to rise and make their way toward the source of the sound. Some hurried along, while others ambled with indifference. Checking his watch, Bai Yin noted it was precisely 12:30 p.m., surmising that the bells signaled the opening of the cafeteria. After all, the middle-aged man had mentioned that meals were provided here. Are you hungry? Bai Yin inquired, to which Bai Yu nodded. He opened his backpack, releasing the dog, Heizi, while retrieving several loaves of bread for a makeshift meal. Shouldn't we conserve our food and save some for rent? Bai Yu expressed concern for their future sustenance. Bai Yin chuckled, you're about to meet your parents. Why worry so much? Trust me, I'm more capable than you think. A simple outing yields a bounty of supplies. Bai Yu nodded weakly, though her expression was far from joyful. Hesitant, she finally asked, if possible, if I find Mom and Dad, could you and Heizi live next door to us? Well, it depends, he replied, not granting a definitive answer, for the prospect seemed highly improbable. Should Bai Yu's parents truly embrace her, their family would be whole once more, and Bai Yin would have to bid farewell to the young girl. He had no desire to intrude upon another's family, especially knowing that he and Bai Yu's parents inhabited entirely different worlds. Perhaps he has already sensed the impending farewell. Thus, Bai Yu has been somewhat melancholic. Bai Yin, without uttering much, gently stroked the other's head, when he absent-mindedly wiped the grease from his hands onto Bai Yu's hair while eating bread. An exclamation escaped Bai Yu's lips as he finally recognized something was amiss. He looked at Bai Yin with a speechless expression, his lips pouting like a goldfish. Bai Yin, in a rather heartless manner, merely chuckled. Throughout this exchange, Bai Yu's mood noticeably brightened, no longer plagued by the earlier gloom. The middle-aged man emerged about half an hour later, carrying a bag containing 2 gray steamed buns. As he approached Bai Yin, he munched on a bun and offered the 2 from his bag. You must be hungry. The cafeteria just opened, and I brought these from there. Thank you. But we've just eaten. Bai Yin replied politely, yet the middle-aged man insisted, if you can eat, do indulge. You won't find such coarse grains over at my place. With that, he led the way, with Bai Yin and Bai Yu trailing behind. Bai Yin shared one of the buns with Bai Yu, and they both simultaneously took a bite, only to reveal somewhat grim expressions. The taste of the bun was, how shall I put it, quite dreadful. It was somewhat bitter, reminiscent of a bowl of spoiled porridge mixed with moldy cheese. Bai Yin forced himself to swallow the mouthful, and then offered the remainder to the black dog at his back. The dog sniffed it, and promptly turned its head away in disdain. Huh, it's quite unpalatable, I assent it. The middle-aged man seemed to have anticipated Bai Yin's reaction. Yet, he had grown accustomed to such flavors. There's no choice. The cafeteria in the outer refugee zone is of this standard. Of course, the one at my place is far better. We serve food for normal folks. Have you previously resided in a refugee zone? Bai Yin asked, taking hearty bites of the bun, striving to avoid chewing too slowly. Bai Yu followed suit. Feeling that wasting food was wrong, her face contorted in a rather comical manner as she ate. I spent nearly half a year in the refugee zone. Fortunately, I had good luck and entered the system, and I've since moved to the middle circle. Middle circle? Yes, indeed. The man explained with care. This area is divided into 3 zones. The outer circle, which is the refugee zone, is the outermost layer. The middle circle, where the people within the system typically reside. Of course, there are also a few who pay rent in this area, but their numbers are scant. Finally, there is the inner circle, the very center. Those who reside there are primarily the influential figures of the shelter. Research institutes and high-end hospitals are all situated there. That place boasts the best security, environment, and cafeteria. Indeed, the upper echelons of the shelter all reside within. The system the man referred to is not the traditional notion of a national system, but rather a collective focused solely on the shelter itself. Specifically the asylum system of City B. The so-called establishment actually refers to the official personnel of the shelter, essentially those affiliated with it. I see now, I've learned something. Bai Yin expressed his utmost politeness. Ah, my friend, I don't even know your name. I am Bai Yin, the Bai Yin of gold and silver. Bai Yin. That is quite a splendid name. It surely bodes well for your future. I am Shi Laohu, and those younger folks call me Uncle Shi. All right, Uncle Shi. May I pose a few questions? Ask away. How is the living environment in the outer refugee districts? Is it safe? Safe. How could it possibly be safe? Shi Laohu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Since you have no intention of residing there, I shall speak candidly. When I lived there, I often had to deal with theft and trouble. In short, while that place may not cultivate much, it certainly breeds a bunch of disillusioned ruffians. Fights break out incessantly, and the meager rations provided by the cafeteria, they barely suffice to fill one's stomach. To truly satiate oneself, one must seek odd jobs, which are hardly satisfactory. Odd jobs? Yes. Occasionally the research institute comes to the refugee area to draw blood, offering some food as a reward. This is one of their income sources. But the number of participants is limited. Otherwise, the authorities might seek assistance for certain tasks, which they tend to accept more frequently. Then there are some gray industries, such as casinos and places of ill repute. But enough of that. Few of them are reputable. Shi Laohu waved his hand, a look of disappointment on his face. Ultimately, this place is merely a refuge constructed by a few merchants. Those refugees are, to put it bluntly, little more than guinea pigs and cheap labor. After all, if no one below is working, those above will not fare well either, will they? Ah, please do not mention that I said this. Understood, understood. Bai Yin chuckled lightly. After all, if the flock does not bear young, the wolves will grow anxious, correct? Hee, that's about the gist of it. Shi Laohu possessed a tricycle, which he used to take Bai Yin and his companions to his neighborhood in the inner circle. At the entrance of the community stood an elderly gatekeeper. Shi Laohu specifically explained their purpose to him. The old man nodded and escorted Bai Yin to an office. Inside the office was a young woman, likely in her mid-20s, wearing glasses and exuding a serious demeanor. Are you here to rent? She inquired, to which Bai Yin nodded. Shi Laohu interjected, Xiaohua, this child is my relative, intending to rent the unit next door. Could you offer a slight discount? Shi Laohu began to leverage his connections. However, the woman merely smiled wryly at him, as if I had the authority to make such decisions. As she spoke, she took out a camera. You two step aside. She moved Bai Yin and Bai Yu aside and promptly took a picture of Bai Yin, followed by a separate shot of Bai Yu. Next, she retrieved a notebook and a pen, asking Bai Yin for his name. Bai Yin, the Bai Yin of gold and silver. And this young lady beside you? Bai Yu, the feather of feather. Xiaohua quickly recorded both names in her notebook. Then he said, prove it. Come tomorrow. I will be here during the day. Now, let us address the matter of the rent. What provisions do you have? Bai Yin removed his bag and placed it on the table opposite. This dog is unacceptable. This dog does not suffice. Bai Yin took out the black object and handed it to Bai Yu to hold. He then extracted all the canned food, tobacco, and alcohol from his bag. There were 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor. Xiaohua immediately took a liking to the bottle of wine. This wine is quite good, equivalent to a month's rent for the canteen. Oh no, no, no. Shirlahu quickly snatched the wine away. This wine is mine, right, little brother? Shirlahu had not forgotten Bai Yin's earlier assurance. Bai Yin nodded with a light chuckle. Of course. Shirlahu beamed with joy. Bai Yin merely glanced at the somewhat speechless Xiaohua and said, Sister, do you think these 2 packs of cigarettes will do? Xiaohua took the cigarettes, examined them closely, and nodded. They seem acceptable. 2 packs of cigarettes could cover a month's rent, along with meals for 2 for the same duration. How does that sound? Absolutely. Bai Yin replied readily, and then began to gather the remaining items, accompanied by Bai Yu and Heizi, led by Shirlahu. They proceeded to his soon-to-be residence. It was an exceedingly luxurious hotel, featuring elevators and numerous vacant rooms. Bai Yin's accommodation was right next to Shirlahu's. A very opulent suite. In Shirlahu's own words, there are good houses in the shelter. It's just that those above prefer to leave them vacant rather than allow those below to reside in them. They would rather have the lower classes struggle in the refugee zone. This maximizes their exploitation. Chapter 81, Sister Section 5. Hei Yu's father. What does capital rule fear? It fears the unity and resistance of the masses below. So what do they intend to do? Naturally, they incite division among the lower classes, denying them an environment conducive to unity. As long as the people below are sufficiently embroiled in competition, they can continue to extract resources relentlessly. Only in this manner can their dominion be firmly established. At least, such is the structure of governance within the shelter. Even if there are ample housing resources in the inner circles, they will not lower the standards for those in the refugee zone to reside there. Those who have painstakingly emerged from the refugee zone are also unlikely to desire a change in the rules. This is what is referred to as the principle of getting on the bus first. Those who boarded the bus early have invested substantial costs to secure their place. Naturally, they do not wish for newcomers to gain access easily. They prefer to flaunt their status before those who have yet to board, satisfying their vanity. This gives them a sense that their past suffering under oppression was worthwhile. Therefore, they align themselves with the capitalists. Those in power will not allow the desires of those below to be easily fulfilled. For once those desires are met, the individuals may become despondent, leading to a state of mere existence, unable to create value for themselves. Thus, those in power only need to ensure that the lower classes do not starve while offering them a glimmer of hope. If circumstances allow, the ruling class of the shelter may even impose additional hardships, akin to puppeteers of others' lives. Yet, sadly, it is of no avail, even if all those below comprehend this truth. Why? Because of the human heart. Ultimately, in many respects, the human heart is predominantly selfish. For instance, when someone inquires if you despise those cannibalistic capitalists, how would you respond? Many would express their disdain. However, when presented with the opportunity to become one of those capitalists, would you join their ranks? Consider this. You drift through life, ordinary and unremarkable. To make ends meet, you toil tirelessly, yet after a lifetime of effort, you cannot even afford a modest home. Not only that, but your body is burdened with ailments, and the future appears bleak. With no money and a sense of inferiority, you hesitate even to seek companionship. In such circumstances, the choice to become wealthy lies before you, requiring only your allegiance to them. How many individuals can truly refrain from betraying their formerly just selves? The answer is, indeed, some. Yet they will always remain in the minority. And therein lies the crux of the issue. The ruler's audacity is perpetually rooted in the mutual suspicion and betrayal among the lower echelons. Their task is to continually test the limits of those beneath them. Even transgressions are inconsequential. A bit of money can resolve matters. After all, the current environment of the sanctuary is precisely this way. That evening, the neighbor, Shilao, prepared a pot of hot pot and invited Bai Yin and others to dine. The fare was hardly extravagant, consisting merely of boiled vegetables and noodles, accompanied by some of Shilao's long-preserved cured meat. When Bai Yin arrived, he brought along a few cans as a token of goodwill. Shilao was overjoyed, professing his reluctance to accept, but unhesitatingly receiving them. Shilao is a solitary man. According to his own account, his wife and children were devoured by zombies. He resides alone in a luxurious suite. Though he is not particularly fond of tidying up, the arrangement of pots and pans is rather haphazard, resulting in what should be a splendid suite resembling the dilapidated quarters of a backward region. At its worst, it bears no distinction from a refugee camp. Bai Yin and Bai Yu do not drink alcohol, So Shi Lao provided them with a bottle of Sprite, while he sipped on a cheap, unidentified medicinal liquor. As for the bottle of Wu Dai Yi, Shi Lao could not bear to open it and concealed it away. Bai Yin consulted Shi Lao on how to venture out to gather supplies. Shi Lao explained that as long as one obtains a permit, they may freely enter and exit the sanctuary. Every morning at 8 o'clock, a colossal bell tolls in certain areas of the sanctuary. As the zombies are drawn toward the sound, scavengers can seize the opportunity to venture out. In summary, this sanctuary has been established for nearly a year, and it has developed its own exclusive regulations. A sanctuary is akin to a nation. Within this small nation, all laws from the era of peace have been utterly abolished. The sanctuary possesses its own set of rules. In essence, it is a realm governed by personal connections. Those who can forge relationships with the higher-ups wield greater influence, even possessing the power to determine the fates of others. Uncle Sure, I would like to ask for your assistance in investigating a few individuals. Can you help me? Bai Yin gradually broached the subject. Sure Lao, with unwavering resolve, replied, Speak, whom shall I investigate? Bai Yin glanced at Bai Yu, who was sitting nearby enjoying her noodles, and noticed her gaze fixed upon him. He merely smiled gently and affectionately ruffled her hair before turning his attention back to Sure Lao. There is a couple. The man is named Bai Dahai, like the vast sea by the shore. The woman is named Chun Xiaojun, with Xiao meaning small and Juju referring to chrysanthemum. I haven't heard of them, Sure Lao acknowledged, but I can look into it for you tomorrow. He then retrieved a pen and a small notebook from his pocket, promptly jotting down the names. Is there anyone else? Yes, there is another, a young girl of my age. Her name is Hei Yu, and her father likely works in research. Hei Yu? Sure Lao's brow furrowed, a habit he exhibited when deep in thought. That name sounds familiar. Do you have a photograph? Indeed, Bai Yin had prepared for this moment. He produced a framed picture from his pocket, depicting Hei Yu and her family of 4. The frame bore numerous bite marks, a testament to the mischief of Heizi. Bai Yin handed the frame to Sure Lao, who took it and, upon closer inspection, visibly recoiled. Goodness, brother, are you involved with her? What do you mean? Bai Yin asked, perplexed. Sure Lao pointed at the middle-aged man in the photograph, a refined gentleman wearing glasses. Do you know who this man is? He is the director of the Research Institute, one of the prominent figures at the sanctuary. Look, isn't that his wife beside him? I just saw them in the newspaper a few days ago. Brother, what is your connection with the daughter of this influential figure? Sure Lao lowered his voice, as if fearing eavesdroppers, despite the fact that only the 3 of them and Heizi, who was munching on canned food on the floor, were present. Even a dog could hear them clearly. Bai Yin could only manage a wry smile. It's nothing. She was my elementary school classmate. I stumbled upon the address of B-City as sanctuary at her house and thought I might chance upon her here. It's been 7 years since we last met. 7 years? If you're hoping to gain an advantage, that might be quite a stretch. Sure Lao pondered seriously. Bai Yin inquired, Uncle Sure, do you know how I might see her? That is somewhat challenging. Her family resides in the inner circle, making it difficult for ordinary people to meet them. Is there truly no way to arrange a meeting? If all else fails, just give me an address, and I will find a way. I advise against such actions. Sure Lao replied with a serious demeanor. The influential figures in the inner circle differ greatly from those in the outer circles. They are accompanied by numerous bodyguards, and they possess firearms. Firearms. Indeed, guns have become a rare commodity, and nearly all are in the possession of those in the inner circle. If you were to attempt a surprise visit, much like in a television drama, you might find yourself in peril, as a bodyguard could easily take you down, and they would bear no responsibility. Is there truly no method to meet her? Bai Yin appeared somewhat troubled. Sure Lao fixed his gaze upon him and earnestly inquired, Brother, are you truly so eager to see her? Indeed, if possible, I wish to meet her the day after tomorrow, Bai Yin replied. Why? Because that day marks her birthday, and I had previously promised her that I would celebrate her coming of age. Excellent. Sure Lao could not help but give a thumbs up. You truly are the person I admire. Even at this moment, you remain committed to keeping your promise. I am impressed. He downed the remaining medicinal liquor in his small cup and continued, To be frank, brother, let me share this with you. There will be an event in the inner circle the day after tomorrow. Your classmate's father, the director of that research institute, is hosting a celebration for your classmate's coming of age. It is said to be a grand feast. If you wish to see her, this is your only opportunity. Would someone like me be able to attend? Bai Yin questioned. Certainly not. Sure Lao responded decisively, then added, But as I mentioned, we live in a society governed by personal connections. As long as you can provide sufficient resources, I can assist you in reaching out to some old acquaintances in the inner circle and find a way to get you in. What kind of resources are needed? Bai Yin asked. I will need to inquire about that. Let us do this. After dinner, I will make a trip. You need not rush to bed early. All right. I appreciate your help, Uncle Sure. After dinner, Bai Yin returned to his luxurious suite, awaiting news. Since it was a high-end suite, there were multiple rooms. Bai Yin and Bai Yu slept in separate chambers. In the living room, Bai Yu finished her evening routine and remarked, I'm heading to bed. Before leaving, Bai Yin sat on the sofa, waiting, while Heizi lay beside him. For some reason, watching Bai Yu's departing figure, Bai Yin felt that the young girl seemed a bit lonely and disheartened. He glanced down at Heizi, who was also looking up at him, revealing those large, dark, glistening eyes. Heizi, be good, Bai Yin whispered, pointing to the room Bai Yu had neglected to close. Heizi, being clever, swiftly jumped off the sofa and followed her. Just as Bai Yu was about to shut the door, woof woof, Heizi wagged its tail and dashed in. Bai Yu, delighted, welcomed Heizi inside. After closing the door, she cradled it in her arms as she settled onto the bed. As she was on the verge of drifting into slumber, the girl, holding Heizi, couldn't help but murmur wistfully, Heizi, why is he not my brother? It truly makes me envious. A series of knocks echoed at 11 o'clock that night. Bai Yin hurried to the door. Winded. Shi Laohu stood at the entrance and glanced inside. Is the child asleep? Yes. Then let South talk at my place. All right. Bai Yin accompanied Shi Laohu to his home. The latter produced a slip of paper and handed it to Bai Yin. I spoke with that fellow, and he indicated that if you wish to gain entry, you must prepare resources of this caliber. Bai Yin took the paper and glanced at its contents, which listed an array of exquisite tobacco and spirits. The note specifically indicated which brands of liquor and cigarettes would be deemed acceptable. In summary, it stipulated that one must at least prepare 20 fine packs of cigarettes and over 10 bottles of high-end liquor. Among these fine cigarettes, at least half are intended for those who carry out tasks below. You see, I told you it would be challenging. Therefore, my friend, I believe it would be prudent for you to reconsider. There is ample time ahead. Opportunities shall arise again. With a gentle tone, Shi Laohu offered his words of encouragement. Sensing that Bai Yin was likely feeling quite disheartened at that moment. Yet, Bai Yin proved to be more resilient than he anticipated. After a sigh, he replied, It poses a certain difficulty. I shall do my utmost. Now, my friend, these matters are not to be trifled with. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Indeed. I plan to venture out tomorrow and test my luck. To be frank, I wish to dissuade you, but given your current demeanor, I doubt I could sway you. Very well, I have no further words, except to urge you to act swiftly. Dispatching someone requires time. You have but one day, and it is best to return before 6 o'clock. Understood, I will. Then I shall accompany you to the entrance tomorrow, as I will be on duty there, waiting for you at the gate. All right, I appreciate it. The following day, Bai Yin arose early. He first went to the office to collect his identification tags from Xiaohua. Then he returned home to brief Bai Yu on a few matters. There were 4 tags in total, 2 for each person, one serving as the identity badge for the shelter, and the other as a meal card for the community canteen. Bai Yin instructed Bai Yu not to visit the canteen today, as he was concerned for her safety alone at home. He advised her to watch over Heizi and, should she feel hungry, to consume some of the leftover food. In any case, no one was to be allowed entry aside from himself. She must utilize the peephole diligently. After imparting these instructions, Bai Yin was escorted by Shi Laohu to the entrance of the shelter. The entrance was a large, sturdy iron gate adorned with numerous metal plates. Through the gaps, one could glimpse the situation outside. However, if the zombies did not approach the iron gate closely, it would be challenging for them to spot the living within. Ding! At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sharp sound of bells resonated from the loudspeakers surrounding the shelter. The zombies gathered at the front, drawn by the sound. Seizing this opportunity, the staff in the monitoring room pressed the switch to open the gate. Creak! Soon, the gate swung open. A throng of scavengers, having had their credentials checked, hurriedly seized the moment to rush out. In a mere half-minute, over 40 individuals had surged forth. With another creak, the gate was closed once more. The next opening would be at noon, followed by another at 6 in the evening. The gate opened thrice daily, a routine that persisted. Bai Yin mingled among the scavengers, carrying Shi Laohu's old bag. They quickly dispersed, each seeking their own path. Hey, brother! Unexpectedly, a man chose the same route as he. This individual jogged up from behind. Bai Yin turned to see a young man in his early 20s, lean and unkempt, evidently having gone some time without a wash. Is there something you need? Bai Yin inquired. The man grinned. I know of a place filled with valuable items. What do you say? Shall we collaborate? We can split the spoils equally. Chapter 83. The Sisters' Tale 7. The Deception Get Lost. Bai Yin resolutely refused, uninterested in the ramblings of this young man. Wait. Don't disbelieve me. There truly is a treasure trove of exquisite wines and spirits. The man hurriedly pursued, sincerity dripping from his words. Bai Yin furrowed his brow. Yet the mention of fine wines and spirits undeniably piqued his interest. Tentatively, he inquired, Where? Haha, follow me. The man chuckled, leading the way ahead. After nearly half an hour, he brought Bai Yin to the second floor of an abandoned cottage. The front door was securely locked, with only the windows available for opening. Judging by the footprints inside, it was evident that the man had visited numerous times. At the window on the second floor, Bai Yin pointed to the balcony across. Through the balcony window, he could discern a study room inside. What does this mean? Bai Yin asked. The man replied, What does it mean? Wine, all fine wines. The last time I ventured into that room, I saw a plethora of wines and spirits. However, I inadvertently attracted a couple of zombies. So I couldn't retrieve them in time. And then, Bai Yin pressed. I have been observing for several days. There are currently 2 zombies remaining in that building. I specifically closed the door behind them. They are trapped inside. As long as someone can lure them away, I can enter and bring out all the wines and spirits. You want me to be the bait? Why don't you go yourself? Of course. Only I know where the wines are hidden, allowing me to extract them in the shortest time possible. Brother, just tell me if you're in or out. To be honest, I know of another place with even more treasures. If our cooperation goes smoothly this time, I can engage in long-term collaboration with you. All right. Bai Yin feigned contemplation before quickly agreeing. If what this man said was true, he was indeed intrigued by the other location. I'll give it a try, Bai Yin declared decisively, heading toward the exquisite 3-story building. Good luck. The man chuckled slyly, and for a fleeting moment, a look of disdain and triumph flickered across his face as he watched Bai Yin's retreating figure. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, Bai Yin noticed a wire looped around the door. He easily unfastened it and stepped inside. After a brief exploration of the first floor, he found no zombies. On the second floor, he encountered a lone zombie, standing vacantly in a corner. The creature turned to glance at Bai Yin upon hearing the noise, but then returned to its stupor. Based on his earlier deductions, Bai Yin located the door to the study. The door was ajar, and he pushed it open, stepping inside. The left side of the study was dimly lit, while the right side was illuminated by lights streaming through the window, also visible from the opposite second floor. As Bai Yin stepped into the light, he noticed that the man from the opposite second floor had vanished. A moment of contemplation led him to a realization. How naive. Ascending to the third floor, he discovered 3 zombies. In total, there were 4 zombies in the building. It became abundantly clear that the scoundrel had deceived him. Silently returning to the second floor, Bai Yin cleared his throat and suddenly let out a piercing scream. The zombie on the second floor turned to him with a bewildered expression. On the third floor, 3 zombies, alerted by the noise, descended to the second floor. Upon discovering that the source of the commotion was Bai Yin, they resumed their aimless wandering. Bai Yin quietly approached the staircase leading to the first floor. He soon found a piece of paper, uncorked the vial of the corpse-attracting potion, and let a single drop fall onto it, promptly sealing the vial afterward. The scent of the potion immediately invigorated the 4 zombies on the second floor, who charged towards Bai Yin. Clutching the paper, Bai Yin fled desperately toward the exit, with the relentless zombies in hot pursuit, soon disappearing from sight. This scene was observed clearly by a man hiding in the shadows. Initially, he had not expected Bai Yin to draw all the zombies away. He believed that if Bai Yin could lure just 2, he would have a solid chance to steal everything. However, he was taken aback by the boy's unexpected competence in drawing all 4 zombies away, which was a delightful surprise. Indeed, the man had been deceptive from the outset. He was aware that there were 4 zombies in total. Fearing Bai Yin would hesitate, he only disclosed part of the truth. In reality, there had originally been 5 zombies in the house. Just the day before, the man had similarly deceived a 15-year-old boy, using the same tactics and assurances. The boy's fate was grim. He managed to lure 1 zombie out, but was quickly overtaken and devoured. The man had always intended to use such bait to distract the zombies, indifferent to the fate of the bait. His concern for Bai Yin's potential realization of the deceit was the true reason for his change in observation location. With Bai Yin having lured all the zombies away, The man was elated as he ventured into the house in search of cigarettes and alcohol. In truth, those items were not in the study on the second floor, but rather in the bedroom. The man had no intention of revealing this fact to Bai Yin. Upon discovering the cigarettes and alcohol in the bedroom, his eyes gleamed with greed as he hastily stuffed everything into his bag, eager to return to the shelter and indulge in his newfound treasures. He had already resolved that after this trip, he would relocate from the refugee district to the inner circle, perhaps even finding a lovely wife with the remaining supplies. While the man reveled in his thoughts, Bai Yin remained in quiet anticipation. He had discarded the paper, which was soon snatched up and consumed by the 4 zombies. Bai Yin then procured another piece of paper, placing it in his pocket, and retraced his steps to the balcony of an adjacent building on the second floor. As he witnessed the man emerge from the first floor in a state of excitement, he took out the paper, applied 3 drops of the corpse-attracting potion, resealed the vial, crumpled the paper, and cast it downwards. The silver object was thrown with precision, landing perfectly between the man's backpack and clothing. What he intended to do next was to silently observe the unfolding drama. The man was filled with excitement, unable to suppress the urge to quicken his pace. He planned to take refuge in the nearest building to the shelter. As soon as the clock struck noon and the main gate swung open, he would dash inside. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a zombie suddenly appeared ahead, charging straight towards him. Startled, the man swiftly changed direction and fled down another path. Yet, before he could run far, he glanced back and was shocked to see that the solitary zombie had multiplied into 7 or 8. Chapter 84, Sister's Story 8. Counterattack. The zombies howled and pursued him relentlessly, their numbers evidently increasing. Among them were some particularly swift ones, closing in on the man with alarming speed. Cursing profusely, he wondered what on earth was happening today. It felt like a nightmare, as if he were destined to perish before even enjoying life. He was unwilling to accept such a fate. Desperately, the man sprinted forward, convinced that he could unleash a burst of inner strength, akin to the heroes from fervent anime, creating miracles and escaping with his life. Yet, after less than 5 minutes, he felt his stamina waning. A glance back revealed that the horde of zombies had swelled to over 20, and the few in front were drawing ever closer. Realizing that he was doomed if this continued, he climbed a large tree by the roadside. In a bid to survive, he tossed his backpack to the ground, and a crumpled paper fell into the mud. A zombie with a keen sense of smell picked up the paper and swallowed it whole. For a brief moment, the zombies around him fell silent, as if rendered aimless. However, this stillness lasted less than 3 seconds. Once they spotted the living man in the tree, they resumed their instinctual behavior, surrounding the tree and making guttural sounds. Some of the stronger zombies began to ram the tree, causing it to shake with each impact. The man atop the tree was filled with dread, as the man found himself encircled by the zombies, paralyzed with fear. The silver figure that had been observing from the shadows finally emerged. Calmly, he picked up the man's discarded backpack. During this process, 2 zombies brushed past him, rushing towards the tree. The man watched this unfold in disbelief. Why weren't the zombies attacking him? He was astonished, yet amidst this unnatural occurrence, his primary concern remained his own survival. He quickly donned a humble smile, pleading, "Brother, please lend me a hand. I can't climb down." Bai Yin's tone was neither cold nor warm as he nonchalantly opened the bag in front of the man, scrutinizing the contents for any tobacco or liquor. "If you want to come down, why not just leap down? Don't you have legs? Please, stop messing around. Brother, I'm truly in distress. I'll give you everything in this bag, but what I truly value is another resource point. You mentioned knowing of another location, right?" Yes, I absolutely know. Just save me first, and I'll tell you." His humble tone was pitiful, yet it unmistakably betrayed a sense of guilt. Bai Yin discerned that the young man was lying. Such deceitful children are destined for perdition. Prepare for your demise. His voice was as indifferent as a machine's, devoid of emotion. Bai Yin merely emptied the man's bag into his own, acquiring 6 fine cigarettes, 4 bottles of premium liquor, and 2 lesser quality packs of cigarettes. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. "Please, don't. I genuinely know where there are supplies. I'm not deceiving you. It's right here." The latter part of his plea faltered as the tree shook violently from the impact of a zombie, coupled with the man's sudden agitation. He lost his footing and fell from the tree. "Ah, no, don't eat me. Help, don't." What transpired next was a cacophony of anguished screams and the gruesome feasting of zombies. Bai Yin, having witnessed such scenes countless times, couldn't be bothered to glance back. He simply slung his bag over his shoulder and ventured elsewhere in search of supplies. Ding! The system's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Bai Yin initially assumed it was a new mission, yet the subsequent message left him utterly speechless. Ding! Mission completed. Successfully rescued the tyrant. Reward: nearby hidden liquor stash. 300 meters ahead, Fortune Hotel, second floor, room 305. Bai Yin was left with a multitude of questions. He had completed the mission to rescue the tyrant over 2 weeks ago, and that task had yielded no rewards. Yet today, the system presented him with such an unexpected turn of events. What was this? A delayed reward? Or perhaps the system's way of compensating for its earlier oversight? And what about the 460? Though he grappled with confusion, the reward was undoubtedly a boon for Bai Yin. If this were the case, did it imply that even tasks without immediate rewards could eventually yield compensation? Moreover, the compensatory reward happened to be precisely what he needed at that moment. If this were true, then in the future, he should endeavor to complete such tasks diligently. One never knows when they might save his life. Following the system's directions, Bai Yin made his way to room 305. As expected, he discovered an abundance of exquisite liquor in the bedroom of that suite, over 20 bottles in total. He meticulously packed them into his bag and then searched the vicinity for fine cigarettes. Unfortunately, ever since acquiring the liquor, fortune had not favored him. He had found no further tobacco or liquor, resulting in an entire afternoon of fruitless toil. Time passed by second, and before long, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Sighing in resignation, he could only return and try his luck once more. Although he lacked sufficient cigarettes, perhaps the extra alcohol could serve as a substitute. At this moment, Bai Yin felt quite grateful for the system. Without the address it provided, he would have struggled to find not only cigarettes, but even alcohol. Today was destined to be a failure for him. With a backpack full of liquor, Bai Yin returned to the shelter. He and other scavengers were waiting in an abandoned house, anticipating the opening of the shelter's doors. Among the dozens of scavengers who had set out in the morning, only a handful remained now. Some had returned by noon, while others had simply vanished. Hey, little brother. It seems you had a fruitful day. What treasures did you find? An elderly man with disheveled hair approached him, brimming with joy. For he had gathered a full backpack of supplies, which included a rather decent bottle of wine. Bai Yin merely chuckled and replied, "What treasures? I merely collected a few balloons and firewood, along with half a bag of cement. Just enough to fix the toilet." "Well, that's not too shabby." The old man continued his inquiries with others, asking what they had discovered. At that moment, camaraderie filled the air among them all, for no one truly knew what was concealed in each other's bags. As long as their fortunes remained hidden and there were no conflicts of interest, they were all comrades and shared hardship, finding joy in each other's company. Suffering together was acceptable. Sharing happiness was another matter entirely.